In the year 63 of Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, the instructor announced from the podium, "Tomorrow is a day of rest. You must prepare for the graduation exam. Practice the body flicker technique at home. If anyone dares to lag behind during the exam, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." After delivering the announcement, the teacher turned and exited the classroom. "Wonderful, finally a break. What's there to review about the body flicker technique?" One student exclaimed. "Exactly, it's far too simple. I've mastered the body flicker technique long ago." Another chimed in. "That was directed at that useless one," someone scoffed. "Unable to harness chakra, yet dreaming of becoming a ninja. How amusing," another laughed. As the laughter subsided, many students turned their gaze toward Rock Lee, whose eyes appeared bewildered. Lee surveyed his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. A flood of strange memories surged into his mind. Have I been transported? In his past life, Lee was a dominant figure in the underground boxing scene, poised to contend for the ultimate championship title. However, on his way to Dragon City, he inadvertently encountered an otherworldly truck, thus sealing his fate. Well then, Lee mused, catching a glimpse of Hinata Niji, who was preparing to leave the classroom. This confirmed his shocking realization. That unmistakable Byakugan could not be mistaken. I never imagined I would be reborn as Little Lee. In his early days, Little Lee was arguably the strongest genin in Konoha, but tragically, he became a figure of ridicule under the harsh reality of bloodline superiority. This was the brutal truth in Konoha. Lineage and connections were paramount, mere combat prowess held little value. Rising from his seat, Lee disregarded the curious stares of his peers and exited the classroom. As he walked along the path, a light drizzle fell, and the clouds hung low. His thoughts began to drift toward the future. The peace of Konoha would not endure for long. Several significant battles loomed on the horizon, threatening the village. Additionally, the Chunin exams awaited, alongside formidable individuals like Gaara, the Jinchuriki. Lee was determined not to end up crippled. For those who train in physical arts, should their limbs be rendered useless, even with subsequent medical ninjutsu, it would affect their body and training progression. Before he realized it, Lee found himself in the outskirts of the village, at its northernmost point. The area was densely wooded and sparsely populated. Further north, a dilapidated wooden cabin appeared before him. The structure was rudimentary, with fractured wooden walls and a leaking roof. "Is this to be my residence?" Lee thought with a bitter smile. He approached the cabin, having risen from the slums in his previous life. He found the worn-down dwelling somewhat acceptable. After all, this was the land of fire, Konoha, where every inch was precious. In Lee's memories, that very decrepit cabin had been purchased with the entirety of his parents' life savings. Upon entering, he had a simple dinner and, under the dim light, began to practice the 8 trigrams fist. In his past life, as an underground fighter, he had mastered various ancient martial arts and combat techniques. In the early stages, physical techniques remain effective, particularly the Iron Mountain Charge and the heart-piercing elbow, which unleashed devastating power at close range. Alas, there are far too many deities in the later stages. Lee Locke sighed inwardly. Ding! The simplification system has been bound. Simplification system? Lee Locke stood frozen in place. Such systems had become commonplace. An essential tool for any traveler from another world. Lee Locke was well aware of this. Before him appeared a panel. Name: Lee Locke. Age: 12 ninjutsu, 1 physical, 8 illusion, 1 sage, 3 strength, 6 speed, 8 precision, 6 seal, 2 ninjutsu, none taijutsu, none bloodline limit. None detected that the host is practicing the 8 extremes fist. Would you like to spend 1 tael to simplify the 8 extremes fist? Simplify. Simplification in progress. Simplification complete. 8 extremes fist elbow lift. Elbow lift. Lee Locke was taken aback. He gently raised his right elbow. 8 extremes fist 2,100 beginner. Lee Locke repeatedly lifted and lowered his elbows, his proficiency in the 8 extremes fist steadily increasing. An hour later, 8 extremes fist 31,000 intermediate insights into the martial art and techniques of exertion flooded his mind. As the proficiency of the 8 extremes fist reached the intermediate level, Lee Locke keenly noticed that the number representing his physical talent, previously innate, had transformed into a 9. I wonder if reaching perfection will elevate it to 10, He mused, continuing to raise and lower his elbows. Gazing out at the curtain of rain, he could not help but lament, had I possessed such a system in my past life, becoming a champion would have been within reach. Since ancient martial arts can be simplified, then what about ninjutsu? Lilok formed hand seals, detected that the host is practicing the transformation technique. Would you like to spend 50 taels to simplify? 50 taels. Lilok clicked his tongue. He patted his wallet, which contained a mere 30 taels. Chapter 2. The path to your demise. Lilok's figure shifted, propelling him swiftly to Suzuki Genji's side. With a twist of his hips, a surge of force, and a raised elbow, all was executed seamlessly. Bang! The elbow struck fiercely against Suzuki Genji's solar plexus. A tremendous force erupted from the point of contact, sending Suzuki Genji hurtling backward, his sternum shattered, blood spewing from his mouth, rendering him immobile. The two lackeys nearby had just flung a few shurikens, utterly oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. Their leader was already gravely injured and near death. Yet, Lilok showed no signs of stopping. He moved with even greater speed, his form darting with agility, evading several shurikens, and seized one of the assailants by the neck, squeezing with ferocity. Crack! The crisp sound of a severed neck echoed in the air. The last of the trio of bullies was paralyzed with fear. They were accustomed to brawling but had never encountered someone like Lilok. Swift, ruthless, and decisive. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Otherwise, Teacher Yamada and Konoha will. Lilok paid no heed, his palm sharpened like a blade. He ruthlessly crushed the last bully's windpipe. Rest assured, this place is desolate. No one will discover your grave. Even if found, I would merely be sent to the Temple of Fire to listen to scriptures for a year. Under the night sky, amidst the rain, blood mingled with the downpour, streaming down Lilok's face, enhancing his cold demeanor as he slowly approached the barely breathing Suzuki Genji. In Genji's terrified gaze, he realized he had misjudged Lilok, believing him to be a mere hot-headed underachiever, meek and submissive. Never did he expect such lethal decisiveness. Cough. Kill me, my family. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. You have sealed your fate. Lilok forcefully stomped down, burying Suzuki Genji's head into the earth. Genji was utterly lifeless. Lilok rummaged through Genji's belongings, retrieving a wallet, and turned back toward the wooden cabin. When he emerged once more, he wielded a shovel. Dig deeper. After a brief moment, Lilok had disposed of the three bodies and settled in front of the cabin, opening the wallet. 9,000 Rio, a substantial sum for Lilok. Simplify. Lilok formed hand seals. Transformation technique in progress. Simplification successful. Transformation technique. Clothing change. Clothing change. Lilok removed his garments, only to don them anew. Transformation technique 1100, beginner. He could feel the chakra flowing within him, as Lilok sensed the chakra coursing through his cells and meridians. A bold idea blossomed in his mind. If chakra could be viewed as internal energy, could it be harnessed to propel ancient martial arts? A gleam shone in Lilok's eyes. Iron Mountain charge. He surged to his feet, striding forward, retracting his shoulder before colliding forward. Boom. A tree, thick as a man, splintered in response. The formidable power delighted Lilok immensely. With a limited amount of chakra, he could only execute a single formidable strike, the Iron Mountain crash. The deadly technique of the Eight Extremes fist could only serve as a trump card. It appeared that he must devise a means to augment his chakra. Lilok pondered inwardly. He formed the seals once more. Detection indicates that the host is practicing the shadow clone technique. Would you like to spend 50 Rio to simplify? Simplify. Shadow clone technique simplification in progress. Simplification successful. Shadow clone technique. Mirror reflection. Mirror reflection? Lilok approached the mirror. Shadow clone technique 1100, beginner. He gazed into the mirror again. Shadow clone technique 2100, beginner. Both the shadow clone technique and the transformation technique could be simplified. To avert failure in tomorrow's graduation exam, he decided to simplify the substitution technique as well. Lilok formed the seals. Detection indicates that the host is practicing the substitution technique. Would you like to spend 50 Rio to simplify? Simplify. Substitution technique. Paper doll. Lilok casually picked up scissors from the table and crafted a rough paper doll from scrap paper. Substitution technique 1100, beginner. After a moment of contemplation, he positioned the mirror in front of himself, simultaneously shedding his clothing and lifting his elbow, all while observing the mirror and cutting the paper doll. Practicing simultaneously, Lilok immersed himself in his training. However, unbeknownst to him, every action he took was being closely observed by Niji, who remained hidden in the shadows. A figure emerged from the cover of the trees, initially intending to offer assistance while subtly dissuading him from the path of a ninja to prevent future peril. Niji was taken aback by the depth of Lee's concealment. Niji, with a cold demeanor yet warm heart, had come here after overhearing the bully's malicious intentions, ready to intervene discreetly. Now, he felt a chill coursing through him. Lee Rock's decisive actions revealed no hint of hesitation even when burying his foes. Niji activated his Byakugan, peering into the wooden cabin where Lee Rock practiced, hoping to glean the secrets of his formidable martial arts. However, the sight that met his eyes was exceedingly peculiar. Symptoms of hyperactivity, narcissism, exhibitionism, and seemingly some form of malevolent jutsu. Hinata Niji withdrew his gaze, wishing for the first time that his Byakugan would fail him. What have I just witnessed? He retreated swiftly, vanishing beneath the curtain of rain. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, Lee Rock felt drowsy, having dedicated the entirety of the previous night to mastering the three-body technique. He had only managed 3 hours of sleep and nearly arrived late. Among those who entered the classroom at the last moment was Niji Hyuga, who had spent the night replaying the bizarre training methods of Lee Rock in his mind, unable to find rest. The dark circles under Niji's eyes were even more pronounced against the backdrop of his pale irises. Good morning, he greeted. Shaoli greeted his future teammate. Hyuga Niji, cold yet warm-hearted, proved to be an exceptionally reliable companion. In the original narrative, Niji stood up for Shaoli, incurring the ire of the Sound Ninja trio. Shaoli held a favorable impression of Niji. Niji responded with a curt acknowledgement, hastily distancing himself from Rock Lee, who remained oblivious to the fact that Niji had witnessed his actions from the previous night. Lee merely assumed Niji was aloof and paid little mind to it. Inside the classroom, Yamada Ryo observed Niji entering precisely on time. He offered a polite nod. After all, he belonged to the Hyuga clan, despite being from the branch family. He was still far more esteemed than an ordinary chunin like Yamada Ryo. Niji returned the nod lightly before settling into his seat. Yamada Ryo then shifted his gaze to Rock Lee, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. To him, Lee was nothing but a liability, and he deemed teaching Lee a complete waste of his time. This year's graduation rate was bound to suffer due to this inept individual, further delaying his ascent to Special Jonin. Sighing inwardly, Yamada Ryo felt somewhat relieved by the substantial promises from the Suzuki family. Yet, he frowned again, pondering the whereabouts of Suzuki Genji, as well as Ono Katsumi and Itakawa Keiji. Yamada Ryo glanced around the room, but the students merely shook their heads in response. Niji, noticing the situation, cast a glance at Rock Lee, who maintained his usual demeanor, appearing utterly unaware. With such mental fortitude, he could indeed become a ninja. Although Niji found Shaoli somewhat unconventional, he still acknowledged his strength. The might of the Iron Mountain technique was indelibly etched in his memory. He wondered if the Kaiten could withstand such physical prowess. After a while, teacher Yamada Ryo checked the time and stood up to address the students below. No more waiting. We shall commence the graduation examination. He cleared his throat. The content of the graduation exam would be the transformation technique. Subsequently, those whose names were called would proceed to the adjacent classroom. Chapter 3. Betraying Companions. No one can save you across the examination venue in an ordinary classroom. Two figures were intently observing the happenings within the testing arena. The young man who just entered the classroom with the Hyuga branch family is the one you have your eye on, isn't? Kakashi remarked lazily. He had received orders from the Hokage, ceasing his involvement in Umbu affairs to select 3 genin from the Ninja Academy and mentor the newcomers. Guy had also been dispatched by the Hokage for the same purpose. Thus, the Ninja Academy was effectively under the joint authority of Guy and Kakashi. Indeed. I see the flames of youthful passion. Guy, clad in a tight green jumpsuit, gazed at Rock Lee with sparkling eyes. Kakashi followed Guy's line of sight. Another ninja relying solely on taijutsu. I see, he mused silently, harboring a sense of disdain within. The Kage family, once a prestigious lineage in Konoha, is notable. Might Guy, possessing a family legacy of secret techniques and formidable strength, forged a friendship with him. Yet, in his gaze lingered a boy named Rock Lee. Kakashi had conducted a brief investigation. Lee bore no family heritage, could not manipulate chakra, and exhibited almost none of the traits characteristic of a potential strong warrior. Guy even went so far as to greet the boy and temporarily alter the graduation exam's content, an act that violated Konoha's regulations. Kakashi deemed such measures entirely unnecessary. Even if Lee were to ascend to the rank of a genin, his future potential seemed limited. However, since Guy had endorsed him, Kakashi refrained from voicing his objections. choosing instead to feign ignorance out of respect for Guy. Kakashi tilted his head, gazing out at the landscape. It had been a long time since he graduated at the age of 5, and the figures of Obito and Rin seemed to materialize in his mind. This place truly felt like an idyllic sanctuary, far removed from slaughter and betrayal. As Yamada announced the contents of the graduation exam, Guy's eyebrows gradually rose in astonishment. Was there truly no test of taijutsu? Kakashi, snapping back to attention, remarked, it seems Yamada has forgotten your words. The exam still comprises the shadow clone technique. That boy will have to wait until next year. Kakashi spoke nonchalantly, yet within, he understood the underlying involvement of the Suzuki family. Having been a former Umbu, he grasped the significance of intelligence better than anyone. During his investigation of Lee, Kakashi had uncovered the shadow of the Suzuki family. It appeared the Suzuki family was preparing to declare war on the ancient High-Ga clan. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, gradually sweeping Kakashi's thoughts into the distance. Inside the examination classroom, students emerged, some jubilant, others crestfallen. Outside, Niji observed Rock Lee approaching the exam room. Not only will there be a test on the transformation technique, but also on the substitution technique. With that, Niji hurried away. Thank you, Lee said, clasping his hands together before entering the exam room. Yamada regarded Lee with a glimmer of derision in his eyes. We may commence. He lowered his gaze to the register, noting that the next candidate was Suzuki Genji. However, he pondered why Genji had yet to make an appearance. The Suzuki family, having expanded their business significantly in recent years, wielded considerable influence throughout the Land of Fire. Yet, they had risen from a background steeped in the underworld, earning the disdain of Konoha's venerable clans. Yamada had also discreetly accepted a substantial bribe from the Suzuki family, a maneuver intended to facilitate Genji's success in the exam. Should Genji pass, he would attain the official status of a genin recognized by Konoha. With the endorsement of the Hokage, the Suzuki family would have the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the ancient clans. Had the Suzuki family changed their strategy? Yamada continued to contemplate the situation surrounding Suzuki Genji. He did not notice that Rock Lee had already performed the transformation technique. Teacher Yamada? Rock Lee stood for a moment, unable to contain his curiosity. Oh, the transformation technique failed, and the exam was not passed. What about next year? Yamada Ling did not lift his head. He realized halfway through his words that Rock Lee had transformed into Hinata Niji's appearance. This waste actually knows the transformation technique. Yamada Ling nodded. He was not planning to retake the substitution technique exam. This way, the graduation rate would appear more favorable. Yamada Ling took out a pen and wrote the word pass in his notebook. However, as he was writing, 3 warriors burst into the examination room. Wait. Suzuki Akira swiftly moved to Yamada Ling's side, placing his palm on the notebook to stop him. Subsequently, the 2 warriors behind Suzuki approached Rock Lee, subtly forming a pincer movement. Brother Suzuki? This is the graduation exam of the ninja school, you. Yamada Ling furrowed his brows. He was acquainted with Suzuki Akira. However, the ninja school was managed directly by the Hokage, and Suzuki Akira's blatant interruption of the graduation exam left him at a loss for explanation. Do not worry. My young friend Yamada, we are here at the behest of Lord Hokage. Suzuki Akira retracted his hand and gazed at Rock Lee. We have traced the last location of the young master to be right in front of his residence. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Suzuki Akira's eyes. He was originally a bodyguard for Suzuki Genji, tasked with secretly protecting the young master. On that day, Hinata Niji, a scion of the Hyuga clan, initiated an attack under the pretense of sparring. Due to his identity, Suzuki Akira had no choice but to engage in a duel with Hinata Niji. He was not overly concerned for the safety of young master Suzuki Genji. After all, it was still within the confines of Konoha. The reputation of the Suzuki family held some weight, and no fool would dare to openly assassinate the heir of a prominent family within the village. However, once he concluded his sparring with Hinata Niji, he set off in pursuit of the young master's whereabouts. Ultimately, the trace of the young master vanished completely, sending Suzuki Akira into a state of panic. If anything happened to Suzuki Genji, he would share the same fate. Throughout the night, Suzuki Akira mobilized his subordinates and covert operatives to relentlessly search for the young master's whereabouts. Yet, it was as if Suzuki Genji had evaporated from existence. In the end, Suzuki Akira focused his gaze on Rock Lee, who lacked any background and could not perform ninjutsu. He had observed that Rock Lee seemed to be quite familiar with Hinata Niji. He had refrained from acting until Rock Lee executed the transformation technique. It must be him. Suzuki Akira approached Rock Lee. His actions were not sanctioned by the Hokage, nor were they authorized by the Suzuki family. They were entirely his own. He needed to ascertain the young master's fate. If the young master was alive, he would kill Rock Lee and then seek forgiveness from the family. If the young master was dead, he killed Lee Luoka out of frustration and has since become a fugitive. Suzuki-chi gazed at Lee Luoka, who had reverted to his normal state, his expression suddenly softening. You are Lee Luoka, aren't you? Do not be afraid. We are members of the Suzuki family. Our young master has gone missing, and my investigation has led me to your residence. Suzuki-chi inquired with a smile. Have you seen our young master? No. Lee Luoka replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. This prompted a slight twitch at the corner of Suzuki-chi's eye. After a moment's contemplation, he exited the classroom with Yamada Ryo. A while later, Yamada Ryo hastily re-entered the classroom, his face flushed with anger. He stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Lee Luoka. Lee Luoka, your deeds have been discovered. You have slain your companion. No one can save you now. Chapter 4. Gaining Recognition. The True Secret Technique. 8 Gates of Duanjia inside the examination room. Xiao Li, the teacher said, I know that Suzuki Jinji often bullied his peers, which inevitably led to conflicts. It is understandable that you lost control and killed him. Yamada Ryo then softened his tone towards Lee Luoka. Be honest with me. And since I have some connections with the Suzuki family, I can plead your case to Lord Hokage. Your punishment could merely be a year of seclusion at the Temple of Fire. Gratitude flickered on Lee Luoka's face. Thank you, Teacher Yamada. Speak freely. I will advocate for you, Yamada Ryo assured. Yes, teacher. Lee Luoka lifted his gaze to Yamada Ryo. Teacher, I have never met Suzuki Jinji. It was raining that day, and I went to bed early. I was unaware that Suzuki Jinji had been near my residence. A hint of derision glimmered in Lee Luoka's eyes. He was all too familiar with such tactics. An ordinary youth would have confessed, seeking leniency. However, with over 20 years of experience from his past life, he understood that they had no evidence against him. To confess would lead to severe consequences, while resisting could allow him to return home for the new year. He had buried the truth deep. The torrential rain had erased any traces, and Lee Luoka's usual demeanor was innocent and naive, making it hard for anyone to suspect that a mere boy could so easily conceal a crime. Hold. Yamada Ryo's expression darkened. He barked again. It is not too late to confess. Teacher, I have no idea what you are talking about. Very well. Before Yamada Ryo could utter another word, Suzuki-chi entered the room. I suspect you conspired with external forces to abduct our young master. If you confess now, I may spare your right hand. I do not understand what you are saying, Lee Luoka firmly resolved. He would not divulge anything regarding Suzuki Jinji. The situation had already attracted the attention of Kakashi and Guy, who were observing from the shadows. Interesting, Kakashi remarked, setting aside his usual nonchalance. A glimmer of admiration for Lee Luoka surfacing in his eyes. Guy, do you think you really killed Suzuki Jinji? In Kakashi's eyes, there was a hint of complexity. The act of killing a comrade, deemed unforgivable in the eyes of others, was something he could comprehend. Such is humanity. At times, it is exceedingly difficult to delineate right from wrong. Guy shook his head, opting to trust Lee. The guards of the Suzuki family were about to strike. It was time to put an end to this farce. Guy stretched his body. Suddenly, both he and Kakashi exhibited a flicker of astonishment. The body flicker technique. How could this be possible? Within the examination hall, Suzuki Akira swung his katana downward with force, the sound of slicing air resonating ominously, the blade's edge menacing. Rock Lee's form was cleaved in two. What? Suzuki Akira felt no resistance of flesh beneath his strike. In the next instant, a chill crept up his spine. Could the Suzuki family kill a mere apprentice ninja at will? The murderous intent woven into the air whispered like a hellish murmur, reaching Suzuki Akira's ears. Rock Lee gazed at the panel. Substitution Technique 100, 001, 0000, Perfect Completion, replaced by Body Flicker Technique, Body Flicker Technique 1100, Beginner, upon reaching perfect completion. The three-body technique would transition into an advanced form. In an instant, Rock Lee summoned his chakra. His arm and shoulder muscles tightened like steel, his elbow transforming into a flash of cold light, exploding upon contact with Suzuki Akira. This was the effect of the perfected 8 gates. The elbow strike. Boom. The entire examination hall trembled. The candidates turned their gazes toward the commotion. A gaping hole appeared in the classroom wall, and Suzuki Akira lay sprawled in the corridor, his body resembling a rag doll, the scent of blood permeating the air, shocking all who beheld it. The two guards of the Suzuki family, upon witnessing this, fled in terror. Rock Lee then turned his attention to Yamada Ryo, who sat slumped on the ground, scrambling away from the examination hall. You did well. Behind Rock Lee, Kakashi's figure appeared, offering his unreserved praise. In addition to the body flicker technique, Rock Lee had unleashed a physical technique with power rivaling that of advanced ninjutsu. It could be said that barring unforeseen circumstances, Rock Lee was destined to become AJ Nin. Kakashi silently acknowledged his misjudgment. This Rock Lee was a true genius. Guy, with fervor, produced a green tight-fitting outfit. Young man, I acknowledge you. Embrace youth. Rock Lee's eye twitched. He accepted the green attire, but had no intention of wearing it. Never. Not even in thought. This garment was truly beyond description. Seeing Rock Lee accept the token of youth, Guy picked up the booklet Yamada Ryo had discarded and inscribed the word pass upon it. Go back now. Remember to train diligently, Kakashi advised. Rock Lee nodded, returning to his quarters. On the panel, the numerical values representing taijutsu aptitude and handseal proficiency remain at 9. It appears even perfection cannot achieve the realm where one merely extends a hand and manifests desires with a whisper. However, Rock Lee's handseal speed has accelerated further. 6 seals per second. This marks his current limit. Rock Lee reclines upon his bed. The affairs of the Ninja Academy require no concern from him. Kakashi and Might Guy shall resolve any disturbances arising there. Such are the privileges bestowed by true strength. In the shinobi world, the strong devour the weak. Those without power can only be trampled beneath the victor's heel. Lee Rock sighed deeply. Had he not employed the body flicker technique and the perfected elbow strike, Kakashi and Might Guy might not have intervened to assist him. Worse yet, he could have fallen victim to the blades of the Suzuki clan. By demonstrating his worth, a future jonin whose potential far surpassed the Suzuki clans, Lee proved himself a valuable asset worthy of Konoha's investment. Yet, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. His chakra reserves remained pitifully low. Strengthening his chakra supply had now become an urgent priority. He pondered the methods available, mastering sage arts, implanting Hashirama's cells, training in the 8 gates, or becoming a Jinchuriki. The 8 gates, though within reach due to Might Guy's approval, exacted a heavy toll on one's lifespan. Ultimately, Lee resolved to pursue the path of a Jinchuriki. With only the 3 tails remaining unsealed, he needed to swiftly enhance his abilities and master a sealing technique. Having charted his course, Lee succumbed to fatigue, drifting into slumber beneath the night sky. The following morning, Team Guy assembled atop a rooftop that overlooked Konoha's sprawling landscape. Good morning, Lee greeted cheerfully. Niji ignored him entirely, while Tintin responded warmly. Alas, the girl was irrevocably tied to Niji. Lee harbored no illusions about her. After all, she remained unattached even into the Boruto era, never sparing him a glance. Then, Might Guy turned to Lee with a questioning gaze. Why aren't you wearing the spandex I gifted you? Rock Lee fell silent, having perspired profusely during last night's training session. He had washed his skin-tight suit, which remained damp still. Lee responded perfunctorily. Might Guy raised his thumb enthusiastically. Youth must blaze with passion. The Emperor Kai once again produced 5 green bodysuits. Lee Rock truly wished to inform the Emperor that these garments were utterly tacky. However, he dared not voice his opinion and reluctantly accepted them with a grimace. Emperor Kai appeared thoroughly pleased. With a benevolent smile, he gazed upon the assembled group. You have all earned my approval, he declared. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as genin. Only then did Lee Rock finally exhale in relief. The lower ninjas symbolized the official identity of the hidden Leaf Village, empowering them to accept various mission commissions. The opportunities for earning are abundant, vastly superior to the meager assistance subsidies received monthly. Now, I shall impart to you the path of youth. The Emperor Kai gazed upon the trio with an enigmatic expression. Youth embodies the true esoteric secret, the 8 inner gates formation. Chapter 5, the simplified 8 gates formation. The 8 inner gates formation. Kai's voice faded, and even Niji, who had shown no interest, couldn't help but glance over. It was coming. Rock Lee's eyes burned with fervor. The 8 inner gates. The ultimate secret of taijutsu, a technique truly capable of slaying gods. He had assumed Might Guy would subject them to further trials before imparting such knowledge, never expecting it to be granted so readily. Yet Might Guy showed no favoritism toward Lee alone. With impartial grace, he bestowed this art upon all 3 disciples simultaneously. Observe closely. The chakra within Might Guy continuously coalesced. Open. The gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of closing. Gate of View. All swung wide as a tempest of savage chakra erupted violently. Rock Lee stood awestruck, his heart trembling with primal fear. Before him, Might Guy transcended mere humanity, embodying instead some primordial beast of legend, capable of annihilating all existence with but a casual swipe. This was the absolute domination of sheer power. Could this be the secret art of the Might clan? Neji activated his Byakugan, observing the flow of chakra through the 8 gates with heightened clarity. Very well. Practice this technique diligently. I hope you can achieve some progress before our next mission. However, do not force yourselves. Overexertion may lead to self-harm. Might Guy did not open the 7th gate, merely guiding his chakra toward it as a demonstration. His gaze swept over the 3 of them. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Whoosh. The 3rd squad dispersed in different directions. Rock Lee hastened back to his dwelling. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The forbidden technique of the 8 inner gates. The chakra within his body abruptly coalesced as he commenced the cultivation of the 8 inner gates technique. System detected host practicing the 8 inner gates. Expend 5,000 Rio to simplify the 8 inner gates technique. 5,000 taels. This was all the money Lee Locke currently possessed. Yet he did not hesitate in the slightest. Any path that could swiftly enhance his strength, he would never forsake. How much more so for a trump card like the 8 inner gates technique? Simplify. Simplified 8 gates release technique in progress. Simplification successful. 8 gates release technique. Gate of opening. The gate of opening? Lee Locke rose to his feet. He approached the door of his bedroom and gently opened it. 8 gates of Duanjia 11,000. First gate. Indeed, this is quite reasonable. The essence of the 8 gates of Duanjia is to open doors. Lee Locke plunged directly into his endeavor. Several days later, within the wooden house, he exclaimed, "Open." Rock Lee's chakra surged rapidly towards the gate of opening. Thud. A faint sound resonated as the chakra within Lee surged forth, forcefully unlocking the first of his inner gates, the gate of opening. Swiftly, in an instant, Lee Rock's figure vanished within the confines of the cabin, only to reappear outside. With a single, unremarkable punch, he shattered a towering tree. This was the remarkable speed and strength bestowed upon him after unlocking the first gate. Lee Rock gazed at the panel displaying his physical prowess, strength 15, speed 17, breaking through limitations, and this was merely the first gate. With a whoosh, the state of the first gate dissipated, and an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him, nearly causing him to falter. He collapsed onto the ground. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his muscles, the chakra within him utterly depleted. Fortunately, his rigorous training allowed him to withstand the aftermath of opening the first gate. Reflecting on this, Lee Rock couldn't help but admire the original character, Little Lee. He had simplified the process, enabling him to swiftly master and unlock the first gate. Yet the original, an ordinary individual, had somehow persevered through relentless training to unlock as many as 5 gates. Such tenacity and innate talent in martial arts were indeed worthy of respect. He lifted his gaze to the panel once more. 8 gates. 110000. Second gate. Lee Rock gasped for breath as waves of pain washed over him, nearly unbearable. It was excruciating. Each gate opened in the 8 gates technique required a tenfold increase in proficiency. At this rate, to fully unlock all 8 gates, he would need to open them a staggering 1 billion times. Lee Rock contemplated the battered and broken door of his cabin, a casualty of his recent trials. Sinking into thought, the future costs of merely repairing the door would be considerable. Yet, the speed at which he had unlocked the first gate filled him with a sense of accomplishment. After tidying up, he departed from the cabin. At the Hugo estate, Neji was diligently practicing the 8 gates technique. He struggled to condense his chakra to the first gate. Attempting to force it open would only lead to his physical collapse. What kind of genius am I? With nearly all his chakra exhausted, Neji reluctantly conceded defeat. At that moment, a guard announced Lee Rock's visit. Neji ceased his practice and approached the front of the estate. "What brings you here?" "My house was burglarized," Lee Rock replied. "Burglarized?" Neji echoed, puzzled. What sort of thief is foolish enough to bypass wealthy merchants and target that dilapidated cabin? What could possibly be worth stealing from your home? Neji could not contain his curiosity. A flash of anger crossed Lee Rock's face. That wretched thief, upon realizing my home held little of value, smashed my door and wrecked my bed. "Then why are you here?" Neji inquired. "I wish to borrow your hospitality for a while," Lee Rock admitted, somewhat embarrassed. With a sigh, Neji acknowledged his own limitations as a branch family member, realizing he could not make decisions unilaterally. In the Hyuga household, He could only be regarded as a second-rate individual, superior to the guards and maidservants, yet still limited in stature. The Hyuga clan, a prominent family in Konoha, does not permit just anyone to reside within its confines. Moreover, he vividly recalled Lee Rock's peculiar habit of frequently disrobing to admire himself in the mirror, a quirk that could hardly escape the scrutiny of the ever-watchful Byakugan. Should it come to light that Lee Rock, with such eccentricities, was a close friend of Niji, it would spell social ruin for him. No, this simply could not happen. Niji promptly declined Lee Rock's request. He produced a wallet from his pocket containing 10,000 ryo. Use this to purchase a new door and bed. The remaining funds can be used to renovate your dilapidated wooden house. Niji tossed the wallet to Lee Rock, adding, "Consider it a loan. Return it whenever you have the means." "Thank you," Lee Rock replied, thoroughly satisfied. This was precisely his intention. However, he felt too embarrassed to outright ask for money. Hence, he had deliberately concocted a more challenging predicament for Niji. As the saying goes, to open a window, one must be willing to remove the roof. Niji, being exceptionally astute, discerned Lee Rock's true motives. Yet, he remained unfazed. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, he was not particularly concerned about finances. "How is your training in the 8 gates progressing, little Lee?" Niji inquired after a moment's hesitation. "It's rather difficult. I'm struggling," came Lee Rock's response, prompting a sigh of relief from Niji. He was torn between the desire to shield his friend from hardship and the fear of Lee Rock surpassing him. This encapsulated Niji's current mindset. "I've only managed to open the first gate," Lee Rock declared, demonstrating as he activated the first gate. "Open," with the cerebral limits lifted. His speed and strength surged exponentially, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Niji was left agape in just a few days, while he himself had been unable to unlock it. Little Lee had already mastered the first gate with ease. Niji's composure began to fray. "Oh dear, this brother isn't driving a mere Land Rover. He's piloting a Bugatti Veyron. I have some matters to attend to. Just turn left and walk straight to exit the Hyuga estate," Niji said with a scowl, making his way to the training grounds. Seeing Niji usher him out, Lee Rock had no choice but to leave the estate. What a sour atmosphere, he mused. He ventured to the commercial district of Konoha, where shops abounded. As he passed each establishment, he would pause at the entrance, repeatedly opening and closing doors until the shopkeepers grew impatient and shooed him away. This continued until evening, when, under the disapproving gaze of the lumberyard owner, he hoisted the wooden door he had purchased back to his humble abode. 8 gates, 310,000, second gate. The path ahead is arduous. Lee Rock had bought over 20 solid wooden doors from the lumberyard and, after reinstalling them, resumed his training. Approximately half a month later, he received a summons. The 3rd squad has been urgently assembled. An urgent assembly? Chapter 6, The First Mission. As Lee Rock hurried towards the gathering point, he noticed numerous ninjas vigilantly scanning the streets. Concealed operatives from the Umbu were also in motion. Has something happened in Konoha? Lee Rock pondered as he made his way. During this period, Naruto and Sasuke had yet to graduate. It was one of the few tranquil moments for Konoha. Adjusting his forehead protector, Lee Rock inquired of a patrolling ninja, but the latter, visibly tense, refrained from divulging any specific details, further piquing Lee Rock's curiosity. Upon arriving at the assembly point, he found Niji and Tintin already present. "Do you know what this urgent assembly is about?" Lee Rock asked the two. As a civilian, his access to information was limited, but Niji was different. Coming from the esteemed Hyuga clan, he should have caught wind of any disturbances. "It's related to you," Niji replied, stretching his limbs. "Suzuki Jinji has gone missing, leading to mutual suspicion between the Suzuki clan and the village's higher-ups. Ultimately, they betrayed us. The clan leader defected, and all members of the Suzuki family within Konoha were executed." Niji's tone was devoid of emotion, suggesting he was accustomed to such grim news. Lee Rock finally grasped the situation. He had previously feared retaliation from the Suzuki clan, but now it seemed that worry was unfounded. It was likely yet another scheme orchestrated by Danzo. This indicated that the higher-ups of Konoha had made a choice between him and the Suzuki clan, a potential elite jonin versus a family with ties to the underworld. The decision for Konoha's leadership was obvious. Elite jonin are rare and invaluable resources, while the Suzuki clan could easily be replaced or supplanted by others, such as the Mizuki or Tsubaki clans. Soon, Might Guy and Kakashi arrived at the assembly point. Guy's demeanor was grave. "Suzuki Jun has defected, possessing crucial intelligence about Konoha. The Umbu have been dispatched, and current intel suggests that he remains within the Land of Fire." Guy announced the mission details. revealing that Suzuki Jun's last known location was in the Land of Fire, specifically in Aobayama. You three will each patrol these 3 locations, Guy said, unfolding a map and indicating 3 points in Aobayama. Niji will patrol the east of the town, Tintin the south, and Lee Lock the north. Go. With a swift gesture. He stowed the map away. Understood. The 3 responded and dispersed. Kakashi leisurely sat nearby. Are you going to follow them? Especially Lee Lock. If Suzuki Jun learns that he is involved, he may seek him out directly, Kakashi remarked, observing the departing ninjas. Although Suzuki Jun lacks advanced ninjutsu, his combat experience is extensive. There's no need for concern, Guy replied confidently, pointing to the map. Suzuki Jun was no fool. If he did not swiftly depart the Land of Fire, he might never escape. The eastern route from Aoba City presented the optimal path for crossing the border, precisely why I had assigned Lee to patrol the northern sector. As the two conversed, an ANBU operative materialized. Kakashi, former captain of the ANBU, had been entrusted by the Hokage to oversee all aspects of this mission. The operative delivered the latest intelligence. Unfurling the scroll, Kakashi read, "No trace of Suzuki Jun beyond Aoba City. It seems this S-rank mission will be completed by Niji." Kakashi continued scanning the report, then his expression darkened. Damn it. Guy, however, remained unshaken. Kakashi, youth must not falter in panic. You are, after all, an elite jonin. Ignoring Guy, Kakashi rapidly absorbed the latter half of the scroll. Suzuki Jun injured 5 genin at Katsuragi Mountain. ANBU detected Orochimaru's chakra at the scene. His last known location was near the northern outskirts of the city. Before Kakashi could finish, whoosh, Guy vanished in an instant. We cannot let anything happen to those 3, especially Lee. 3 days later, Aoba City. Rock Lee and his team arrived. Upon entering, they were lavishly received by the city lord. 3 feasts a day, accompanied by music and dance. Lee, utterly bewildered, struggled to process the hospitality. Tintin, though uncomfortable, did not resist. Niji, however, was wholly unfazed. As the banquet concluded, Lee could no longer contain himself. Are we to indulge in feasts every single day? He muttered in confusion. Did we not come to Aoba City on a mission to track Suzuki Jun? What if he slips away? What is wrong with feasting? Tintin bit into a slice of venison. Mildly indignant. I wasn't asking you. And your melonhead haircut is hideous. Niji silenced their bickering. His gaze settled on Lee. This is the unspoken custom of noble clans. Refusal would be a breach of etiquette. Aoba City is already under lockdown. Suzuki Jun's capture is inevitable. He continued, the feasting lasts only a day. A gesture of respect to the city lord. Tomorrow, we begin our search. I will focus on the eastern district. Understood. At that moment, a procession of maids approached, clad in revealing attire. The most striking among them carried 3 ornate cases, 1 for each. Within lay stacks of gold, a token of the city lord's gratitude. Lee had not anticipated being showered with coin atop their lavish treatment. Is this also part of your noble clan's etiquette? He asked. Niji shook his head. This is not for us. With measured words, he explained the gold's true purpose. The city lord is appointed by the daimyo. Aoyama Castle is in close proximity to Konoha, and to a certain extent, Konoha's attitude could determine who will assume the role of castle lord next year. This monetary sum is not intended for them, but for those above. After all, if he does not take it, how will the Hokage? If the Hokage does not take it, how will the daimyo? If the daimyo does not take it, how can the castle lord secure re-election? The river flows murky, and the fish within can only adapt to the current. Very well, I shall duly report the castle lord's intentions. I plan to rest for a while. You may leave now. Upon seeing Rock Lee accept the briefcase without any covetous glances, the maidens departed from the courtyard. Once they had left, Rock Lee opened the briefcase and counted the contents. A total of 2,800,000 Ryo. 2,800,000 Ryo. Rock Lee shook his head. The sum was rather intricate, a mix of denominations. After a moment's contemplation, he extracted 300,000 Ryo and placed it into his wallet. 300,000 Ryo belongs to me. 500,000 Ryo is for Teacher Guy, though he is a man of integrity and would likely refuse it. Lee then withdrew 500,000 Ryo and added it to his wallet. This money, since Teacher Guy will not accept it, I shall treat him to a meal later. Rock Lee was in dire need of funds, as his training in the 8 Gates technique incurs exorbitant costs. Niji and Tintin exchanged glances, remaining silent. They were well aware of Rock Lee's background and chose to feign ignorance. Niji opened his briefcase, revealing a total of 10 million Ryo, leaving Rock Lee utterly astonished. He turned to Tintin, who, with a wry smile, opened her own briefcase. Although her sum was less than Niji's, it still surpassed Rock Lee's by a considerable margin. Truly, the plight of the commoner is disheartening, Rock Lee exclaimed in frustration. What is the merit of being from a prominent family? From the moment of birth, one's fate is already sealed. Hearing Rock Lee's lament, Niji responded, and Rock Lee found himself unable to refute his words. For the time being, he could not liberate himself from this gilded cage. How about we switch places? You can negotiate with the head of the Hyuga clan while I endure your hardships in that dilapidated wooden hut, Rock Lee suggested earnestly. I have a low tolerance for alcohol and feel a bit tipsy, Niji mumbled, his words unclear. Rock Lee vehemently criticized Niji for being heartless, yet Niji remained unperturbed. He recognized Lee's efforts and genuinely appreciated him, as they had become more familiar with each other over the past few days, during which Lee had often joked around. The three accepted the castle lord's goodwill. As evening approached, the lord sent a trusted aide to invite the trio to dinner once more. However, this time, the lord of Aoyama Castle seemed preoccupied and did not attend personally. Instead, he entrusted the gathering to Captain Masamizu Shinji. Chapter 7. The Appearance of Suzuki Jun. At the banquet, Masamizu Shinji continuously praised Niji for his youthful accomplishments and Tenten for her beauty and kindness. Lee Rock received an exceedingly succinct evaluation. Eat more vegetables. Unfazed by this remark, he acknowledged that in terms of attire and demeanor, he paled in comparison to Niji, who hailed from a prestigious clan, and even fell short of Tenten. After a symbolic sip of wine, Lee excused himself from the banquet, citing his inability to handle alcohol. The hosts, including Hayamizu Shinji, paid little heed, their attention firmly fixed on Niji, the young prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Understanding Lee's discomfort in such settings, neither Niji nor Tenten pressed him to stay. Meanwhile, deep within the fortress of the city lord's residence, the lifeless body of Lord Aoda lay sprawled across the floor. Upon a stone throne sat a figure draped in a black cloak. Report, the cloaked man demanded of the four shinobi kneeling before him. Suzuki Jun should have already begun. One of the ninjas replied. The hooded figure nodded in approval. Let us hope this experiment does not disappoint Lord Orochimaru. Pushing back his hood, the man revealed himself to be none other than Kabuto Yakushi. His gaze swept over the four shinobi as he issued his command. Proceed. All for Lord Orochimaru. The ninjas chanted fervently before vanishing into the shadows. In the northern district, Lee Rock returned to his secluded courtyard. Upon entering his chamber, he swung the door open with a creak. 8 gates technique. 8806100000, second gate. Today, I should finally master the second gate, Lee murmured to himself. He repeatedly opened and closed the door, shutting out the distractions of the outside world. With Aoda City under lockdown, the city lord samurai were more than capable of handling patrols, sparing Lee any concern. It was only a matter of time before Suzuki Jun's treachery came to light. As night fell, Lee stared silently at the thoroughly battered door. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Yet it couldn't even withstand my training, pathetic compared to the humble door of my old wooden hut. He lamented inwardly, cursing the unscrupulous merchant. Still, he had succeeded. The 8 gates technique demanded relentless dedication. 8 gates technique. 1000, 110, 0000, third gate. 10,000 proficiency points just for the third gate? Lee exhaled sharply. What kind of door could possibly endure such abuse? With the door now ruined, he shifted his focus to another discipline. The 12 forms of Shingi Quan. An internal martial art. Unable to become a Jinchuriki in the near future and limited in chakra reserves, Lee had conceived an unconventional idea. If chakra could be likened to internal energy, fueling ancient martial techniques, then perhaps the reverse was also true. Could cultivating internal energy through traditional combat arts enhance his chakra? His movements became a blur, swift as the wind, precise as an arrow, explosive as thunder. Strikes, leaps, drills, and cannon-like blows flowed seamlessly from his hands, each motion radiating terrifying intensity. System detected host practicing Shingi Quan. Expend one tail to simplify. Simplify. The simplification of Shingi Quan's success, the roar of Shingi Quan, roar? Lee Rock felt somewhat perplexed. As his gaze shifted, he comprehended the significance of the call. Shingi Quan primarily relies on the foundations of the 5 elements fist and the 12 animal forms, among which Lee Rock is remarkably proficient in the 12 animal forms. The essence of the roar likely lies in the simple mimicry of animal sounds. Roar. Lee Rock attempted a tentative roar. Shingi Quan 1100, beginner. It seemed that his chakra had slightly increased, but the sensation was almost imperceptible. It was beneficial. The potential for chakra growth was indeed a positive development. The remaining tasks were to be accomplished with determination. Thus, Li Lok reclined upon his bed, persistently roaring. The warriors stationed near the courtyard wore peculiar expressions. Initially, they were unaware of the origin of the sound, until they traced it back. Do all Konoha ninjas possess such peculiarities? Roaring in the dead of night, perhaps to convey information. Was he communicating with a gorilla? Gradually, tales of Li Lok's eccentricity began to circulate among the guard warriors. Li Lok had also heard about this. Yet, he remained unconcerned. However, the whereabouts of Suzuki Run remained elusive. It was as if Suzuki Run had completely vanished from the city. The night had deepened. Li Lok removed his training attire, preparing for slumber. Tomorrow, he would request the Lord's Manor to replace the door. Li Lok lay down. Drowsiness overtook him. Suddenly, Li Lok's figure shifted, vanishing abruptly from the bed. Several cross nails were embedded in the bedding. Who? He glanced towards the corner of the room. A figure materialized. Suzuki Run. Li Lok's gaze sharpened. Although the visage before him bore slight differences from the wanted poster, recognition was swift. Indeed. I shall ask you just one thing. Is my son alive or dead? Suzuki Run's voice was hoarse and weary. Days of hiding had drained him, both physically and mentally. Alive. Li Lok replied without hesitation. Where have you hidden him? Right behind you. Suzuki Run did not even look back. With a cold smirk, he drew his blade and struck at Li Lok. The blow was powerful and forceful, aimed directly at Li Lok's head. Li Lok sidestepped to evade the strike. His palm slicing like a knife, aimed sharply at Suzuki Run's heart with tremendous speed. Yet, Suzuki Run disregarded the assault entirely. He redirected his blade, slashing upward towards Li Lok's throat, the speed comparable to Li Lok's own palm strike. Observing the shift in the blade's trajectory, Li Lok recognized the tenacity of this Suzuki Run. He was unafraid of brutes. What he feared were reckless individuals with rich combat experience. Even if his palm strike were to pierce Suzuki Run's heart, he would still succumb to a slash across his throat. Suzuki Jun wielded his blade with lethal intent. The edge gleamed coldly in the night. The blade's momentum danced like a silver serpent, continuously ensnaring Li Lok and leaving him no avenue of escape. The two engaged in a fierce struggle beneath the cloak of darkness. Their sounds were muted, yet the atmosphere was rife with a palpable aura of death. This was an authentic clash of life and death. For either combatant, the slightest lapse could spell their doom. Li Lok deftly evaded the onslaught of Suzuki Jun's blade. He remained unhurried, aware that youth and vigor could be formidable adversaries. Moreover, Suzuki Jun, having concealed himself for days, could not match his stamina and energy. If he merely bided his time, Suzuki Jun would inevitably reveal a flaw. Indeed, moments later, the tempo of Suzuki Jun's strikes began to falter, culminating in a missed swing. Now was the moment. With a swift movement, Li Lok anchored himself, adopting a stable stance, and thrust his right elbow forward. The impact resounded with a thunderous crack, reverberating throughout the vicinity and drawing the attention of nearby warriors. Hyasui Shinji and his retinue of samurai rushed to the scene, aghast at the sight of Li Lok's courtyard, now reduced to ruins. Li Lok exhaled deeply and declared, Suzuki Jun attempted a surprise attack and is now deceased. The remaining matters are yours to address. Yet before he could finish, a voice emerged from the rubble. Underestimated, Leaf's youth. Tonight, no one can save you. A ferocious roar erupted from the debris, as an immense chakra surged forth, sending everyone sprawling. For colossal purple pillars shot skyward, signaling the activation of the four purple flames formation. For ninjas emerged from the shadows, employing a sealing technique that ensnared both Li Lok and Suzuki Jun within its confines. Chapter 8. The Eight Gates opened. The following day, the festivities concluded. In the eastern part of the city, Niji activated his Byakugan, vigilantly scanning the vicinity of the city gates. No shadow could elude the scrutiny of his keen eyes. Teacher Guy truly holds me in high regard, Niji mused with a soft chuckle. Recognizing that Guy had assigned him to the east to apprehend Suzuki Jun and achieve a flawless evaluation of his mission. Suddenly, Niji's expression shifted, sensing an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from the north. This is bad, it's Li. Without pausing to inform the samurai, Niji surged toward the northern sector. Upon arrival, he found Ten already present. However, a vast barrier prevented them from entering within 100 miles of the city gates. A barrier technique? What is happening? It was a barrier conjured by Suzuki Jun, and for reasons unknown, it appeared as though his body underwent a transformation. Activating his Byakugan, Niji observed Suzuki Jun's chakra materializing into a monstrous serpent. Li. On the opposing side of Suzuki Jun, Li stood, his attire tattered yet unscathed. From the ruins, a pair of crimson eyes emerged, partially obscured by the swirling dust. Lilac appeared to be targeted by a formidable beast. What kind of ninjutsu is this? His spirit surged to its zenith as he fixated intently on those crimson eyes. The sensation was entirely different from the oppressive aura he experienced when Kai opened the sixth gate. Lilac felt his heart racing violently within his chest, his entire being encased in an icy grip, a harbinger of death's pressure. Suzuki Run emerged from the ruins, his body enveloped in a dense armor of scales. His eyes transformed into slits. Thanks to the forbidden medicine bestowed by Lord Orochimaru, is this the essence of power? Suzuki Run gazed at Lilac. You shall accompany the Suzuki clan to the grave. Boom. In an instant, Suzuki Run vanished from Lilac's sight. The next moment, his blade was poised above Lilac's head. Before the blade could descend, the force was already upon him. Lilac felt a tightening sensation on his scalp. He swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the strike. However, the blade was swift, leaving a gash on his shoulder, blood spilling onto the ground. How fast? Just moments ago. He could barely discern Suzuki Run's attacking form. How long has it been since he felt this? Lilac exhaled softly, the fear in his eyes dissipating, replaced by indomitable spirit and exhilaration. Open. Lilac's chakra erupted, breaking through the first gate. Still insufficient. Second gate, open. Boom. His chakra surged with a ferocious intensity. What? Suzuki Run was astonished. He had not anticipated that this 12-year-old genin could unleash such terrifying chakra. A dragon's roar echoed through the northern city. Lilac moved like a dragon, executing a kick from midair, akin to a dragon's tail, smashing down upon Suzuki Run. This was the dragon form from the 12 forms of intent. Suzuki Run drew his sword to defend. Crack! Lilac's left hand clawed fiercely, shattering the katana. You know nothing of ancient martial arts. In midair, Lilac swayed, transforming from dragon to eagle, his right hand morphing into a claw, aiming a vicious strike at Suzuki Run's torso. With a ripping sound, a large swath of flesh was torn from Suzuki Run's chest. He seemed impervious to pain, retaliating with a strike to Lilac's abdomen. Bang! A piece of broken wood appeared before Suzuki Run's eyes. A ninja substitution technique. Suzuki Run's slit eye shifted as he turned to deliver a punch. Lilac materialized behind Suzuki Run, unflinching, confronting him head-on with a fist. Boom. Suzuki Run was instantly repelled, crashing through several houses. This battle left Niji and Tintin outside the barrier in awe. Is Xiaoli truly this formidable? Tintin's eyes widened. Having been classmates with Xiaoli for some time, she was only now realizing his extraordinary strength and resilience. Facing a formidable foe, he did not retreat but instead clashed boldly. Although Niji was already aware of Xiaoli's prowess, it was his first time witnessing Xiaoli in battle. Within the barrier, Lilac propelled Suzuki Run into the air with a swift kick. The bandages on his hands unraveled, dancing in the wind as they ensnared Suzuki Run tightly. Niji, take note. This technique is prepared specially for you. Lilac's body began to spin at an astonishing speed. The lotus of the absolute. With a resounding crash, Lilac's rapidly rotating form sent Suzuki Run crashing into the ground. The immense force of impact caused even Niji and Tintin, situated 10 miles away, to falter in their stance. Madman! Niji exclaimed, his face a mask of shock as he gazed into the barrier. He recalled how Li had once expressed a desire to challenge him, sending a shiver down his spine. He truly wishes to defeat me. Niji could not help but shout. 5 kilometers away, Niji's Byakugan was unable to penetrate the area. Kabuto, equally astonished, never anticipated such an outcome. The mission assigned by Orochimaru was to gather intelligence on Hyuga Niji, who Orochimaru believed had valuable insights due to his Byakugan. It was a miscalculation. The strongest was not the boy from the Hyuga branch, but rather this watermelon-headed individual. Kabuto condensed the information onto a ninja identification card and gestured to the 4 sound ninjas concealed behind him. Retreat. Understood. The 4 shadow clones of the sound ninjas dispelled the 4 purple yang formation and vanished alongside Kabuto. As the formation dissipated, Niji and Tintin rushed to Lilac's side. This technique had taken an immense toll. Lilac stood weakly amidst the smoke, his body trembling. Niji and Tintin supported him. In the distance, Suzuki Run lay lifeless, the beast curse mark fading along with him. What kind of forbidden drug did that fellow use to become so formidable? Niji couldn't help but inquire. The beast curse mark likely had ties to Orochimaru. This matter needed to be reported promptly to the Hokage. Upon finishing his statement, Lilac succumbed to weakness and fainted. In the land of rice, hidden within a secluded cave, a corpse lay on a stone bed. its body riddled with a myriad of curse marks. Orochimaru looked upon the corpse, disappointment flickering in his golden slit-like eyes. This specimen was far too weak. Behind him, Kabuto approached. "Lord Orochimaru, I believe I have discovered a rather intriguing specimen." Kabuto handed the ninja identification card to Orochimaru. Orochimaru accepted the card and perused its contents, his interest piqued. "The 8 gates, is it?" he mused. "Indeed. The taijutsu of Konoha. The boy named Li La can open the 2nd gate, and his power is formidable. As a specimen, his physical strength should not be underestimated." Kabuto recalled the scenes from Li La's battle and added, "He also seems to possess some taijutsu techniques beyond Konoha, which are remarkably powerful." Orochimaru cleared his throat and contemplated deeply for a moment. "The condition of this body has deteriorated significantly. I must hasten to find a new vessel. The 8 gates technique requires extensive training, which is ill-suited for my current state. What of that boy with the Byakugan? I have yet to gather combat intelligence." Orochimaru felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, in an instant, excitement surged within him once more. In comparison to the Byakugan, I have recently discovered a pair of eyes with even greater potential. Orochimaru extended his tongue, moistening his lips. "Let us first journey to the Sand Village. I have a grand gift to present to Lord Sarutobi." Chapter 9, Filial Piety Konoha Hospital. Rock Lee gradually awakened. "You're awake." Tenten and Niji had been vigilantly watching over his bedside. Rock Lee paid them no heed. He grasped at the air with his hands. "Where is my money?" His voice came out hoarse. "Here." Niji retrieved a wallet from his breast pocket and placed it beside Rock Lee's pillow. "Phew, as long as the money is safe." Rock Lee sighed in relief. It was indeed his wallet. His body, wrapped tightly in bandages, made even the slightest movement uncomfortable. "Do not move around too much. The doctor has advised that you need at least half a month to recover fully. During this time, focus on healing," Niji continued. "The difficulty of this mission has been reassessed, and you have been awarded a perfect completion rating, along with a reward of 300,000 ryo. Once you've healed, remember to visit the Hokage's office to collect it," Niji added, glancing towards Tenten. Tenten nodded in acknowledgement. She produced a scroll. "This contains the details of the time and location for your next mission. Once you've recovered, be sure to review it." She informed him before departing the hospital with Niji. Once they had left, Rock Lee cast a glance at the scroll. There remained a minimum of 2 months before the next mission. There was no need to rush. He lay back on the bed and let out a soft shout. "Form an intent fist 36100, beginner. Even if my body cannot move, I must not cease my training." During his recovery, Rock Lee occasionally shouted, which the hospital staff had grown accustomed to, assuming it to be the result of pain from his wounds. Guy and Kakashi had once visited Rock Lee, bringing with them some fruit. Before leaving, Guy had not forgotten to leave behind a green jumpsuit, urging Rock Lee to wear it upon his recovery, claiming it would ignite his fighting spirit in the next battle. To this, Rock Lee accepted the gift but resolutely decided against wearing it. He intended to wait until he had healed to have his hair styled and to purchase some new clothing, focusing on leveling up his 3-body technique before anything else. He also recognized the urgency of mastering the 8 gates technique. However, for now, he was unable to move and thus unable to train. Half a month swiftly passed, and Rock Lee finally discharged from the hospital. He did not rush to the Hokage's office to claim his mission reward. Instead, he first visited the bustling streets of Konoha. Lee Lock trimmed his hairstyle and subsequently purchased a large bag of inexpensive clothing, returning once more to his dilapidated wooden cabin that he could call his own. The previous watermelon hairstyle had significantly marred his image. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at his reflection with considerable satisfaction. His proficiency in the clone technique was steadily increasing. As he stood there, he began to emit low, guttural shouts. His chakra surged within him, and he felt content. Yet he recognized that his abilities were insufficient. While he had managed to hold his own against ordinary warriors, facing Suzuki Rin, who had awakened the beast sealing technique, without unlocking the 2nd gate of the 8 gates would render him utterly defenseless. Moreover, activating it would lead him into a period of weakness, underscoring the limitations of his current arsenal. At present, the only means he possessed to truly determine the outcome of a battle were the 8 gates in the grand completion of the 8 extremes fist. Chakra, generated from the cells within his body and coursing through his meridians, could be compromised if his internal organs and meridians were damaged. Contemplating this, Lee Lock gently closed his eyes, allowing his hands to fall naturally, palms facing inward, as he synchronized his breathing with the rhythm of nature. He assumed the initial stance of Tai Chi detected that the host is practicing Tai Chi. Would you like to spend 1 point to simplify? Simplify. Tai Chi wave hands. Wave hands. Li Lok extended his right hand, moving it up and down. His chakra increased at a pace surpassing that of his previous practice in the Xingyi fist. He continued to oscillate his arms. Deciding to temporarily set aside his training in Xingyi fist, as constant shouting was straining his vocal cords. Tai Chi, however, was different. The up and down movements were almost second nature for someone like Li Lok, who frequently practiced physical techniques. He aimed to prioritize achieving the grand completion in Tai Chi. Both Tai Chi and Xingyi belong to the category of internal martial arts, yet their upper limits diverge. In addition to enhancing chakra, Tai Chi also cultivates strength. Upon reaching grand completion, it could unleash hidden strength, which could damage an opponent's internal organs while conserving a significant amount of chakra. Li Lok felt a surge of anticipation. In future encounters with formidable foes, should he manage to make contact with their bodies, the activation of hidden strength could directly inflict harm upon their vital organs. This would truly be a lethal trump card. A single touch could be fatal. The hidden strength could serve as a secret weapon, difficult for others to detect. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Li Lok rubbed his shoulders and arms. For 7 consecutive days, aside from eating and sleeping, he had nearly incessantly moved his arms. Despite his regular physical training, his arms were beginning to feel sore. The intensity of this training is such that, were it to be experienced by another, they would likely find themselves unable to lift their arms within 3 days. Nevertheless, Li Lok felt a profound excitement despite the fatigue in his body. On the panel before him, the display read, Tai Chi 100, 001, 0000, great perfection. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, he bent down to pick up a leaf from the ground. With a gentle sweep of his palm across the leaf, he then placed it back onto the earth, awakening the hidden energy within. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that the veins of the leaf he had brushed against were now irregularly severed. This was the essence of concealed power, striking without a trace. Next, it was time to practice the 8 gates of Duanjia. Li Lok stood just outside the wooden cabin, carefully opening the door. 8 gates of Duanjia, 1569, 110, 0000, third gate. After a moment of contemplation, he moved a mirror before the door and retrieved a large bundle of clothing. Mere effort would not suffice to catch up with genius. Gazing at his reflection, he noted, Shadow Clone Technique 69100, beginner. Thus, from this day forth, he resolved to become a diligent practitioner. Li Lok, while adjusting his attire, continued to observe himself in the mirror. The proficiency in the 8 gates of Duanjia, Shadow Clone Technique, and Transformation Technique steadily increased. A month later, all the doors had succumbed to ruin. Looking down at the scattered fragments of door panels, Li Lok felt a pang of regret. 8 gates of Duanjia, 1700, 310, 0000, third gate. He was still far from unlocking the 4th gate. Fortunately, both the Shadow Clone Technique and Transformation Technique had reached great perfection. Besides the 8 gates of Duanjia, he had experienced no significant advancements in other areas, prompting him to visit the Hokage's office. An hour later, he arrived at the Hokage office building, situated in the heart of Konoha. This edifice was the epicenter for all decisions and intelligence transmitted throughout the village. Li Lok gazed upward, taking in the sculptures of past Hokages adorning the upper facade. Their likenesses captured in various postures, as if silently safeguarding the land. Regrettably, this aura of dignity and sanctity was being ruthlessly disrupted by a young rascal. Haha, you lot wouldn't dare do what I'm doing, would you? I'm just too amazing. 2 ninjas were in hot pursuit of Naruto. With a sigh, Li Lok turned his gaze toward the Hokage rock, now marred by Naruto's graffiti, where the image of the 4th Hokage was the most poorly rendered. Fatherly love, he mused, shaking his head. The time for Naruto's grand entrance was imminent, and the good days for Konoha were nearing their end. Entering the Hokage building, he chose to disregard the chaos outside. His current strength was insufficient to engage in such significant matters. He approached the Hokage's office and gently knocked twice. Come in, came a slightly aged voice from within. Li Lok stepped inside. Chapter 10, the 3rd Hokage's invitation. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, the space was rather modest, dominated by an elegantly crafted desk made from fine wood that occupied much of the area. Li Lok's nostrils twitched slightly as the scent of tobacco wafted into his senses. He glanced at the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his back turned to Li Lok, not donning the traditional Hokage cloak, but appearing more like a benevolent elder in that moment. However, Li Lok was acutely aware of the truth. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had presided over Konoha for the longest time and had endured 2 great wars, was a masterful strategist with a profound depth of cunning, far more complex than he seemed on the surface. Nevertheless, the third exhibited a noticeable weakness in dealing with matters concerning the Uchiha and Orochimaru. The death of his comrade, Hyuga-Niji's father, was a consequence of the third's frailty. To Lee Locke, this was a reflection of the third's unavoidable predicament. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was often hailed as the strongest Hokage in history, such a title was fraught with ambiguity. It would be more accurate to say he was the strongest among mortals. When faced with divine beings or extraordinary forces, this so-called strength became a mere jest. Following the chaos of the Nine Tails, Konoha found itself in a precarious state. And the third's actions, seeking peace externally while purging the uncontrollable and deeply conflicted Uchiha internally, were born out of necessity. He had secured an opportunity for Konoha's peaceful development. What left the deepest impression on Lee Locke was the third's declaration: wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire burns eternally. Indeed, Konoha was the third's ultimate priority. Not even his beloved disciple, Orochimaru, could cross that threshold. However, the third's handling of Naruto's situation appeared noticeably lacking. Evaluating the third's legacy elicits mixed sentiments. His merits and faults seemed to counterbalance each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to gaze out the window. After a while, he turned to face Lee Locke. "You must be Lee Locke. Your performance on the recent urgent mission was commendable. Here is your reward." The third approached, presenting Lee Locke with a banknote worth 300,000 ryo, patting him on the shoulder. "Would you be interested in joining the Umbu? I can offer you the position of squad leader." Hiruzen looked at Lee Locke. This proposal was almost an unprecedented promotion for someone still holding the rank of a genin. Lee Locke shook his head. "I am sorry, Lord Hokage, but I believe my abilities are insufficient, and I fear I cannot fulfill the responsibilities of an Umbu." He declined the third's offer outright. The Umbu, directly under the Hokage's command, sounded prestigious and shrouded in mystery, yet it came with significant constraints. The tasks assigned were typically of extreme difficulty or tedious in nature, with compensation that was not commensurate with the risks involved. For Lee Locke, who was eager to enhance his strength, such a path was entirely counterproductive. Moreover, the Umbu was tasked with ensuring the Hokage's safety, which often entailed becoming embroiled in major incidents. "Oh, your abilities are more than sufficient to assume a position in the shadowy realm. With further refinement, you shall bear even greater responsibilities in the future." The teachings imparted by Master Kai remain incompletely grasped, and I yearn to absorb more of his wisdom. Lee Locke once again declined the offer from the third Hokage. Is it merely a grand illusion? Greater burdens? Lacking a background and noble lineage. Reaching the rank of Jonin is the pinnacle. How substantial can the weight of responsibility truly be? Furthermore, Lee Locke wished to express a thought. Your time is limited. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings forth new ministers, and the promises made by the third will not be acknowledged by the fifth. Lee Locke felt no need to hone his skills through perilous missions. Adhering to the system and exerting effort would suffice. As for indoctrination or the like, he remained indifferent. His belief rested solely in his own strength. Without power, all is but an illusion. The position remains available for you, should you wish to join. You may seek me at any time. I am grateful for your esteemed consideration, Lord Hokage. Lee Locke departed from the Hokage building and returned to his wooden abode. He retrieved a scroll inscribed with details of his next mission. After the daughter of the daimyo from the Land of Frost visited the Land of Fire, she was placed under a public bounty, and even the accompanying samurai were assassinated. Hence, the princess specifically sought the protection of the Leaf Ninjas to escort her safely into the Land of Frost. Lee Locke tucked away the scroll, displaying no interest in the princess of the Land of Frost. However, the mention of a bounty piqued his curiosity. The Exchange Bureau. Although the Land of Frost is not one of the 5 great nations, it maintains cordial relations with the Land of Fire. Such an audacious act as placing a bounty on a princess could only be undertaken by the Exchange Bureau. Engaging with the Exchange Bureau, occasionally taking on side jobs, and swiftly amassing wealth seemed an excellent choice. Lee Locke did not seek out the Exchange Bureau, as its precise location eluded him. He only knew of a bureau situated within a public restroom near the Fire Temple. The other 4 locations were a sewer, a high-rise in the forest, a small wooden cabin by the river, and a brick building along the riverbank. The specifics regarding the Land of Fire remained vague. Lee Locke also harbored interest in the figure behind the Exchange Bureau. Could it be Orochimaru, the leaders of other ninja villages? Or perhaps a coalition of the daimyos? Lee Locke first dismissed Orochimaru. Although that individual had a fascination with corpses, the bodies obtainable through the Exchange Bureau were hardly formidable. As experimental subjects, they would be deemed inferior. Moreover, the Leaf Village was acutely aware of the locations of the 5 exchange bureaus but had yet to eradicate them entirely. This indicated that the Leaf held a certain apprehension towards the bureau. Had Orochimaru been the mastermind behind it, the Leaf would have long since dismantled all 5 strongholds. So, who could it be? The shadows or the daimyos? A glimmer of insight flickered in Lee Rock's eyes as he stored the scroll away. Upon the completion of this mission, the Chunin exams would soon approach. Lee Rock calculated the time. It was now March, and July was just around the corner. The Ch-Nin exam is about to commence. Following this mission, Guy is expected to cease all tasks, allowing Team 3 to fully prepare for the Ch-Nin exam. That monster, Gaara. Lee Rock has replaced the door of his newly acquired house. 8 gates. 1703, 110, 0000, third gate. He has once again immersed himself in rigorous training. Time swiftly passes, and soon the moment for the mission arrives. On the rooftop, Niji is seeking counsel from Guy regarding the 8 gates. Having witnessed Lee's formidable strength after unlocking the 2nd gate, he was profoundly astonished. I am also a genius. It is inconceivable that I cannot unlock even 1 gate. With this conviction, Niji returned home and began an intense regimen of training. He even sought out Guy specifically to request a training schedule. Determined to endure the same hardships as Guy. After a moment of contemplation, Guy provided Niji with his own training plan and gifted him a green spandex suit. Only by wearing this can you become stronger. Trust me, Niji. Niji, however, remained skeptical. Upon receiving the training schedule, he embarked on an intense training spree. As of today, Niji has begun to sense a latent potential to unlock a gate. Where's Lee? Tintin has set up a barbecue grill on the rooftop. Initially, she followed Niji and Lee's example of fervent training, but later realized that it was not her calling and shifted her focus to space-time ninjutsu. Discovering her inherent talent in this area, she decided to embrace her role as a support ninja. The ingredients for the barbecue are summoned from her scrolls. Could he have overtrained and forgotten about today's mission? Tintin remarked as she offered Niji a piece of grilled meat. No, that guy is coming. Niji's Byakugan detected Lee Rock 500 meters away. What peculiar training method is he employing now? A strange expression crossed Niji's face once again. Chapter 11. The escort mission begins on the street. Lee Rock drags a makeshift wooden hut with one hand. The hut stands about half a person's height. As he walks, he continuously opens the door with his right hand. 8 gates. 3000 for 100000. Third gate. 8 gates. 3000 510 0000. Third gate. Only a hut of this height can enhance his proficiency. Smaller huts and doors will not suffice. Over the past few days, Lee has pieced together several small huts from broken wooden doors. He plans to bring them along on the mission, ensuring he can continue to train in the 8 gates. Initially, Lee intended to assemble a miniature wooden hut, but after numerous attempts to open and close the door, he found that the proficiency level on the panel remained unchanged. Eventually, he concluded that a hut of at least half a person's height is the minimum requirement. Ascending to the rooftop, he caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of barbecue from afar. Let us get started. Lee Rock was quite unceremonious. He positioned the wooden cabin beside him, one hand clutching a piece of roasted meat while the other incessantly opened and closed the door. Tian felt no peculiar discomfort. She had heard Niji speak of Lee Rock's unconventional training methods. Niji's evaluation was succinct, a mere 4 words. Very strange, do not observe. At that moment, engrossed in her meat, Tian chose to overlook Lee Rock's eccentric behavior. Is this truly his method of training? Though she refrained from voicing her query, her peripheral gaze lingered on Lee Rock's wooden cabin. Kei's expression was one of astonishment as he swallowed a mouthful of meat and turned his gaze towards Lee Rock. What is this? This is my training, Lee Rock exclaimed, relishing his meal. Kei paused momentarily before his eyes ignited with fervor. I see. Then I shall join in and ignite our youth together. Without hesitation, Kei vanished from the rooftop. When he reappeared, he was shouldering a hammer and wooden planks. Soon, a larger wooden cabin emerged atop the roof. Kei, that's enough. Tian's eyes twitched. Niji, quickly stop Kei and little Lee. If this continues, the roasted meat will transform into a bizarre training session. To Tian's astonishment, Niji, with a stoic expression, leaped down from the rooftop. When he returned, he too bore an additional wooden cabin. You all. Tian observed the 3 men tirelessly opening and closing doors of the cabins. With a resigned sigh, she lamented, "I should never have joined the taijutsu class." Soon, the group was satiated. The three men handed the cabins to Tian Tian, who regarded them with evident dissatisfaction. Through her space-time ninjutsu, she could store a vast array of resources in another dimension, yet these were all practical materials. What use was this dilapidated wooden cabin with its broken door? Ultimately, it was Niji who spoke up, prompting Tian Tian to reluctantly seal the three cabins within a scroll. "For this mission, I shall not partake. The Hokage has assigned me another task. You three, with Niji as your leader, will execute this mission." Kei addressed the trio. "Do not underestimate this mission's level. However, you must ensure one thing. The princess of the Land of Frost must not perish within the borders of the Land of Fire. Otherwise, it will not merely be a failed mission. The entire Hidden Leaf will face repercussions." "Understood." Lee Rock, Niji, and Tian Tian arrived at the gates of the Hidden Leaf. Before the gates, two bearers lifted a finely crafted pink palanquin, accompanied by a young warrior brandishing a sword. "Princess, we are the Konoha ninjas assigned to this escort mission. I am Hyuga Niji." Niji stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Tian Tian, a member of the escort team." "So am I." Both Tian Tian and Lee Rock introduced themselves in turn, yet the palanquin remained silent for an extended moment. Lee Rock cast a glance at the warrior, who maintained a poised grip on his blade. The calloused hands and spirited demeanor indicated a skilled fighter. Noticing Locke's gaze on his weapon, the warrior's vigilance heightened. At that moment, a voice emanated from within the pink palanquin. "Are you of the Hyuga clan?" inquired the princess of Frost Country. "From the branch family," Niji replied. "Very well, let us proceed." Upon receiving the command, the two bearers lifted the palanquin and moved forward. The journey was serene, with an undisturbed atmosphere. Locke summoned Tintin to conjure a wooden hut, resuming his training, indifferent to the current task. The bounty for the Frost Country princess was merely 3 million ryo, insufficient to attract formidable opponents. Speaking of which, would 3 million even entice someone like Kakuzu? A sudden wave of concern washed over Locke. As he opened the wooden door and approached Niji, he felt reassured by Niji's Byakugan, within a 3-kilometer radius. No one and no trap could evade detection. "What troubles you?" Niji inquired as Locke drew near. "Nightfall approaches. Is this escort mission too tranquil?" Locke surveyed the surroundings, which felt unnaturally quiet. A sense of unease gripped him. Could it be that Kakuzu had indeed arrived? With his current strength, Kakuzu would wreak havoc, and the three of them would stand no chance. "Have you sensed something amiss?" Niji scanned the area. "We're caught in an illusion. This place was just visited 10 minutes ago." Niji's right hand brushed against a nearby tree, revealing a mark he had made with a kunai. "Release." Locke formed a hand seal, yet the illusion remained intact. "What is happening? A layered illusion?" Locke furrowed his brow. "Do not worry. At a bearing of 53 degrees southeast, approximately 2 kilometers away, 3 ninjas are concealed using a cloaking technique," Niji whispered. "Understood. I will deal with them." Locke followed Niji's gaze, offering a quiet warning. "Niji, if your Byakugan reveals an assassin with 5 hearts, dressed in a red cloud cloak, disregard the mission and the princess, take Tintin and flee as far as you can." Although puzzled by who could possess 5 hearts, Niji nodded, sensing Locke's rare seriousness. "I understand." 2 kilometers away, 3 rogue ninjas from the Phantom Village displayed cruel expressions. "Konoha has sent 3 mere children to escort the princess of Frost Country. They truly underestimate us bounty hunters." They had already fallen into a 5-layered illusion, and once their stamina waned, they would seize the princess. "I have heard that the princess's grace and beauty are unmatched. Do not interfere. I shall claim her first, and you shall wait your turn." The trio chuckled softly. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from behind them. "Remember to act swiftly in your next life. That way, you won't have to wait in line." The expressions of the three shifted dramatically. How could it be possible for someone to see through the 5 layers of illusion and stealthily approach them? Just as the 3 rogue ninjas from Phantom Village were about to unleash their jutsu, Lee Rock was already several times faster. Before they could form 2 hand seals, he seized them by the neck, ending their lives with a swift grip. He then executed a swift kick, shattering the limbs of the last remaining rogue. "I shall pose 2 questions. Should you answer them, I will turn and leave." Upon hearing this, the man's expression transformed from anguish to exhilaration. "I will answer truthfully to everything I know." Lee Rock continued. "Very well. Tell me, did you accept a bounty mission from the exchange?" The rogue from Phantom Village was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a simple inquiry. Indeed, it was a task taken from the exchange." Lee Rock was quite pleased with the rogue's response. Then, where's the location of this exchange? In the Land of Fire, within the sewers of Short Book City. Lee Rock gently patted the rogue's shoulder. In a flash, his figure vanished. The dismembered rogue from Phantom Village exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Ah! He screamed in agony as he collapsed. Chapter 12. The True Underworld. What technique was that? Niji S. Byakugan observed that after Lee Rock departed, a peculiar force surged into the rogue's body, an undercurrent. Lee Rock, not one to withhold knowledge, promptly demonstrated the essence of Tai Chi. This martial art, known as Tai Chi, when perfected, could harness such an undercurrent. Niji and Tintin took diligent notes. The warrior observed it a couple of times, finding the movements more akin to a dance, devoid of any interest. The group continued their journey towards the Land of Frost. With Tintin's summoning scroll at their disposal, they faced no worries regarding sustenance. The night was tranquil, with stars twinkling above. Flames flickered to life as they discovered a cave to serve as their resting place for the night. The princess of the Land of Frost descended from her palanquin, her figure and beauty unveiled before the group. Lee Rock busied himself with the wooden cabin, occasionally glancing aside. A natural beauty, strikingly enchanting, was his assessment. However, the Frost Princess paid him no heed, approaching Niji instead. In the glow of the fire, Princess Ika's beauty intensified. Yet her demeanor was somewhat frigid. The implication of her proximity combined with her words took on a rather ambiguous tone. Niji continued to practice Tai Chi, immersing himself in the philosophy behind the movements, completely oblivious to Ika's remarks. However, Tian, who was writing the summoning scroll nearby, began to feel a sense of unease. Upon noticing that Ning Xi did not respond, Yihuayin leaned in closer. The man, deeply engrossed in his training, exuded a sense of reliability. Yihuayin approached him directly, her voice soft and melodic. Ning Xi, the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was captivated. I am the princess of the Frost Kingdom. When my father passes, the Frost Kingdom shall belong to you. Is not being the sovereign of a nation more esteemed than the branch family of the Hyuga clan? The mention of the branch family echoed in Ning Xi's ears, causing his previously fluid Tai Chi movements to abruptly halt. Tian, witnessing this scene, nearly crushed the brush in her grasp. She harbored feelings for Ning Xi, yet their disparate backgrounds had silenced her. This sentiment lay deeply buried within her heart. At that moment, Ning Xi stepped aside, resuming the fluidity of his Tai Chi practice. Princess of the Frost Kingdom, I implore you to maintain your decorum, he stated coldly. This response relieved Tian, prompting her to continue her work on the summoning scroll. Yihuayin's face flushed with indignation. As a princess, she was accustomed to men falling at her feet, yet she found herself rejected. Eliminate him. Yihuayin commanded the warrior beside her, exasperated. The young warrior hesitated momentarily. Me? Yes, you. Did you not profess your affection for me? Eliminate that white-eyed fool, and I shall consider your request. Upon hearing this, the warrior drew his sword. However, before he could fully rise, Lee Rock seized his wrist. With a firm grip, Lee Rock held the warrior's wrist tightly. A fine blade, he remarked, snatching the sword from the warrior's hand. In the cool night, the weapon felt weighty, its gleam sharp, indeed. A quality sword. With a swift motion, Lee Rock crushed the warrior's wrist. Ah! The warrior cried out in pain, the sound echoing in the stillness. How dare you? I am a warrior of the Iron Country. A warrior of the Iron Country? Lee Rock scoffed. Do you dare to claim such a title? As the words left his lips, the warrior realized the implications. Should he be a warrior of the Iron Country? Openly attempting to assassinate a Leaf Village shinobi would surely provoke a significant diplomatic incident between their nations. Clutching his injured wrist, he stifled a groan, refraining from further speech. He glanced at Princess Yihuayin, who regarded him with disdain. Useless. You boasted of your prowess, yet cannot even eliminate a few lower-ranked shinobi. Yihuayin raised her hand to strike at Lee Rock. You coward, if you dare not strike Ning Xi, then you should not presume to lay a hand on me. In the next instant, Lee Rock furrowed his brow, evading the slap and retaliating with a swift motion. The sound of impact echoed as Princess Yihuayin's cheek swelled instantly. Ning Xi, observing from the side, made no move to intervene. He cast a glance at the princess of the Frost Country. My companion, unlike me, hails from a commoner's background and is unrestrained. He would not hesitate to kill not only you, a mere princess of the Frost Country, but even the feudal lords of the 5 great nations, Niji cautioned. Furthermore, I am no match for him. On this wintry night, with no one around, should my companion choose to eliminate you and then bury you. Later claiming that you were slain by a bounty hunter, we would merely face a failed mission. Of course, Lee Rock would never genuinely consider taking the life of the Frost Country princess. The repercussions of such an act would not only result in mission failure, but also jeopardize the relationship between the Fire and Frost countries. Konoha would undoubtedly inquire into the details surrounding this matter, especially for someone like Lee Rock, a commoner ninja, where such an inquiry could easily devolve into brutal interrogation. Lee Rock felt he could not withstand the harsh questioning from Umbu-S Ibiki Marino. Nevertheless, Niji's words had an impact. Aihan's expression shifted to one of fear as she regarded the increasingly menacing Lee Rock. I was merely testing your abilities. I did not anticipate your seriousness. How alarming. Lee Rock raised an eyebrow, harboring no fondness for the strikingly beautiful princess of the Frost Country. Silence. If you utter another word tonight, I shall tear your mouth apart. Lee Rock placed his right hand upon Aihan's head, applying slight pressure. She trembled, her complexion turning pale. Just as she was about to scream, she caught sight of Lee Rock's cold visage, stifling her cry. Excellent. Lee Rock turned to Niji. I shall take the first watch. Niji nodded in agreement. Little Lee is indeed well suited for the initial watch. Tintin, having used considerable chakra to procure sustenance for the group, deserved a rest. With Niji possessing the Byakugan, he was more adept at keeping watch during the easily relaxed hours just before dawn. Once arrangements were finalized, the group returned to the cave, and all fell silent. In the night sky, fresh snow fell, shimmering under the silvery light. Niji, Tintin, the samurai, and the porters succumbed to deep slumber within the cave. Lee Rock remained vigilant before the flickering flames, alert to his surroundings. He gazed at the panel before him. 8 gates, 9860, 310, 0000, third gate, tomorrow. I should be able to fully master the third gate, the opening of life. The half-height door of the wooden cabin had deteriorated. Lee Rock retrieved a thick plank from behind him and fitted it into place, continuing to hone his proficiency. The night swiftly passed. At dawn, the snowfall began to ease. The group set forth once more. Along the way, they encountered several rogue ninjas and assassins eager for the bounty. However, these adversaries were of little skill. Before they could approach, Niji's Byakugan detected them, and Lee Rock swiftly dealt with them. A bounty of 3 million is unlikely to attract formidable foes. They are merely insignificant fish, Lee Rock mused inwardly. He pressed onward. Suddenly, Niji's expression shifted dramatically. He scrutinized with his Byakugan. After a moment, beads of cold sweat formed on Niji's forehead. To his astonishment, the Byakugan had failed to detect the presence of the figure concealed in the shadows ahead. At a distance of 1,000 meters to the southeast, 5 hearts beat within crimson ropes. Upon hearing this, Lee Rock's expression shifted drastically. How could he fixate on a mere 3 million? Just as Lee Rock contemplated an escape strategy, the princess of the land of frost suddenly erupted in madness. Bursting forth from her wooden palanquin, her flight led directly toward the direction of Kakuzu. Damn. Chapter 13, The Final Assassin Upon the Lofty Mountains. Kakuzu leafed through the bounty manual in his hand, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After a brief moment, his fingers ceased their movement. A middle-aged man's visage appeared in the manual, accompanied by details of his identity and the bounty. According to intelligence, the daimyo of the land of rivers would pass through this area. I shall lie in wait here. Just as Kakuzu prepared to conceal himself, a sound from a distant mountain hollow captured his attention. What a sight! A ninja from Konoha. Kakuzu swiftly perused the bounty manual. These 3 Konoha ninjas were not listed within its pages. His hand paused momentarily. Wait a moment. The princess of the land of frost. 3 million? An expression of excitement flickered in his dark green pupils. I shall swiftly deliver you to the exchange. In the mountain hollow, the princess of the land of frost glanced back, smiling. A bunch of fools. I merely intended to jest, yet you took it seriously. Now that I'm fleeing, let us see how you protect me. Enough. Lee Rock seethed with rage, his murderous intent nearly overwhelming him. They could have retreated in time. Yet the princess of the land of frost had chosen this moment to go mad. Were it not for the mission at hand, Lee Rock would have relished the opportunity to kick the princess into oblivion. At that moment, Niji activated his Byakugan. Shaoli, that fellow in the crimson robe is charging toward us. Upon hearing this, Lee Rock immediately dashed forward, delivering a swift chop that rendered the fleeing princess unconscious. Split up. Rendezvous at the Snow Fox Mountain of the Land of Frost. He hoisted the unconscious princess and headed west, while Niji and Tintin moved northward. In the blink of an eye, within the mountain hollow, only the dismembered samurai and two bearers stood, bewildered and at a loss. Kakuzu witnessed Lee Rock absconding with the princess of the Land of Frost, and a surge of fury crossed his face. "That is my bounty. Where are you taking her?" Kakuzu, positioned on the mountainside, quickened his pace, filled with a desire to eliminate Lee Rock. However, upon hearing Kakuzu's voice, Lee Rock instantly activated the 8 gates. The 8th gate of death opened. Without looking back, Lee Rock fled. Chakra surged forth, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack, dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Lee Rock had vanished from Kakuzu's sight. The Leaf Village's taijutsu. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback. He was left dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Lee Rock had already traversed 5 kilometers. Such speed was beyond his reach. Pursue. Kakuzu, having lived for a considerable time, possessed immense experience. With just a glance at Lee Rock, he surmised that this form of taijutsu could not be sustained for long. Techniques that unleash immense power and speed in a short burst are inherently fleeting. Of course, Hashirama was an exception, just as Kakuzu intended to employ Earth Release. The super light heavy rock technique. To continue his pursuit, a procession appeared on the mountain path. A long line of carriages, numbering in the dozens, wound their way along the road, each surrounded by samurai and ninja guards. At the center of this caravan, 2 large banners fluttered. The banners bore the character Fukawa, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. Kakuzu gazed toward the mountain pass. Lee Rock's figure was gradually becoming indistinct. He sighed. A choice had to be made. 30 million Ryo versus 3 million Ryo. Kakuzu could clearly discern the gravity of the situation. First, he would deal with the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. And then he would turn back to pursue that leaf ninja. Lee Rock sprinted onward. He had now entered the Land of Frost. Yet, he dared not pause. He could maintain this pace for another 10 minutes. Lee Rock calculated the distance in his mind. 10 minutes would be sufficient to reach Snow Fox Mountain. Snow Fox Mountain was perpetually blanketed in snowfall, capable of concealing all traces. He could only hope that Kakuzu would abandon the meager 3 million. Lee Rock mused inwardly. Nijisuke had merely spotted Kakuzu, but the latter was clad in the red cloud cloak, indicating his affiliation with the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki operated in pairs for their missions. Lee Rock could not ascertain whether Kakuzu's partner was lurking in the shadows or had been dispatched to the exchange center. He dared not gamble. If he could barely handle Kakuzu alone, the presence of another Akatsuki member would spell doom for him, Niji, and Tenten. None would return alive to the Leaf Village. Soon, a towering snow-capped mountain loomed before Lee Rock. He looked up. The azure sky was pristine. Yet, snowflakes continued to drift around Snow Fox Mountain. It was rumored that within the mountain resided the mythical Snow Fox, capable of manipulating the weather. Lee Rock was skeptical of this tale. After all, the world of Naruto indeed held some terrifying mythical beasts. His chakra was nearly depleted, and a wave of weakness washed over him. Leaning against a rock for shelter from the wind and snow, the princess of the Land of Frost slipped from under his arm and fell into the snow. The icy water jolted her awake. Ika Hain felt a sharp pain in her neck as she gently turned her head to survey her surroundings. This was Snow Fox Mountain. A sigh of relief escaped Ika Hain. Now within the borders of the Land of Frost, she no longer had to fear the relentless pursuit. Alas! Why are you lying down? Ihuan approached Lee Luaka. You insignificant peasant, failing to please this princess while feigning superiority. I now present you with an opportunity to act as my dog. Remain silent, and a mere flick of my finger could extinguish your life. Upon finishing his words, Lee Luaka raised his right hand, extending a single finger towards a nearby rock, striking it with force. Bang! Instantly, a hole the size of a fist appeared in the stone. This display of power left Ihuan utterly astonished, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. Paralyzed with fear, at that moment, amidst the swirling wind and snow, a figure cloaked in black materialized at the end of the path. The fabric of his robe billowed in the icy gusts. He was neither Kakuzu nor a member of Akatsuki, which granted Lee Luaka a measure of relief. As he scrutinized the figure, the snowflakes lifted the man's sleeves, revealing a startling sight. His 10 fingers were all broken. This indicated that the final assassin was neither a warrior nor a ninja, but an ordinary person. Lee Luaka let out a faint roar as his chakra began to gradually recover. The cloaked man approached and removed his hood, unveiling a youthful and innocent visage. The princess of the Frost Country's expression altered upon seeing this face. Do you know him? Lee Luaka, observing the nuances in their interaction, sensed something unusual between them. The cloaked assassin emitted a low growl, his eyes brimming with furious resentment. Is he mute? Li Luoka found this even more peculiar. With a sigh, Yi Huayin began to recount a tale. Years ago, amidst a tempest of snow, a coup erupted in the Frost Country. I was hunted down and encountered him here. Subsequently, we shared a beautiful time together, but alas. And then, Li Luoka interjected dismissively. Having been well acquainted with romantic tropes in his previous life, he anticipated the forthcoming narrative. Surely, it would lead to a tale of love and betrayal. Indeed, Yi Huayin's demeanor shifted from nostalgia to bitterness. Then, once the coup was resolved and peace restored, I provided him with wealth and introduced him to the powerful, aiding in his rise to prominence. However, once he attained a high position, his heart changed. She brushed the snow off her shoulders. Men are all the same. Chapter 14. Mission accomplished in the Snow Fox Mountains. With each word Yi Huan uttered, the fury in the eyes of the cloaked man intensified. Li Luoka formed a hand seal. Binding technique. The binding technique is commonly used to immobilize an opponent, though there are more unique forms of immobilization, which are secretive and beyond Li Luoka's grasp. The princess of the Frost Country must not perish, at least not at my hands. Having regained a modicum of chakra, he resorted to employing the binding technique. A last resort. Within the tempest of wind and snow, the man was rendered motionless, unable to advance. His roar echoed like that of a wild beast. His gaze filled with a predatory hunger. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Huayin let out a gentle sigh of relief. She continued recounting her past encounters with that man. His ambition had swelled to dangerous heights, culminating in a reckless desire to overthrow the Frost Kingdom and usurp my father's position as the Lord. Ultimately, my father discerned his treachery, leading to the annihilation of his family, and he vanished without a trace. To think I would encounter him here. Li Rock, however, felt no interest in the unfolding drama. His gaze drifted into the distance where a multitude of warriors hurried towards them. A twinge of anxiety gripped him. In his current weakened state, he would struggle against even 3 warriors, let alone dozens. Rest assured, they are warriors of the Frost Kingdom. Ningxi remarked as he arrived at Snow Fox Mountain. He and Tian assisted Li Rock, directing their attention downhill where the warriors approached. Their arrival signified the conclusion of their mission. Let us return to Konoha. The remainder is no longer our concern. Agreed, replied the trio as they descended the mountain. Li Rock cast one last glance back. The young man in the black robe lay lifeless in a pool of blood, his body severed. Yet, those eyes remained fixed on Li Rock, a haunting reminder. Such a fate was self-inflicted, he mused, feeling no fear of the deceased. A man lacking in ability, yet daring to covet power, only to fail and seek refuge in cowardice, resorting to targeting a mere woman. Though he was reluctant to use the term, he felt compelled to express, what a disgrace. With that, he turned, disappearing into the swirling wind and snow alongside Ningxi and Tian. Back in Konoha, Tian and Ningxi devoted themselves fully to preparing for the Chunin exams, refusing to accept any further missions. Li Rock, however, had different needs. He required funds. Yet, he was unwilling to undertake missions of higher rank. Meow, Li Rock exclaimed as he captured a large orange cat atop a tree. Clutching the feline, he approached a grand estate and gently knocked on the door. Excuse me, is this your cat? He inquired. Indeed, that is my beloved Orange. The noblewoman extended a note of 5,000 Rio, the maximum reward for a high-ranking mission. Li Rock accepted the bill, recognizing the wealth of affluent households. Previously, when he sought pets for ordinary families, he received mere hundreds of Rio as reward. This recent search yielded a reward of 500 Rio. Yet the noblewoman's generosity was 100-fold. After calculating the contents of his wallet, he found it sufficient for his needs. He returned to his dilapidated wooden cabin. A month having passed since his last escort mission for the princess of the Frost Kingdom, Li Rock gazed at his status panel. 8 gates, 360481, 100, 0000, 4th gate. With approximately 3 months remaining until the Chunin exams, he anticipated reaching the 6th gate by then. Li Rock could utilize the morning peacock technique. Against Gaara, he still had a chance. However, when confronted with Shikaku, the One-Tail, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, Li Rock had no intention of engaging in a prolonged confrontation with Shikaku. He merely needed to defeat Gaara, after which someone else would manage the One-Tail. As time flowed inexorably onward, a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Li Rock received a task to locate a missing person. Initially, he was reluctant to accept it, as such tasks generally required extensive travel and the gathering of information, which was a considerable waste of time. However, Upon discovering the identity of the person sought, he hesitated. Kong Shizhong, a 23-year-old male, was mute and had all 10 fingers severed. Please help me find my son. The task offered a reward of 1 million Rio. Li Rock furrowed his brow. Was this the same individual implicated in the assassination of the princess of the Frost Country? After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to accept the task. Li Rock did not venture to Snow Fox Mountain to retrieve a corpse. Instead, he sought out the person who had posted the notice, a frail elder, hunched over, with hair entirely white and a face etched with deep wrinkles. Kong Shizhong is dead, Li Rock stated plainly. Is that so? The old man's murky eyes glistened with tears. He slowly recounted a story that starkly contrasted with that of the Frost Country princess. 5 years prior, Kong Shizhong had encountered Yi Huayin. However, the vast disparity in their social standings rendered Kong Shizhong self-conscious, preventing him from confessing his feelings. He remained by Yi Huayin's side as a mere friend. During this time, he selflessly provided her with financial support and helped her evade multiple assassination attempts. Throughout this process, his feelings for her deepened considerably. Ultimately, at the foot of Snow Fox Mountain, Kong Shizhong summoned his courage to confess his love. Yi Huayin did not explicitly reject him. Rather, she cited the ongoing turmoil within the palace as a reason to maintain their relationship as friends. It was not until the conflict within the Frost Country royal palace had subsided and her father ascended to power that Yi Huayin suddenly announced her engagement to the Prince of the River Country, claiming that Kong Shizhong's persistent affections were merely those of a frog yearning for the flesh of a swan. This revelation was unbearable for Kong Shizhong. He crashed the wedding, revealing the events of the past years and presenting evidence. Upon hearing this, the Prince of the River Country rescinded his engagement to Yi Huayin, which resulted in Yi Huayin suffering a tremendous loss of face. Enraged, she commanded her samurai to capture Kong Shizhong, sever his tongue, and annihilate his entire family. Had it not been for Kong Shizhong's desperate bid for survival, allowing his father to escape, Li Rock would not have found himself tasked with this mission. After Kong Shizhong was captured, Yi Huayin ordered the samurai to sever his fingers, rendering him a mere shell of a man. She took satisfaction in the torment she inflicted upon him. You have caused me great distress, and therefore, I shall return the favor, she seemed to convey. Upon hearing the elder's tale, Li Rock remained silent. I went to retrieve the remains of the deceased Song Yinzhong. After several days, Li Rock returned with Song Yinzhong's body and assisted the elderly man in laying him to rest. After receiving a reward of 1 million taels for his task, he returned to the wooden cabin. He leisurely enjoyed his breakfast. Calculating the time, he surmised that the dark energy should be taking effect. At this moment, in the Frost Country, under the night sky, Yi Huayin lay on her bed, surrounded by soft bedding. Her slumber was far from peaceful. A few days prior, in the dead of night, Yi Huayin was abruptly awakened. She felt a hand resting atop her head. The pressure eerily reminiscent of the palm Li Rock had placed there during their escort mission. Was it a dream? Yi Huayin touched her head, finding nothing amiss. She turned on the lamp, confirmed her solitude, and quietly drifted back to sleep. Yet, in the ensuing days, her rest remained troubled. Today, Princess Yi Huayin of the Frost Country rose early. Her maidservants brought her breakfast. With a clatter, one maid, upon seeing Yi Huayin, gasped in horror, dropping the tray onto the floor. How dare you disturb my breakfast? You deserve a fate worse than death. Yi Huayin then realized her voice had become startlingly aged. The maid hastily knelt, trembling, and pointed at the mirror. Confused, Yi Huayin approached the mirror. There, she beheld a shocking reflection. Her hair was streaked with gray, thinning on top, her teeth slightly loose, and her complexion waxen, with faint bloodstains appearing. Ah, what has happened to me? Yi Huayin exclaimed in terror, feeling as if decades had been stripped from her life overnight. She struggled to accept this reality. Quickly, summon a doctor. Hurry, she cried in panic. The maid, upon hearing this, hurriedly exited the room to fetch a physician. However, it was too late. Yi Huayin, bleeding from her orifices, collapsed to the ground, her breath extinguished. When the doctor arrived to examine her, it was discovered that her internal organs had all failed, and there was no hope for recovery. Chapter 15. The proper way to open one's eyes in Konoha. At the barbecue restaurant, prior to the Chunin exams, Li Rock invited Team 3 for a gathering. Guy, occupied with a special mission issued by the 3rd Hokage, could not attend. It was rumored that ninja from other villages were participating in this Chunin exam. This barbecue was hosted by Li Rock, who diligently turned the slices of pork belly on the grill, ensuring they did not burn. Tintin skillfully snatched up a perfectly grilled piece. The first piece is mine, Tintin exclaimed, blowing gently on the meat before placing it in her mouth. "There's nothing to worry about. No one from any ninja village is stronger than Niji and you," she added, almost absent-mindedly. This was indeed a truthful statement. And Li Lok nodded in agreement. "Do not be overly confident. For I have heard that many of the lower-ranked ninjas from various villages have trained for 2.5 years, Niji remarked, though internally he brimmed with self-assurance. Thanks to Rock Lee's Tai Chi, he had gained profound insights into both gentle fist and the 8 gates technique. In fact, Niji had even mastered the second gate of the 8 gates, a detail he chose to keep to himself, even from Guy. "Lee, I eagerly anticipate our duel in the Chunin exams," Niji thought, casting a glance at Rock Lee, who was obliviously savoring his grilled meat. He was acutely aware of the challenges ahead, realizing that apart from Gaara, the others were not worthy of mention. Once the feast concluded, Rock Lee returned to his wooden cottage to continue his training. There was no evading Gaara, the Jinchuriki, in the upcoming exams. Rock Lee, at present, did not dare claim he could easily surpass Gaara. He made his way to the storage room, a newly constructed wooden shed filled with wooden boards. With merely half a month left until the Chunin exams, he hoped he could prepare adequately. He glanced at the boards. 8 gates. 16543111100000000. 6th gate. The 6th gate was currently his most formidable weapon, and combined with his hidden strength, it would suffice. As he was engrossed in his training, Niji approached from a distance. "Is there something you need?" Rock Lee inquired directly. After several missions, Team 3 had grown quite familiar with one another, trusting each other's backs without hesitation. Niji had always been a paragon of diligent training, often surpassing Rock Lee in dedication. "I have some uncertainties regarding Tai Chi and have come to seek your guidance," Niji humbly stated. Upon hearing this, Rock Lee released the doorknob and pondered for a moment. "Have you mastered the technique of reception and transformation?" "I have grasped all 13 types of Tai Chi strength, yet I have yet to condense my hidden strength," Niji replied, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. He had been stuck at this stage for a month, unable to find a way forward. "Are you not able to use the Byakugan?" Rock Lee asked. "I can," Niji affirmed. "Then the hidden strength should be quite simple, as it operates on the same principle as the Byakugan, channeling energy through one's entire body and releasing it through the pores. Much like how chakra is emitted through the pores with the Byakugan." "Ah, I see," Niji said, a look of enlightenment crossing his face. In truth, once he understood the technique for unleashing hidden strength, mastering it would come naturally to him. Rock Lee observed Niji's earnest demeanor and contemplated for a moment before expressing his thoughts. "Niji, I believe your combat style has deviated from its true path." Niji paused, perplexed. "Deviated?" "Indeed. If you were to be ordinary like me, then training in hidden strength or rigorously practicing the 8 gates would pose no issue. However, you possess the Byakugan." Rock Lee sighed. "What is the pinnacle of strength in the world of ninjas? Surely, it pertains to fashion, colored contact lenses, eyeshadow, and tattoos." The colored contact lenses rank second in importance. The abilities of the Byakugan are indeed formidable. Apart from being less adept in the realm of high-speed combat compared to the Sharingan, it excels in other aspects, often exhibiting greater stability. With your Byakugan possessing long-range and X-ray vision capabilities, why engage in physical confrontations? Rock Lee deftly lifted a splinter from the ground. Observe, for instance, this. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows. With a swift flick of his wrist, whoosh, the splinter shot from the darkness toward Niji, who tilted his head to evade the attack. Boom. The splinter accurately penetrated the trunk of a large tree. "You have discerned my position, hence your ease in dodging this strike, correct?" Rock Lee materialized before Niji once more. "Indeed, within a 2-kilometer radius, no adversary can escape the scrutiny of these eyes." Niji nodded in understanding. Rock Lee clapped his thigh in approval. "Precisely." He wore an expression of regret. "With your ability to perceive through walls and limitless distance, why engage in a physical contest?" Niji struggled to comprehend Lee's terminology. Yet his intellect was sharp. Recalling Rock Lee's recent actions, he suddenly grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting I should employ ranged attacks?" "Exactly." Rock Lee pondered further. "Have Tintin sketch scrolls for you to carry, harnessing the Byakugan's capabilities. From 800 miles away, you could unleash a lethal strike upon the enemy. How splendid! Is that truly feasible?" Niji's eyes brightened as he envisioned a new possibility. "Yes, indeed. Utilize the Byakugan to identify your opponent's weak points. Then refine your archery skills to release concentrated chakra projectiles from a distance, delivering a fatal blow. This is the proper utilization of the Byakugan." Niji trembled with excitement, murmuring, "Archery, long-range, X-ray vision." Gradually, he walked away. Rock Lee refrained from calling him back. It is challenging to alter one's combat style after years of training. However, with the Byakugan, transitioning from close combat to ranged attacks should not be insurmountable. After Niji departed, Rock Lee prepared to train when Tenten emerged from the shadows. "Are you two never finished?" Rock Lee sighed, acknowledging the continuous stream of challenges. Fortunately, he had few friends, just Niji and Tenten. "Seeing both of you grow stronger fills me with envy," Tenten admitted, a hint of despondency in her voice. She had explored numerous avenues for improvement, ultimately resigning herself to the role of a supportive ally. "And what of me? Little Lee, if you can provide Niji with a method to enhance his strength, what about my own potential?" Every day, Tian suddenly raised his head, her eyes gleaming with hope as she gazed at Rock Lee. For a moment, Rock Lee fell into silence, for he had not anticipated a method to strengthen Tian. There was indeed a technique, but it would have to wait until after the Chunin exams. After much contemplation, Rock Lee finally spoke. "Moreover, this method heavily relied on innate talent. For now, focus on enhancing your chakra, and I shall teach you after the Chunin exams." "Thank you." With Rock Lee's promise in hand, Tian departed, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Once she was gone, Rock Lee gently wiped the blade in his hand. It was the sword he had obtained from the princess's guard of the Land of Frost, far superior to the ordinary katana available in the market. "You all are becoming stronger. I cannot afford to lag behind." Rock Lee commenced his training in swordsmanship. The art of the blade encompasses 4 levels: blade aura, blade light, blade momentum, and blade intent. With a sudden flourish, Rock Lee swung the sword, its light flashing with remarkable agility. In the forest, the blade shimmered, yet the wielder remained unseen. Indeed, the swordsmanship could be simplified. Detected that the host is performing the Bagua blade. Would you like to spend 1 point to simplify? Simplify. Bagua blade for chopping vegetables. Chopping vegetables? Rock Lee murmured. He attempted to slice through a leaf with his sword. On the panel, his proficiency showed no change. "Very well, I shall buy a kitchen knife tomorrow." Rock Lee sheathed his sword, opened the door once more, and resumed his training in the 8 gates. Chapter 16. Why are you biting Sasuke? "You're the one biting me." Half a month later, the Chunin exams officially commenced. Team 3 gathered before the examination venue. Niji had altered his usual attire, today donning a wide robe and carrying 3 enormous scrolls on his back. "How do I look?" Rock Lee approached, inquiring about his appearance. "Taikula," was Niji's response. Rock Lee nodded. "This is youth." Beside them, Tian sighed. The 3 enormous scrolls on Niji's back were the fruits of her labor over the past half-month. "The written test depends on you, Tian." Rock Lee patted her shoulder. Tian's spirit surged. "Rest assured, I excel in support." Before long, everyone entered the examination hall in order, finding their respective seats. Morino Abiki signaled for silence. He announced the commencement of the written examination. Rock Lee glanced at the test paper. He had intended to challenge himself, yet upon seeing the questions, he fell silent. These questions were so challenging that even the sage of 6 paths would struggle for ages as a genin. Rock Lee sighed deeply. He began to observe his surroundings. Over 100 individuals were gathered in the examination hall, including Naruto, Sasuke, and the other elite of Konoha's 12. In a gathering of underachievers, Lee Rock surveyed the scene. The number of earnest participants barely exceeded 5, all hailing from Konoha. The remainder resorted to an array of ingenious cheating tactics that left Lee Rock astounded. While Niji's Byakugan allowed him to see through the test, it was Sasuke who truly captured Lee Rock's attention. In his line of sight, Sasuke's gaze barely graced the examination paper, yet his hands moved feverishly. In a previous life, had I possessed such cunning methods of deceit, my own examination results would not have fallen short, relegating me to the life of underground fighting. Suddenly, a flash of light darted across the ceiling, an encoded signal from Tenten. Lee Rock swiftly cast his eyes upward, donning his forehead protector in response to her cue. Before long, this examination, which would have left even the most adept of cheaters humbled, reached its conclusion. The entirety of Class 3 passed. Bang! A kunai shot through the window, striking the blackboard with precision. Prepare to face the trials of the Forest of Death tomorrow. The examination hall remained silent, leaving Akane feeling rather awkward. The Forest of Death. Lee Rock's heart raced with excitement. He had long awaited this challenge. Later that evening, outside a dilapidated wooden cabin, Lee Rock retrieved a newly acquired kitchen knife. Currently, he could only progress through the 6th gate of the 8 gates. and there was little else in ninjutsu or taijutsu that could be improved. He casually picked up a handful of wild grass from the ground. With a swift chop, the knife fell, severing the grass cleanly in two. 8 trigrams knife technique, 1100, beginner. As long as it proved useful, he felt a sigh of relief. The pursuit of the 8 gates had drained a significant portion of his finances, leaving him with a mere 100,000 ryo. If his training in the knife technique required him to use a kitchen knife for cutting vegetables, it would undoubtedly exacerbate his already precarious financial situation. Fortunately, this wild grass was at least edible, qualifying as a form of foraged greens. Chop, chop. With each slice, the wild vegetables in the forest seemed inexhaustible. Lee Rock's knife technique steadily improved. He dedicated the entire night to training, sleeping only 3 hours. At dawn, he glanced at his progress panel. 8 trigrams knife technique, 5602100000 perfected. Insights into various knife techniques flooded his mind. With a single stroke, he unleashed a blade of energy, cleaving through the trees within a 10-meter radius. While barely sufficient, he still had a considerable distance to cover before mastering the true essence of the blade. Sheathing his knife, he secured it at his waist. If he could attain the pinnacle of knife techniques and comprehend the essence of the blade, he would not even need to draw his knife for the trees ahead to be severed. The journey ahead remains long and arduous. Lee Rock checked the time and set off toward the venue for the Chunin exams, the Forest of Death. This is the venue for the Chunin exams, rife with venomous creatures and wild beasts. Beyond guarding against enemies, one must also be vigilant against the threats posed by these beasts and insects. As Mitarashi Anko announced the rules of the exam, the participants collected their scrolls in turn. Let us go. After Niji acquired his scroll, he glanced at Rock Lee and Tenten. The trio nodded in agreement and dashed toward the Forest of Death. On their way, Niji activated his Byakugan, gazing ahead. We have obtained the Heaven Scroll, he remarked. I have previously observed the 13 teams possessing the Earth Scroll with my Byakugan, and I have memorized their identities. Upon hearing this, Rock Lee smirked. Having a teammate with Byakugan certainly alleviated many unnecessary conflicts. Let us ambush near the central tower. When we encounter a team with the Earth Scroll, we will observe before striking. Niji laid out the strategy. This was undoubtedly the safest approach. However, Rock Lee shook his head. The Earth Scroll is virtually within our grasp for Team 3. It presents no challenge whatsoever. Oh, what do you intend to do, Lee? Niji inquired upon noticing Lee's descent. We must locate Team 7, Rock Lee declared resolutely. Team 7? I recall those 3. One of them appears to belong to the Uchiha clan, Niji reflected. Although he did not fully understand Rock Lee's desire to seek out Team 7, he chose to trust Lee's judgment. Let us proceed. Their strength should not allow them to advance swiftly. Many have their eyes on the 9 newcomers in the village. Niji surveyed the surroundings. Tenten and I will pair up. Lee, you will search independently. Once you find Team 7, signal us. Understood, Rock Lee replied, his form vanishing as he headed north in search. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Forest of Death, Sasuke encountered his life mentor, Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru exuded an imposing presence, appearing somewhat sinister and terrifying. Sasuke offered no opportunity for Orochimaru to impart his teachings. Sharingan, Control the Windmill, and the 3 Blades of Death. At merely 12 years of age, Sasuke showcased extraordinary combat prowess while facing a shadow-level expert like Orochimaru. After ensnaring Orochimaru, he unleashed a fire technique, Fire Style. Dragon Fire Technique. Flames surged along the wire. I'm going to die. Orochimaru screamed in agony. Just kidding. He quickly freed himself from the wire. His demeanor calm, yet laced with mockery. To master the Sharingan at such a young age, you truly embody the Uchiha name. With a swift motion, Orochimaru elongated his neck like a serpent, lunging at Sasuke. Just as Orochimaru was about to strike, a figure appeared before Sasuke. Bang! Rock Lee delivered a powerful kick that sent Orochimaru's head flying. Oh! Orochimaru's head darted through the air, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Rock Lee. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged startled glances. That guy with the bushy eyebrows, Sakura remarked. Shut up. If you keep calling me bushy eyebrows, I'll have Orochimaru bite you. At this, Sakura instinctively took a step back, fear creeping into her expression. The shadows of her childhood, cast by Orochimaru, loomed large. Sasuke collapsed onto the ground. You take Sakura and flee. We are no match for him. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Rock Lee waved his hand dismissively. You misunderstand. I am neither his adversary nor do I wish to engage in battle. What? Then what are you? Sasuke was taken aback. You neither flee nor wish to fight. What? Then, do you intend to do? Even Orochimaru, from a distance, found himself puzzled. The golden slits of his eyes reflected the figure of Rock Lee. With a gentle smile, Lee exclaimed, "Why are you biting Sasuke? Why don't you bite me instead?" Chapter 17. The Joy of Tattoos in the Death Forest. Orochimaru considered the boy with the 8 gates, concluding that, according to intelligence, he could serve as an intriguing experimental subject. With a swift motion, Orochimaru launched himself towards Rock Lee. Crack! After biting Lee, he swiftly turned to sink his fangs into Sasuke's neck. Clearly, he could not forget Sasuke. Once his neck returned to normal, Orochimaru frowned at Lee, his golden eyes filled with confusion. "Why did you not evade?" "Because I am not afraid," Lee replied nonchalantly. In stark contrast to Sasuke, who sat on the ground, clutching his neck in agony, Lee appeared utterly unfazed. Yes, this is marvelous. This is the feeling." Lee's face lit up with exhilaration. Detected that the host is cultivating a curse mark. "Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo for a simplified curse mark?" Simplify. Curse mark. Simplified drawing. Rock Lee snapped a twig and drew his smiling face on the ground. Cursed mark. 11,000 curse mark 1. Boom. Within him, chakra surged explosively. Even in the state of curse mark 1, the amount of chakra rivaled that of the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. This is the power of the tattoo. The 50,000 Ryo fee for simplification seemed reasonable. After all, enduring this process directly yielded power, a straightforward and brutal shortcut, saving considerable time on arduous training. This power is simply magnificent. Lee laughed heartily. Sasuke and Sakura, witnessing the spectacle, stared wide-eyed. "You lunatic!" Sasuke could not help but shout. Orochimaru, equally astonished, failed to comprehend how Rock Lee could activate the curse mark merely by drawing a circle on the ground. Yet, he felt exhilarated. Previously, he had not deemed Lee a perfect experimental subject. Now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Beside him, the genius Sasuke was still grappling with his struggles, while Lee Rock effortlessly entered the state of Cursed Seal 1 within mere seconds. This was beyond mere talent. Lee Rock was truly a person born for the Cursed Seal. "I never anticipated that I would misjudge him. What an unexpected gain. I eagerly await the moment you come to find me." Orochimaru's form began to slowly merge into the trunk of the tree. "Wait. Hold on," Lee Rock shouted. He spotted Neji and Tenten rushing over. "Come. Hurry," Lee Rock bellowed. Tenten and Neji were still oblivious to the unfolding events, maintaining a certain distance from Orochimaru. "Come on, Neji, don't just stand there. You should let him have a taste too." Lee Rock felt a wave of weakness wash over him. It was a side effect of the Cursed Seal's receding influence. However, Lee Rock did not mind. The exhilarating sensation of briefly unleashing chakra was simply irresistible. "Neji, with tattoos and those beautiful eyes, you would be invincible. Hurry," Lee Rock urged anxiously. Orochimaru seemed displeased, accelerating his escape. "Are the young ones of Konoha so impolite now?" Orochimaru performed a hand sign and vanished in an instant. "Hey? Why didn't you wait for us?" Lee Rock lamented as he watched Orochimaru disappear. Neji, seeing Orochimaru's departure, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The aura emanating from Orochimaru felt extremely perilous, a sense of danger that suggested death could come at any moment. What was happening? Neji glanced at Lee Rock and Sasuke, both bearing a cursed seal upon their necks. He recalled the cage bird. "This is quite a remarkable thing, though it's unfortunate you arrived too late." Lee Rock shook his head. The cursed seal would indeed be under Orochimaru's control, yet its power was undeniably formidable. If all went well, Sasuke would ultimately retaliate against Orochimaru, and the restraints would dissipate. As for the issue of excess natural energy entering the body, Lee Rock was unconcerned. In time, they would locate the true source of sage arts, whether it be Mayaboka Mountain or the Dragon Cave, and practice sage techniques, naturally mastering the control of natural energy entering their bodies. Lee Rock wore an expression of regret as he gazed at the unconscious Sasuke. "Next, we shall guard until Sasuke and Naruto awaken." He turned his gaze towards Sakura. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Could he possibly like me? After all, I am quite beautiful. No. Wait, I have Sasuke. Lee Rock furrowed his brow as he looked at Sakura. "What are you blushing for? Can't you take care of anyone? Don't you see that both Sasuke and Naruto are seriously injured and unconscious?" Lee Rock scoffed. "You are far too weak. I wonder how you can shamelessly consider yourself their teammate, you pitiful insect." These words nearly broke Sakura's defenses. Sakura recalled the frenzied state of Rock Lee and, daunted, refrained from opposing him, silently attending to Naruto and Sasuke instead. Neji cast a glance at Lee. Why do you choose to protect such weaklings? I have no interest in wasting my time on them, he expressed, revealing his attitude and innermost thoughts. Only those of formidable strength earn Niji's respect. Naturally, Tintin was an exception. As for Sakura, Niji couldn't even bear to regard her. She was far too feeble, akin to a cockroach, repulsive even to crush. Orochimaru would send someone to eliminate Sasuke, and since his forehead protector bore the symbol of the Sound Village, safeguarding them was merely incidental. Understanding this, Niji felt reassured to conceal his presence and wait in the shadows. Prior to their departure, he had taken note of the team that obtained the Book of Earth. The trio from the Sound Village was indeed in possession of it. Meanwhile, Tintin refrained from assisting in caring for Naruto and Sasuke, feeling no obligation to do so, especially since both Lee and Niji held little regard for Sakura, thus she did not step forward. By the way, what exactly is this cursed seal? Can it truly enhance one's strength? Tintin pondered, concerned after witnessing Niji and Lee's treatment of the weak. Her own abilities had begun to lag behind those of Lee and Niji. If this continued, she feared becoming a second Sakura. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps the cursed seal could indeed confer power, and she might seek Orochimaru to obtain it. After utilizing the cursed seal, her strength would likely reach the level of opening the third gate. Lee discerned Tintin's thoughts. However, the toll of the cursed seal is severe. It could lead to a tragic demise. Your capabilities cannot bear it. Is that so? Tintin fell into silence, feeling increasingly inadequate compared to Lee and Niji. This situation was untenable. Do not worry. You are doing just fine. Niji gently reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, allowing her to exhale in relief. Yet, her desire to grow stronger remained unchanged. Rest assured, after the Nin exams, I promised you patience is key, Lee consoled her. Yes, thank you. We are teammates. No need for formality. Suddenly, a squirrel dashed past. Niji turned to Lee. I shall attempt a new combat method. Please. Lee gestured invitingly. Niji nodded, raising his sleeve. Whoosh. The sleeve arrow struck precisely before the squirrel, startling it away. Boom. Once the squirrel had fled, the explosive tag affixed to it detonated. We've been discovered. That individual possesses formidable strength, Niji remarked. In the shadows, TOS watched Niji cautiously, sensing that those piercing white eyes had likely already detected his hiding place. TOS. Swiftly deal with them. Zack was eager to reveal his form. Void Slash. A powerful wave of energy surged towards Niji, who instantly retreated. In a heartbeat, the Sound Ninjas could no longer perceive Niji's presence or aura. He fled? TOS stood frozen, taken aback by the realization that the seemingly formidable white-eyed opponent was, in fact, a facade of strength. Huh, such garbage, TOS exclaimed, but before he could finish his thought, a shuriken met him head-on, followed by a barrage of hidden weapons that erupted towards Zack. What? The Sound Ninjas hadn't even seen where these projectiles had originated. Chapter 18. The preliminary matches commenced. TOS and Kin made their entrance. Zack, that white-eyed fellow can see our hiding spots and excels in long-range attacks. You handle him. I'll deal with the one with the bushy eyebrows, and Kin, you take care of the one with the bun. The Sound Ninjas each found their respective adversaries. TOS regarded Rock Lee with caution, knowing his own instinctive wariness would prevent him from recklessly attacking without understanding Lee's abilities. Does he also possess long-range attacks? TOS cast a shuriken to probe. Lee deftly tilted his head aside to evade it. So he specializes in taijutsu. He may possess other skills as well. In an instant, TOS deduced Lee's area of expertise and smirked coldly. If it's taijutsu, he cannot evade my strikes. Just as he prepared to make his move, Lee's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. What? Where did he go? TOS was momentarily stunned. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. TOS. Lee materialized at his back. In the original story, this Sound Ninja was swiftly eliminated by Gaara in the third exam, leaving TOS feeling rather disappointed. This TOS was quite an engaging character. The disparity in our strengths is too vast. I do not advise you to engage, Lee stated before activating his cursed seal and opening the second gate. The surge of power in that instant instilled profound dread in TOS. This sensation of fear was akin to what he had experienced in the presence of Orochimaru, an absolute suppression of strength. TOS felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard, his right hand twitching slightly. Are you going to use that porous arm armor? Just give up. You will truly perish. Lee extended a finger and gently flicked it. Boom. TOS was propelled several meters away, crashing into multiple trees. He coughed up blood, and before he could regain his bearings, Lee stood before him. This is my final warning. Move again, and you will have no further chances. Li's voice was icy. He held a certain admiration for TOS. Yet that did not imply leniency. Should TOS make another move, he would be regarded as an enemy. And in the face of an enemy. Li Loc's approach was singular, to kill without mercy. Tors was drenched in cold sweat, soaking the ground beneath him. He struggled to maintain control over his body. Even daring not to tremble, fearing that a mere quiver of his fingers might provoke Li Loc to end his life. I am willing to present the Book of Earth. Will you allow us to leave? Tors inquired. Indeed, Li Loc replied with a nod. Tors had referred to us, not just me. And it was this spirit that Li Loc admired. Had Tors attempted to flee alone, Li Loc would have likely embedded a dark energy within him. Li Loc lifted the seal and the 8 gates of Duanjia. He extended his right hand, the meaning clear without words. Only then did Tors dare to move. Retrieving the Book of Earth. What about my other 2 companions? Tors hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage to ask. It should be quick. Let us wait a moment. Additionally, I will seek you out in the Land of Sound. I wish to establish an organization and require someone as meticulous and trustworthy as you, Li Loc stated as he tucked the Book of Earth into his pocket. Before that, keep your distance from Orochimaru and strive to survive. Tors shuddered, understanding Li Loc's implication and recognizing Orochimaru's manipulative tactics. I see now, thank you. It is indeed an honor to work for someone like you. Tors respectfully stood behind Li Loc, awaiting further instructions. After a brief while, Tian was the first to subdue her opponent. The girl named Qin Shui, whose attacks were perfectly countered by Tian, found no one more proficient in ninja tools than her. Why isn't Team Niji finished yet? Tian wondered, holding the unconscious Qin Shui, her gaze drifting with concern. Do not fret, Niji is honing his skills. The timing is just right. Li Loc reassured. Indeed, as his words fell, a sound ninja named Sak appeared, trembling as he emerged from the woods, collapsing weakly to the ground. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of that Byakugan fellow, and I couldn't land my slash of the void. How infuriating. With a thud, Sak fell, utterly spent. His exhaustion confirmed the efficacy of this combat style. Niji's figure materialized, the scrolls behind him disappearing. We simply ran out of scrolls, Niji observed, glancing at Tian. Don't worry, the scroll issue is on me. She responded with a wry smile. Niji nodded, his gaze shifting to Tors behind Li Loc. What shall we do with them? Shall we kill them? Niji inquired. Li Loc shook his head, turning to Tors. Tors understood, lifting his 2 companions. Let them go. We have secured the scrolls, Li Loc declared. Agreed. Niji held no interest in such weaklings, and Tintin had no objections either. TS glanced back at Rock Lee. He said nothing and turned away. Let us proceed to the center tower and conclude this examination swiftly. Move. The trio set off toward the center tower. Throughout the journey, Niji's Byakugan proved exceedingly beneficial. The enemies near the center tower were densely clustered, with many laying traps, eagerly awaiting their prey. However, with Niji's Byakugan, not only were the traps revealed, but the foes, even before catching sight of them, were repelled by Niji's distant arrows. Rock Lee also showcased his remarkable physical prowess. With just a slight display of their abilities, all hidden adversaries in the vicinity of the center tower reached a unanimous consensus. These 3 were not to be trifled with, as they were genuinely formidable. The trio arrived at the center tower without hindrance. Lee pushed the door open. Following a brief respite, all the genin who had successfully passed the 2nd exam gathered in the arena. The 3rd Hokage surveyed the assembly of genin, recognizing them as the future embers of Konoha, Naruto, the Uchiha prodigy, the youth of the Hyuga clan, and Rock Lee. A look of approval flickered in the 3rd's eyes. Unlike other genin, who had varying degrees of familial support, even Sasuke possessed the Sharingan. Only Naruto and Lee had ascended from the very bottom through sheer determination. As for Lee, he remained uncertain about his sentiments towards Konoha, perhaps contemplating a connection with Naruto after this examination. As the moonlight breeze signaled the gathering of all participants, it announced the rules for the preliminary matches. Subsequently, the crowd took their places in the viewing stands. Guy observed Lee, his brow furrowed. Why are you not wearing your youth battle attire? Lee felt a profound sense of suffocation at the remark. Stop fixating on that tattered green outfit, Sensei Guy. You are no longer youthful. Lee murmured softly. Oh, Lee, what did you say? I said, Sensei Guy, just watch closely. Lee retrieved a scroll from his pocket. It was a summoning scroll that Tintin had prepared. Upon its unrolling, a black flying fish suit materialized before Guy's eyes. Lee donned the suit, and his entire demeanor transformed instantaneously. Clad in the dark robe, He stood as imposing as night, a black blade poised between heaven and earth, exuding brilliance. Now this is true youth, Lee proclaimed. Guy's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such attire. At that moment, Lee stood there, radiating the essence of a master. So this was the true embodiment of youth. Guy immediately requested a suit from Lee. Is there another? Give me a set. Youth should be this carefree. Lee had anticipated this and handed Guy a summoning scroll. Kai donned his attire with great satisfaction. I feel empowered. Kakashi, once the examination concludes, let us engage in another contest while I wear this outfit. Their actions, observed by others, seemed rather peculiar to many, particularly to the Sand Shinobi. Gaara regarded the scene with disdain. Fools, believing that a mere change of clothing can elevate their strength. How utterly absurd. Chapter 19. I despise those without eyebrows. In the first match of the preliminaries, Sasuke faced off against an espionage ninja from the Sound, successfully suppressing the cursed seal. This thrilled Orochimaru, who was concealed in the audience. The Sharingan, the 8 gates, he was momentarily uncertain whom to favor. Both forms of Orochimaru were quite satisfactory. If Sasuke were to master the 8 gates, it would be nothing short of perfection, he mused, licking his lips. Rock Lee cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, pondering how the latter managed to disguise himself so effectively. Leaning gently against the wall, Lee's fingers sketched simple drawings on its surface. Curse Seal, 506-1000, Curse Seal 1. He found himself utterly uninterested in the forthcoming matches. This preliminary round, along with the subsequent official tournament, was nothing more than a farce. It was not a true competition, but rather a mere spectacle, a transactional exchange of interests. Even the banner that randomly selected opponents for the matches elicited a scoff from Lee. In the first bout, Konoha had utilized Sasuke to eliminate a spy. Following that, it was merely a contest between the progeny of the elite and those of common lineage. The preliminaries served, in essence, to weed out the stragglers and commoners, paving the way for the true match where the young aristocrats of the 5 great shinobi villages would engage in playful rivalry. Lee glanced at Nara Shikamaru, who appeared listless. Among the Konoha 12, he was the first to recognize this troubling pattern, which was why he later expressed his discontent. To arrive at a solution that satisfied both upper echelons would undoubtedly be a cumbersome task. What struck me most about Shikamaru was not his performance in this preliminary round, but his conduct in the official tournament against the Sand Princess, Temari. Despite possessing over 200 strategies to secure victory, he chose to forfeit. Such an act was profoundly graceful. I could win, yet I willingly concede. This preserved Konoha's honor while simultaneously granting Temari her due respect, perfectly aligning with the true intentions of the upper class regarding this match. Moreover, he garnered Temari's favorable regard, a triple win. Who else but Shikamaru deserves to be promoted to CH Nin? If Niji or I, Rock Lee, were to enter and brutally defeat the Sand Princess with the 8 gates, it would surely bring chaos to Konoha. Soon, it was time for the match featuring Tintin. She remained seated in the viewing area. He gently raised his hand. I concede. A wave of astonishment swept through the arena. The one who managed to endure until the preliminaries chose to yield so easily, especially Tintin. She was a teammate of Niji and Rock Lee. Everyone knew that among the new generation of Konoha, this was the strongest team. It was of no consequence. Niji softly reassured her. Tintin smiled faintly, saying nothing. Yet, a sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. This had been agreed upon prior to the match. Rock Lee had informed Tintin's opponent ahead of time and disclosed all the intelligence regarding Temari's ninjutsu. For 3 consecutive nights, Tintin pondered strategies, but she felt utterly powerless. Rock Lee and Niji had little recourse either. Ultimately, Niji urged Tintin to concede. It was then that she relinquished her fight. In the arena, Naruto had already triumphed over Kiba. After all, he was the prince. Rock Lee was not surprised by this outcome. In the next match, Niji faced Hinata. He moved his neck slightly and glanced at Tintin. I will win this for you. Niji stepped into the arena. Rock Lee intended to dissuade Niji, wishing to emulate Shikamaru's approach to spare the princess some dignity. Victory was attainable, but not too easily. However, he ultimately held his tongue. No one would relish being a caged bird, condemned to a life of servitude. Moreover, this was Niji's own family matter, no matter how close their relationship. It was best to remain an observer in such affairs. He resolved to assist Niji in overcoming the caged bird seal when the time came and his strength had increased. Rock Lee contemplated deeply. Since he had arrived, he intended to genuinely alter Niji's fate and reshape the very fabric of Konoha and the ninja world. Although Naruto ultimately ascended to the position of 7th Hokage, he changed nothing. Once the likes of Naruto and Sasuke, those formidable weapons, were gone, the entire ninja world would inevitably fall into the same catastrophic cycle without external threats. This time, I shall rewrite the future. Rock Lee's gaze fell upon the arena. The battle unfolded as expected, with a crushing dominance. Nearby, Naruto continued to cheer for Hinata. Rock Lee sighed. Futile, just give up. What? What did you say? Naruto exclaimed in fury, rushing forward to seize Rock Lee by the collar. The strongest genin of Konoha, no, the strongest in the entire exam, was none other than Hyuga Neji. Rock Lee effortlessly pushed Naruto away, adjusting his collar. With all due respect, everyone present is a fool. Naruto attempted to charge again, but Sakura intervened, fearing that Naruto might provoke Rock Lee. In the arena, the match had concluded, and Neji returned to the viewing area. Naruto looked at Neji. I will definitely defeat you. Neji chuckled softly, ignoring Naruto. The banner above the arena rotated once more. Rock Lee faced off against Gaara as both entered the arena. Kakashi glanced at Guy. The Sand Ninja possesses formidable strength. According to the intel from Hondo, he is at least at Chunin level. During the Forest of Death exam, they were the fastest team and emerged unscathed. Guy remained silent, having recently undertaken numerous special missions, leaving him somewhat uncertain about the strength of the members of Team 3. Kakashi, my disciple, before Guy could finish, Kankuro approached. Useless. That guy excels in taijutsu, but any physical technique is futile before Gaara, Kankuro remarked, looking at Naruto and Neji. You previously claimed this Byakugan user is the strongest genin? Kankuro chuckled. You were not mistaken, but Gaara is not a genin. He is a jonin. Guy and Kakashi were taken aback. What? A jonin? As jonin themselves, they were acutely aware of the disparity in strength between jonin and genin. Although Neji was the strongest genin on the field, in their eyes, he still fell short. However, jonin are an entirely different matter. The distinction lies in the fact that a jonin possesses a chakra reserve sufficient for learning advanced ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, and can even attempt to cultivate elite ninjutsu. Once elite ninjutsu is unleashed, genin have no room for resistance. It is a complete annihilation. Neji and Tenten couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. They understood that Rock Lee could unleash tremendous power through the 8 gates and cursed seal, but the jonin's chakra and ninjutsu could easily outlast that moment of explosive strength, allowing them to subdue their opponent with ease. Little Lee. Neji activated his Byakugan. As he directed his gaze at Gaara, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, as if Gaara were a terrifying beast, ready to consume anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Guy-sensei, that guy is not right. Neji exclaimed urgently. Kakashi also activated his Sharingan, sharing the same ominous sensation. Gaara exuded an unfathomable aura, leaving even Kakashi uncertain of victory. Guy, let that boy concede. His taijutsu holds no chance against elite ninjutsu or even advanced techniques. In the hands of a genin is merely a plaything, Kakashi urged, his own hesitation evident. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage observed the match with keen interest. Rock Lee, huh? He recalled the recent incident when Lee had declined an offer to join the Umbu. Oh, the impetuousness of youth. A little pressure will suffice. After this defeat, he shall yield. With no resources to support him, no background to rely on. His path is all too clear, a reminder of my own youth. The 3rd Hokage pondered what position to assign to Lee. In the arena, Rock Lee addressed Gaara. To be frank, we are not compatible, because I absolutely despise those without eyebrows. Chapter 20. The emergence of a tail. Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly. His response was rather succinct. Sand coffin. Sand poured forth from the gourd on Gaara's back, gradually forming a deluge of sand that surged towards Rock Lee, enveloping him entirely. Lee's expression contorted in pain. Damn it, I can't move. Gaara chuckled coldly. To be honest, I also loathe those with bushy eyebrows. He extended his right hand, slowly forming a fist. Sand funeral. Ah! The sand transformed into a tempest, swirling throughout the arena. Kankuro feigned a dramatic sigh. What a pity, we shall remember you. What was your name again? Ha ha. Kankuro's laughter resonated loudly, capturing everyone's attention. Neji scoffed disdainfully. You're laughing too early. What? Kankuro turned his gaze to the arena. Lee's figure manifested upon the stone statue of the ninja. Is this all you've got? Lee instantaneously activated his cursed seal, black markings spreading over half his body. He had merely tested Gaara's strength, and it was utterly insufficient. Lee was no longer inclined to play games. He had other plans. Boom. Open. Lee unlocked the first gate. You know nothing of taijutsu? The chakra within Li surged, invigorating his physical form immensely. Sixth gate open. A tremendous chakra enveloped Li, nearly taking on a tangible form, rampaging throughout the arena. Nirvana. This was Li's unique sixth technique. Chakra morphed into a blue phoenix, hurtling towards Gaara. Under the influence of the curse seal, this terrifying chakra rivaled that of a tailed beast. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed through the air. In the wake of Nirvana, all things were obliterated. Boom. The entire arena lay in ruins. The might of this technique surpassed everyone's expectations. Kakashi, Guy, Orochimaru, and the third Hokage were all taken aback, unable to respond in time to intervene. What sheer power! Kakashi was utterly astonished. He too could use the 8 gates, yet he had only mastered the 3rd gate. Anything beyond that was beyond his grasp. Yet here was Li, merely 13 and proficiently wielding the 6th gate. Kakashi, my disciple, he is truly a genius of taijutsu. Guy laughed heartily. His words revealed his stance. A prodigy of taijutsu, he would protect him at all costs. Even if Gaara were to perish, Konoha would seek justice. Yet Guy would steadfastly defend his pupil. Kakashi shook his head at this. Although Konoha would indeed seek accountability, it would not go so far as to extinguish the flame of a future taijutsu genius. The specifics of how this matter would be handled remained to be discussed. Yet one thing he could ascertain. Gaara is doomed. The third Hokage squinted slightly, his expression grim. It was evident that Gaara had perished. The subsequent course of action posed a formidable dilemma. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the smoke began to dissipate. In the arena, Gaara had vanished, replaced by a colossal and terrifying beast. What is this? Kakashi activated his Sharingan, gazing in shock at the scene before him. The onlookers were equally astonished. This is bad. The One Tail has appeared. Damn it. Orochimaru seethed inwardly. This was his ploy, intended for the official match to lure Konoha into a trap. Now, it had been prematurely revealed. Rock Lee splendid. Orochimaru ceased to conceal his intentions. Upon witnessing the emergence of the One Tail, the Sand Shinobi immediately commenced their plan to annihilate Konoha. Sarutobi-sensei, you have waited long. Orochimaru materialized behind the third, a kunai poised at his throat. Orochimaru, who would have thought I would see you again? This time, I shall not show mercy. The 4 purple flames formation activated, and the 2 engaged in battle. The remaining J-Nin also clashed with the Sand J-Nin, plunging the entire scene into chaos. No one noticed that Rock Lee had vanished from the arena. On the streets of Konoha, civilians huddled in their homes, too fearful to venture outside. The roads were rife with conflict. At that moment, a young man donned in a Sand Shinobi forehead protector and a white hooded cloak, draped in a sandy yellow mantle, walked along the street. Rock Lee had transformed into a Sand Shinobi. He was well acquainted with the terrain of Konoha, deftly avoiding battles and weaving through shadowy alleys. Defeating Gaara was not his true objective. His real aim was the Book of Seals. Lee understood that once the One-Tail Shikaku was revealed, war between the Sand and Konoha would be inevitable. At that point, Konoha would descend into chaos, and the third Hokage would be embroiled in a fierce struggle. All attention would be directed toward the third. In such a moment, the location of the Book of Seals, the Hokage's residence, would be the least fortified. Rock Lee paused a short distance from a building. He had just opened the 6th gate and activated the cursed seal, leaving him somewhat fatigued. He needed to rest. Lee retrieved a scroll from his pocket. It was a summoning scroll that Tintin had prepared in advance. With a bang, a white porcelain vial materialized before him. The vial opened, and 10 soldier pills fell into Lee's hand. He swallowed one immediately and continued to gesture, feeling his chakra rapidly replenishing. An hour later, Lee's stamina was fully restored, but only half of his chakra had returned. Time was running short. He rose and made his way toward the Hokage's residence. Soon, Lee arrived in front of a house. Sand Shinobi, you have ventured into the wrong place. 5 members of the Umbu emerged, blocking the path of Rock Lee. He remained silent, activating the 3rd gate and drawing forth a long blade from his waist. The blade glimmered, and in an instant, the 5 Umbu members clutched their throats and collapsed. The brilliance of the blade demanded merely physical stamina, devoid of chakra. It was then that Rock Lee comprehended the true might of the swordsmanship. He had previously thought that such techniques were only effective against ordinary ninjas. Yet, with the activation of the 3rd gate, his speed surged, and with a single strike, the 5 elite J-Nin were caught off guard and met their demise. Such destructive power rivaled that of high-level ninjutsu. This was merely the sword's brilliance. One could only imagine the strength that mastery of the sword's intent would yield. Rock Lee gazed at the door of the Hokage's residence, refraining from hastily opening it. Instead, he shattered the door with a fragment of stone. There were no concealed formidable jutsu. The Hokage was indeed bold, and it was no wonder that Konoha's forbidden techniques often attracted attention. Entering the room, he noted its simplistic decor: a wooden bed, a modest wooden table, a bookshelf on the left, an open kitchen on the right, and a bathroom at the far end, easily visible at a glance. A hidden chamber. Rock Lee commenced his search within the room. Ultimately, he discovered a mechanism concealed within the bookshelf. With a click, he twisted a scroll, and the entire bookshelf began to rotate slowly. This was the location of the sealed book. Stepping inside, he immediately spotted the sealing book at the center. Exercising caution, Rock Lee tested the area around the sealing book with his ninja tools, confirming the absence of traps. He seized the sealing book with determination. With a swift motion, he opened it, his objective being the four-symbol sealing technique. Mastery of this technique would enable him to cultivate the 8 trigrams sealing technique, capable of sealing tailed beasts. Multiple shadow clone technique. This was the first forbidden jutsu recorded within the sealing book. Rock Lee's eyes darted rapidly over the contents of the technique. Next, he had come this far. He would seize the opportunity fully. He would learn every technique within the sealing book. Impure World Reincarnation, 8 Gates Release, for symbol sealing, Corpse Demon Binding, Flying Thunder God Technique, Mutual Exploding Tags. Rock Lee's mind raced as he committed these forbidden techniques to memory. After half an hour, he closed the sealing book and returned it to its original position. He exited the Hokage's residence. At that moment, the chaos enveloping Konoha gradually came under control. The Sand Shinobi seemed to have received some command and began a systematic retreat. Within the ruined wooden house, Rock Lee received the news of the passing of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He felt no sorrow for the third. It was the fate that had been preordained for him. Orochimaru was also set free by his own hand. Now, everything is scattered in the wind. The life of the third Hokage was nearly devoted entirely to Konoha. Born from the flames, he witnessed the rise of fire. Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire endures relentlessly. Chapter 21. An unexpected encounter with Jiraiya and Konoha. A gentle rain fell, saturating the ground with sorrow. The sky was veiled in a delicate layer of gray, enhancing the somber atmosphere with an added chill and desolation. All the ninjas of Konoha had gathered here. Today marked the memorial service for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The crowd donned plain garments, forsaking umbrellas. Raindrops descended, each seemingly imbued with boundless grief, gradually weaving an invisible net that enveloped the entire world. At the funeral of the third Hokage, attendees stepped forward in turn, placing white chrysanthemums before the casket. Rock Lee cast a glance aside. Sarutobi Konohamaru's eyes brimmed with tears that streamed down his face, and he gradually succumbed to sobs. Upon hearing the cries, Naruto felt a deeper pang in his heart. Rock Lee sighed as he approached and laid down his white chrysanthemum. You may have let many down, but you have no shame before Konoha. I once deemed you overly weak. Perhaps I was mistaken. In your advanced years, you rose to the occasion during times of peril, bringing prosperity to Konoha. You are worthy of the title of the strongest Hokage. With that, Rock Lee turned to leave. He did not share the profound sorrow that Konohamaru and Naruto felt. For him, the passing of the third Hokage felt akin to the sudden departure of an elder he had known, invoking a sense of wistfulness. Dying for Konoha was the best fate for the third. This was still a time of peace, yet even the highest-ranking Hokage could perish. It was unfathomable to consider how ordinary people survived amidst the chaos of war. Returning to the dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee felt acutely aware of his inadequacies. He swiftly began to form hand seals. Currently, his ability score with the stamp technique had risen to 10. He could now perform 32 seals in a second. Even the most intricate seals could be completed within that time frame. For symbol seal technique, detected that the host is practicing the 4-symbol seal technique. Would you like to spend 500,000 Ryo for simplification? Simplify. For symbol seal, constructing a house. Rock Lee paused for a moment, glancing at the dilapidated wooden structure behind him. It seemed quite reasonable, for wooden walls and a roof would suffice to seal someone within. However, the question remained, where would the funds for building come from? He looked at his empty wallet, which contained only a single 400 Ryo note. The last 500,000 Ryo had already been used for the simplification of the 4-symbol seal. The 400 Ryo would only suffice for meals. Rock Lee drew his long blade and swung it decisively, severing several trees at their roots. Lee Locke, wielding his blade with fervor, cleaved through the trees, transforming them into numerous planks of wood. Uncertain if he could successfully construct a dwelling, he set about erecting a rudimentary wooden cabin. Before long, the structure stood complete. However, the proficiency panel regarding the four symbols sealing technique remained unchanged, indicating that only materials procured from a store would count as true construction. Returning to his modest abode, Locke retrieved some sustenance from the refrigerator, prepared it with simplicity, and thus resolved his midday meal. It was time to visit the exchange house. He donned a new outfit and departed from the hidden Leaf Village. Days later, within the confines of Shortbook City, Locke adorned himself in a samurai's attire and ventured onto the bustling streets. Gazing at the labyrinthine network of sewers, he felt a twinge of confusion. Alas, he had neglected to inquire about the specific location of the exchange house amidst the myriad sewer entrances scattered about. He had not anticipated the sheer number of sewer openings. Dozens lay before him. Observing the patrolling samurai, he realized that venturing into the sewers haphazardly would likely brand him a suspicious character, risking capture. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Leaf Village ninjas were also stationed in Shortbook City, led by the esteemed Jonin, Ando Raicho, a figure deeply trusted by the higher-ups of the Leaf. This individual frequently undertook missions pertinent to the Land of Fire. Given Shortbook City's status as a vital tourist destination within the Land of Fire, it was only natural to deploy a Jonin for its protection. Locke was not particularly daunted by Ando Raicho's prowess. Rather, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Engaging a Jonin would inevitably invite scrutiny. In the Land of Fire, should the Leaf Village decide to investigate a person, it would be an uncomplicated task. After a moment of contemplation, he feigned a casual stroll before checking into a hot spring inn. As night descended, Locke employed a stealth technique, blending seamlessly into the shadows as he swiftly traversed the streets. Soon after, he vanished from sight. Moments later, a man emerged from a nearby casino, only to find himself lamenting his misfortune as he stumbled out of the sewer. Just as he bemoaned his ill luck, he noticed others tumbling into the sewer nearby, which offered him a modicum of solace. With a splash, "Who on earth has pilfered the manhole covers?" he exclaimed, echoing the frustrations of many on Shortbook Street. This commotion attracted the attention of the patrolling samurai, though they merely cast a cursory glance before resuming their patrol. Such thefts were a daily occurrence, and apprehending thieves was a never-ending task. If a thief stole from tourists, they would expend considerable effort to catch them, yet if it were merely manhole covers, other departments would handle the matter, simply replacing them afterward. After marking the sewer entrance as hazardous, the samurai continued their rounds, indifferent to the troubles that unfolded under the cloak of night. The vibrant signs flanking the street gradually dimmed, leaving only a few bars still in operation. Rockley emerged from the hot spring inn, only to stumble and fall into a sewer. Not here. He climbed back up. This incident went unnoticed by the patrolling samurai. It was a common occurrence for many to fall into the sewers on such nights. 2 samurai even made a wager, guessing how many would fall into the well that evening. As Lee continued on, he fell into yet another well. Searching through the pipes, he found it was not the right one either. Thus, upon reaching the 8th well, he finally uncovered a hidden door. The Exchange Gold House. He kicked the door open. Inside lay darkness. Suddenly, a flicker of fire illuminated the room. Seeking a bounty? A haunting voice grew nearer to Lee's ear. "I came to collect a bounty. Are there any below 5 million Rio recently?" Lee gazed at the steward within the exchange house, a disheveled middle-aged man with a deep scar etched across his cheek. Upon learning Lee sought a bounty, the man handed him a ledger. Each month, the ledger is updated, and one may return here to acquire the new listings. Lee flipped through the pages, noting bounties ranging from 50 million to 1 million Rio. Several names caught his attention. Bounty target, Kakashi Hitaki. Strength, elite Jonin of Konoha. Possessing the Sharingan, capable of replicating ninjutsu. Bounty amount, 40 million. Asuma, Gaara, and even the names of various feudal lords were prominently listed. They truly dared. With this revelation, Lee understood the identity of the proprietor behind the exchange house. Not a single name from the 5 great nations or their kin appeared in the ledger, indicating a clandestine agreement and consensus among the feudal lords of the 5 great nations. "Is there anything else?" the middle-aged man inquired with a furrowed brow. "Nothing. My apologies for the disturbance." Lee promptly departed. By now, it was well past midnight, and the streets were nearly devoid of patrolling samurai. A middle-aged man clad in a red outer robe, wooden sandals upon his feet, and a forehead protector adorning his head roamed the streets with Naruto. How unfortunate that the nightlife is coming to a swift end. Jiraiya sighed. Naruto raised an eyebrow, noting that their search for Tsunade, coupled with training, had resulted in nightly visits to dubious establishments instead. One must not speak thus. This is a test of your character. Cultivating the heart is also a form of training. Lacking in virtue may invite malevolent spirits. Jiraiya said gravely, pointing toward a well. Recently, rumors have circulated throughout the town of Duance that a monster has been emerging in the dead of night, stealing manhole covers. It is said that if all the covers are taken, the creature will resort to stealing the hearts of children. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened as he witnessed Rock Lee climbing out of a sewer. Indeed, there was a monster. Chapter 22. The location of Myobokuzen in Duance Street. Rock Lee emerged from the manhole, feeling somewhat awkward as he caught sight of Naruto and Jiraiya's curious stares. Fortunately, he had employed the transformation technique. A flawless disguise even the legendary Sannin Jiraiya would find challenging to see through. Jiraiya's expression, however, did not reflect surprise. Rather, his eyes narrowed in recognition. While others may be oblivious to the Exchange Bureau, Jiraiya had spent years gathering intelligence and was well acquainted with its workings. Let us go. That is not a monster. Just someone who accidentally fell into the manhole, Jiraiya said softly as he ushered Naruto away. Yet, Rock Lee called out to him, seizing this opportunity. Wait, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. I've been searching for you for quite some time. Rock Lee's voice was altered, sounding somewhat hoarse. Oh, who might you be? Jiraiya turned, scrutinizing Rock Lee closely. After a few moments, he deduced that Rock Lee had indeed used the transformation technique. Yet he could not ascertain the specific faction from which he hailed. Cautiously, he positioned Naruto behind him. Rest assured, I am not here for that child. I am here for you, Rock Lee assured, indicating he bore no ill intent. On the street, a cold breeze swept through, causing Jiraiya's red cloak to flutter. After a brief pause, he erupted into laughter. Ahaha. Since you seek me, why not converse further at the tavern ahead? Please. Rock Lee led the way, with Jiraiya and Naruto following closely behind. The trio settled into the tavern, and after a couple of drinks, Rock Lee felt a pleasant buzz. I wish to exchange information with you, he began. Exchange information? Let us hear what you have to say, Jiraiya replied. I possess intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization and wish to trade it for the location of Myobokuzen, Rock Lee stated directly. This exchange required no pretense. Both parties could fulfill their needs. If you require it, let us proceed. If not, we can part ways as acquaintances. Of course, this was contingent upon Rock Lee's understanding that Jiraiya was a man of integrity. Were it Orochimaru instead, the situation would not be an exchange of information, but rather Orochimaru eliminating Rock Lee to seize the intelligence. Jiraiya did not immediately agree. He indeed needed information on the Akatsuki, yet the precise location of Myobokuzen was of immense value. If the intelligence Rock Lee provided about the Akatsuki was merely hearsay, then this exchange would be unequal. Rock Lee discerned Jiraiya's apprehension and poured him another drink. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can first share a piece of information that is not of great significance. Lee locked down the contents of his cup. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, who had taken control of Hanzo of the Salamander in the village of Amigakure, is, in fact, the current shadow of that village. Consider this intelligence a complimentary gift. Not enough, Jiraiya exclaimed. Then let me add another piece of information. You have encountered him, the leader of the Akatsuki. Lee Locke remarked casually. Is that so? Jiraiya pondered, his mind racing through faces he had seen before, yet he could not determine who it was. Can we trade now? I possess even more potent information. Lee Locke spoke with an air of mystery. Seeing Jiraiya's silence, he took his time, savoring his drink. After a while, Jiraiya made up his mind. All right. Myoboka Mountain lies within a stone cave at the foot of the Labyrinth Mountain. Once you reach the cave and find the toad sage guarding it, you shall gain access to the true Myoboka Mountain. Jiraiya sketched a map, detailing the route from Konoha to the Labyrinth Mountain, as well as the precise location of the cave. Very well. Lee Locke calmly tucked away the map, although inside, he was brimming with excitement. The curse seal was merely a counterfeit sage technique, fraught with side effects. However, the techniques of Myoboka Mountain were entirely different. They represented a genuine method of harnessing natural energy. The leader of the Akatsuki consists of 6 corpses, known collectively as the 6 paths of pain: Deva Path, Asura Path, Human Path, Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Animal Path. Corpses? Jiraiya frowned, finding this information rather fantastical. He shook his head, feeling deceived. This intelligence is not worth my exchange for the location of Myoboka Mountain. A glimmer of murderous intent sparked in Jiraiya's eyes as he coldly regarded Lee Locke. Lee Locke remained unperturbed. I can also reveal the identity of the individual controlling the 6 paths of pain, but that constitutes a separate piece of information. I can guarantee the accuracy of this intelligence to be 100%. 100%? Jiraiya let out a cold laugh. Fine. I shall exchange yet another piece of information with you. If what you provide fails to withstand scrutiny, do not blame me. Not everyone can reap benefits from me. After downing another drink, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at Lilac. The moment Lilac made any move, Jiraiya would be prepared to strike him down with all his might. An overwhelming aura of death sent chills down Lilac's spine. This murderous intent was unlike any he had experienced in his previous life as a fighter. It was forged from the countless corpses left in the wake of the Second Shinobi World War, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Lilac took a deep breath, striving to maintain his inner calm. I will exchange the training method for the Rasengan with you. Oh? Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Lilac. You seem to know me quite well. Not extensively, just a little. After all, you are one of the illustrious legendary 3 ninjas. Very well, speak. Jiraiya once again lifted his wine cup, downing its contents. The true leader of the Akatsuki organization, controlling the 6 paths of pain, was none other than his former disciple. The one possessing those fateful eyes. Crack. The wine cup in Jiraiya's grasp shattered violently. Naruto, witnessing this, was taken aback, unable to comprehend the exchange between the two. Yet, it was the first time he observed such fervor emanating from Jiraiya. Hey, perverted sage, are you alright? Naruto exclaimed. Noticing the shards of the broken cup embedded in Jiraiya's hand, blood trickling down the lines of his palm. Jiraiya, however, seemed oblivious to the pain. His gaze fixated intently on Rock Lee. Lee was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked through, experiencing the chilling terror that precedes death. In that moment, he realized that should Jiraiya desire it, his life could be extinguished in mere seconds. Lee struggled to maintain his composure. After a brief pause, Jiraiya stood, leaving behind a scroll on the table before departing with Naruto. You settle the bill, were Jiraiya's parting words. Lee's body went limp, engulfed by a suffocating sense of impending doom. He felt convinced that even if he opened the 8 gates and activated his cursed seal, he would be obliterated by Jiraiya in an instant. The gap between him and the top-tier powerhouses was still vast. Lee gingerly opened the scroll he had picked up. Within it laid the methods for mastering the Rasengan. It was time to gather funds. Both the forbidden techniques and the Rasengan required financial investment. After leaving 300 Ryo on the table, Lee exited the tavern. Months passed. Lee returned to Konoha, dragging 2 suitcases behind him, weary from his travels. For the past few months, he had been claiming bounties, visiting the exchange for money more frequently than even Kakuzu. However, Lee consistently opted for lower-tier bounties. He yearned for a significant score, yet his abilities paled in comparison to Kakuzu's, forcing him to accumulate wealth gradually. As he approached the gates of Konoha, he cast a quick glance around. The guards appeared lax, yet hidden ninjas were more numerous than before. Had something happened in Konoha? Chapter 23. Simplifying Forbidden Techniques. Lee walked into Konoha. The 2 guards at the gate conducted only a cursory inspection before allowing him entry. Upon entering, Lee did not return to his dilapidated wooden house. Instead, he made his way to Tenten's home. Unfortunately, she was not there, as she was on a mission with Shikamaru and Ino. Left with no choice, Lee headed to the Hyuga estate. Something on your mind? Niji observed from a distance as Lee approached, burdened by 2 suitcases. He assumed Lee had come to borrow money again. Carrying suitcases, was he here to rob him instead? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Niji's forehead. Perhaps Lee had overestimated his own strength. Niji's gaze shifted once more to the 2 suitcases in Lee's hands. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, the white eyes possessed the ability of clairvoyance. Upon glancing, he realized the suitcase was brimming with cash, likely amounting to 10 million. Such a sum would be considered substantial even within the Hyuga household. Niji was unaware of Rock Lee's whereabouts during this phase. Nor did he inquire about the source of this money. Did you see? My dilapidated wooden house attracts thieves. It's unsafe to leave such wealth unattended. I initially sought out Tintin to place it within a sealing scroll, but since she is absent, I've come to you instead, Rock Lee stated directly. Here, Niji replied, tossing Rock Lee a summoning scroll that Tintin had prepared in advance for Niji's use. Thank you, Rock Lee said as he took the scroll and sealed 20 million into it. He and Niji traversed the expansive Hyuga estate, which was far larger than Rock Lee had anticipated. As they walked through the corridor, a magnificent green hill appeared before them, its vastness eliciting Rock Lee's admiration for the prominence of noble families. Has there been any significant news in Konoha recently? It seems like the village's defenses have intensified considerably. Rock Lee inquired. Niji nodded. Sasuke has defected, and following the sacrifice of the third Hokage, the position of Hokage remains undecided. He glanced around to ensure no one was listening before continuing in a hushed tone. Rock Lee became aware of the unfolding circumstances. He had been so preoccupied with bounty hunting that he had overlooked such vital information. It seemed they were in the final throes of the struggle for Hokage. With Danzo vying for support, any disturbance in Konoha during this period would be of great significance. Internally, Rock Lee mused that the eventual victor would be Tsunade. In the impending mission to retrieve Sasuke, several disciples from prominent families would likely owe their safety to her, binding families such as the Hyuga, Nara, and Akimichi to her cause. Furthermore, Tsunade, being a member of the Senju clan and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, held a prestigious status that rendered Danzo's attempts futile. By the way, where do you usually keep your money? Rock Lee asked without hesitation. He anticipated that his future financial needs would only increase. And the constant back and forth was quite inconvenient. Niji's face flushed slightly. All my money is with Tintin. I only have 30,000 in personal savings. Please don't mention this to her. All right, Rock Lee exclaimed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the situation, and he departed from the Hyuga estate. It appeared that the establishment of a bank would need to be prioritized. He planned to commence the creation of the bank after perfecting his forbidden techniques. Before the dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee wielded a hammer and wooden planks, diligently constructing a modest, half-height wooden structure. 4 symbols ceiling technique, 1100, beginner. Fortunately, it isn't too arduous, Rock Lee remarked, retrieving a kunai. He inscribed intricate seals upon it. Flying Thunder God, Rock Lee exclaimed as he cast the inscribed kunai into the air. Thud. The kunai was embedded in the trunk of a large tree ahead. However, Lilac did not teleport over. He let out a wry smile, acknowledging his lack of talent for space-time ninjutsu. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he had the system. Detection. Host is practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Would you like to spend 5 million Ryo to simplify? Simplify. Flying Thunder God technique. Kunai thrown, lacking control over chakra, Lilac realized that he could still cultivate the body flicker technique through the system. The same principle applied to space-time ninjutsu. His hands swiftly formed seals, and within a second, all the seals were completed. Multiple shadow clone technique. Detection. Host is practicing the multiple shadow clone technique. Would you like to spend 3 million Ryo to simplify? Simplify. Multiple shadow clone technique. Clones created. Oh? Lilac had expected that the simplified version of the multiple shadow clone technique would merely be akin to looking in a mirror. Yet it had transformed into a full-fledged cloning technique. The remaining 3 forbidden techniques, Edo Tensei, Shiki Fuin, and the explosive tag, were either beyond his financial means or too perilous to simplify. After some contemplation, Lilac chose to practice the Rasengan from Jiraiya's scroll. He opened his right palm, but did not trigger the system's simplification. Is this not feasible? Lilac pondered for a moment, then inserted his fingers into the ground. Grasping a handful of earth, he shaped the dirt into a sphere and placed it in his palm. Detection. Host is practicing the Rasengan. Would you like to spend 1 million Ryo to simplify? Simplify. Rasengan. Grasping a milky white snowball. What? This posed a considerable challenge for Lilac. A visit to a certain establishment would hardly yield less than 100,000 Ryo. Such an amount was far beyond his reach. He chuckled bitterly, realizing that had Jiraiya possessed a simplification system, he would have surely soared to great heights by now. All his funds had been completely exhausted, leaving only 1 million Ryo for daily expenses within the ceiling scroll. Lilac rose and dusted off the dirt from his body. Open. He activated the second gate. With a rush of energy, he began to sprint through the forest. As he ran, his hands formed claw-like shapes, and as the fierce wind whipped around him, he gradually rediscovered that elusive sensation. This was a secret technique from his past life, one he had uncovered while riding in a vehicle. By rolling down the window and extending his hand outside, forming a claw, the rush of wind provided a sensation akin to touching snow. The pressure could be adjusted according to the vehicle's speed, which was exceedingly convenient. However, one must take heed. Ensure that no vehicles or trees are in proximity, for extending one's hand outside could result in a severe injury. Rasengan, 21,000, beginner, as long as it proves useful. Lilac released the 8 gates and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Even the consumption of the 2 doors should not be underestimated. Next, let us diligently focus on mastering these techniques. He devoted himself to constructing a small wooden cabin, aiming to enhance his proficiency in the 4 symbol ceiling technique. Outside the forest, Jiraiya cast a peculiar glance towards the dilapidated cabin, having received alarming news. It appeared that Orochimaru was planning some actions against Konoha. Upon returning to the village, he briefly reviewed the individuals who had encountered Orochimaru during the previous Chunin exams. Apart from Sakura and Naruto, the names of Sasuke and Rock Lee stood out prominently, with the term Curse Seal particularly striking. Thus, Jiraiya resolved to investigate personally. Kakashi would handle matters concerning Sasuke, while Jiraiya would assess the situation regarding Rock Lee. To his astonishment, he witnessed Rock Lee, with his hands outstretched, instantly manifesting the Rasengan. Who exactly was this individual? So adept at controlling the Cursed Seal, proficient in forbidden techniques, and capable of wielding the not yet fully developed Rasengan? Jiraiya decided to advise Tsunade to pay closer attention to Rock Lee, prioritizing him even above Sasuke. His primary focus, however, remained on Naruto. With a swift motion, Jiraiya vanished. Thus, 3 months passed. 4 symbols sealing technique. 100, 001, 0000, perfect completion. Rock Lee activated the Cursed Seal, and his chakra surged. For symbol seal. Boom. Rock Lee unfurled a blank scroll, swiftly forming hand seals and striking towards the newly constructed cabin. Bang! The cabin was sealed within the scroll, which was inscribed with the intricate formulas of the 4 symbols sealing technique. Rock Lee gasped for breath, initially intending to perform another 4 symbol seal to construct an 8 trigram seal, but found his chakra insufficient, even in the state of activating the Cursed Seal. Chapter 24. Pursuing Sasuke. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in her chair. After merely expressing her desire to become Hokage, she garnered the support of a significant portion of the higher-ups. The Uchiha clan's young scion? Tsunade glanced at the intelligence scroll. Shortly after her appointment, the Uchiha's young prodigy had defected, showing blatant disrespect. It seemed that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were indeed sworn adversaries. Tsunade was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's formidable nature. She had perused some materials and intelligence left by the third Hokage, which revealed the grim truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. If Sasuke were allowed to mature unchecked, Konoha would eventually face 2 exceedingly fearsome adversaries. Summon Shikamaru, she commanded. Yes. Ino replied promptly, heading off to deliver the message. Soon, Shikamaru, who had just been promoted to Chunin, stood before Tsunade, with the village's Jonin engaged in special missions. This urgent task requires your leadership. What do you think? Can you accomplish it? What a hassle. Understood. I will do my best. Shikamaru appeared languid, while Tsunade's forehead throbbed with tension. With a decisive snap, Tsunade applied pressure with her palm, and the entire desk shattered into 2 halves. Startled, Shikamaru realized that despite Tsunade being a woman, he had mistakenly believed she would be more lenient than the third Hokage. The shattering desk served as a stark reminder of his folly. I understand now. Shikamaru immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Yes, you may go. Select the personnel as you see fit. As Shikamaru was about to exit the Hokage's office, Tsunade called him back, recalling Jiraiya's intelligence. I have a suggestion for you. Find a way to include Team 3, especially Rock Lee. May I inquire about Team 3's strength? Shikamaru asked. During the last Nin exams, Team 3, aside from Tenten, displayed remarkable prowess, with Neji and Rock Lee each more impressive than the last. Rock Lee had even opened the 6th gate and delivered a powerful kick that shattered Gaara. Shikamaru later learned from his clan that Gaara, like Naruto, was a Jinchuriki. The thought of such a formidable entity being reduced to chaos by a mere kick left a profound impression on him regarding Lee's extraordinary capabilities. As for their strength, Neji is of Nin caliber, while Rock Lee could be considered a special Jonin. Special Jonin. Shikamaru's heart raced. The level of Rock Lee's strength was in a league of its own. Exiting the office, he strolled through the streets, contemplating, what a hassle. I'm not well acquainted with Sasuke. Why must I involve myself in this? I wonder what that fool Naruto is up to. Shikamaru contacted Naruto to explain the mission, to which Naruto promptly agreed to participate. Rather than seeking his friend CHG, Shikamaru opted to find Kiba. The 3 formed an impromptu task force. Let us go. I'm determined to bring Sasuke back. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he headed towards the gates of Konoha. Wait, Shikamaru remained stationary, fully aware of the team's capabilities. Those 2 fools are utterly insufficient. This is troublesome. What's wrong? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of a predicament. It would be ideal if I could enlist those 2 fellows to join our ranks, Shikamaru sighed. Although his clan was prominent, It still paled in comparison to the High GA clan, and there were no established ties between them. Kiba, could you ask Hinata to persuade Niji to join this mission and perhaps also invite Lee? Shikamaru sought Kiba's assistance to establish a connection with Hinata. If Hinata spoke, Niji would likely consider it a matter of respect. However, Rock Lee, being a commoner, might not be as inclined to help. Thus, Shikamaru planned to first secure Niji's participation and then have him invite Lee. I'll go ask. Kiba moved swiftly away. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with an unusual expression. What is the matter? Is Niji not around? Shikamaru asked, a hint of concern creeping in. With Hinata at the forefront, Niji would undoubtedly arrive, although there lingered a fear that he might be absent. Hinata mentioned that Niji and Rock Lee had been waiting at the gates of Konoha since dawn, though she was unaware of Niji's intentions. Is that so? Shikamaru pondered deeply. The mission had just been assigned. From Hinata's words, it was evident that the Hyuga clan was oblivious to this urgent task. As for Rock Lee, Shikamaru was even less convinced that a commoner could possess knowledge of the higher echelons of Konoha's intelligence. Perhaps Niji was aware of Sasuke's defection, and the higher-ups would certainly seek to retrieve him, much like the Hyuga clan would act if one of their own were to betray them. With these thoughts, Shikamaru led the group to the gates of Konoha. We're too slow, Niji expressed his dissatisfaction. Rock Lee stood silently beside him. I apologize for the delay in gathering our forces, Shikamaru acknowledged, knowing that Niji's pride often made him difficult to please. Let us go. The Sound Ninja Quartet should not be far ahead. Shikamaru guided his team in swift pursuit. Akamaru diligently tracked Sasuke's chakra. Clad in a flowing black robe with a sword at his waist, Rock Lee remained mute, his fingers swiftly sketching a smiley face on the trunk of each tree they passed. Curse mark 651-0000. Curse mark 2. Rock Lee felt content with the progress of the curse mark. He was acutely aware of the gravity of this mission. Aside from that rascal Kimimaro, the rest of the team could likely handle the situation. Furthermore, Tsunade's healing of their injuries afterward would further solidify her position as Hokage. This scene did not escape Shikamaru's notice. Rock Lee, we will rely on you and Niji this time, he remarked from behind. Not a problem. Contributing to Konoha is my duty, Rock Lee replied. Thank you, Shikamaru responded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He observed Rock Lee's finger movements, seemingly drawing a smiley face. Was this some sort of signal? A marker for whom? It appeared that there were no other participants in this mission. Shikamaru found Rock Lee enigmatic. He had a gut feeling that Rock Lee, unlike Niji, was always harboring his own schemes. Yet, Shikamaru refrained from delving deeper. For both his strength and his aversion to complications deterred him. Stirring conflict could turn an ally into an adversary, which would be disastrous. In Shikamaru's eyes, as long as the mission was accomplished, other matters were of no concern to him. No need for thanks, Rock Lee said, turning his gaze forward. After all, he was merely passing through. Orochimaru would likely be growing impatient. He was probably already in the process of reincarnation, and the next rebirth would not occur for another 3 years. Rock Lee mused inwardly. By the time Sasuke matured and exacted his revenge on Orochimaru, half of the curse mark's threat would be eliminated. The remaining half could be addressed upon returning from the land of rice, where he would delve into the study of sage techniques. Soon thereafter, several individuals discerned the position of the Sound Ninja, who were situated nearby. Inuzuka Kiba remarked. Niji activated his Byakugan, revealing 4 individuals resting at a distance of 1,300 meters, southeast at an angle of 10 degrees. Niji spoke rapidly. Very well. Let us proceed to devise a tactical plan. Shikamaru contemplated various strategies in his mind. Rock Lee listened intently to Shikamaru's analysis, nodding in agreement. In terms of intellect, he truly was a genius. Aside from his combat prowess, he was nearly impeccable in all other aspects. Chapter 25. The Emergence of Kimimaro Within the Forest. The quartet of Sound Ninja was taking a respite. The burden of the Cursed Seal's second state is too great, Zuka gasped. There is no choice, after all. They are 2 elite jonin. Once we have rested, we must hasten onward. Lord Orochimaru is awaiting us. At that moment, the threads in Kadamaru's hand stirred slightly, causing the other 3 to tense. Zuka swiftly hurled 3 kunai toward the shadows. Boom. The kunai, equipped with explosive tags, detonated, exposing Shikamaru and Rock Lee to the 4 Sound Ninja. We've been discovered, Shikamaru exclaimed, panic-stricken. Kadamaru chuckled coldly. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned sticky threads that ensnared Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba. Ah, what is this accursed thing? Naruto shouted. With a swift motion, Niji severed Kidamaru's threats. A glimmer of surprise appeared in Kidamaru's eyes. Oh, I assumed you were all inept, but it seems there are capable individuals among you. He positioned himself before them. You all take Sasuke and flee. I shall handle this. Zaka nodded, grasping the coffin that sealed Sasuke before departing. Niji had a similar intention prior to their arrival. Rock Lee had mentioned that this individual named Kidamaru could provide him with new insights into combat, presenting a rare opportunity for growth. Now, let us enjoy ourselves. I relish the sight of my prey struggling, Kidamaru proclaimed, unleashing several threads toward Niji. Instead of severing them, Niji swiftly retreated, vanishing from Kidamaru's line of sight. Nani? Kidamaru was taken aback. He fled? That shouldn't be. He was clearly meant to obstruct us. How could he retreat without a fight? Suddenly, a kunai flew toward him, followed by a torrential onslaught of ninja tools from all directions. So this is the nature of their combat style. How fortuitous. Kidamaru observed the incoming projectiles, realizing there was nowhere to evade. He chose not to dodge. Buzzing insects? How delightful, haha. Kidamaru activated his cursed seal's first state, unleashing a surge of chakra to deflect the weapons. Skilled in ranged attacks, are you? In the state of the curse seal, Kidamaru experienced a significant enhancement in both physical strength and speed, darting swiftly as he evaded the incoming shuriken. Here, at this distance, let us see how you will employ your ninja tools, Kidamaru declared, casting his gaze towards Niji, who stood 10 steps away. In an instant, he appeared before Niji. Despair. It is now my turn, Kidamaru proclaimed, forming hand seals before striking the tree trunk. A colossal spider materialized. Spider rain. The gigantic spider birthed countless smaller spiders that surged towards Niji. Unfazed, Niji countered, rotation. The diminutive spiders were instantly repelled. With a swift motion, Niji materialized behind Kidamaru. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Thud, 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 thud. Niji struck various points across Kidamaru's body. Haha, futile endeavor. Sticky gold armor. A layer of golden armor emerged around Kidamaru's body, rendering even the gentle fist ineffective. Niji pointed decisively. The confidence of the weak. Snap. The segment of the sticky gold armor that Niji targeted transformed into a viscous fluid, cascading down Kidamaru's form. Dark energy surged within Niji's gentle fist, a technique he had acquired from Rock Lee. Had it not been for the sticky gold armor's obstruction, Kidamaru would have already perished. An overwhelming pain coursed through Kidamaru's body, preventing him even from uttering a cry. Upon completing the 64 palms, Kidamaru slumped to the ground, utterly drained of chakra. Niji shook his head. Were it not for Rock Lee's assertion that Kidamaru could offer him great inspiration, I would have already resolved this with dark energy. This level of technique is far too weak. Activate your second cursed seal state. I do not wish to squander any more time, Niji stated coldly. Ah, very well. Allow me to demonstrate. Kidamaru, feeling the weight of his injuries, was consumed by a flicker of rage. It was he who had been the hunter. Yet now the roles had reversed. Niji had become the predator, and he felt painfully like the prey. This was an unbearable reality for Kidamaru. Boom. Activating the second cursed seal, his skin darkened, 6 arms sprouted, each adorned with a horn, his hair turned white and stood erect. And a third eye opened on his forehead. Now perish. Spider battle bow. Wailing. Kidamaru instantly retreated, realizing that close combat was not his forte against Niji, and opted for ranged assault. Golden spiral arrows shot forth like lightning. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. How is this possible? Kidamaru gasped, witnessing Niji effortlessly evade what should have been a guaranteed hit. Niji slowly regarded the sticky gold arrows that had flown past him, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. So that is how it is. Niji unfurled a scroll. Within the scroll, a steel-tired bow emerged. This method of combat truly suits me. Niji swiftly retreated, vanishing from the line of sight of Gateamaru. 8 trigrams arrow. Niji's voice resonated. A high-density arrow, forged from chakra, instantaneously shot out from Gateamaru's blind spot, imbued with lethal intent, and erupted violently. Boom. Gateamaru could barely react before being severely injured by the explosion. A kunai flew forth, effortlessly dispatching Gateamaru. Niji's figure disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and the others encountered another obstruction. Jirby stood in their way. Lee, can you hold them off? At this moment, with Niji absent, Shikamaru felt that the strongest among them was Rock Lee. Only Li could effectively ensure that their team would not be caught in a precarious situation, attacked from both sides. No need, Li replied, gazing at Jirbi ahead. A foe of this caliber cannot hinder me. Boom. The 8th gate, the 3rd gate, open. Li unleashed a tremendous surge of chakra. Jirbi's face betrayed his astonishment. This level of power was nearly on par with his cursed seal's 2nd state. It seems you are the strongest among them. I shall take you a bit more seriously. In an instant, Jirbi activated his cursed seal's 2nd state and launched a punch at Li. Boom. Before Jirbi's fist could even make contact, it was repelled with great force. The 5th gate, open. Boom. The overwhelming chakra obliterated the surrounding trees. Li moved with such speed that he was nearly imperceptible, appearing before Jirbi in an instant. Insect. Boom. With a single kick, Li crushed Jirbi. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba felt the overwhelming chakra, all rendered speechless. A monster. Shikamaru marveled at the ferocity of Li's power. He mentally compared Li to Asuma and ultimately concluded that even Asuma might not possess such chakra. How could someone of common birth cultivate to such an extent? Kiba trembled, observing Akamaru's quivering limbs. I heard he only trains in taijutsu. Aside from eating and sleeping, he is constantly honing his skills. That guy is formidable. Naruto pondered that even combined with Sasuke, they might not be able to defeat Rock Lee. The trio simultaneously recalled the stunning moment during the Nin exams when Lee opened the 6th gate. Fortunately, he was their teammate. With him around, no one could surpass little Lee's threshold. Shikamaru felt a sense of reassurance. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance, Kimimaro. Chapter 26. Comprehending the blade's intent, Lee turned to Naruto. Go pursue Sasuke. I will handle this. Understood. Naruto exhibited no hesitation. Rock Lee's prowess was arguably the most formidable among them. With Lee present, Naruto felt a profound sense of reassurance. Jumaro did not impede Naruto either, as he sensed Lee's strength. To his surprise, the Hidden Leaf Village also harbored a master of taijutsu. Jumaro cautiously regarded Lee. However, Sasuke had chosen to align himself with Lord Orochimaru. That young man was beyond retrieval. I never believed that Naruto could bring Sasuke back, Lee remarked casually. Then why do you obstruct my path? Jumaro inquired, a layer of cursed seal manifesting upon his skin. Your strength is considerable. I possess the means to cure your affliction. Will you accompany me? Lee boldly offered his most enticing bait. No one desires death. The instinct to survive is potent enough to shatter any psychological defenses. Yet Jumaro was different. He smiled faintly. I have long lost the meaning of life. Lord Orochimaru has found a superior vessel. I need only to fulfill my mission. Jumaro's fingers pointed at Lee, and suddenly, bone projectiles shot forth. 10-finger piercing. Lee refrained from activating his curse seal. He moved with remarkable speed, evading the onslaught even in his ordinary state. It was a pity, Lee mused, that the devoted follower of Orochimaru could not be swayed. He had hoped to subdue Jumaro and utilize him for tasks that were otherwise inconvenient, all the while seizing the Hashirama cells. However, based on Jumaro's demeanor, that seemed increasingly unlikely. Very well, if that is the case, allow me to grant you a final dance. Lee slowly drew his long blade from his waist. The blade shimmered as it cleaved through the air. Clang. Jumaro's bony hand intercepted the strike. You too possess a cursed seal. I've heard from Kabuto that you are one of Lord Orochimaru's alternative vessels. Why do you not activate it? Suddenly, Jumaro's speed surged. His bone blade lunged towards Lee at an astonishing angle. Lee raised his knife to block, but swish. From his peripheral vision, another bone blade descended. Jumaro wielded his hands as if they were blades, his movements as light as feathers, dancing through the grass like a whispering wind. Lee's narrow sword intertwined with Jumaro's bone blade. At that moment, Niji had already assisted Shikamaru and Kiba in overcoming their opponents, and they arrived just in time to witness the clash between Lee and Jumaro. Amidst the vast green fields, the glimmering blades resembled dragons in flight. Both combatants moved with ethereal grace, as if gliding upon clouds, their strikes and gusts intertwining in a tempest of speed, fleeting as lightning. Amidst the swirling grass, their forms flickered in and out of visibility, transcendent, yet each strike delivered with unparalleled ferocity, like a mountain collapsing, unstoppable in its might. This spectacle left Niji and the others in awe. Shikamaru observed for a while, feeling a chill creep over him. Fortunately, Xiao Li is his companion. Had he been an adversary, Shikamaru could not have conceived any method of resistance. With a singular force capable of dismantling myriad techniques, Shikamaru finally grasped the essence of Rock Lee's training. An unparalleled combination of speed and strength, with the ability to vanquish foes effortlessly, rendering all schemes and conspiracies obsolete under a single strike, leading to utter annihilation. That fellow is merely 13 years old. Shikamaru could not help but marvel. He dared not imagine the extent of Rock Lee's power upon maturation. Compared to Xiao Li, those who have faced him are formidable as well. Could Xiao Li emerge victorious? Inazuka Kiba, sensing the dread emanating from Akamaru, exclaimed in shock. No, that guy is not as strong as Xiao Li, Niji asserted confidently. He recognized the cursed seal upon Kimimaro. That same seal also adorned Xiao Li, yet he refrained from utilizing it, implying that the other did not compel Xiao Li to exert his full potential. Inazuka Kiba and Shikamaru were equally astonished. From a considerable distance, they could feel the chilling aura radiating from the blade's edge. And this was not even the entirety of Rock Lee's prowess. Ahead, Rock Lee even had the presence of mind to glance at his status panel. 8 trigrams blade. 100, 001, 0000, perfect completion. Rock Lee retreated swiftly, the two of them separating. Next, I shall deliver but a single strike. Should you withstand it, I shall take my leave. In an instant, Rock Lee activated his second cursed seal state, wielding his narrow blade at an angle. With one decisive slash, nature itself recoiled in astonishment. Yet, this strike bore no visible arc of light. Was it a mere feint? Or had he exhausted his chakra? Kimimaro furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. He sensed that Rock Lee's blade had transformed in some inexplicable manner. Is this your ultimate strike? Kimimaro too activated his second cursed seal state. His physique and appearance underwent a profound transformation. His skin darkened to a deep brown. Black patterns emerged upon his face. His back bulged dramatically, and a tail sprouted forth. In this state, his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities were vastly enhanced. Even if Rock Lee's strike appeared intangible, Kimimaro was confident in his ability to deflect it. Yet, what was the source of this anomaly? That unsettling sensation continued to linger in Kimimaro's mind, intensifying into a palpable fear. It was the blade. There was something amiss with his blade. At that moment, Kimimaro's gaze was suddenly drawn to the weapon held by Rock Lee. Boom. The entire realm was engulfed in darkness. The world descended into chaos, shrouded in night. As all fell silent, suddenly, a brilliant light broke through the void. Then, countless beams of blade light cascaded like a curtain, shrouding the heavens and the earth, as if cleaving the very fabric of reality itself. This strike was utterly unavoidable. Junmaru felt a fleeting sensation across his chest and abdomen, yet he paid it no mind, remaining engrossed in the enigmatic scene before him. Lee Rock released the sealing spell and sheathed his sword. He turned to glance at Niji and the others. Let us depart. Depart? Inazuka Kiba and Dingji were perplexed, their gazes fixed on the unmoving Junmaru. Come on, Dingji, Kiba, that fellow is likely dead. We must pursue Naruto. Although Shikamaru was equally bewildered, he discerned the unfolding situation. Lee Rock's action of sheathing his sword spoke volumes. You go after Naruto. I have matters to attend to. Junmaru possesses considerable strength. Surely no one under Orochimaru is his equal. You can pursue without concern. None shall impede you. With that, Lee Rock began his slow journey toward the borders of the Land of Fire. The direction toward the Valley of the Inn seemed contrary to his intentions. He had no intention of heading there. At this moment, Naruto had likely been defeated. Sasuke's quest to find Orochimaru had become inevitable. Lee Rock consumed a soldier pill, gradually regaining his stamina and chakra. The recent understanding of the blade's intent and the subsequent strike had drained him significantly. Had it not been for the cursed seal state, he would not have had the energy to wield the blade's intent. Orochimaru was likely no longer in the Land of Rice. Having defected from the Akatsuki organization and would undoubtedly face pursuit, his base in the Land of Rice was no longer a secret. A month later, Lee Rock crossed the border into the Land of Rice, successfully stepping onto its territory. Chapter 27. Trouble. Taxes due in 500 years within the Land of Rice. Shortly after entering, Lee Rock observed the devastation surrounding him. The residents bore gaunt faces, their clothing inadequate for coverage. Had a war recently ravaged the Land of Rice? Lee Rock frowned. That seemed implausible. To his recollection, prior to the Fourth Great Ninja War, while there had been minor skirmishes among nations, large-scale conflicts were absent. Why then? Was the Land of Rice in such disarray? He scrutinized the fields by the roadside. It was summer. The farmland was lush and verdant, crops thriving. A promising harvest on the horizon. The fields along the road had not fallen into neglect, leaving him perplexed. Days passed as Li Rock traversed several cities and villages. The inhabitants of the land of rice appeared haggard and emaciated. Surely Orochimaru would not conduct experiments on these ordinary people? Initially suspecting Orochimaru, he soon reconsidered. Realizing that Orochimaru would likely disdain such common folk, he arrived at the capital of the land of rice, Windflower City. Upon stepping within the city limits, the bustling atmosphere momentarily overwhelmed him. This place stood in stark contrast to the desolation he had witnessed elsewhere. Perhaps this was the nature of small nations, with only the capital thriving. Li Rock mused to himself as he rented a room near the street adjacent to the daimyo's residence. Subsequently, he marked a sign on the wall before returning to his room. Li Rock awaited in silence. After a brief moment, 3 figures materialized in his chamber. Master. TOS stood respectfully to one side. Behind him were Sak and Chin. In the past, Li Rock's cautionary words had prompted TOS to be wary of Orochimaru. To avoid becoming a mere pawn in Orochimaru's schemes, TOS had returned to the land of rice after their departure from Konoha and had maintained his transformation technique, taking on the role of a guard for the feudal lord. Since then, Orochimaru had not sought them out, which brought a modicum of relief to the trio. Concurrently, they had been anticipating Li Rock's arrival. Upon noticing the emblem of Konoha etched in the corner of the wall, TOS recognized that Li Rock had come and followed the mark to find him. By the way, what is the situation of the residents of the land of rice? Li Rock inquired. He intended to use the land of rice as a testing ground to establish a bank. However, the residents appeared impoverished, and he feared there would be no patrons to deposit their money. Master, you have arrived late, TOS exclaimed. What do you mean? Li Rock responded, perplexed. TOS let out a deep sigh. The taxes of the land of rice have not been collected for 500 years. Li Rock was taken aback. Taxes have not been collected for 500 years. TOS gradually explained the state of affairs in the land of rice. There are 8 types of taxes: house tax, land tax, rice tax, head tax, water tax, wind tax, road tax, and miscellaneous tax. This has resulted in the populace bearing an enormous tax burden, which in turn has fostered the extravagant lifestyles of the feudal lord and the nobility in Fenghua City. I can comprehend most of these taxes, but what exactly are the head tax and wind tax? Li Rock queried, turning his gaze towards TOS. Master, the head tax is a tax on meals collected per person. For instance, if one person dines, they pay 3 taels in tax. For a family of 3, it amounts to 9 taels. As for the wind tax, TOS chuckled ruefully. The land of rice is close to the sea, and every summer, a refreshing sea breeze sweeps in. This breeze is also subject to taxation. How outrageous. What a wealthy elite. Li Rock laughed. The feudal lord and the nobility of the land of rice are imposing taxes that could lead to their own extinction. Such practices will inevitably lead to ruin. Li Rock's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he contemplated. TOS, starting tomorrow, find a place and establish the bank. TOS nodded, having already grasped Li Rock's intentions and the fundamental purpose of a bank. However, he hesitated for a moment before addressing Li Rock. Master, the residents of the land of rice have no money to deposit. Fear not. Let the feudal lord deposit first, followed by the nobility. Once they begin to save, the common folk will follow suit. Once the funds are secured, the wealth of the feudal lord and the nobility will be deposited, while the commoners' funds will be divided on a 3-to-7 basis. Li Rock gazed out at the opulent estate of the feudal lord. The feudal lord is indeed quite wealthy. As night fell, the grandeur of the feudal lord's estate loomed in the darkness. Nakamura Yasushi, the feudal lord of the land of rice, gazed thoughtfully at the photograph in his hand. He found himself momentarily indecisive about whom to summon to his chambers that evening. Ultimately, he resolved, I shall have them all. Bring them to me. At once. Upon hearing the command, the guards hastened towards several households within the city. Once they departed, Nakamura Yasushi patted his ample belly, feeling a pang of hunger. Someone summoned the kitchen to prepare a meal. Outside the door, no response came. Where is everyone? How dare they? His anger flared. Before he could rise, a kunai was pressed firmly against his neck. Who are you? He inquired, immediately regretting his question, knowing the answer would not be forthcoming. To his surprise, the intruder spoke. We are the Akatsuki, and our aim is to make the world feel pain. Liluaka and Chin, clad in crimson cloud cloaks, demanded. Where is your money? Under the bed. Please don't kill me. I will give you whatever you ask for, if it's not enough. There's more in the corner. Nakamura Yasushi's face twitched as he felt the coldness of the kunai at his throat. He dared not move. Yet a sigh of relief washed over him. Money over life. This is manageable. Once the money is gone, I can impose a poverty tax later. In the room, Qin swiftly retrieved 5 briefcases from beneath the bed and the corner, filled with banknotes from various nations, the total amount indeterminate to her. Now, do you feel pain? Li Luoka asked as he collected the cases. Have you experienced it? Yes. Nakamura Yasushi nodded fervently. To have the fruits of his labor over many years snatched away in a single night. How could it not be painful? It is indeed excruciating. Li Luoka nodded, satisfied. Qin followed him out of Nakamura Yasushi's chamber. The Akatsuki truly are formidable. This windfall was merely by chance. Conan, do not let your guard down. If Nakamura Yasushi's wealth were stored in a bank, we might never have been able to seize it. Indeed, the bank's defenses are formidable. Even if the Akatsuki and all 5 Kage united, we could not breach it. Precisely. So now, it is time for us to ensure the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers feels pain. As their voices faded, Nakamura Yasushi etched 2 names into his mind, Akatsuki and bank. Akatsuki, I know of those madmen, but what is this bank? He murmured. The following day, news of the robbery of the feudal lord of the Land of Rice spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki, positioned far away in the Land of Rain, took decisive action. They issued a statement taking responsibility for the incident. This declaration immediately garnered widespread attention and condemnation throughout the entire ninja community. Simultaneously, Nakamura Yasushi received another piece of news in the city of Fuwa within the Land of Rice. A shop by the name of Bank has quietly emerged. A bank. He immediately set off towards the location of the establishment. Chapter 28, The Essence of Operation, Fenghua City. On the most bustling commercial street, a shop named Shinobi World Bank has officially been founded. Passers-by paused in curiosity, and gradually, the number of onlookers at the bank's entrance began to swell. What services does this establishment offer, and why are the noble clans such as the daimyo, Hokuju, Tanaka, and Yamamoto present within? I overheard it is a place for depositing money. Depositing money? Handing over one's wealth to others? Don't be absurd. Inside the shop, Daimyo Nakamura Yasu shared similar sentiments. Are you jesting? Do you have any notion of the fortune I possess? 50 taels would not even fit in a cart. Nakamura Yasu, flanked by his samurai guards, exuded an air of authority. He seized the collar of Tors. Hey, you ruffian, can you truly safeguard my wealth? Tors remained unfazed. With a subtle wave of his right hand, the 2 samurai behind Nakamura crumpled to the ground in agony. My lord, if we cannot protect your wealth, then there exists no refuge in this world. This display indeed quelled Nakamura Yasu's bravado. He faintly recalled the scene from the previous night when he was robbed. The Akatsuki had confessed to the theft, and since they acknowledged such, it seemed the forces behind this bank were equally formidable. Nakamura's fury transformed into delight as he clapped his hands in laughter. Excellent. He commanded his subordinates outside to bring 430 briefcases. Within them lay 300 million taels. I entrust you with their safekeeping. Tors nodded to the attendant, Kin, who reached for the briefcases to prepare for counting the sum. Wait. Nakamura halted, casting a glance at Tors. What if my money vanishes while in your possession? 300 million represents merely a tenth of Nakamura's total wealth, so he could afford to experiment. Yet, a flicker of unease lingered. My lord, rest assured, you are our most esteemed guest. We have prepared an agreement well in advance. Tors replied with a smile. He produced a custody agreement from within his garments. My lord, please examine this document, as soon as you deposit your funds with us. Should any misfortune befall your money, we shall compensate you in full, along with an additional 10 million taels as recompense. Oh, at this, Nakamura and the observing nobles were all intrigued. Some nobles even entertained ulterior motives. Very well, I shall sign. Nakamura glanced over the agreement, which was straightforward, and promptly affixed his signature. Excellent, my lord, we shall safeguard your wealth. You may retrieve it at your convenience. Tor signaled Kin to commence the counting of the sum. Once both parties confirmed the amount, the transaction was deemed successful. With the daimyo depositing his funds, the nobles followed suit, eager to emulate his actions. In the brief span of a single morning, the deposits at the Shinobi Bank soared to an astounding 2 billion ryo. The wealth of these nobles is indeed remarkable. Inside the lobby, in a dimly lit room, Rock Lee couldn't help but exclaim. TOS entered the dark room. Clutching a thick stack of agreements, these were the custody agreements just signed by the daimyo and the nobles. Here are the documents for your review. TOS presented the agreements to Rock Lee. Lee waved his hand dismissively. No need. You are in charge of the bank. Thank you for your trust, my lord. TOS replied gratefully. If it weren't for Li's reminder, he feared he would have already met his end at Orochimaru's hands. The mere thought of counting such a colossal sum made his hands tremble. Such a vast amount of money. And Li did not even glance at it. What an extraordinary level of trust. TOS felt an indescribable sensation swell within him. He vowed to follow his lord to the death, believing Li to be far more reliable than Orochimaru. Li paid little heed. Such vows were nearly impossible to uphold. His ancestors had long understood the nature of the world. All are bustling for profit, and all are striving for gain. As long as Li ensured his strength remained formidable and his endeavors flourished, TOS would naturally follow. All right, go attend to your duties. Tonight is bound to be tumultuous. Yes, my lord. As night fell, the bank had closed its doors, and the silhouettes on the streets gradually dwindled. A few young rogues thought they could safeguard my fortune? They were far too naive. I'll deposit the money, sign the agreements, and later stealthily reclaim it. The bank will be obliged to compensate. There is no quicker method to wealth. Hiroki Hokuju, clad in night attire, approached the bank with the warriors of his clan. The warriors directed their blades at the entrance and struck down decisively. Crack. The doors shattered in response. Charge. Bring me the money. Yes. Whoosh. A figure darted past Hiroki and the warriors like a specter. Clang. Their swords clattered to the ground simultaneously. You guessed it correctly. Rock Lee and TOS emerged from the shadows. It was inevitable. If I were in your position, I too would deposit first and steal later to claim compensation. Lee swiftly replaced the bank's doors. Before the entrance, Hiroki and several warriors stood frozen. The internal organs and meridians of their bodies had been entirely ravaged by Lee's hidden energy. As dawn broke the next day, this scene left passers-by in astonishment. Isn't that the lord of the Hokuju clan? Why is he standing motionless at the bank's entrance? Stop staring. Something feels amiss. Gradually, some began to notice the oddity. A normal person could not stand still for so long, and the warriors' swords had all fallen to the ground. At that moment, Toss posted a notice. This is the consequence of attempting to rob a bank. In an instant, the noble circles of the land were abuzz. The actions of the Hojo family were known within the circle and had been tacitly approved by the daimyo, merely to gauge the bank's strength. Now, none dared to entertain thoughts of robbing the bank any further. Toss returned to the dim chamber, curiosity piqued as he inquired, My lord, why do the nobles not cast us aside and establish their own bank? Leelok chuckled softly in response. They do not trust one another. No one wishes to reveal the true extent of their family wealth. Thus it was. Toss calculated their current deposits. My lord, there are still no commoners depositing funds. Toss remarked respectfully. It matters not. With the daimyo and nobles depositing money, it is only a matter of time before commoners follow suit. The current situation merely reflects their lack of funds. Leelok turned to Toss. Spread the word. A grand opening promotion. Commoners who deposit funds will receive an interest rate of 1% after 1 month and 3% after a year. Moreover, those who deposit within 7 days will receive 50 pounds of rice or flour each. This, my lord, we must also cover the costs of safeguarding the deposits, along with the interest and the rice or flour expenses. This will only lead to losses. Toss furrowed his brow as he calculated. You still do not grasp the essence. Leelok stated, a bank, at its core, is merely a financial playground. For instance, in the northern village of Qingyu, where generations have thrived on fishing, fish serve as currency. However, during the scorching summer, fresh fish are difficult to preserve, and we happen to possess a natural cold storage cave. Leelok patiently elucidated the rules of the game to Toss. At this moment, we can hire guards to safeguard the cave, ostensibly offering a free service to the villagers for storing their fish, which may seem like an ongoing expense, a losing venture. However, you overlook a critical issue. In winter, when the lake freezes, residents struggle to catch fish. During this time, fish supply stores in various industries will face a downturn, and we can lend them fish, only to have them return two fish to us during the bustling summer season. This is the foundation of our continuous operation. Leelok regarded the thick stack of custody agreements in Toss's hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. What you hold is not merely a custody agreement, but a debt agreement. Chapter 29. A financial package. In that moment, understanding dawned upon Toss. He pondered Leelok's words, recognizing that despite his youth, Leelok possessed not only formidable strength, but also an astute intellect. He contemplated the bright future that lay ahead under Leelok's guidance. In the future of the land, there would be ample opportunities for investment in housing, transportation, public facilities, ninja villages, schools, and more. It would be a time for substantial profit. Leelok waved his hand. Enough. Go about your business. Indeed, TOS disseminated the news regarding interest on civilian deposits. Within mere hours, citizens began flocking to deposit their savings. Their motivation, however, was not solely the interest, but rather the enticing offer of 50 pounds of rice and flour. If I deposit 100 taels, will I receive 50 pounds of rice and flour? A brave citizen inquired. Certainly, TOS replied with a smile. The price of 100 taels could only procure a pound of rice and a pound of flour in the land of fields, yet at the bank, one could acquire 50 pounds. Word spread like wildfire, and soon the entrance of the bank was teeming with citizens. Had it not been for Sack standing guard with a fierce demeanor, it is likely that the citizens would have succumbed to their greed and resorted to chaos. Form an orderly line. Everyone must queue up. There is enough for all. With a powerful gust of wind, Sack toppled a tree several meters away, restoring calm among the crowd. Before long, Sheen and Toss, drenched in sweat, completed their tasks, and the satisfied citizens departed with their rice and flour. There was little profit to be had. The combined deposits of over 3,000 citizens amounted to less than that of a single noble. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Sheen expressed her dissatisfaction. After an entire afternoon of toil, she had earned not a single coin. Patience, my dear. Good fortune awaits us, Toss replied cheerfully. Given Sheen's youth and naivety, he refrained from elaborating further. At that moment, nobles, having caught wind of the situation, stormed into the bank with an air of aggression. Those commoners receive interest on their deposits, and we do not? Do you look down upon us? Having failed in their clandestine endeavors the previous night, the nobles had resolved to take a different approach. If brute force would not suffice, they would resort to more subtle tactics. If you do not dispense 10% interest today, do not expect to continue operating in the land of fields. Toss felt a flicker of menace in his gaze. But recalling Locke's admonition against violence within the bank, he tempered his temper. It was indeed frustrating to be unable to resolve matters through force. In days gone by, he would have dealt with such noble impertinence with swift justice. Esteemed nobles, the interest rate is somewhat elevated. Please allow me a moment to consult. Toss retreated to a private chamber. Locke had already observed the unfolding situation outside. He handed Toss a newly drafted financial agreement. Toss glanced over the document, and his hands trembled. My lord, 30% interest in a month? We shall be bankrupt. Locke let out a cold chuckle. The people of the ninja world are still rather naive. The agreement stipulates that Party B shall bear the corresponding financial risks. Profit and loss are normal in finance. Locke turned his gaze to Toss. Let us sign financial contracts with these plump sheep, and when the time comes, we shall strip them clean of both principal and interest. Your insight is remarkable, my lord. Locke was undeterred by the potential ire of the daimyos and nobles. In the realm of ninjas, the efficacy of agreements is formidable. Once signed, they take immediate effect. This appears to be an unspoken rule of this world. Locke had gleaned from Niji that, regardless of whether it was Konoha or the five great nations, agreements superseded all else, and thus far, no one had dared to breach them. Of course, this only pertains to the overt violations, but it suffices. Locke perceived numerous possibilities, with the recent financial agreement being one such avenue. Should the daimyos and nobles become incensed, the bank could readily enforce the agreement. Furthermore, in terms of martial prowess, the bank held no fear of the samurai serving the daimyos. This was another reason for Locke's tranquility. The nobles, upon witnessing the exorbitant interest rate of 30%, were thoroughly elated. This was far superior to extorting the impoverished. This investment is splendid. I shall deposit an additional 10 million Rio. They swiftly inscribed their signatures upon the agreement and departed with satisfaction. In the ensuing days, the bank thrived remarkably. During this period, TOS, acting on Locke's instructions, commenced the lending process, initially extending credit to business ventures. The terms were set for 6 months, after which the proprietors were to repay the bank with 2% interest. Even this modest interest rate saw a continual influx of borrowers, creating a closed loop. The bank gradually found its footing. Locke, feeling reassured, began his training in a secluded chamber. He gazed at the various data displayed on the panel. Name, Locke. Age, 12. Ninjutsu, 9. Strength, 10. Jinjutsu, 3. Wisdom, 7. Power, 9. Speed, 10. Spirit, 8. Seals, 10. Rank, Genin Ninjutsu skills, advanced body technique. Flying Thunder God, Spiral Sphere, Mutual Exploding Tags, Shadow Clone Technique. Taijutsu skills, 8 Trigrams Fist, Tai Chi, Xing Yi Quan. 8 Gates of Duanjia, Bloodline Limit, none. Li Lok scrutinized the taijutsu and ninjutsu displayed on the panel. 8 gates of Duinjia. For 6811669100000000. Sixth gate. First, he would focus on advancing the 8 gates of Duinjia to the 7th gate. Li Lok instructed Sak to procure wooden planks and numerous doors. He assembled the planks and doors to construct a wooden cabin. Thus, Li Lok formally commenced his rigorous training. A month gradually elapsed, during which a steady stream of nobles arrived to augment their deposits. In the span of merely 1 month, the bank's deposits surged from over 2 billion Rio to 40 billion Rio. Additionally, business owners sought loans. Overall, profits surpassed losses. However, as the month drew to a close, it was the commoners who first came to collect their interest. They had long since abandoned hope. Yet, TOS offered them interest, which filled the commoners with unexpected joy. They once again deposited a small portion of their funds along with the interest. TOS accepted all with open arms. The nobles also came by to collect their interest. I'm afraid there have been financial losses. TOS feigned sorrow. Losses? Is that even possible? Your losses are your concern. I am here solely for the interest. If you do not pay, none of you shall leave today. Indeed, do not forget, there are compensations stipulated in the agreement. The warriors behind the nobles stirred restlessly. TOS remained unperturbed, methodically retrieving the financial agreement and pointing out the clause regarding self-born profits and losses. At this revelation, the nobles were left speechless. Oh, so this is how you wish to play? You dare to abscond with our money. How bold you are. The nobles, enraged and humiliated, charged forward. Alas, Sak, the bodyguard, proved exceedingly competent. Slash through the void. Boom. The nobles and their warriors fell lifeless to the ground. This news swiftly spread through the noble circles. At the Hojo residence, mourning flags hung from the doors, and everyone donned white garments. Hojo Hiroki had previously attempted a nighttime bank heist, but met his demise. Now, the Hojo family was in the throes of funeral preparations. My lord, the bank's guards are formidable. Our warriors stand no chance. A retainer reported the events that transpired at the bank. A flicker of anger crossed Hojo Muzu's aged visage. Go, summon the Akatsuki. Offer a bounty of 100 million Rio. I demand that all associated with the bank pay for my son's demise. Chapter 30. A reunion with Kakuzu. In the land of rain, the skies wept incessantly. The streets were lined with decay. Many emaciated children sat in corners, their eyes void of life, clutching food that had long since molded due to dampness. Yet, numbly, they continued to swallow the spoiled remnants. The relentless rain only deepened their despair, filling their eyes with confusion and dread regarding the future. Within a statue of a Buddha's head, vibrant illusions converged. This was Pain's technique of the 6 paths of pain. Hey, Kakuzu, was it you who robbed the daimyo of the land of rice? I am only interested in the bounty. Who did it then? I do not recall the leader assigning this task. No one is speaking. Are you secretly pocketing the organization as profits? At this moment, the 9th and 10th illusions appeared. Pain and Conan listened to the disputes, lost in contemplation. They turned their gaze towards Kakuzu and Haydn, within the borders of the land of rice. Someone has commissioned us to eliminate an organization known as the Bank. You are to investigate. Understood. The illusions of Kakuzu and Haydn gradually faded. In the land of lightning, Haydn bore the bloodied scythe of March, with the 2 tails Jinchuriki still hanging from it. Kakuzu, the daimyo of the land of rice was indeed your doing, wasn't it? Silence. I have already stated my position, so please show me some respect. Kakuzu felt a slight headache coming on, while other partners could easily eliminate their targets. This newcomer proved to be quite elusive. As if that weren't enough, he hailed from Dunhuang, a place rich with murals. What is the purpose of that organization called the Bank? Haydn inquired. How would I know? Kakuzu retorted. Then what do you know? Be quiet. The 2 first returned to the land of rain to hand over the 2 tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki organization gathered its 10 members. Pain initiated the illusion of the 9 dragons, gradually extracting the chakra of the 2 tails from the Jinchuriki's body. 7 days later, the 2 tails was entirely sealed. Kakuzu and Haydn then departed from the land of rain. Soon, the duo arrived at the borders of the land of rice. Kakuzu commenced his information gathering. Oh, you're inquiring about the bank in Fenghua City. Are you hoping to deposit some money? A resident of the land of rice spoke animatedly. After a brief moment, Kakuzu and Haydn questioned a few more residents, exchanging glances. Even Haydn, whose intellect was not particularly sharp, could discern the situation. Kakuzu, lend me 100 million Rio. I will repay you in a month. You fool. You shouldn't be dealing with finances. You'll end up losing everything, Kakuzu sighed. As the one managing the finances for the Akatsuki, he considered himself a financial expert. What he had seen and heard today was truly eye-opening. Kakuzu, you've wasted over 90 years of your life. You're not even worth a single hair of this bank. Kakuzu remained silent throughout their journey. Hayden's incessant rambling continued unabated, yet this time, Kakuzu did not grow angry. Instead, he developed a keen interest in the bank. Soon, they arrived within Fenghua City, following the crowd to the storefront of the bank. Ninjutsu Bank, what an audacious claim. Hayden, wielding his bloodstained scythe, swiftly sliced through the sign, shattering it into 2 pieces. The civilians who had come to deposit money scattered in panic. Who dares to cause trouble? A fierce-looking figure, Sak, emerged from the shop. In front of the storefront, Hayden chuckled. Do you wish to join the cult of the evil god? Or perhaps the bank? Sak retorted. Huh? Hayden was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. The cult of the evil god is the Akatsuki, right? My master has been waiting for you. He has a lucrative business proposition that far exceeds the bounty amount, tenfold. Sweat trickled down Sak's forehead. The menace on his face had vanished, replaced by anxiety. I have no interest in money. Tell your master to join the cult of the evil god. Hayden brandished his scythe and charged forward. Bang! Hey, what are you doing? Kakuzu interposed himself in front of Hayden. I am interested in money, he said, turning to Sak. Lead the way. I wish to ascertain whether your master possesses the capability to safeguard my funds. With a sigh, Sakan proceeded ahead, ever vigilant of the looming presence of Kakuzu and Hayden. A pressure akin to that of Orochimaru. What shall we do about the organization's mission? Hayden expressed his discontent. Kakuzu remained silent, uncertain of how to address the situation. Yet the allure of a tenfold bounty was irresistible. Kakuzu-senpai, do you intend to complete this job and then retire to the land of hot water? I have no desire to converse with a fool like you. Following Sakan, Kakuzu and Hayden arrived at a dimly lit chamber. At that moment, Rock Lee was incessantly opening and closing the door of a wooden hut. Fortunately, it was merely the 2 of them. Rock Lee exhaled in relief. A few days prior, he had visited the exchange to procure several corpses with bounties for practice in the impure world reincarnation technique. However, he soon discovered he had been placed on the bounty list himself, with a staggering reward of 100 million Ryo. The head of the exchange informed Rock Lee that this amount was only valid until tonight, after which it would double. Upon seeing the bounty, Rock Lee immediately thought of Kakuzu, certain that the man would be drawn by the scent of gold. Thus, he contemplated discussing matters with Kakuzu. To his surprise, the organization was backed by a mere teenager. Kakuzu's emerald eyes flickered as he glanced at Hayden, who instantly comprehended Kakuzu's intent. Young man, your head is accepted by Lord Jashin. Hayden charged forward. The distance between Rock Lee and Hayden was less than 10 meters. As Hayden's words rang out, the scythe was already above Rock Lee's head. This strike can sever gods and demons. In an instant, Rock Lee activated his cursed seal level 2, drawing his narrow blade from his waist. With a swift motion, he slashed. Hayden's body abruptly halted, the scythe pausing just before Rock Lee's forehead. In his vision, the chamber was devoid of anyone but himself. The air was thick with a savage blade aura, held at bay. He envisioned numerous methods of attack. Yet regardless of the approach, he would invariably be shattered by countless blade strikes. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hayden's forehead. I cannot move. Even the slightest twitch of my finger would reduce me to ashes. Kakuzu, observing Hayden's sudden cessation of attack, stood bewildered, drenched in cold sweat before Rock Lee. A guest is present. I shall not strike you today. With a swift motion, the narrow blade was returned to its sheath. The menacing aura before Hayden dissipated, and he regained his senses. Kakuzu stepped forward. That alone is insufficient. With hands forming seals, he declared, Earth style, Earth spear. His skin hardened as he swiftly closed the distance to Rock Lee, delivering a powerful punch. Is that so? How about this? Rock Lee glanced towards the panel. The 8 gates of Duinjia, the 7th gate, open. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying chakra obliterated the entire chamber, sending tremors throughout the street. Kakuzu and Hayden were thrown back, staring in shock at this overwhelming chakra. Now, we can engage in earnest discourse. Rock Lee had released the 7th gate. Kakuzu felt an unsettling familiarity with this physical technique. Suddenly, he recalled having witnessed this technique during his hunt for the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. So, it is you. Chapter 31. In alliance with the Akatsuki organization, this physical technique, I presume, cannot be sustained for long? Kakuzu inquired. his eyes narrowing as he regarded Rock Lee. Indeed, that is correct, yet I possess numerous other methods. However, I wish to discuss business this time, and there is no need for conflict. Rock Lee instructed Saku and Toes to reconstruct the chamber, taking a seat nearby. If you deposit your funds with me for a full year, I can offer you an interest rate of 10%. Rock Lee cast a glance at Kakuzu, disregarding Haiden entirely. Furthermore, I can provide the Akatsuki with operational funds monthly, without charge, and without interest. I only require one condition. What condition? Kakuzu asked. Your inclusion in the bank. Kakuzu did not immediately acquiesce, as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Rock Lee pressed on with persuasive rhetoric. After all, what is life if not for the pursuit of wealth? Observing the ever-increasing sum of money is the true essence of existence, coincidentally. I can count it until my hands cramp. And how shall we handle the bounty this time? Kakuzu queried. Quite simply. The most effective means to resolve an issue is to eliminate the one who posed it. That is a valid point. Kakuzu found himself ensnared by Rock Lee's financial persuasion. Together with Haiden, they once again plundered the daimyo and the nobility. This time, their actions were even more ruthless. In a single night, the daimyo and nobility of the land of rice met their demise, with not even a bird passing through their estates to witness the dawn. Kakuzu deposited the stolen funds into the bank and turned to Rock Lee. My money, I can command it now. But matters concerning the organization must be discussed with the leader. Kakuzu remained apprehensive, concerned about Payne's formidable power. Should he disagree, their collaboration might falter. Fear not. Payne will surely consent, Rock Lee assured confidently. In the days that followed, Haiden returned to the Akatsuki alone, while Kakuzu remained at the bank. After a few days, Haiden relayed news. Payne approved of the arrangement and designated Kakuzu to oversee the communication between the organization and the bank. This brought a sigh of relief to both Rock Lee and Kakuzu. This is the true meaning of life, far superior to trailing that fool around. Kakuzu gazed at the open vault. The wealth contained within amounts to over 100 billion taels. Only money serves as the sole constraint for Kakuzu. Yet, he cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Indeed, he senses a lack of something, doesn't he? Precisely, it is the inability to kill that gnaws at him. Is it not? Correct. It seems to be so. Kakuzu suddenly nods in agreement. Rock Lee, with a cheerful demeanor, wipes the blade of his narrow knife, which bears a minuscule notch. This blade is ultimately of mundane quality. The affairs at the bank have stabilized substantially, with Kakuzu stationed there. Unless one of the five shadows arrives, trouble is unlikely to ensue. He sheathes the narrow knife. Do not worry. There are ample opportunities for you to kill. Rock Lee gestures towards the vault behind him. Currently, the bank's deposits are piled high, nearly impossible to spend. Without the circulation of money, progress is unattainable. Previously, he had instructed Kakuzu to eliminate the feudal lords and nobles to satiate his bloodlust, while simultaneously purging the upper echelons of the land of rice. A twofold benefit. Rock Lee calls upon T.S. From today onward, you shall be the feudal lord of the land of rice, responsible for all matters therein, while Kakuzu will oversee the bank. Understood. Rock Lee pats T.S. on the shoulder. Next, I require you to consolidate the power of the land of rice within a year and initiate a war, with all expenses during the conflict to be covered by the bank, and the target of this war will be the land of iron. What? T.S. is taken aback. The strength of the land of iron is formidable. The land of rice is no match. Is this not akin to striking a rock with an egg? My lord, we are not their match. It matters not. Victory was never the intention. We merely need to wreak havoc. Rock Lee closes the vault door. Although the feudal lords and nobles have met their demise, the discord between the upper and lower classes within the land of rice has reached a boiling point. War is the only path forward. The objective of this war is not to win, but solely to expend the tensions. Once the war commences, the land of rice will unite against an external foe, alleviating internal strife. In the aftermath, the land of rice will require reconstruction, and the land of iron will inevitably need to engage in post-war rebuilding as well. This will necessitate a substantial influx of funds. It is at this juncture that the bank's role can be maximized, shorting the land of iron. Through economic means, we will exert control over the land of iron. This is the true aim of Rock Lee. He elucidates this rationale to T.S., who is even more astonished. My lord, such a stratagem is nothing short of audacious. Rock Lee chuckles lightly. This is merely the surface. He calculates the time. It has been over half a year since arriving in the land of rice. It is time to return to Konoha. Kakuzu, the bank is entrusted to you. The ensuing war will provide ample opportunities for your inclinations, but remember to conceal your identity. No problem. Rock Lee explains the operational rules of the bank to Kaku, detailing aspects such as lending and interest rate control. What should be done if the money cannot be retrieved? Kakuza hesitated, feeling a sense of novelty in his first encounter with such matters. If it cannot be collected, simply summon Haydn to hang himself daily at the doorstep of those individuals. Surely they will repay the debt. Lee Rock provided further instructions, emphasizing the importance of employing civilized means. Once Kakuza grasped the essence, he departed from the Wind and Flower City, his next destination being the Three Tails. Lee Rock was uncertain of the precise location of the Three Tails within the land of rice fields. He did not inquire about the intelligence regarding the Three Tails from Kakuzu, as it pertained to the Akatsuki organization, which Kakuzu would not divulge. Asking would be futile and could diminish his favorability. Lee Rock recollected that the Hidden Leaf Village possessed such intelligence, thus he decided to return there. 1 month later, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Lee Rock returned to the dilapidated wooden house. Nostalgia washed over him, for everything had begun here. Presently, the funds he possessed were sufficient to renovate the decrepit abode, that he chose not to. This worn structure served as a constant reminder not to forget his training. Mastering the 8 Gates technique would require considerable time, and enhancing his swordsmanship would demand even longer. After some contemplation, he invited Team 3 to gather once more. Once again at the familiar barbecue restaurant. "Where have you been?" "Niji, Gai-sensei, and I were quite worried," exclaimed Tenten as she picked up a piece of grilled meat. "I apologize. I ventured off to train alone," Lee Rock replied evasively. Guy gave him a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Training solo is commendable. But one must also engage in practice with comrades to truly ignite the spirit of youth." Lee Rock, entangled in schemes outside, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he reunited with Niji, Tenten, and Guy. Memories of past collaborations with them surfaced, filling him with warmth. Indeed, excessive training can burden the body. A balance must be maintained. Niji nodded in agreement, prompting Lee Rock to suddenly recall something significant. "Speaking of training, I have discovered a method to enhance my strength," he declared, picking up another piece of grilled meat. He glanced at Niji, Tenten, and Guy. "I have located the site of Maiboka Mountain. Once there, I can undertake trials to learn sage techniques." Chapter 32. The Letter of Indenture. Upon hearing the term sage techniques, Guy's expression turned serious. "Lee, do you understand the dangers associated with sage techniques?" He paused in his actions. "These techniques are exceedingly difficult to master. To my knowledge, throughout the Hidden Leaf, no. Indeed, throughout the entire shinobi world, only Lord Jiraiya has successfully trained in them." As an elite jonin, Guy was well informed about the intricacies of sage techniques. "Indeed, mastering sage techniques is no small feat. The information I have gathered is even more detailed," Lee Rock affirmed. He picked up a piece of roasted meat. "Cultivating involves channeling the forces of nature into one's body. An excess can lead to demise, while insufficient intake prevents one from achieving immortality. Thus, it requires a perfect equilibrium. A venture fraught with risks and opportunities." Therefore, Lee Rock turned to his companions, inquiring whether they would join him in the pursuit of, ultimately leaving the decision to their own volition. Upon hearing this, Tian immediately expressed her agreement without hesitation. "I wish to give it a try." Her desire for strength had been steadily growing, yet she felt constrained by her limited talent, her potential seemingly capped, leaving her trailing behind the 3rd class and even the remaining 12 formidable peers. "Since Tian is going, I shall accompany her as well." Though Ning Ci did not vocalize it, he distinctly sensed that Lee Rock had returned to Konoha even stronger. If he failed to keep pace with Lee Rock's burgeoning power, their futures would likely diverge irreparably. "Truly, my disciple Kai is remarkable. I shall accompany you all in this fervent endeavor," Kai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He resolved to join the others on their journey to Maiboku Mountain. Lee Rock nodded. They were all valued mentors and friends, and he wished to prevent a growing disparity in their strengths. Hence, he mentioned the prospect of Maiboku Mountain. However, the decision to pursue ultimately lay with each individual. Fortunately, all of them shared a fervent desire to grow stronger. Lee Rock savored another piece of roasted meat and sipped his orange juice. Their choices were entirely reasonable. In the ninja world, one is often bound by circumstances. Without enhancement in strength, one is destined to become a victim to others' blades, a consequence dictated by the law of the jungle. Once their gathering concluded, Lee Rock settled the bill, and the 3rd class commenced its journey to Maiboku Mountain. Along the way, Kai casually inquired about the training progress of the trio. Li Lok merely stated that he was preparing to unlock the seventh gate and had made some advancements in his swordsmanship, offering little else. Should he divulge a plethora of forbidden techniques such as Flying Thunder God, Impure World Reincarnation, or Corpse Demon Sealing? It was likely that Kai would not be pleased and would promptly apprehend him instead. These forbidden techniques were inscribed in the sealing scrolls, beyond even Kai's grasp. For Li Lok to demonstrate them would be akin to self-sabotage. Kai refrained from probing further, feeling assured in Li Lok's abilities. Achieving the sixth gate without guidance showcased his extraordinary talent in taijutsu. It was only a matter of time before he reached the eighth gate and inherited his legacy. He then inquired about Ning Xiai, who had now unlocked 3 gates and could unleash 2 Bagwazang arrows. His proficiency in close combat, both with Gentle Fist and Bagwazang, was notably adept, showcasing a well-rounded skill set. Kai nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Tian appeared dejected, feeling as though she was stagnating. It matters not, Tian. Each individual possesses their own unique talents, and your abilities are exceedingly precious. Should a great conflict arise, your prowess could ensure the survival of others to the greatest extent. As a teacher, Kai has imparted all that he could. Individual gifts are inherently limited. He believes that everyone should strive within their areas of expertise rather than force themselves into endeavors where they lack proficiency, ultimately risking the squandering of their innate talents. Li Lok, observing from the side, remained silent. As night descended, Tian conjured tents and bedding for the group, taking the first watch. The others entered the tent to sleep. In the dead of night, Ningji relieved Tian of her vigil. After half an hour, she succumbed to deep slumber. Li Lok's silhouette appeared beside Ningji. Is there a solution? Ningji did not turn to respond. The flickering firelight illuminated his eyes, which were filled with concern. Despite Tian's silence, Ningji could discern her disappointment. Yet, he felt powerless to assist her. Thoughts of Li Lok surfaced. If he could discover the legendary location for learning sage techniques, surely he could also find a way to enhance Tian's strength. Li Lok remained mute, leaving Ningji with a scroll. While training in the ruins of Whirlpool Village, I acquired a technique. He cast a sidelong glance toward the tent, fully aware that neither Tian nor Kai were asleep. The commotion could hardly escape their notice. Flying Thunder God technique. Li Lok murmured the forbidden technique inscribed within the scroll. Boom. Li Lok distinctly sensed a potent aura of murderous intent emanating from Kai's tent. A sensation that Ningji also felt. He hesitated for a moment before ultimately accepting the scroll, understanding Li Lok's implication. The Flying Thunder God technique, conceived by the second Hokage and perfected by the fourth, is a forbidden art unattainable by ordinary individuals. Li Lok's claim of acquiring the technique at the ruins of Whirlpool Village lacked credibility. A commoner obtaining a forbidden technique once practiced by Hokage transcended boundaries. Regardless of the origin of Li Lok's knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique, the higher-ups in Konoha would undoubtedly subject him to intense interrogation, perhaps even leading to lifelong imprisonment. This is a technique I discovered while training alone at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, Ningji asserted, willingly taking responsibility for the matter. Li Lok nodded in acknowledgement. The endeavors he aspired to undertake were far grander than merely pilfering a few forbidden arts. This trial served as a test. Having reaped benefits from him, they must collectively shoulder the risks, such as the bond of allegiance, for Ningji, Tian, and Kai. As long as they did not refuse this endeavor, it signified their true commitment to mutual advancement and retreat. In triumph, they would share glory. In adversity, they would endure together. Do you remember the admonition from Tintin? This technique should only be employed in dire situations. Understood. Ningji gazed into the flames, lost in thought. Inside the tent, Kai remained motionless, while Tintin kept silent. Rock Lee entered the tent, and a night passed in silence. The following morning, Kai, Tintin, Ningji, and Rock Lee set out once more. The events of the previous night were left unmentioned, as though they had never occurred. After 2 months of travel, they finally arrived at the foot of the Maze Mountain. According to the map, the final cave should lie ahead. Kai studied the map intently. After an additional 10 minutes of walking, they reached the entrance of the cave. Where is the Toad Sage? Tintin inquired, peering into the cave. The cave was small and could be surveyed at a glance, yet they found no sign of the Toad Sage. Rock Lee wore a puzzled expression. Jiraiya wouldn't deceive us. Is there some kind of mechanism? Tintin began exploring the cave. Ningji shook his head at the scene. Byakugan. He scanned the entire cave. Over there. Ningji extended his right hand, reaching towards a specific spot on the cave wall. Ribbit. A loud croak resonated through the air. Chapter 33. Simplified sage techniques inside the cave. As the sound of the croak reached their ears, the scenery before them abruptly transformed. This is Mount Myaboku, Rock Lee exclaimed, surveying his surroundings. Towering peaks undulated, shrouded in mist. A delicate veil of fog drifted gently, enhancing the mystery and ethereal quality of Mount Myaboku. Streams meandered through the mountains, crystal clear, producing a melodious tinkling sound reminiscent of heavenly music, cleansing the souls of the travelers. Lush forests flanked the pathway, ancient trees towering above with dense foliage. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting mottled shadows and cloaking this sacred land in a golden hue. Are you lost travelers who have stumbled into Mount Myaboku? A red frog leaped down from a large leaf, regarding them with curiosity. Rock Lee shook his head. We are subordinates of Lord Jiraiya, here to learn sage techniques. Upon hearing this, the red frog's eyes sparkled with recognition. Ah, Jiraiya. Then please follow me. Lord Fukasaku should be eager to meet you. The group followed the red frog, their eyes filled with curiosity. Even Kai could not suppress his astonishment at encountering a talking frog. Before he could express his thoughts, a small green frog with white whiskers and eyebrows appeared before them. Such a lack of manners from Jiraiya's subordinates. The red frog immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Lord Fukasaku. Very well, you may proceed. I shall handle matters here. The crimson frog leaped away into the distance. I apologize, my experiences are somewhat limited, Kai admitted with a chuckle. Shinsaka remained unperturbed, observing the group before him. Are you here to practice sage techniques? Indeed, they affirmed. Then follow me, Shinsaku instructed, leading them to the Toad Oil Waterfall. Since you are subordinates of Jiraiya, you must be aware of the perils associated with cultivating sage techniques, correct? We are, Lee Rock responded. Shinsaka nodded, dipping his finger into a small amount of toad oil and applying it to the wrist of the group. Now, attune yourselves to the natural energy. The group began their meditation as directed by Shinsaku. He observed their progress, noting with certainty that they hailed from Konoha. The boy named Kai had been seen by him once in the Hokage's office alongside young Jiraiya. This realization was why he had refrained from testing them further. However, he had not received any requests from Jiraiya or Konoha, suggesting that they had stumbled upon Myaboka Mountain by chance. Nevertheless, Myaboka Mountain is known for its open arms to all seekers. Given their arrival here, coupled with Jiraiya's connection, it indicated a fateful opportunity for them to learn sage techniques. Stop. With a sudden motion, Shinsaka brandished an iron rod and struck it against Kai. Ah, that hurts. Kai, immersed in the wondrous sensation of natural energy flowing into him, was jolted back to awareness. Shinsaku regarded him with seriousness. Cultivating sage techniques requires a tranquil mind. Yes, Kai resumed his focus on the natural energy. Shinsaka then turned his gaze to the others, noting their commendable composure. Among them was a young boy with Byakugan, likely from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. He possessed the greatest affinity for sage arts. Shinsaka's thoughts drifted to the words of the great sage Toad regarding the Byakugan. He could be the first to master sage techniques. Suddenly, Shinsaka sensed an overwhelming surge of natural energy. His eyes darted towards Lee Rock, who had developed an orange-yellow hue around his eyes, a sign of mastering sage techniques. Lee Rock opened his eyes, revealing pupils resembling those of a frog. Indeed, sage techniques can be simplified. He glanced at the interface before him, detected that the host is practicing sage techniques. Would you like to spin 200? 000 Rio to simplify the sage techniques? Simplify. Sage technique acquired. Ah, so cultivating sage techniques overnight is feasible. That makes sense. Lee Rock felt the immense natural energy within him and approached a colossal toad. Lift. Boom. With one hand, Lee Rock effortlessly raised the massive toad. What? Shinsaku's face was a picture of astonishment. In merely 2 hours, Lee Luaka mastered the art of sage chakra, surpassing even the legendary sage talent of Otsutsuki Kagaya from ancient tales. I cannot comprehend this, Shinsaku exclaimed, hastily soaring into the depths of the frog forest. Lee Luaka chuckled softly. With his simplified system, it was no surprise that Shinsaka struggled to comprehend. His gaze shifted to the 3 companions beside him. Teacher Guy? Bang. Lee Luaka roused Guy once more. The transformation into a frog had overtaken Guy's entire form, with parts of him beginning to petrify. A moment longer, and he would likely become a stone frog. Have you already attained sage mode? Guy inquired, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure from Lee Luaka's transformation. Teacher Guy? Lee Luaka clenched his fist. Youth is akin to a phoenix, first extinguished, then ignited. First extinguished, then ignited? This phrase resonated within Guy's mind. He seated himself once again, centering his thoughts. Liluaka then turned his attention to Niji and Tintin. Remarkably, Tintin was able to calm her mind and absorb natural energy. Liluaka observed their forms continually shifting. Even after their transformation into frogs, they could swiftly revert to human shape, indicating their potential to master Sage Chakra. Burning the midnight oil truly takes its toll. Liluaka formed hand seals, summoning 5 shadow clones. Join me in this nocturnal endeavor. Time gradually flowed onward. In the heart of the frog forest, within a temple, Shinsaku hurriedly approached the great sage toad. Elder, we have a grave situation. The toad Maru lifted a bottle of sake to his lips, taking a swig. He glanced down at Shinsaku, who approaches. Several fallen sake bottles lay scattered around Maru. His eyes, clouded and revealing signs of inebriation, regarded Shinsaku. Elder, cease your drinking. A human has just arrived at my Boku Mountain, and in nearly 2 hours. He has mastered Sage Chakra. 2 hours to grasp Sage Mode? That seems a tad lengthy. Such talent is rather average. After all, Yukimura attained it in a single day. That human ought not to be overly proud. Crash. The sake bottle slipped from Maru's grasp and shattered upon the ground, jolting him into clarity. What did you say? 2 hours to master Sage Chakra. The fog in Maru's eyes cleared instantly. He even leaped from his seat. Is this human the child of prophecy? Maru retrieved a crystal ball, which displayed Liluaka's visage and movements. He is not the figure I beheld in my previous dream. His physique and stance do not align. Maru fell silent momentarily, then turned to Shinsaku. I must enter a dream. Yes. Shinsaku promptly stationed himself at the temple's entrance, barring anyone from approaching the toad. As midnight approached, Maru succumbed to slumber. Within the dream, beneath a vast expanse of sky, he stood before a grand hall adorned with gold and jade, where a throne awaited. A youth adorned in a flowing robe, intricately embroidered with the celestial dance of stars and the fierce roar of a black dragon, ascended step by step to the throne. From his elevated seat, he surveyed the realm beneath him. Flanking the throne hall were numerous figures exuding a formidable chakra, all gazing reverently at the young man in black. In the distance, tens of thousands of ninjas and civilians gathered below the throne hall, their voices rising in unison, proclaiming, "Dragons reign over the world. The emperor's might knows no bounds." Their resounding cries echoed like a tsunami, shaking the very heavens and earth. Chapter 34. The Last Supper. Frogmer's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a future even more shocking. It was an era where every individual bore the essence of a dragon, radiant as the stars, a time of unparalleled prosperity. This vision eclipsed the earlier prophecies of the Chosen One in its profound impact. It represented an alternative path to peace. The gentleness in Frogmer's dimming eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming yearning. He summoned Shinsaku. Shinsaku, from this day forth, you are to wholeheartedly support those few individuals in their cultivation of the sage arts. All the resources of Mayaboka Mountain are to be unconditionally at their disposal. Expedite their contract signing, Frogmar proclaimed, kicking a wine bottle away with fervor. From this day forward, I shall abstain from alcohol. The mere utterance of those words sent a tremor through Shinsaku. For centuries, this was the first time the great toad sage had voluntarily chosen sobriety. Moreover, the sage's willingness to dedicate the entirety of Mayaboka Mountain to support those 4 outsiders indicated that one among them held significance far beyond that of the prophesied child. Yes, I understand, Shinsaku replied, turning to leave the temple. He returned home, calling out to his wife, prepare a sumptuous feast. We have esteemed guests from Mayaboka Mountain. Esteemed guests? The words sent a shiver down her spine. She hurriedly nodded and began preparing dinner. After a while, Shinsaku brought the meal to the frog oil waterfall, where several were immersed in their training. Li Rock, however, lay asleep nearby. He had divided himself into 2 shadow clones. One tirelessly honed his sage chakra, while the other watched over Kai and Niji. This young Li Rock displayed considerable talent, yet his laziness was a liability. Shinsaku felt compelled to motivate them. Only through strict guidance could exceptional disciples be nurtured. Bang! Ouch! What the? Li Rock, lost in dreams, was abruptly roused. Old man, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, nearly uttering the words in anger before correcting himself. Master, indeed, your talent is promising, but you must exert greater effort. Do not squander your gifts, Shinsaku advised. Yes, Li Rock conceded, realizing that while he was learning sage arts, he must at least feign diligence. Otherwise, if Mayaboka Mountain deemed him insufficiently committed, he might find himself cast out, which would surely lead to calamity. Your proficiency in absorbing chakra from the mystical arts is commendable. Next, I shall instruct you in the techniques of the two-life jutsu and the frog summoning. After a thorough observation, I discerned that Lee Rock possesses an exceptional ability to maintain a harmonious balance between his physical form and the natural energies. This condition facilitates the practice of both the two-life jutsu and the frog summoning. Excellent. Lee Rock naturally had no objections. He dispelled his shadow clone, allowing his body to relax somewhat. From within his robe, Shinsaku retrieved a scroll. Upon seeing this scroll, Lee Rock's expression shifted dramatically, as if a sudden realization struck him. Could it be? No way. With a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing an array of delectable dishes conjured by Shinsaku, grabbing a peculiar bread filled with insects. He urged, "Eat. Supplementing your nutrition is an essential step. Only with a full stomach can you truly refine your skills." Shinsaku relished the meal, while Lee Rock gazed at the vibrant insect feast, nearly retching. Yet, he felt compelled to partake. Refusing would be a slight against his manner. And how could he expect to train on the sacred grounds of Miyaboku Mountain without showing respect? Noticing the grimace on Lee Rock's face, Shinsaku smiled. These are delicacies meticulously prepared by a skilled chef. Rest assured, they will aid your training. Lee Rock remained conflicted. It wasn't merely a question of culinary finesse. This was food unfit for human consumption. "Here I go," Lee Rock declared, picking up a piece of the insect bread. Just then, he pointed in astonishment. "What is that?" Shinsaku followed Lee Rock's gaze, spotting a massive black bird soaring above. "Oh, that's just a crow. Have you never seen one before?" Shinsaku asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. As he turned back, he noticed that not a single piece of the insect bread remained on the platter. Observing Lee Rock's continuous chewing, Shinsaku concluded that the bread must have been exceptionally delicious, even if it was somewhat impolite to devour it so voraciously. He chose not to comment further. As their lunch concluded, Shinsaku began to practice the frog summoning technique with Lee Rock. The two figures, one human, the other a frog, flitted through the air, exchanging blows with fervor. Detected that the host is practicing the frog summoning technique. "Would you like to spend 50,000 ryo to simplify?" Simplify. Cooking spicy jumping frog with frog summoning, Lee Rock was momentarily speechless. While the culinary resources of Miyaboku Mountain were seemingly inexhaustible, he couldn't fathom the implications. If he were to secretly cook a frog, the entire frog population of Miyaboku Mountain would surely demand an explanation from Konohagakure. "Stay focused, Lee." With that, Shinsaku delivered a powerful frog punch, sending Lee Rock hurtling backward into a stone frog. It truly stung. He decided to set aside his concerns and focus on training, resolving to address them upon returning to Konoha. Thus, they continued their practice until the sun dipped below the horizon. Breathing heavily, Rock Lee found himself in a state of exhaustion. His sage mode could only be sustained for a mere 5 minutes. Once that duration elapsed, he needed to reassemble his sage chakra or summon a shadow clone. "Let us call it a day. I'm quite fatigued." Later, "Wake them up and invite them to my home for dinner," he remarked. The silhouette of Shinsaku elongated under the setting sun. At this moment, Lee was genuinely famished. The previous insect-infested bread had been hastily cast away, inscribed with the flying thunder god technique, into the toad oil pool. Such a repugnant dish was one he would rather starve than consume. He gazed at Shinsaku's shadow, pondering how delightful it would be if frog legs were truly that long. Bang! Unable to contain himself any longer, Lee turned and struck Tintin awake. "What is the matter?" Tintin exclaimed in confusion, glancing at Lee with a pained expression. "Tintin, hand over all the food you brought, along with the summoning scroll for the sleeping bag. I have an urgent need for it." "Oh, here you go," she replied, passing him the scroll. Bang! Lee unfurled the scroll, summoning forth a culinary delight, his favorite dish, sweet and sour pork. He began to devour it ravenously. The culinary offerings in the world of Naruto were somewhat lacking, and this was a dish he had prepared himself during his leisure time, garnering accolades from Guy, Niji, and Tenin. "Tomorrow, I'll be making Buddha jumps over the wall," he declared after finishing his meal. Niji and Guy soon awoke in succession. The patterns of a face began to emerge around Niji's Byakugan. In a few days, he would surely master the Sage Chakra. However, Tintin and Guy still had some distance to cover. "Lord Shinsaku has invited us to his home for dinner," Lee announced. He paused momentarily. "I've just eaten and plan to continue my training, so you all go ahead." Niji, Guy, and Tintin thought little of it, having just witnessed Lee devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. "Lee, remember to eat well in the future. Dining is also a way to fuel your youth," Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Lee fervently nodded in agreement. Indeed, Teacher Guy. Go on, let us showcase our youth at Lord Shinsaku's dining table. All right. Guy's spirit ignited as he led Niji and Tintin toward Shinsaku's residence. Watching their retreating figures, Lee felt a twinge of sympathy. There was no other choice. One could not refuse Lord Shinsaku's generous invitation. Someone had to partake in tonight's meal. Sighing, Lee mused, what tranquil times are there? It is merely Guy, Niji, and Tintin shouldering their burdens. He sighed once more, burying the insect-infested bread in the ground before settling down quietly in a meditative posture. The long night stretched ahead as Lee remained awake, diligently practicing his sage techniques. Mayaboku Mountain Sage Technique. 11,000, beginner. Gazing at the panel indicating a starting proficiency of 1,000, his countenance turned a shade of green. Chapter 35. Departure from Yamu Mountain. Lee locks at cross-legged, meticulously calculating his progress. The initial level required a proficiency of 1,000, the intermediate level 10,000, and the ultimate completion demanded a staggering 100,000. This celestial technique seemed hardly worth the effort. The corners of his eyes twitched in agitation. This endeavor was akin to the cursed arts of the corpse ceiling, both exacting a toll on one's life. Shadow Clone. Bang. 3 shadow clones manifested. Lee Locke pondered utilizing the Shadow Clone card. Yamu Mountain Celestial Technique. 31,000. Quite useful. Bang. He formed another set of hand seals, summoning 17 additional shadow clones. Yamu Mountain Celestial Technique. 201,000. Alas, his chakra was insufficient. 20 shadow clones marked the limit of Lee Locke's capabilities. In this moment, he found himself envious of the prince's chakra reserves. Come on, brothers, let us endure the night together. The shadow clones voiced their grievances. Who are you calling brothers? I reckon you don't regard us as humans, do you? Even cattle and horses aren't treated this way. With a wry smile, Lee Locke realized he had overlooked the fact that the shadow clones possess their own consciousness, separate from the original. Brothers, I truly find myself in a predicament. Lend me your assistance, and afterward, I promise you a feast at the Short Book Street, my treat. Reluctantly, the 20 shadow clones acquiesced to the plan, beginning their night-long vigil. The following morning, Kai, Niji, and Tintin arrived at the Frog Oil Waterfall, only to find Lee Locke in deep slumber. Before him lay the remnants of 3 colored dumplings on bamboo skewers. Dress him in this celestial wood armor, Kai instructed, a gift they had received from Shinzo, designed to withstand physical assaults to a degree. Kai turned his gaze toward Niji, who was equally solemn. I understand, Niji replied, extending his hands. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bang, bang, bang. Rapid, concentrated strikes landed on Lee Locke's form. Not enough. This won't exhaust his youth, Kai remarked from the side. Is that so? Niji inhaled deeply. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Lee Locke, still in a haze, felt as though he were soaring through the heavens. I must still be asleep, he thought. After a while, he began to feel a dull ache throughout his body. Niji, Kai-sensei, you've returned. Lee Locke's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively tried to evade Niji's gentle fists. At this moment, it was time to ignite the flame of youth. 8th gate of Duinjia, the 3rd gate, open. Kai delivered a powerful kick. Konoha's whirlwind. Bang. An hour later, Lee Locke lay beneath the stone frog, his body riddled with shurikens, and his face bruised and battered. Before he could catch his breath, Shinzo approached him again. These are merely superficial wounds, nothing serious. Come, let us practice the frog style. At that moment, Lee Locke found himself devoid of any energy to move. Tomorrow? There are countless tomorrows. Rise and practice. Shinzo, as a teacher, was exceedingly strict. He immediately began to spar with Lee Locke in the frog style. Once the practice concluded, Shinzo instructed Lee Locke to sign a contract with Mayaboku. Lee Locke felt no aversion towards this. Signing the contract would eliminate the need for constant back and forth, as a single reverse summoning technique would suffice. By noon, Lee Locke could no longer endure. He was unable to eat or sleep properly. At this rate, he would inevitably collapse from exhaustion. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at Mayaboku. In front of the temple, Naruto, brimming with curiosity, asked, Pervy Sage, where is this place? This is Mayaboku. Stay right here and do not wander, Jiraiya instructed. All right, Naruto replied. Jiraiya entered the temple. Great Toad Sage, you summon me? Toad Maru looked down at Jiraiya. What of the prophecy concerning the child of destiny? Toad Maru inquired. I have found him. I am certain it is he, Jiraiya affirmed confidently. Toad Maru produced a crystal ball, revealing Naruto's likeness outside the temple. Indeed, there is a resemblance, but that is not the crux of the matter. There is something even more significant at hand. Jiraiya felt a shiver run down his spine. It was the first time he had seen Todemaru so serious. And there was something more important than the child of prophecy. I had a dream, Todemaru continued. In my dream, the ninja world entered an unprecedented era of peace. And the one who brought about this prosperity was not the child of prophecy. Not the child of prophecy? Jiraiya frowned. He had searched tirelessly for the child of prophecy, yet now there was someone who could bring even greater peace to the ninja world. They are all peace-bringers for the ninja world. Who among them is superior? I cannot discern, Todemaru said, handing the crystal ball to Jiraiya. They are the figures I saw in my dream, but I cannot specify which one it is. Beside them, Gigi could not help but interject. You are utterly clueless. Old fool. Todemaru was unfazed by this. He had long grown accustomed to Gigi's tone. These individuals are your subordinates, correct? Indeed, but how did they arrive at Myobokuzen? A look of confusion crossed Jiraiya's face. From here on, they are in your hands, along with young Naruto. What the future holds for the ninja world, I cannot say. Todemaru concluded. Jiraiya exited the temple, leading Naruto to the Toad Oil Falls. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya struck down with a powerful fist. Kai felt a jolt throughout his body, his head aching intensely. Lord Jiraiya, he said, rubbing his scalp with a look of utmost respect. In both Konoha and the ninja world, Jiraiya's reputation and prowess far surpassed that of Might Guy. Tsunade had thought that you had led the third team to defect. How could you not inform the Hokage? It is simply unforgivable. Kai immediately apologized. Jiraiya sighed, aware that Kai could never become a rogue ninja, and understanding his nature. He chose not to dwell on it further. How did you come to know about Myoboku Mountain? Jiraiya inquired, narrowing his eyes at Kai. During his solo training, Lee inadvertently stumbled upon Myoboku Mountain, learned its location, and brought us all here. Indeed, Jiraiya acknowledged, glancing at Rock Lee, who was absorbed in his training. Unlike that information broker, he possessed a different physique, and transformation could not be ruled out. That boy must have already mastered sage techniques, correct? Jiraiya asked softly. Absolutely. He has been practicing with Fukasaku for several days now, Kai replied. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before addressing Naruto. You should stay here and practice sage techniques with them. Sage techniques? Naruto responded, perplexed. Yes, Fukasaku will explain the specifics to you shortly. Jiraiya then roused Rock Lee from his concentration. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Lee's eyes momentarily displayed a flicker of surprise, which was swiftly replaced by sheer astonishment. Lord Jiraiya? Indeed, you may return to Konoha. There is a mission that requires your presence. Wonderful. Lee felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had lost interest in learning the twin life technique. Without delay, he began to pack his belongings to depart from Myoboku Mountain. Jiraiya noticed this. Although the brief flicker of surprise in Lee's eyes vanished almost instantly, it did not escape his attention. That Lee is the information broker. Who exactly are you? Jiraiya refrained from making a scene. He intended to observe Lee discreetly. Chapter 36, Mission Invitation arrives Konoha, within the Hokage's office. Tsunade was perusing a newly drafted mission report when a knock echoed through the room. Enter. Kakashi and Jiraiya stepped into the office simultaneously. Jiraiya? Tsunade expressed her surprise. Aren't you supposed to be taking Naruto to practice sage techniques? She turned her gaze toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya produced a file and handed it to Tsunade. Are you familiar with this individual? He placed the open dossier on her desk. The name within was unmistakably Rock Lee. Rock Lee? Tsunade mused, recalling some details. The boy is 17 now, isn't he? She looked towards Kakashi, who contemplated for a moment. Lee? I witnessed his graduation alongside Guy at the Ninja Academy. The boy is a prodigy, but he certainly has a knack for getting into trouble, Kakashi remarked. Providing his initial assessment, the events stirred by the Ninja Academy, along with the subsequent betrayal of the Suzuki family, are significantly intertwined with Lee Rock. The third Hokage possesses a profound understanding of this child. He had even extended an invitation for the boy to join the Umbu, suggesting that he poses no threat to Konoha. Kakashi asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a degree of relief. He still held a measure of respect for that old man, the third Hokage. I once encountered an information broker in the short book street and gleaned intelligence regarding the leader of the Akatsuki organization from him, Jiraiya reminisced. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that this information broker is the child? Indeed, I have no solid evidence, merely a suspicion, Jiraiya replied. That child is a disciple of Guy. He should not pose any problems, Kakashi remarked. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, the three individuals present could be considered the most formidable forces in Konoha. Should anything untoward happen to the Hokage, the other two would undoubtedly step into the role. Faced with the differing opinions of Kakashi and Jiraiya, Tsunade refrained from voicing her thoughts. Having known Jiraiya since their youth and having endured the trials of war together, she was acutely familiar with him. Jiraiya's suspicions were telling enough. It was almost certain that Lee Rock was indeed the information broker from Short Book Street. Kakashi had indeed facilitated the boy's promotion to a genin, which should not pose any issues. However, the question lingered. How could a youth with a spotless background and a lineage thoroughly vetted by the third Hokage possess intelligence on the enigmatic leader of the Akatsuki? Tsunade pondered for a moment. Kakashi, I propose we augment this search mission by adding one more person. She handed the mission scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced over the scroll. The personnel listed were all exceptionally skilled in reconnaissance. There are no issues with the personnel. Should we include Lee Rock? Kakashi inquired. Precisely, Tsunade affirmed. Understood, Kakashi nodded. Tsunade's intentions were clear. She wished for Kakashi to observe and ascertain whether Lee Rock had any connections to Orochimaru or the Akatsuki. Kakashi exited the office, leaving only Tsunade and Jiraiya behind. The intelligence I received indicated that the leader of the Akatsuki is Nagato, that child from the Rain Village. Nagato. Tsunade expressed her disbelief. Indeed, those eyes are unparalleled throughout the ninja world. What are his objectives? Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. I do not know. I must continue my investigation. If necessary, I can personally verify this. Jiraiya's gaze shifted to Tsunade, imbued with a hint of unspoken sentiment. Ultimately, he refrained from articulating his thoughts. I shall take my leave now. The next time I visit, it will be 2 months hence. Before the dilapidated wooden house, Lee Rock procured an array of ingredients, meticulously preparing each one. He ignited the stove, and with a vigorous flame, the oil sizzled. One by one, he added the ingredients into the pan, stirring them with precision before introducing water to simmer. After a sufficient time, he retrieved the frog legs, garnished them with a handful of dried chili peppers, and drizzled hot oil over the dish. Thus, the fragrant spicy jumping frog was complete. After allowing it to cool slightly, he gazed at the meal before him and could not help but exclaim his relief that this was not in my bokuzen. Had it been so, the moment this dish was presented, that group of frogs would have erupted in chaos. At that moment, who would still ponder the pursuit of ninjutsu? Lee Rock and his entire third class would have become irreconcilable enemies of my bokuzen. Reflecting on my bokuzen led Lee Rock to think of Niji, who remained there training daily under Teacher Guy. Alas, let them endure the hardships while I bear the blame. With a sigh, he lamented that his recent focus on ninjutsu had caused him to neglect his forbidden techniques. Seizing this opportunity, he began to throw shuriken at a distant tree. Flying Thunder God Technique, 651,000 beginner. Flying Thunder God Technique, 681,000 beginner. Flying Thunder God Technique, 751,000 beginner. He affixed stickers to the shuriken, thereby enhancing his proficiency with the explosive tags. As he pulled the purchased stickers from his pocket and adhered them to the shuriken, they thudded into the trunk of the tree. In the shadows, Kakashi, employing his invisibility technique, observed Lee Rock's practice of throwing ninja tools. For a ninja, the fundamental skill of tossing shuriken had long been mastered in the academy. Could he be throwing them carelessly? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Kakashi's eyes. In the distance, after Lee Rock released a shuriken, he vanished from in front of the cabin in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared at the shuriken's landing spot. With a swift motion, he returned to the cabin. Boom. He formed a hand seal, and with a crack, the stickers on the shuriken ignited. This was followed by a series of explosions. Although the blasts lacked the magnitude of a proper explosive tag, their frequency was overwhelming, penetrating the entire tree. Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. Among the living in Konoha, none were as familiar with Lee Rock's recent technique as he was. The Flying Thunder God Technique, coupled with the explosive tag combinations. As Lee Rock began to eat, Kakashi contemplated his next move. Rather than apprehending Lee Rock directly, he approached nonchalantly from a distance. Are you dining? Would you care to join me, Kakashi-sensei? Lee Rock spoke politely. Kakashi, however, was quite direct as he took a seat before Lee Rock. Great. I happen to have skipped lunch as well. Is that so? Please wait a moment. Lee Rock turned and returned to the wooden cabin to fetch a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, which he handed to Kakashi. I heard you just returned from Miyaboka Mountain. How did you manage to find it? Kakashi casually inquired while eating. Oh, Miyaboka Mountain? It was merely a coincidence. I see. You are indeed fortunate. How is your training in Senjutsu progressing? It's going well. Locke refrained from revealing the exact location of Miyaboka Mountain to Kakashi. Unlike Kai and others, Kakashi hailed from a prestigious clan, his father even being the heir to the Hokage. Locke also sensed the probing nature of Kakashi's questions. After they finished their meal, Kakashi's subtle inquiries yielded no useful information. This young man is quite scheming, he thought, choosing not to press further. There's a search mission in the Land of Rice to locate Orochimaru's base. Would you care to join? Chapter 37. Non-attribute Chakra. Locke did not hesitate. Certainly. He rose and followed Kakashi towards the gates of Konohagakure. As they walked, Locke began to inquire about the transformation of chakra properties. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback by his interest. In his recollection, Team 3 was primarily a taijutsu team. Even if they practiced ninjutsu, they were not particularly adept at it. And even Kai had not delved into chakra property transformations. Chakra can be categorized into 5 fundamental elements: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Kakashi retrieved a piece of chakra sensitivity paper from his pocket and handed it to Locke. Just infuse your chakra into the paper, and it will reveal your chakra attribute. Locke accepted the chakra sensitivity paper, and as chakra surged into it, he noticed a lack of any reaction. No response. Locke was puzzled. You possess non-attribute chakra. Kakashi glanced at the chakra sensitivity paper, feeling a twinge of regret. Non-attribute chakra cannot perform elemental ninjutsu, but it can still execute fundamental techniques like the body flicker technique. This indicated that Locke would primarily rely on taijutsu or non-attribute ninjutsu in the future. Although he lacked elemental affinity, his potential for mastering techniques like the Flying Thunder God would ensure his future achievements remained significant. Kakashi contemplated this internally, deciding not to report this information to Tsunade. This matter should be handled by Kai. As an elite J-nin, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to intervene further. Kakashi preferred to avoid unnecessary involvement. Non-attribute? Locke was unaware of Kakashi's intentions and felt disheartened. He understood the implications of possessing non-attribute chakra. Those dazzling, wide-ranging ninjutsu would likely be beyond his reach. However, Locke remained undeterred, for he had a system at his disposal. Any ninjutsu could be attempted. Teacher Kakashi, will you teach me ninjutsu? That one you taught to Sasuke, what was it called? Locke feigned ignorance as he inquired. Raikiri. Kakashi stepped forward. Without lightning affinity, you cannot unleash Raikiri. I merely wish to witness it. Raikiri is undeniably impressive, especially when you, Teacher Kakashi, wield it. What girl wouldn't be enchanted by you? Flattery is universally appealing, and Kakashi was no exception. While he would not let Locke's compliments inflate his ego, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. All right, let me show you. Kakashi halted. He formed hand seals with remarkable speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, lightning crackled in his palm. This is the technique. As Locke observed Kakashi's mastery over lightning, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. Indeed, you see? For Guy's sake, I shall let you witness this. Kakashi released his chakra, feeling a profound sense of contentment. His perception of Locke had shifted slightly. He did not seem like someone of Orochimaru's ilk. Kakashi continued on. While behind him, Locke had already memorized the hand seals for Raikiri. He did not need to gather chakra. Merely forming the seals would suffice. Teacher Kakashi, ninjutsu is truly magnificent. Could you demonstrate a few more? I heard from Naruto that you are a master of ninjutsu, even surpassing the 3rd Hokage, effortlessly wielding techniques like water release, fire release, and earth release. Ah, that's too much. Indeed, you have surpassed the 3rd. That's not what I meant, Kakashi chuckled, eventually succumbing to Locke's exuberant praises. Well, this child will likely never cast elemental ninjutsu. It's rather pitiful. I shall show him. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. Wind release, vacuum sphere. One by one, Kakashi showcased 4 elemental ninjutsu. He refrained from demonstrating his ice release technique, which was a different chakra nature transformation, as these techniques had already considerably drained his chakra. Teacher Kakashi truly lives up to the title of genius. He is indeed deserving of the title of ninjutsu master. Teacher Kakashi is undoubtedly the foremost expert in the 5 elemental techniques. Locke praised incessantly, while inwardly, he committed to memory the hand seals for the 4 elemental ninjutsu. Yes, let us leave it at that. These are all relatively simple techniques. There are more powerful ones, but it is not convenient to demonstrate them here. As the two conversed, they walked on. Kakashi began to explain the details of the current mission to Lee Rock, who listened attentively, already well aware of the task at hand. Although Konoha was dispatched to search for the suspected hideout of Orochimaru, ultimately, several members of Konoha would encounter the Three Tails. Subsequently, Shizune and others would arrive to seal the beast. My four-symbol seal has reached perfection, and combined with Senjutsu, it is sufficient to perform the 8-trigram seal. A fleeting glimmer of determination crossed Rock Lee's eyes. The Three Tails is his, no one else shall lay claim to it. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Akamaru, and Yamanaka Shino awaited them. Kakashi-sensei Lee? Yes, the Hokage has ordered an additional member for the mission. You are all familiar with the details. Correct? Understood. Let us proceed. The 5 of them, along with Akamaru, swiftly made their way toward the land of rice. Along the journey, Rock Lee observed Yamanaka Shino. He was one of the hidden 12 who remained inconspicuous, yet his intellect and analytical prowess were nearly on par with Shikamaru and Kakashi. He possessed the potential to become a cornerstone of their team, especially with his unique reconnaissance abilities. Rock Lee held him in high regard. Do you not recognize me? Shino inquired. The Yamanaka clan is well known in Konoha. Rock Lee quickly advanced. Though this is our first meeting, I sincerely hope to become your comrade, Yamanaka Shino. Shino appeared momentarily taken aback. Behind his dark glasses, his eyes met Rock Lee's. It is a pleasure to meet you. The exchange was brief, yet the sentiment was conveyed. 3 days later, Rock Lee and his companions first located the site where a member of Konoha's ANBU had perished while delivering intelligence. They then discovered a cave suspected to be Orochimaru's hideout. Rock Lee was currently uninterested in Orochimaru. He understood that even if one attained the level of a Kage, Orochimaru remained impossible to kill. He had one hidden within his own neck. A map surfaced in Rock Lee's mind. He had spent some time in the land of rice and had meticulously gathered information about its geography. There were a total of 24 lakes in the land of rice. Presently, within a 5-kilometer radius, only one lake remained. The Three Tails' hiding place could be determined. Rock Lee gazed toward the north. Kakashi noticed his gaze and inquired, "Have you discovered something?" He felt that Rock Lee was concealing his true thoughts. Kakashi found it difficult to read this youth, who was 13 years his junior. Nothing significant. Let us continue our search. Yamanaka Shino's expression shifted as he sensed a surge of unfamiliar chakra ahead. The group swiftly followed Shino. It's gone, Shino stated. They arrived at the location where the chakra had vanished. At that moment, the night was eerily silent, with pink crystals drifting beneath the starlit sky, creating an ethereal yet ominous atmosphere. Is this Earth release? Or a transformation resulting from the combination of 2 chakra natures? I have never witnessed such a technique. Kakashi hesitated for a moment. He intended to summon his ninja hounds to return the collected crystals to Konoha for further research before proceeding with their mission. However, Rock Lee was unwilling to wait. He felt that if they delayed any longer, the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization would soon arrive. To avert unnecessary conflict, Lee picked up a crystal from the ground. This was the Kekkei Genkai known as Crystal Release. Chapter 38, The Decision of the Hyuga Clan Crystal Release? Kakashi exclaimed, squeezing the pink crystal, which then scattered into the wind. What abilities does this Kekkei Genkai possess? He inquired. It can crystallize a person. A mere touch will shatter them into dust, Lee recalled. However, this crystal release cannot crystallize chakra. When you encounter it, you can envelop your body in chakra to prevent a sudden demise. How do you know this so well? Kakashi pressed further. I once passed through the land of rice while training alone and witnessed an encounter between this individual and a samurai from the land of rice. Lee provided a vague explanation. Kakashi chose not to pursue the matter further. A reason sufficed. Pressing for more details would be impolite and counterproductive to their current situation. As long as they were aware of the abilities involved and remained cautious, they should be fine. Kakashi glanced at the others. Let us continue our investigation. At that moment, Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka sensed a disturbance. A terrifying chakra, Kiba remarked. Did you feel it too? What a formidable chakra. There is an unknown chakra ahead. Immense in quantity, far greater than when Lee opens the 6th gate, Shino observed. Proceed with caution, ready to engage if necessary, Kakashi commanded. The group advanced toward the source of the disturbance. Lee gazed ahead, where the mist thickened. This was the fog released by the Three Tails, possessing hallucinatory properties. If caught unprepared within it, they could easily fall victim to illusions. Nonetheless, Lee refrained from warning the others. His teammates were all exceptional sensory-type ninjas, equipped with Byakugan and Sharingan, thus well-equipped to counter illusions, rendering the mist largely inconsequential to them. I need an opportunity to distance myself from them. Otherwise, my forbidden techniques will be exposed during a confrontation with the Three Tails. The Three Tails remained a formidable opponent for Lee at this stage. Without sage techniques and several forbidden jutsu, he would not dare to face the beast alone. At that moment, a thick cloud of smoke appeared ahead. It was the members of the Red Lotus. Lee eyed the smoke, recognizing it as the Ghost Phoenix's smoke bomb. Kakashi raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. After a brief assessment, he instructed, Lee, you and Hinata circumvent the smoke and proceed to the center of the lake to ascertain the nature of that chakra. Shino and Kiba will remain with me to hold the enemy at bay. Understood. Lee Locke faced no opposition. He awaited this opportunity for separation. Let us proceed. Together. Lee Locke and Hinata ventured towards the center of the lake, his pace exceedingly swift, with Hinata struggling to keep up. Anxiously, she inquired, Is Niji brother studying sage techniques at Mayaboka Mountain? Indeed. Please inform Niji brother that upon completing his training, he should not return to the Hyuga household, as our father seems to be searching for him. Understood. Lee Locke had not anticipated the upper echelons of the Hyuga clan to be so fearful of the branch family. Once Niji acquired sage techniques, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the branch family. In such circumstances, Niji would face two choices, either to learn the 8 trigrams and annihilate the clan under the cover of night, or at the very least, covertly assassinate Hinata and Hanabi. However, Niji's disposition was not one of madness. He leaned towards rationality and was unlikely to resort to such extremes. Thus, only one path remained: escape. Out of the corner of his eye, Lee Locke cast a glance at Hinata, a fleeting thought of malice flickering within him. To live a life on the run, never to return to Konoha, would be a torment for Niji. Yet, returning to Konoha would inevitably render him a target for the Hyuga elite. Now was an opportune moment to act. Lee Locke contemplated whether he should first eliminate Hinata and later seek an opportunity to dispose of Hanabi. Hinata trembled, acutely aware of the chilling intent emanating from Lee Locke. Yet, she remained silent. Lee Locke, too, uttered no words, but his pace gradually slowed. Hinata quivered, feeling as though a terrifying beast had set its gaze upon her. Let us hasten our steps, Lee Locke urged, accelerating once more towards the lake's center. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion of killing Hinata. To do so and blame it on Orochimaru would likely not remain concealed from the Konoha elite. After all, she was the main branch heir. With only the two of them present, Hinata's demise would undoubtedly turn the entirety of Konoha against him. Under interrogation, Lee Locke believed he would not withstand the pressure. Should he be discovered, even if he managed to flee, Niji and all of Konoha would be positioned as adversaries. Such a cost was one that Lee Locke could not bear at this juncture. Seeing that Lee Locke seemed to retract his murderous intent, Hinata exhaled in relief, gradually falling behind him, cautiously maintaining a safe distance. Lee Locke observed this development without comment, increasing his speed and distancing himself from Hinata. With her Byakugan, as long as she refrained from confrontation, she would not meet her end. Lee Locke pressed on at an accelerated pace. At the center of the deep lake, Yakushi Kabuto, Honglian, and Waikai Maru stood upon a small boat. Success! Waikai Maru has managed to control the Three Tails, Kabuto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, it was unfortunate that Waikai Maru could not hold on any longer. After losing consciousness, Honglian commenced battle with the Three Tails. The situation has taken a peculiar turn. Rock Lee remains concealed in the shadows, observing Obito perched upon a nearby tree trunk. The Akatsuki's arrival has been swifter than he anticipated. Naruto is engrossed in his studies of sage techniques, and currently, no one is coordinating with Gyuki, while Honglian's subordinates are unlikely to withstand Kakashi's prowess. Lee refrains from revealing himself. Emerging now would mean exhausting all his trump cards in a desperate clash with the Three Tails, inevitably drawing the attention of the Leaf Village, thereby allowing the Akatsuki to capitalize on his vulnerability. Furthermore, should his identity be discovered by the Akatsuki, it could also jeopardize the bank. As Kakuzu remains more fearful of pain at present, it appears imperative to address these two members of the Akatsuki first. Lee does not launch a direct assault on Obito. Rather, he waits, awaiting Kakashi's arrival. With Kakashi present, Obito would not dare to unveil his true identity, for it would jeopardize his grand scheme. Soon, the battle in the deep waters approaches its conclusion. Honglian stands no chance against the Three Tails. In the distance, Uchiha Obito becomes aware of Lee's presence. Yet he refrains from making a move. Is that Kakashi from the Leaf? Behind Lee, Kakashi and Hinata emerge. Lee, what is the situation? Kakashi inquires after dispatching Honlian's subordinates. Casting his gaze upon the struggle in the lake, Orochimaru's minions are battling the Three Tails and are on the verge of defeat. It seems the Three Tails is about to sink beneath the water, Lee responds, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi. Kakashi instantly comprehends Lee's implication. Hinata, he prompts. Yes. Hinata has not disclosed the prior events to Kakashi. She cannot ascertain whether Lee's murderous intent is directed at her or someone else. This matter also involves the higher-ups of the Hyuga clan, which she cannot divulge to Kakashi. Byakugan. Hinata activates her Byakugan, spotting Obito's hidden form in the distance. She nods at Kakashi, signaling her understanding. Just as Kakashi prepares to act, Obito rises, dusting himself off, and begins to flee in a panic. This is bad. This is bad. Senpai, the ninjas from the Leaf are coming to kill. Chapter 39. Sealing the Three Tails discovered? Kakashi vanishes in an instant. Lee, you handle Orochimaru's subordinates. I will intercept the Akatsuki members. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, stay alert to prevent the Three Tails from appearing. Understood. Obito continues his frantic escape, casting a fleeting glance behind. Kakashi? His feelings are a tumultuous mix. The Three Tails and Kakashi, memories of that night, flood back to him. Rin, Kakashi, you are all illusions. Wait for me. I will create a true world, a world where everyone exists. Above Obito, Deidara rides on his winged bird, observing the panicked retreat of Obito. You are a senior. For goodness sake, why the panic? How embarrassing. He gazed into the distance, pursuing Kakashi, who was chasing after Obito. Allow me to immerse you in the allure of artistry. Meanwhile, Rock Lee's heart brimmed with joy. This opportunity was truly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. With Kakashi absent, only 3 relatively weak sensory types remained. This was the optimal moment to seal the Three Tails. Shino, assist me in fending off Orochimaru's underling, that female ninja skilled in crystal release. Without waiting for Shino's response, Rock Lee charged directly towards Kabuto. In Kabuto's possession was none other than the Ghost Lantern. Only this artifact could summon the Three Tails. Lee had no desire to plunge into the depths and engage in battle with the beast, as that would be tantamount to suicide. Kabuto, hand over the Ghost Lantern, and I shall spare your life. As he opened the second gate, he instantly found himself in the lake. Kabuto's expression shifted dramatically. Why did I have to encounter this little brat? He was acutely aware of Rock Lee's prowess. Retreating immediately, he declared, otherwise, I shall destroy the Ghost Lantern, and no one will be able to summon the Three Tails. Kabuto spoke coldly. He understood he was no match for Rock Lee, yet he was reluctant to abandon his mission. You have but one chance. I will reiterate, put down the Ghost Lantern, and you may leave. Rock Lee's right hand rested on the hilt of his short blade. Kabuto sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Such a remarkable pressure. In just a few years, this young boy's killing intent rivaled that of Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto, a man adept at weighing advantages and disadvantages, recognized in that instant that he was no match for Rock Lee. With no further hesitation, he tossed the unconscious Ghost Lantern towards Rock Lee. Your strength is astonishing. You have surpassed even Sasuke's rapid growth. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru will come to regret this. Kabuto's figure gradually faded from the water's surface. Rock Lee chose not to pursue Kabuto. His focus was solely on the Three Tails. Time was of the essence, and there was no need to waste it on Kabuto. As far as Lee knew, Kabuto would be difficult to kill at this juncture. Now, Ghost Lantern, awaken. Rock Lee seized the Ghost Lantern and submerged it in the water. Moments later, the suffocating Ghost Lantern stirred from its slumber. Upon seeing Honlian engaged in combat with Shino, a pang of anxiety gripped him. Do not be alarmed. Our objective is not you or Honlian. Simply summon the Three Tails, and you may take Honlian with you. Rock Lee spoke softly. The Ghost Lantern hesitated. With a swift motion, Rock Lee drew his blade, unleashing a dazzling arc that shattered all of Honlian's crystals. Hurry. If you delay any longer, I shall reconsider my decision. Rock Lee threatened. Seeing this, the Ghost Lantern dared not hesitate any further and immediately began to call forth the Three Tails. The water's surface began to convulse violently, and a colossal tortoise, covered in sharp spikes and encased in a hard shell, slowly emerged from the depths. It has come. Leelocke's heart was profoundly stirred. Before him lay the tailed beast he had long yearned for. With this magnificent entity, he would no longer fear the depletion of chakra. Enough, halt. With a sudden forceful motion of his hands, Jimaru awakened, his gaze flickering with a hint of dread. Do not be afraid. Instruct Honglian to depart from this place. Lilac wished for no interference from that woman. He activated the second gate and seized the bull-headed figure from the water. Leave, take him, and that woman away, or I shall slay you all. The terrifying aura of death emanating from him caused the bull-headed creature to tremble, recollecting the terror of being dominated by Orochimaru. Complying. The bull-headed figure ceased to linger, pulling Jimaru towards Honglian. Upon witnessing this, Shino promptly retreated. Yet Honglian still yearned to engage, intent on eliminating the Leaf Village shinobi and capturing the Three Tails. Hurry! Both the bull-headed figure and Jimaru urged. Honglian remained undeterred. Seeing her obstinacy, Lilac hesitated no longer. If you do not leave, you shall perish. With a swift motion, he unleashed dozens of sharp blade auras from his narrow knife, each one exceedingly lethal, shattering all crystalline barriers and surging towards Honglian. Crystal release. Light. Honglian exclaimed in alarm. It was then that she felt a pang of regret, exhausting her energy to conjure a life-saving jutsu. A powerful laser emitted from the core of the large crystal, neutralizing the blade auras. What? As the blade auras dissipated, countless shuriken materialized. Honglian barely evaded the onslaught, exhaling a sigh of relief. In an instant, Lilac utilized the flying thunder god technique, appearing behind her. Begone! With a forceful kick, he sent Honglian soaring. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. This woman was a considerable hindrance. Had he not feared Jimaru's rampage, he would have eliminated Honglian long ago. In the lake, within mere moments, the Three Tails, now free from Jimaru's control, began to lash out wildly. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba kept their distance. The area is clear. Now, come forth, Three Tails. I have long coveted your power. Lilac gazed at the Three Tails with an intense longing. He formed hand seals, mirroring the method Kakashi employed for Raikiri. Detected that the host is practicing Raikiri. Would you like to spend 50,000 Ryo to simplify? Simplify. Raikiri activated. Lilac retrieved a flashlight from his pants pocket, and a beam of light shot forth from it. Raikiri, 11,000, beginner. Raikiri, 21,000, beginner. Raikiri, 161,000, beginner. The power of Raikiri was insufficient. While effective against individuals, it lacked the potency needed to confront the well-defended Three Tails. With a clap of his hands, he instantly entered Sage mode. Sage Art, Thunder Punishment. A surge of Senjutsu amplified his attack. Lilac harnessed the power of lightning to its utmost potential, subtly summoning thunder from the heavens, which brought forth divine retribution. Such a manipulation of the natural forces of the universe instilled a flicker of trepidation in the Three Tails. Attempting to evade by diving into the water, it was thwarted by Lilac's resolve. With a thunderous crack that resonated across the sky, the lightning rent the air, descending with the ferocity of a dragon, poised to unleash devastation. Under the weight of divine judgment, all living beings trembled as the lightning struck the surface of the lake. The anguished cries of the Three Tails echoed painfully. This was the moment. Lilac's Sage mode could only endure for 5 fleeting minutes. He had to act decisively to seal the Three Tails completely. In a flash, Lilac opened the 5th gate, his speed exponentially increasing. He appeared instantly behind the Three Tails. A trigram seal. Lilac formed intricate hand signs, conjuring a vast barrier before him, inscribed with complex and arcane symbols. The Three Tails, sensing Lilac's intent, roared in defiance, yet the onslaught of divine punishment had rendered it powerless to resist. Fear not, for you shall be my most exquisite battery for the next decade. With a resounding crash, Lilac placed his palm upon the Three Tails form. In a burst of energy, the Three Tails transformed into a spiritual essence and soared into Lilac's body. Gasping for breath, he felt the seething anger of the Three Tails within him. With a huff, Lilac's consciousness manifested before the seal. Inside the barrier, the Three Tails roared in fury, its eyes filled with animosity and murderous intent. Above the sealing barrier, colossal thunderclouds loomed ominously, waiting to unleash their fury. The sight of the tempestuous lightning quelled the Three Tails' rage. Rest assured, I shall seal you for but 10 years. Once the decade has passed, you shall be free. Of course, should I perish during this time, your fate will be sealed as well, Lilac declared. Gradually, the Three Tails settled. For 10 years was a mere trifle for a tailed beast. The agony of rebirth upon death stretched far longer, and the Three Tails wished to avoid experiencing that torment for a 3rd time. Emerging from the barrier, Lilac exhaled in relief. A firm hand was indeed effective with tailed beasts. Fortunately, The 3 tails possessed a simpler mind. Had it been the 8 tails or 9 tails, the endeavor would have proven far more challenging. For now, the 3 tails had acquiesced. In the distance, explosions reverberated. Deidara? Lilac glanced toward the commotion, deciding to investigate. I still have intentions of marrying the Tsuchikage. This esteemed brother-in-law cannot sacrifice himself for the sake of art just yet. Chapter 40. An in-depth discussion on the art form. In the forest, Deidara soared away on his clay bird, while below him, Kakashi, adept in lightning techniques and possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, lamented his misfortune. Inside, Deidara pondered as he clenched his severed right arm, recently torn asunder by Kakashi's Kamui. He deduced that Kakashi's ocular technique could only be employed once or twice. Without hesitation, he prepared to counterattack. However, Deidara soon found himself extinguished. The lightning release neutralized his clay explosion, transforming his meticulously crafted art into mere fodder for Kakashi's experience. Fortunately, Kakashi's technique was no longer an option, otherwise, he might have truly met his end here. Deidara observed Kakashi pursuing him relentlessly below. He halted, prompting Kakashi to remain vigilant, fully aware of the potential threat posed by any member of the Akatsuki. Turning to face Kakashi, Deidara fixed his gaze upon the Sharingan in his left eye. Kakashi, do you understand art? He inquired suddenly. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the question's meaning. If you refer to explosions, then that hardly qualifies as art. Something that instills fear in others can only be met with disdain. Be silent. Just be silent. Deidara retorted vehemently. Indeed, those who wield the Sharingan were the most irksome. As he consumed more clay, he continued, what do you know of art? You are merely lifeless beings devoid of artistic essence. I shall send you on your way. Along with that group of fools from Konoha, before he could finish, a formidable chakra emanating from the center of the lake, belonging to the 3 tails, dissipated. What is happening? Deidara's eyes darted towards the distance, sensing that someone was hastily approaching. With Akatsuki's leader having departed, it could only be someone from Konoha. Deidara furrowed his brow and glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi, allow me to unveil my ultimate art. Deidara's body began to swell ominously. Art is an explosion. With that, a colossal explosion erupted, engulfing the surroundings. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. It appears I must resort to my final Kamui, he sighed, directing his left eye towards the shockwave of the explosion. Kamui. A flicker of shock crossed Kakashi's gaze. This is a sealing technique. Before him, a shadow clad in black stood, hands weaving intricate seals, as a barrier completely absorbed the fiery explosion. This is my sensei's first symbol seal, but no. The hand seals are a diversion. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi's vision blurred. Is it Lee? He strained to discern the identity of the shadowy figure. Am I late? Lee Rock turned back, feeling that his black attire somewhat contradicted his usual image, yet the words he spoke felt undeniably cool in the moment. The immense barrier shifted Deidara's self-detonating clone above the lake. Kakashi exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Just in time, he thought. As he slumped to the ground, he had never anticipated that the Akatsuki member would resort to self-detonation. It was a grave miscalculation. No, Lee Rock interjected, shaking his head. Sensei Kakashi, even your Sharingan has its limitations, as evidenced by the unforeseen circumstances. With that, Lee unsheathed his narrow blade, slicing diagonally into the distance. The blade's gleam extending several dozen meters away. In the distance, Deidara executed the Earth Dragon hidden technique, retreating swiftly. He reveled in the warmth generated by the explosion, his heart swelling with delight. Those who failed to grasp the essence of art deserved to perish amidst such chaos. Clenching his severed right hand between his teeth, Deidara resolved to return to the organization and request Kakuzu to reattach his arm. The Sharingan is not solely a tool for genjutsu, it harbors other unique ocular techniques. I must exercise greater caution in our next encounter, Deidara vowed silently, determined to study the Sharingan intently upon his return. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through him. A terrifying arc of blade light whizzed past, narrowly missing him. He longed to continue his escape, but Lee Rock's voice rang out behind him. Next strike. Your fortune may not be so favorable. Are you from Konoha? Deidara revealed himself, his gaze resolute. It appeared that returning today was no longer an option. As for returning to the Akatsuki, I cannot allow you to escape. However, you do have other destinations to consider. Lee Rock sheathed his narrow blade, seemingly disinclined to take Deidara's life. There's no need for me to go to Konoha. It is time for me to dedicate myself to art, Deidara retorted disdainfully. He would not become a captive of Konoha. Death would be preferable. You misunderstand. I do not intend to capture you for Konoha. I wish to allow you to leave. Excuse me? Deidara was bewildered. Kakashi, standing nearby, shared his confusion. Lee, this individual is affiliated with the Akatsuki. We absolutely cannot let him go. Capturing him could yield valuable intelligence about the organization, potentially benefiting Konoha. Kakashi's words trailed off as Lee Rock interrupted him. Sensei Kakashi, may I handle this matter? Lee's voice was resolute, a blend of supplication and firmness. Kakashi fell silent, recalling how Lee had used the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect the explosion moments earlier. He nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I entrust this to you. Yet, he made no move to depart. Deidara observed the dynamic between Lee Rock and Kakashi. It seemed more complex than a mere mentor-student relationship, tinged with underlying tension. What is your intention? You neither capture me nor set me free. Deidara was indeed reluctant to engage further. Based on the earlier blade strike, he discerned that Lee Rock was formidable and with Kakashi's vigilant presence. He recognized that victory was unlikely. What do you consider to be art? Lee Rock inquired, a question that momentarily perplexed Deidara. It was Deidara who questioned others. Yet now someone dared to take the initiative. What is art? Never mind. Let me enlighten you poor souls from Konoha. Deidara sneered as he gazed at Rock Lee. This individual would undoubtedly become yet another great ninja who sacrifices for the sake of art. To perish beneath my art is to leave no regrets. Now, I shall unleash the ultimate. Wait. Lee was taken aback. The explosive power of that ultimate art might not even be diverted by the Flying Thunder God technique. He could escape. But Kakashi, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba would be left behind. I have come to seek your wisdom, Brother Deidara. Pray tell, what is art? This singular question rendered Deidara speechless. If I am not mistaken, you are indeed from Konoha, correct? Deidara was uncertain of Lee's intentions. Noticing that Lee did not make a move and genuinely wished to discuss art, his tone softened somewhat. Art knows no borders, Lee proclaimed with righteous fervor. He sat down on the ground. Oh, Deidara's fondness for Lee surged instantaneously. Indeed, art transcends national boundaries. You are far superior to those fools in Konoha. Deidara also sat down, initiating a discussion with Lee about the intricacies of art. The two appeared as if they were longtime friends sharing a profound connection. Kakashi was utterly astonished, listening to the discourse between Lee and Deidara regarding the so-called art. As time passed, their conversation gradually delved into deeper reflections and insights on art. Kakashi even heard Lee sharing his views on explosions, as well as suggestions for enhancing their breadth and intensity. To him, it was nothing short of horrifying. Something is amiss. This is not right. Kakashi recalled Jiraiya's judgment and began to feel a sense of unease. Chapter 41. Your art, surpassing mine. Kakashi was growing anxious. Slowly, it seemed that Lee and Deidara had begun to diverge in their perspectives. Art must not stagnate. It must evolve with the times. Moreover, art should not be excessively grotesque. Lee continuously expressed his viewpoints on art. Some of his opinions were met with disagreement from Deidara, yet he was nonetheless immensely pleased. Who would have thought to encounter a kindred spirit in this place? Deidara excitedly consumed a mouthful of clay. Indeed, perhaps we should return to Awagakure, Lee suggested. Return to hear that old man ramble on? How dull. Instead, why not join me in the Akatsuki, where we can gain recognition for art throughout the entire ninja world? They found themselves in serious disagreement on this point. After reaching an utmost level of rapport, Lee stood up. Brother Deidara, behold my art. He prepared to showcase the true artistry that could surpass Deidara's. He produced a scroll. This is the scroll left by Tian, from which countless ninja tools can be summoned at any moment. Bang! Double Rising Dragon. The scroll unfurls, and an array of ninja tools bursts forth. Lee Rock activates the second gate, his figure flickering with remarkable speed. Each tool is affixed with an explosive tag. The shuriken accurately strikes the nearby tree trunk. Observing that the ninja tools have been deployed at a sufficient distance, Lee Rock forms a hand seal with his right hand. Break. Boom. The explosive tags detonate, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Deidara's eyes display confusion. This form of art is rather rudimentary. He scoffs, dismissing the explosion as mere childish play, suggesting instead that suddenly, a multitude of explosive tags hurtle toward him. Upon a cursory glance, there are at least 100,000. This is the price Lee Rock pays for emptying a significant portion of a bank. Next, prepare to witness a feast of artistry. Lee Rock gazes at the swirling explosive tags, swiftly seizing Kakashi and retreating in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. Flames erupt, obliterating everything in their path. Even those far away, such as Unishino, Hinata, and Inazuka Kiba witnessed the terrifying spectacle. As the flames dissipate, Lee Rock appears at a distance, completely unscathed. While Deidara is left in disarray, his red cloud cloak tattered, exposing his inner armor. Lee Rock strides forward. What is the secret to true artistry? It is explosion. He approaches Deidara, inquiring, what then constitutes courage? Maintaining elegance in the face of explosions. Lee Rock pauses, gently brushing off the ashes from his shoulder. And who is the true master of artistry? Lee Rock turns to survey the devastation over several kilometers. I am. He bellows with laughter. Kakashi gazes in shock at the scene before him. The nearly 10-kilometer forest has vanished, replaced by a massive crater. Deidara, looking at the flattened forest, is equally astonished. Such a degree of artistry rivals his ultimate creation. Haha, this indeed is a feast of explosions. Deidara, far from being angry, bursts into joyous laughter. In this moment, he feels as carefree as a child. Your art surpasses mine. Deidara looks at Lee Rock. I shall heed your words, returning to IWA, and when we meet again, I will surpass your artistry. Excellent. The two reach an agreement and part ways. Lee Rock approaches Kakashi, performing two forbidden techniques before him. This is something that Konoha cannot tolerate. Kakashi remains silent. Lee Rock remains silent. The embers born from the burning trees danced in the wind, wafting towards the two. Let us return to Konoha. I have lost my sight, Kakashi replied. He seemed to recall something. As for the matter of the three tails, bear that burden yourself. Kakashi had already surmised that the three tails resided within Lee Rock, a fact that would not remain concealed from the higher-ups of Konoha. No problem, Lee Rock nodded. Assisting Kakashi as they made their way back to Konoha. Along the journey, they encountered Hinata and others who had come to assist. The members of Team 8 believed that the previous explosion was a result of a confrontation with members of the Akatsuki. Kakashi offered no explanation, merely stating that his vision was impaired and that Lee Rock had handled everything. Upon hearing this, the trio ceased their inquiries. Upon their return to Konoha, Tsunade entered the hospital. Kakashi, how is that Lee Rock faring? She inquired directly. A fine individual, though he is somewhat overly passionate about his art. Kakashi replied with a hint of exasperation. Is that so? Tsunade refrained from further questioning. Kakashi's response was already quite clear. A good person, albeit with peculiar inclinations. This was understandable. As the fifth Hokage, she too occasionally felt the urge to take risks. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Kakashi, Tsunade departed the hospital. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade perused the mission report submitted by Lee Rock. The document outlined the course of the mission. It was remarkable that he managed to hold his own against two members of the Akatsuki. No wonder Kakashi held him in esteem. In the mission report, Lee Rock concealed the details of his artistic endeavors, instead portraying a fierce battle with the Akatsuki duo, ultimately persuading one to retreat while the other fled. A knock echoed at the door. Enter, Tsunade called, not lifting her gaze from the report. Lee Rock stepped into the office and regarded the bowed head of Tsunade. Well, while I have no particular fixation on breasts, they are indeed quite substantial. Lee Rock could not help but glance at what should not be observed. This did not escape Tsunade's notice. At his age, such behavior was not uncommon. Tsunade turned her attention to Lee Rock. You claim to have sealed the three tails within yourself using the 8 trigram sealing technique. Where did you acquire this technique? Tsunade inquired sternly. A palpable aura of menace enveloped the air, rendering every inch of space suffocatingly oppressive. Suddenly, this oppressive presence dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Tsunade, now with a pleasant demeanor, regarded Lee Rock. Fear not, this is not an interrogation. I am merely engaging in a conversation as an elder. If you clarify this with me, those from the interrogation department will no longer trouble you, Tsunade stated. Lee Rock scoffed internally, recognizing this tactic as a well-worn strategy. He feigned gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The Bagua sealing technique is a skill I discovered during my solitary training at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Rock Lee attributed all of this to the remnants of the Land of Whirlpools. The previous location of Mayaboka Mountain was also related. Tsunade pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Very well, there are no further issues. However, there is another task for you to undertake. Rock Lee was taken aback. He had just returned from a mission and, under normal circumstances, he would be expected to rest for a while. Do not misunderstand. This is not a mission, but rather the Chunin exams, Tsunade clarified. The Chunin exams? Rock Lee recalled the events of the previous examination. Indeed, it was a mess you left behind. During the last Chunin exam, the one-tailed Jinchuriki went berserk, and ultimately the village had to reseal the one-tail. Currently, Gaara is still under surveillance by the Umbu of Konoha. Tsunade secured the mission report within a locked drawer. The higher-ups do not intend to return the Jinchuriki to the Sand Village, as the Sand Village realizes they cannot reclaim the Jinchuriki. They have decided to treat it as a gift for reconciliation between the two villages. Tsunade crossed her arms on the desk and looked at Rock Lee. The upcoming Chunin exams will be held in the Land of Earth, in the Rock Village. Chapter 42. 2 Methods to Release the Caged Bird in Konoha. Before the dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee was tirelessly practicing the 8 gates. 8 gates. 8465416811000000000. 800 million proficiency. I am so close to reaching 1 billion. As it approached mealtime, Rock Lee began to heat oil in a pot. An hour later, a banquet of dishes was prepared. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Rock Lee opened it to find Guy, Tintin, and Niji standing outside. Trader, greetings, Tintin remarked with a cold expression, pushing past Rock Lee into the house. Guy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Rock Lee smiled wryly. He had left Myaboka Mountain early to avoid the insect banquet, thus earning the label of a traitor from Guy. Today, we shall let this traitor know our pain, Niji declared fiercely. The 3 entered the house, drawn by the delectable aroma of the food, and made their way directly to the kitchen to indulge. On the dining table, there were representatives from various culinary traditions: sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, spicy frog, braised pork knuckle, Buddha jumps over the wall, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and crispy fried pork, among others. Rock Lee's culinary skills were exceptional. Guy visibly transformed from a non-combustible state into one of fervent enthusiasm. The youth of Myaboka Mountain is not something a person can endure, Guy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he took a bite of a pork knuckle. Life at Myaboka Mountain was unbearable. Niji's Byakugan also regained its luster. Indeed, I have never tasted anything so dreadful in my life. Niji, enough. Ugh. Tenin felt a wave of nausea at the mere thought of the insect platter from Myaboka Mountain. Fortunately, she still had some food hidden in her spiritual scroll, but she, Niji, and Guy could only eat it secretly. If Fukasaku Sanin discovered them sneaking other food, he wouldn't say much, but Shima Sanin would be deeply disappointed. And when Shima Sanin was disappointed, she wouldn't put her heart into cooking. Without her proper meals, Fukasaku Sanin lacked the energy to guide their training. This severely hindered their progress. Each additional day spent on Mount Maiboku made the 3 of them feel life growing a shade darker. Delicious. Another bowl of rice. Me too. Rock Lee refilled their bowls. After the meal, the trio finally forgave him. Fine. This time, I, Tenen-sama, shall represent Team 3 in forgiving you, you rogue ninja. Tintin exhaled in relief. Niji turned to Rock Lee. Who is leading the team for this Chunin exam? He asked. Upon returning from their training at Mount Maiboku, they had received news of the upcoming exam. Shikamaru, Rock Lee replied. Of course. We're still Genin. He is the only Chunin among us. If he doesn't lead, who else could? Niji nodded. Then, Rock Lee recalled Hinata's words. Niji, I heard from Hinata that the high GA main family's attitude toward you seems to have changed, he cautioned, not avoiding Guy and Tintin. Since Rock Lee had gifted the Flying Thunder God technique to Niji and Tintin, there were no more secrets between Team 3. The high GA main family, huh? Niji fell silent. He understood, there was no resisting them. Only one path remained, leaving Konoha. For Tintin and Guy, this was unacceptable. Niji, if you leave Konoha, take me with you. Tintin grasped his hand earnestly. Don't act rashly. There might still be room for negotiation. I'll speak to the Hokage first. Don't make any hasty decisions. Guy interjected. Then he turned to Rock Lee. And as for you, Lee, forgive me. But as a Konoha J-nin, I cannot conceal this situation. It's all right, Guy-sensei. I leave it to your judgment, Rock Lee replied calmly, watching Guy's retreating figure without another word. Compared to the exposure of his forbidden techniques, Rock Lee valued Guy more. Konoha's current state was precarious. Tsunade stood alone, while Dans lurked in the shadows, a potential threat at any moment. Before, as a mere civilian, no matter how strong Rock Lee became, he could never surpass someone like Guy, born into the 8 Gates legacy. Tsunade might not have taken him seriously, but now, everything had changed. Rock Lee was the Three Tails Jinchuriki, and Tsunade knew better than anyone just how crucial a Jinchuriki was. That was why she hadn't reported his information to the ANBU or torture and interrogation. Moreover, with Lee Rock almost inseparably linked to Guy and Niji, a member of the Hyuga branch family, the situation becomes exceedingly complicated, akin to pulling on a thread that unravels the entire fabric. it would be more prudent to suppress everything. This way, Lee Rock could forge a connection with Guy, the elite Jainin, in the Hyuga clan. Lee Rock turned his gaze toward Niji. I have 2 methods to attempt to free the caged bird, he said slowly. Boom. Niji's chakra erupted within him instantaneously. The weight of Lee Rock's words left him profoundly shaken. The caged bird was the knot in his heart. 2 methods. Niji felt a flicker of hope mingled with disbelief. The caged bird was thought to be unsolvable, yet Lee Rock claimed to possess 2 approaches. Though Lee Rock had mentioned attempt, the prospect of trying was far more appealing than resigning to fate. Indeed, Lee Rock mused for a moment. I cannot guarantee the success of either method. The first involves the extensive transplantation of cells from the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Taketorai clans, descendants of the Otsutsuki. We would also need to gather the Byakugan from those members of the Hyuga clan nearing death. This could potentially unlock the ultimate form of the Byakugan. He continued. As for the second method, once my swordsmanship reaches its zenith, I shall attempt to sever the nerves within you associated with the caged bird. I can only say it is worth a try. I cannot ascertain its success. Upon hearing this, Niji fell into deep contemplation. These 2 methods presented one with stringent conditions and the other with uncertain success. Let us wait until your swordsmanship is perfected, Niji affirmed. The first method seemed exceedingly arduous. As a member of the Hyuga branch, how could he possibly acquire cells from the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, or Taketorai clans? The descendants of the Senju clan were now the Hokage, and Tsunade would never permit a member of the Hyuga clan to undergo such a transplantation. The remaining clans, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Taketorai, were equally difficult to access. If he were to pursue this matter clandestinely, it would not take long for the Hyuga main family to intervene. Without needing the other clans to take any action, Lee Rock did not press further. Niji was not Orochimaru, after all, and he still held certain principles. Yet, Lee Rock bore no psychological burden. He resolved to procure the cells of the Otsutsuki descendants once his own strength had sufficiently grown. Let us wait, then, Lee Rock stated, turning his attention to the interface. On the panel, the proficiency of the 8 trigrams blade had already reached perfection. In the realm of swordsmanship, he was on the precipice of the pinnacle. However, breaking through to the realm of sword intent was exceedingly arduous. Yet, Lee Rock had discovered a method the previous night. By activating sage techniques, he had experienced a slight enhancement in his swordsmanship, tantalizingly close to the level of sword intent. This level of sword intent, however, was still insufficient. Lee Rock planned to contemplate further improvements to his swordsmanship after the CH-9 exams. In the evening, Guy returned to the dilapidated wooden cabin. Niji, regarding your situation. Lady Tsunade has personally gone to resolve matters with the Hyuga clan. Niji let out a sigh of relief. Tsunade's status is sufficiently illustrious. As long as she remains in the position of Hokage, the Hyuga clan will refrain from overt aggression. Thank you, Teacher Guy. Niji expressed his gratitude. Guy sighed. Remarking that this is not a sustainable solution, the Hyuga clan will inevitably act in the shadows. Niji, do not return after the Chunin exams. Chapter 43. Entering Iwagakure. Land of Earth. This ancient and profound land seems to be nature's most resilient stroke of the brush, delineating magnificent and grand canvases across the vast expanse of the earth. Shikamaru gazed at the faint silhouette of Iwagakure emerging in the distance. What a hassle, Shikamaru muttered. Kakashi trailed at the back of the group, engrossed in reading Intimate Paradise. Utterly indifferent to the proceedings. Every decision was left to him. Shikamaru sighed. This time, Konoha was the away team, while Iwagakure held the home advantage. In an away match, if one were to overshadow the home team's momentum, the consequences could be dire. He glanced back at Rock Lee, Niji, Tenten, and Naruto. All 4 of them possessed combat capabilities far exceeding the norm, which was the root of the trouble. Have you 4 mastered Sage Jutsu? Shikamaru inquired. Naruto nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Last time, that bushy-browed guy disrupted the exam. This time, I must advance to Chunin. Naruto then turned his gaze toward Niji. You too have learned Sage Jutsu. So let us see who is stronger this time. Niji completely disregarded Naruto's challenge. At Mayaboka Mountain, Naruto had issued a challenge to him. But Niji would have certainly beaten Naruto senseless had he not been concerned about leaving a bad impression on Shino. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Naruto shouted from the side. Shikamaru felt an increasing headache. Naruto, let's save everything for the exam. I'm leading this team. Can you be quiet for once? Shikamaru tilted his head. All right, but I will definitely avenge Hinata, Naruto declared, thumping his chest. Hinata, at the back of the group, blushed even deeper. Rock Lee observed all this with keen interest. This is youthful exuberance. Compared to the rest of Konoha, he felt somewhat lacking in youthful spirit. Such beautiful moments are fleeting. Last night, Rock Lee received intelligence from Kakuzu. The Akatsuki organization had begun to target the tailed beasts. Kakuzu was preparing to leave the bank soon to capture a tailed beast. Lee simply replied to Kakuzu with a single line. Do not kill Konoha's people, otherwise your 5 lives will not suffice. Lee was uncertain whether Kakuzu would adhere to his warning, but he had done his duty to remind him. Kakuzu, however, still chose to pursue the bounty on Konoha, which was a self-inflicted burden. Before long, the group caught sight of a Wagakure. In front of a Wagakure, numerous ninja from various villages had gathered, including those from Sunagakure. Shamui and Kankuro gazed upon the inhabitants of Konohagakure with a flicker of animosity in their eyes. However, upon spotting Rock Lee amidst the throng, that animosity swiftly receded into the shadows. The terror that Rock Lee instilled left an indelible mark on the younger generation of Sunagakure ninjas. In their minds, he was akin to a human-tailed beast. As Shikamaru prepared to greet them, Naruto stepped forward. What was that fellow's name again? Naruto intended to ease the tension between the Leaf and Sand ninjas. Yet the name of the puppet bearer eluded him for the moment. Rock Lee kindly offered a hint. It seemed he was called Kanta. Niji shook his head. No, it's Kampichiro. Enough. Enough of this. Kankuro's expression remained impassive, yet the veins on his forehead throbbed with agitation. Those Leaf scoundrels, I will slay you all. Of course, this was merely Kankuro's inner monologue, one he dared not voice aloud. The previous incident had seen Sunagakure manipulated by Orochimaru, and the resultant harm inflicted upon Konoha was truly regrettable. Shamui placed a reassuring hand on Kankuro's shoulder, suppressing his ire. Both of our sides have suffered greatly. Let us cast aside past grievances and not provide Orochimaru with further opportunities. Shikamaru, bypassing Naruto, spoke hastily, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If they allowed Rock Lee, Naruto, and Niji to continue their idle chatter, the morale of the Sand Ninjas would surely crumble. Indeed, Shamui regarded Shikamaru favorably. He was certainly far superior to those behind him who couldn't even recall Kankuro's name. Why are the representatives of the 4 great ninja villages gathered here instead of entering Iwagakure? Shikamaru inquired of Shamui. She shook her head, equally uncertain of the specifics. The 2 gatekeeping IWA ninjas merely stated that entry into Iwagakure was temporarily prohibited, without indicating how long they would have to wait. They had already lingered outside the village for 2 days. The 4 great ninja villages awaited their turn. Having traveled great distances, they could not return without clarity, as that would be untenable. However, the sandstorm in Iwagakure was hardly a vast improvement over the Land of Wind, leaving them quite disheveled over the past couple of days. Rock Lee cast his gaze towards Iwagakure, a jolt of realization striking him. Could it be that Deidara had returned to the village to concoct some ultimate art? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted Deidara leisurely emerging from Iwagakure clad in battle attire. If it weren't for Lee's insistence that the Akatsuki was on the brink of collapse, compelling him to return to IWA and lay low, he would have fled long ago. That old man even appointed him as the chief examiner. He truly wished for the candidates from the 4 great ninja villages to experience what true art was. Deidara wore a look of impatience. He wondered if Rock Lee would show up. As he ambled along, he lifted his gaze and fortuitously caught sight of Rock Lee amidst the crowd. Lee, over here, Deidara exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. The arrival of Rock Lee finally brought a touch of excitement to the tedious examination. Shikamaru glanced at Rock Lee and inquired, Do you know anyone from the Rock Village? Yes, it was a mere coincidence, Lee replied. Shikamaru found this assertion utterly unconvincing. He had witnessed Deidara and Rock Lee behaving like close comrades, their arms draped over each other, passionately discussing art. It certainly did not seem to be a mere coincidence, but rather something premeditated. Shikamaru approached. Why can't we enter the village now? He asked. Little Lee, my art has once again reached new heights. Alas, as I am the proctor for the Chunin exams, I cannot showcase it to you, Deidara remarked, not even glancing at Shikamaru. This only intensified Shikamaru's sense of trouble. It appeared that this proctor from the Rock Village was just as clueless as that fool Naruto about what the Tsuchikage was thinking. Shikamaru felt entirely sidelined. Fortunately, Rock Lee was aware of the gravity of the situation. He turned to Deidara. By the way, Deidara-san, what is happening with the Rock Village? Is entry prohibited? Deidara surveyed the surroundings and gestured for Lee to lean closer. The Akatsuki has visited the Rock Village, he revealed. The 4 tails and 5 tails have both been captured, causing quite a stir among the higher-ups. The old man is busy cleaning up the mess, he is quite concerned about his reputation, which is why the village is temporarily sealed off. However, Deidara patted Lee on the shoulder. With me around, I'll take you in to explore. It's far better than sitting here in the dirt. Thank you, Deidara-san. We artists must support one another, Lee replied, looking back. By the way, I have a few friends. I wonder if they can join us. Deidara waved his hand dismissively. It's no problem, as long as they are your friends. They are my friends too. Let us all go together. I'll show you where you can stay. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Rock Lee and Deidara boldly entered the rock village, followed closely by the villagers from the Leaf. The two rock village guards not only did not intervene, but also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, why are they allowed to enter? Aren't they from the Leaf? Is there some sort of deal between you rock ninjas and the Leaf? Questioned one of the onlookers. The two rock guards, indifferent to the crowd's discontent, replied. Lord Deidara is the proctor. Whoever he says can enter, may enter. Rock Lee is a friend of Lord Deidara. The guards of the rock village scoffed. What is this? Are you also friends of Lord Deidara? Chapter 44. Simplifying the 5 nature transformations within the rock village. Rock Lee walked along the path, feeling a stirring within. The Akatsuki had come, and the 4 tails and 5 tails had been captured, yet Deidara, a defector from the Akatsuki, remained unscathed. This situation was rather delicate, and Lee had ample reason to be suspicious. The intelligence regarding the 4 tails and 5 tails was personally sold to the Akatsuki by the cunning Noki. As far as he knows, the host of the 4 tails had a disagreement with Noki and left the village, while the 5 tails also seems to harbor disdain for him. It is likely that Noki exchanged the information about the Jinchuriki to facilitate Deidara's return, achieving 2 objectives at once. No, Lee Rock shook his head. Once the Akatsuki acquires the 4 tails and 5 tails, their gaze will swiftly turn towards Konohagakure, for at that moment, Konoha possesses 3 Jinchuriki. This would effectively weaken both Konoha and Kumogakure's strength, accomplishing 3 goals simultaneously. Such is Naka's political strategy. No wonder he has maintained control over the rock village for so long, leading it to unprecedented prosperity, Lee Rock mused. Soon, Deidara brought the group from Konoha to their temporary residence. Lee Rock gazed at the structure before him. The building, constructed of earth and stone, took on a cylindrical shape, with few and small windows. Its architectural style appeared to blend the advantages of both towers and fortresses, reducing friction with the mountain winds and preventing erosion from sandstorms, while also accommodating the temperature variations between day and night. The Land of Earth referred to these buildings as tower houses. Lee Rock's gaze wandered beyond the tower house, observing the other tower houses of the rock village, which were arranged in a pleasing irregularity, varying in height. Given the mountainous terrain of the Land of Earth, the elevation differences were significant, leading to the construction of connecting bridges between the tower houses for ease of movement. It was no wonder that the old man Noki was always scheming to launch surprise attacks on Konoha. In comparison, the environment of the Land of Fire was vastly superior to that of the other 4 great nations. Lee Rock recalled that during the Third Shinobi World War, the initial scope of conflict was not so extensive. As the battles between Konoha and Kumogakure reached their latter stages, both sides were nearly exhausted and prepared for peace. However, Noki executed a surprise attack, seizing the opportunity that Kumogakure exploited to further drag Konoha into conflict, which ultimately led to the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, where Obito was saved by Madara, planting the seeds for future troubles in the Fourth War. As everyone entered the tower house, the interior space proved to be quite ample. One by one, they found their respective rooms. Lee Rock and Deidara also entered a room. By the way, where's the Tsuchikage? Lee Rock suddenly inquired. It's Karatsuchi, right? Lee Rock's mind was filled with thoughts of her. Among the younger generation of the rock village, aside from Deidara, Karatsuchi was the only one who could be considered noteworthy. Karatsuchi, that girl, who knows where she is hiding, secretly training some jutsu, claiming she is preparing for the Chunin exams to bring honor to the rock village. Deidara casually remarked. Oh, is that so? Lee Rock understood that he might not see the Tsuchikage for now, but it was all right. He was already in the rock village and would eventually meet her. By the way, I've invented a new form of artistic expression, though it may be somewhat abstract. I'll showcase it to you during the Chunin exams, Lee Rock said with an air of mystery. Deidara raised an eyebrow, surprised that his own artistic endeavors had stagnated while Lee Rock had already created something new. Oh, a new form of art? I am quite looking forward to it. After discussing various artistic topics, Deidara received a command from Noki to attend to an important matter and departed. Lee Rock, seeing Deidara leave, was not idle. He rapped on Kakashi's door with a series of knocks. Kakashi opened the door, his right eye reflecting evident displeasure. What do you want this time? Don't interrupt my viewing of Intimate Paradise. Kakashi expressed his irritation, making no effort to invite Lee Rock inside. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei. But could you instruct me in the 5 natures of ninjutsu? The more, the better. Lee Rock stood at the threshold, contemplating the formidable variety of forbidden techniques and physical skills he possessed, yet lamenting a singular, critical flaw: he lacked charisma. In battle, where life and death hung in the balance, powerful forbidden arts and physical techniques were indeed the most practical. However, the Ch-Nin exams did not require such seriousness. The flamboyant 5 natures of ninjutsu were Lee Rock's true desire. The most suitable person to teach him these techniques, apart from the 3rd Hokage, was Kakashi. You lack an affinity. What use is it to learn this? You should focus on honing your physical skills, Kakashi remarked, preparing to shut the door, clearly wishing to dismiss Lee Rock. There's a sequel to Intimate Paradise, titled Intimate Violence. What? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, inquiring again. What did you say? I possess first-hand information about the sequel, Intimate Violence, and I propose a trade for your teachings on the 5 natures of ninjutsu, Lee Rock offered. Come in. Please, do come in. Kakashi promptly opened the door wider to allow Lee Rock entry. He cleared his throat. I've never heard of a sequel to Intimate Paradise. Did you glean this information from Lord Jiraiya? Kakashi casually asked. Kakashi-sensei, do you think you can extract information from me? Lee Rock replied with a light chuckle as he settled into a chair. Little fox, Kakashi muttered under his breath before adopting a serious demeanor. As for the 5 natures of ninjutsu, let us begin with water release. Inside the room, Kakashi continually formed hand seals while Lee Rock diligently noted them down. For those he struggled to memorize, he requested Kakashi to repeat the hand seals, and Kakashi patiently demonstrated the sequence for him. This continued until darkness enveloped the sky. Feeling his hands grow sore, Kakashi declared, that will suffice. I've already imparted over 100 techniques of the 5 natures. Lee Rock, although still unclear on some of the sequences, refrained from asking further, having retained enough knowledge to be satisfied. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. As he turned to leave, Kakashi halted him. Wait, when will you provide me with the sequel to Intimate Paradise? Kakashi's gaze was sharp. After spending half a day teaching this boy ninjutsu, if he failed to deliver the sequel, he might just have to make Lee Rock experience the true essence of ultimate physical techniques. While I was in my Bokuzen, Jiraiya-sama mentioned that he was only 3 chapters away from completion. I estimated that once the Ch-Nin exams concluded, I would be able to continue my work, said Rock Lee. Kakashi, though skeptical, ultimately decided to allow Rock Lee to return. Upon arriving back in his room, Rock Lee swiftly performed a series of hand seals. In a mere second, he executed 32 seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. Boom. A water dragon materialized out of thin air, its roar echoing through the room. Detected that the host is practicing water release. Would you like to simplify for 30,000 Ri? Simplify. Water release, spitting water. Spit. Rock Lee spat disdainfully. Water release, 1100, beginner. Now for fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. A searing fireball erupted, shooting out the window, illuminating the night sky before dissipating. Detected that the host is practicing fire release. Would you like to simplify for 30,000 Ri? Simplify. Fire release, eating chili peppers. Rock Lee wasn't particularly fond of spicy food. He proceeded to simplify other ninjutsu techniques. Earth release, sand spitting. Wind release, fan flick. Rock Lee gazed at the simplification panel. He took a flashlight and exited the room. As he passed by the village shops, he casually purchased a fan and several chili peppers. Under the night sky, Rock Lee ventured into a hollow near IWA Ninja Village. He grabbed a handful of soil and tossed it into the air. Earth release, 1100, beginner. Rock Lee didn't quite grasp the significance of this beginner level. Yet he felt that since the system provided a panel, there must be some rationale behind it. Thus, he languidly seated himself on the ground, fanning himself while tossing sand, munching on chili peppers, and spitting occasionally. He also continuously turned his flashlight on and off. At this moment, he practiced all 5 elemental ninjutsu simultaneously. After all, the Ch-Nin exams wouldn't start until the day after tomorrow, giving him a full day to grind. Not far from him, a black-haired, black-eyed, fair-featured kunoichi was diligently training in ninjutsu. She wore an IWA ninja battle uniform on top and black fishnet leggings below, her long, fair thighs catching the eye. Who on earth is shining a bright light here at this hour? and spitting continuously. I can't stand it. Kuratsuchi's brow furrowed. She squinted her eyes and approached the source of the light. Chapter 45. The CH-9 exams begin. The night breeze rustled. Hey, 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 Leaf Village Ninja. I've tolerated you for far too long. Are you out of your mind? Kuratsuchi approached Rock Lee. She had been pondering how to maximize the power of her lava release, but was abruptly distracted by Rock Lee as he practiced the 5 elemental ninjutsu. He turned his head, and a pair of long, slender thighs came into view. What splendid legs! Rock Lee exclaimed, taking a bite of chili pepper. Unable to suppress his admiration, Kuratsuchi was momentarily taken aback. Then he approached Lee Rock. With a resounding thud, he brought his foot down, pinning Lee Rock beneath him. How are you faring now? Heitu inquired coldly. As the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage and a paragon of nature, it was the first time she had encountered someone audacious enough to utter such frivolous words in her presence. Heitu pressed down harder on Lee Rock's face, a scornful expression on her lips. Lee Rock, undeterred, continued his training, noticing a slight increase in his proficiency with water release before finally lifting his gaze to Heitu's. Why do you wish to reward me? He asked, glancing upward at the seemingly endless fishing net. Heitu's expression sharpened. Still trembling, are we? She seized Lee Rock by the collar. How delightful. His nostrils flared, catching a whiff of her fragrance. Though the female ninja was accustomed to the scent of sweat from prolonged training and battle, Heitu's aroma struck him with astonishment. Hey, I'm speaking to you. What else with that expression? Heitu adopted a rogue demeanor as solid rock began to form in her hand. I will clear the trash from Konoha today during the Chunin exams. With a mighty strike, she unleashed her fist towards Lee Rock. She lunged forward. The wind from her punch howling as it descended upon Lee Rock's head with tremendous force. Bang! What? Heitu's eyes widened in shock as Lee Rock effortlessly caught her rock fist technique with a mere lift of his left hand. You underestimate the people of Konoha, he exclaimed, shaking his head with a sigh. This only ignited Heitu's fighting spirit further. Is that so? Then how about this? Recognizing Lee Rock's formidable strength, she felt a sense of reassurance and declared, Earth Release, Super Heavy Stone Technique. Her right fist surged with amplified power and speed as she struck again. This time, Lee Rock retracted his left hand and raised his right hand, extending his index finger to block the blow. Your punch lacks speed and ferocity. He flicked his finger, and an immense force sent Heitu flying, crashing against a mountain peak. In an instant, he appeared before her. Now observe closely, a serious punch. Lee Rock raised his right fist and launched it at Heitu's. Boom. His fist struck the right side of her head, leveling the mountain behind her with terrifying force. Heitu's pupils dilated in shock. Who are you? She transformed into a cloud of earth and stone, shattering into fragments. The Heitu standing before Lee Rock was merely a substitute. In the distance, she regarded him warily, astounded by his unparalleled speed and strength. Konoha, Lee Rock. Lee Rock. Choosing not to linger, vanished into the night, the tremors from his previous strike already alerting the hidden stone village to his presence. Haida let out a sigh of relief as he gazed at the shattered rocks. By the time the Umbu and the demolition team arrived, he had regained his composure. Had the Akatsuki organization made their move? Deidara and Katsu looked at the disheveled Heitu. No, this is merely a result of my recent training in ninjutsu, Heitu replied nonchalantly. She could not afford to lose face, certainly not admitting that she had just been struck by a punch from Rock Lee, nearly meeting her end on the spot. That's a relief, Katsu breathed out. Deidara, on the other hand, began to grumble. Causing trouble at this late hour, truly an affront to art. Aside from you, who truly understands your so-called art? Haida retorted. Your lack of understanding does not imply that others share your ignorance. There are those in Konoha who appreciate my art, and their artistry surpasses my own. Upon hearing Haidu's critique of his art, Deidara bristled like an agitated cat, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. The mention of Konoha stirred something within Heitu. Who from Konoha? Rock Lee, Deidara replied, and Haida's body trembled at the name. Once again, it was Rock Lee. This Rock Lee, besides being formidable in taijutsu, could even surpass Deidara in explosive release techniques. Rock Lee? Among those who came from Konoha, he must be the strongest. Of course, Heitu and Deidara, along with Katsu, gradually faded into the night. Inside the tower, Rock Lee returned to his room, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. The time limit for his sage mode had expired. Just moments ago, he had appeared imposing, effortlessly flattening a hill and reveling in his prowess before Heitu. In truth, it was merely the effect of his sage mode. Once the time limit elapsed, his true self was revealed. Rock Lee panted heavily, feeling a pang of regret. He had hoped to admire his legs a little longer, but alas, Sage Mode only lasted 5 minutes. Lying on his bed, he succumbed to slumber within the illusion of his legs. The following day, the Wagakure finally opened its gates. The remaining members from the other 4 great shinobi villages entered the village amidst discontent. The IWA shinobi stepped forward to calm the crowd. Now, I announced the commencement of the first round of the Ch-Nin exams. Groggily, Rock Lee emerged from his room, roused by Shikamaru's knocking. What is going on? Isn't it supposed to start tomorrow? He grumbled as he followed Shikamaru towards the Tsuchikage building. In front of the building, Inoki stood with Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi behind him, surveying the younger generations from the 5 great shinobi villages. Ah, to be young again. If only I could relive those days. Oh, my back. Just as Inoki began to speak, he felt a twinge in his back. There's no helping it. Akatsuchi stepped forward, his robust physique resembling that of a towering giant. I am delighted that everyone has come to a Wagakure to participate in this Ch-Nin exam. Now, I shall announce the rules of the exam. Akatsuchi scanned the crowd. The first trial requires you to journey to the Rockfall ruins, locate the Suncatcher, and return it to the front of the building within a span of 3 days. Deep within the Earth's embrace, a piece of white jade emerged in one's hand. Upon basking in sunlight, it transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. The people of the Earth country named this remarkable stone the Suncatcher. Now, the Ch-Nin exam officially commences. Swift shadows flitted towards the Rockfall ruins. Shikamaru glanced at his comrades from Konoha. Forming teams as per their original squads, Team 7 and Team 10 would temporarily join forces. Go forth, Shikamaru commanded. Hurry back, Lee. I believe I see members of the Hyuga clan approaching in the distance. Niji, with his Byakugan activated, scanned the mountains. Oh, has the Hyuga clan arrived so swiftly? Lee Rock set forth. Before the Rockfall ruins, everyone halted in their tracks. What is this? How can this waterfall obstruct ninjutsu? The young ninjas from the 5 great villages paused at the entrance of the Rockfall ruins. Humph, such inadequacy. How dare they represent their village in this examination? Kinkaro, bearing his puppet, maneuvered through the crowd. Utilizing his ninjutsu, he swiftly crossed to the other side of the waterfall. Following him, Tamari, Karui, and others employed their own techniques to enter the waterfall. This trial was indeed meant to eliminate those ordinary ninjas lacking secret techniques. Lee, Niji, and Tenten exchanged glances before they too ventured into the waterfall. Chapter 46, Natural Disaster, Rock Snow. The Rockfall ruins. Majestic mountains towered, their peaks layered like ancient, solemn guardians, encircling a vast expanse of rust-colored forest. This rendered a significant portion of the Rockfall ruins nestled within a forested basin. Lee Rock turned to Niji. What do you see? Niji shook his head. Activating his Byakugan, he scanned a 3-kilometer radius, finding no distinctive stones, only countless uniform brown rocks. Not a single Suncatcher in sight. This was indeed peculiar. Could their luck be so poor? Tenten produced a scroll, summoning 3 rice balls, which he offered to Niji and Lee. No. Perhaps it is not mere bad luck. Niji took a bite of his rice ball. I spotted 2 teams ahead, one from the mist and one from the cloud. They too have found nothing. Surely, there cannot be a single Suncatcher within these Rockfall ruins. The Rock Ninja village would not jest about such matters. Tenten shared his bewilderment. Niji turned to Lee. What are your thoughts, Lee? Lee Rock casually remarked. I sense something amiss. There must be a monumental secret behind the Rockfall ruins. Joking aside, he contemplated the matter earnestly. Within the realm of the Rock Waterfall ruins, only the initial waterfall presented a modicum of challenge. Once one traversed the waterfall, there were no venomous creatures or ferocious beasts to contend with. Moreover, due to the terrain of the Land of Earth, it was exceedingly difficult for the squads from the 5 great ninja villages to encounter one another. Thus, acquiring the Suncatcher and safely exiting the Rock Waterfall ruins to return to the front of the Tsuchikage building was quite feasible. Lee Rock turned his gaze towards Niji and Tenten. If that is the case, then why is the first trial endowed with a time limit of 3 days? The crux of the matter lies here. With no conflict and a danger level significantly lower than that of the Forest of Death in Konoha. Could it be that the Suncatcher is concealed in a remote location, scarce in number, necessitating conflict to obtain it? Tenten speculated. There may be some truth to that. Let us broaden our search area. We will each conduct our own investigations, leaving markers along the way, and reconvene here before nightfall, Lee Rock suggested. Agreed. Niji and Tenten nodded in unison. The 3 departed in different directions. Lee Rock searched towards the northwest. Along the way, he encountered several sand ninjas, who, after a friendly exchange, revealed that they too had not spotted any sun catchers. It was not until nightfall that Lee Rock returned to the rendezvous point. Niji was the first to arrive, soon followed by Tenten. The trio exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. My initial hypothesis was incorrect. There are other possibilities, Tenten remarked. A chill wind swept through the mountains, sending a shiver even through Lee Rock, who was accustomed to rigorous physical training. Is it truly this cold in the land of Earth at night? He complained. The hidden rock village is already situated in the southern part of the land of Earth. And even here the night winds are biting. He could scarcely imagine how frigid the towns further north would be. Bang! Tenten unfurled a scroll, summoning 3 prepared winter coats. This is much more comfortable. This ninjutsu is truly splendid. Lee Rock couldn't help but feel envious. He had attempted summoning techniques himself, but could only conjure 2 small toads, which were of no use. Tenten's innate talent was something even Lee Rock, despite possessing a system, could not emulate. Survival posed a daunting challenge, but thankfully Tenten was there. Lee Rock wrapped himself tightly in the winter coat. The fire before him had long been extinguished by the fierce mountain winds. Niji observed Lee Rock clad in the winter coat, and suddenly a thought struck him. Given the unique terrain of the rock waterfall ruins, the cold air from the north would likely linger here, with many mountain tops also covered in snow. Niji opened his map. Could it be that this first trial is indeed a test of survival? Upon hearing this, Lee Rock gazed up at the sky. The night sky was leaden and the clouds hung low, with no moonlight to be seen. The howling night wind suggested that a fierce snowstorm was imminent. Indeed, the likelihood of this conjecture seems rather substantial. Lee Rock nodded in agreement. Niji's speculation certainly possessed a significant degree of plausibility. However, Lee Rock felt no concern. With Tian, the mobile doryman at his side, the issue of survival was hardly a matter for worry. Tian, we rely on you. Ning Xiai directed his gaze toward her. Tian nodded, and before her lay a scatter of a dozen scrolls. With a bang, the smoke dissipated, revealing a variety of materials emerging from the scrolls: wooden planks, moisture-proof materials, and an assortment of tools. These were the very items Lee Rock had previously pressed upon Tian, intended for training during their mission. Little did they expect these would prove useful during the CH9 exams. The trio quickly divided their tasks and soon erected a wooden cabin. As a fire crackled to life within, a faint warmth enveloped them. I have ventured to the northern snow country, where the chill seems far less severe than here. Ning Xiai expressed his apprehension, sensing something amiss with the climate. Do not worry. Even if the blizzard persists for 3 days, the reinforcing materials in my scrolls will suffice. Tian reassured him. Inside the wooden cabin, after sharing a meal, the 3 gradually succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, snow began to fall. Amidst the swirling flakes, horrific screams occasionally pierced the air. The commotion roused both Lee Rock and Ning Xiai from their sleep. Tian, who was on watch, entered through the door. What is happening? Lee Rock inquired. This snowfall is not right. Just as Tian uttered these words, the roof of the cabin was suddenly breached by a barrage of snowflakes. These flakes bore away to kinder rocks. Rock snow. Such was the calamity born of the unique terrain of the rockfall abyss. In the night sky, the gentle snow intensified, transforming into a tempest of flurries. The speed of the descending snow was alarming. The force with which it struck the ground caused fissures to appear. Return to the heavens. Ning Xiai unleashed a torrent of chakra, shielding the cabin. The cabin cannot withstand this, he bellowed. At that moment, the majority of ninjas who had entered the rockfall abyss were desperately casting ninjutsu to combat the catastrophe. A myriad of defensive techniques emerged in a dazzling display. Within the Earth Shadows Tower, a few youngsters seemed to have discerned the true purpose of this trial. Those must be from Konoha and Sunagakure, not too shabby. Anoki remarked with interest, observing the screen ahead. However, they appeared oblivious to the fact that this rock snow would likely last for 2 days. It seemed the young ones were in for a significant ordeal. Deidara, surprisingly, shared a rare consensus with Anoki on this matter. Let us see how long you can endure. If only this rock snow could be mixed with some clay, it would be even more entertaining. Anoki nodded in agreement, though he felt a twinge of pain in his waist. The earthy figure supported Anoki as they exited the monitoring room. Inside, the expressions of Ching from the Mist Village, Maki from the Sand Village, and T-Dai from the Cloud Village were grim. Within the ruins of the rock cascade, the losses endured by their village were the most severe. Shikamaru turned his head to look back. Kakashi was completely absorbed in his book, Aika Paradise, showing no concern for the Chunin exam. Kakashi-sensei, should we withdraw Konoha from this exam? It is far too perilous. The ninjas are utterly powerless in the face of such natural disasters, he said. Upon finishing his words, Kakashi slowly turned a page of his book without lifting his gaze. I trust Lee Rock. Chapter 47. The Three Tails Must Pay Rent. Lee Rock? Shikamaru chuckled ruefully. He is my greatest concern. Shikamaru recalled the intelligence Tsunade had provided him, which contained a detailed analysis of Lee Rock's character and abilities. Regarding his personality, Lee Rock was rated as cold-hearted and emotionally reserved. Shikamaru had seen such an evaluation before in the dossier of another individual, Uchiha Sasuke. The last person to receive such an assessment had turned rogue. Although Shikamaru believed the likelihood of Lee Rock becoming a rogue ninja was slim, he did not expect him to rescue their comrades from Konoha in times of crisis. Kakashi turned another page of his book before finally raising his head to look at Shikamaru. Do not worry, although he appears deep in thought. He is quite loyal to his comrades. Kakashi cast a glance at the monitors, his eyes widening in shock. He is actually using Earth Release. Shikamaru looked towards the monitors. On the screen, Lee Rock was forming hand seals with incredible speed, completing them in a mere second. Earth Release. Earth Barrier. A structure made of earth and stone materialized from the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Snowflakes pounded against the earthen structure, creating a resounding impact. Occasionally, a snowflake would breach the defenses, but Niji's Byakugan swiftly eliminated them. Ahead, Niji, with his Byakugan activated, saw three individuals struggling against the rocky snow. Who are they? Tintin inquired. Niji remained silent. Lee Rock quickly deduced who was ahead. There, Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino were desperately holding their ground. All three were sensory types. Against other enemies, they might have had a fighting chance, and Shino was renowned as the undefeated god of war. However, in the face of such a calamity, they felt profoundly helpless. Hinata also spotted Niji in the distance. She remained silent, gritting her teeth as she unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms to fend off the rocky snow. To save or not to save, Lee Rock filled the gap in the earth flow wave once more. At this moment, it was an opportune time to eliminate Hinata. Dying in the calamity of the Chunin exam in the Rock Ninja Village, neither the Hyuga main family nor even the Hokage could say anything about it. In such a disaster, where self-preservation was barely achievable, no one had the capacity to provide support. Niji understood Lee Rock's intentions, hesitating for a long while. With a final sigh, he exclaimed, "Let us proceed." Lee Rock maneuvered his earthen wave near Class 8. "Come in." These two words resonated in Hinata, Kiba, and Shino's ears like celestial music. They promptly entered the earthen dwelling formed by the earth barrier. Phew, it is fortunate you have arrived. Had you been any later, I would have been unable to endure. Kiba remarked, observing the frail Akamaru, visibly relieved. Rest assured, we are comrades, and it is only natural to support one another, Lee Rock assured. However, mutual assistance must hold value. Were it merely those insignificant ninja, he would scarcely cast them a glance. Confronted by the relentless avalanche, his situation was far from optimistic. In the face of such natural calamities, physical prowess proved inferior to ninjutsu. Lee Rock was grateful for having learned the 5 elemental ninjutsu in advance. Within the confines of the earthen barrier, Niji and Hinata remained silent. The unresolved discord between the siblings left only one viable survivor. The atmosphere felt subtly charged, prompting Tenten to engage Hinata in light conversation. Occasionally discussing Naruto, Hinata gradually became more animated. Brother Niji, I shall never resort to that cursed seal, Hinata declared. Summoning her courage, Niji gazed ahead, softened by her calling him brother. It is not your fault. I do not blame you. Thank you, Brother Niji. After a while, familiar faces began to appear in the distance. Naruto, Sakura, along with Choji and Ino, faced their own tribulations. Naruto's sage techniques had been completely depleted, yet the blizzard seemed endless. With every falling boulder of snow, an overwhelming force accompanied it. Niji felt indifferent towards Naruto, and the others were unfamiliar to him. Hence he remained silent. Tenten also refrained from speaking. Presently, Lee Rock was straining to maintain the earthen barrier, his chakra dwindling. It was uncertain how much longer he could sustain it. Expanding the barrier's reach would only further deplete his chakra. Yet, Hinata was genuinely concerned for Naruto. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lee Rock preemptively stated, "Do not inquire. The answer is to save." He believed the prince was destined for greatness. Even if he did not intervene, it was improbable for the prince to perish here. It would be better to save him and bolster their rapport. Thank you, Lee. Hinata expressed her gratitude earnestly. It is nothing. We are comrades. Yet, saving him was contingent upon sufficient chakra, which Lee Rock lamented. His consciousness ventured into the barrier. Hey, old turtle, it is time to pay the rent. He called out. Roar. The three tails bellowed in discontent, having never intended to reside there. This was Lee Rock's unilateral imposition. Its three armored tails swayed, and a powerful surge of chakra flowed into Lee Rock's being. Thank you. The rental period has been reduced by 7 days. Lee Rock's consciousness faded away. The three tails could no longer contain itself. What rental period? This is a sentence of imprisonment. Generally reticent. The three tails was truly at a loss this time. It spoke, yet the chakra supply could not cease. At the ruins of the rock falls, a surge of formidable chakra emanated from Lee Rock. Boom. Earth release. Earth barrier. This time, the earth barrier encompassed a larger area, enveloping Naruto and the others within. Thank you, you brute. If you call me unrefined again, I shall kick you out. Naruto, for once, fell silent. He gazed at the swirling rock snow outside. The terror of natural disasters far exceeded imagination. Were it not for Lee Rock's timely use of ninjutsu to save them, he too would have been in peril. In the sky, the rock snow danced wildly, showing no signs of abating. Thanks to the three tails' infinite chakra supply, Lee Rock could maintain the earth barrier, safeguarding the people of Konoha. However, the other ninja villages lacked such powerful chakra endurance. Many ninjas, feeling helpless, withdrew from the ruins of the rock falls. The number of people remaining within the ruins was dwindling, and those left were all elite. Yet, they too struggled to endure. In the Earth Shadow Building, this scene genuinely astonished Inoki and the leaders of other ninja villages. Unexpectedly, Konoha has produced a perfect Jinchuriki. Inoki turned to Kakashi, who finally retracted his affectionate demeanor. Shikamaru, being a junior, could afford to be more casual, but Inoki needed to maintain a proper attitude. All mere coincidences, he remarked. Is that so? Inoki did not share that sentiment. He was keenly aware of Konoha's situation. Aside from the Nine Tails, there were no other Jinchuriki. Yet, suddenly, a Three Tails Jinchuriki emerged. Either Konoha had concealed this for over a decade, or they had mastered a method to enable Jinchuriki to swiftly and perfectly control tailed beasts. Lee Rock would need to be scrutinized more closely in the future. Chapter 48. The wind and snow began to cease. The protracted night had passed. The wind and snow showed no signs of relenting. Aside from the storm, the people within the earth barrier sensed something unusual. An oppressive aura lingered. Naruto was the first to feel it. The dense snow outside rendered Shino unable to release his insects. Hinata and Niji, upon noticing, immediately activated their Byakugan to survey their surroundings. Everyone presumed that a formidable adversary or ferocious beast was lurking nearby. What is it? Lee Rock inquired. Niji and Hinata shook their heads. There were no enemies or beasts to be found. The group furrowed their brows in unison. Where, then, did this sense of oppression originate? Moreover, the pressure seemed to intensify. After a moment, it became clear. Gravity. Lee Rock was taken aback as he finally discerned the source of the immense pressure. The earth. He felt his body grow heavier, as if an unseen gravity was emanating from the ground, intensifying with each passing moment. Something was amiss, aside from the rocky snow above. The ground itself was exerting a gravitational force. A hint of surprise colored his voice. Lee, do you have enough chakra? Ningxi inquired. If not, I can hold on for a while. He felt a strain beneath his feet and prepared to activate his heavenly return technique to relieve Lee Rock for a spell. Boom. Everyone suddenly felt a crushing weight. The gravity was overwhelming. Aside from Lee Rock and Ningxi, the others struggled to even take a step. It was feared that this was not the limit of the gravity's might. Lee Rock furrowed his brow. The earthen shelter sustained by his chakra could resist the gravitational force. But the others within were powerless against it. Hinata, Shino, Kiba, and Ningxi were all sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra was barely containing the pressure. Ningxi and Tian activated their sage techniques. Lee Rock's brow knitted further. Ningxi, I will begin to move this earthen shelter. You activate your Byakugan and locate the Iwagakure ninjas. He sensed something was off. While the rocky snow could employ measures to resist, this gravity was something no one could endure for long. This contradicted the very essence of the Chunin exam. It would be absurd for an entire exam to result in the elimination of all participants. He surmised that the Iwagakure ninjas must have been forewarned about certain conditions. As the earthen shelter gradually shifted, Ningxi activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. The Byakugan could perceive the flow of chakra. allowing him to detect even the most cunning illusions or transformations employed by the rock ninjas. However, after a while, he still found no trace of them. Nothing. Lee Locke pondered a possibility. The Awagakure ninjas might have blocked the entrance with boulders. Such an act would inevitably leave overlapping stones, detectable by the Byakugan. He relayed his thoughts to Ningxi, who resumed his search within a 3-kilometer radius. There, Ningxi exclaimed, pointing ahead. In the depths of the Earth Barrier mountain range stood a colossal mountain, solid and majestic, without a single crack or blemish. Resembling a flawless block of jade as if meticulously sculpted, devoid of any imperfection. Let us go. The earthen shelters began to materialize rapidly. The Konoha team could no longer withstand the pressure. At that moment, aside from Lee Locke, who could employ the technique of super lightweight heavy rock, only Naruto and Ningxi remained standing. Yet, Ningxi's sage technique was nearing its limit. In the midst of a tumultuous storm, Lee Locke found himself flanked by Dingji and Shino, while Niji led Hinata and Tenten. Naruto cradled Sakura and Kiba in his arms, and the group swiftly surged forward. Before the looming mountains, the earth trembled ominously as the cliffs threatened to collapse. Esteemed members of the Rock Village, we of Konoha seek refuge from this blizzard. May we enter? Lee Locke's voice reverberated through the mountains. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. Kuratsuchi pushed aside a massive boulder, revealing a hidden cave behind it. Very well, she said tersely, stepping aside to allow the Konoha ninjas to enter the cave. The cavern was modest in size, barely accommodating 30 individuals. Apart from the rock ninjas, members from the other 4 great ninja villages were present, including several familiar faces. Oh, it's Kenpachi. And what was that other name? Something? Naruto panted, having narrowly escaped exhaustion. The rest of the Konoha ninjas slumped beside him, overwhelmed by the immense gravitational pressure. Temari, upon seeing the Konoha group, felt a twitch in her eye. Her temper rivaled even that of Kankuro. Had she not been outmatched, she would have unleashed a tempestuous wind blade at them by now. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently. Niji shook his head, his Byakugan revealing a grim truth. Outside the cave, no ninja had escaped unscathed. Most lay severely injured. Is this excessive? Rock Village? Niji remarked coldly. The Chunin exams are merely a spectacle, a mere formality where the noble offspring ascend as expected. Yet now, it seems the rock ninjas intend to play for keeps. Huh? Byakugan brat, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Kuratsuchi retorted, her demeanor growing increasingly menacing. As the granddaughter of Inoki, her status surpassed even Niji's. Yet, she exhibited none of the grace expected of a lady of her stature, instead resembling a street brawler, leaving Niji and the Konoha ninjas momentarily taken aback. By contrast, Hinata embodied the refined image of Inoki's granddaughter far better. Enough. We are all family now. Let us not quarrel, Lee Locke interjected, attempting to mediate. However, he was abruptly sent flying by Kuratsuchi's punch, crashing against the wall. What? Family? Kuratsuchi retorted, defiantly raising her middle finger. This shocked Niji, Dingji, Shino, Hinata, and the others. As members of noble clans, they could never conceive of such crude gestures or tones. Cough. Cough. Everyone, let us not be overly agitated. We may indeed become family in the future. Let us introduce ourselves. And remember to use your legs next time. Lee Locke said, dusting himself off and rising to his feet. He had yet to finish his sentence when he was abruptly kicked away. Upon hearing Lee Locke's words, the attitude of the Konoha members towards Kuratsuchi shifted. It turned out that Niji, his younger brother, was still contemplating mending their relationship. However, in the next moment, he too was sent flying. At this point, it could be said that the first trial had essentially concluded. Once the avalanche ceased, they would be able to claim the sun catchers. Kuratsuchi was quite forthcoming with information, revealing everything without reservation. Nevertheless, the number of sun catchers was limited, and their exact quantity remained a mystery. Was it 10? 3? Perhaps even just 1? After this statement, an odd atmosphere enveloped the cave. A night passed in silence. The following day, the heavy snowfall came to an end, yet the gravitational force still persisted. Lee Locke activated the 5th gate, attempting to step out of the cave. Boom. The immense gravity bore down upon him, nearly forcing him to kneel. Such force was overwhelming. Even the 5th gate could not withstand it. Returning to the mouth of the cave, Lee Locke understood why Kuratsuchi remained unperturbed. The IWA shinobi possessed the ultra-lightweight rock technique, capable of counteracting this gravity. Have you realized it? Kuratsuchi approached the cave entrance, patting Lee Locke on the shoulder. The snow had ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the azure sky shone brightly. As sunlight poured down, the biting cold in the air gradually abated. A rainbow appeared on the horizon, stretching across the sky, an exquisite sight to behold. That is the sun catcher. Lee Rock gazed at the rainbow. It was no mere rainbow. It was, in fact, the art created by dozens of sun catchers reflecting in the sky. The sun catchers were airborne. Behind Kuratsuchi, 5 IWA shinobi approached. "Let us begin," Kuratsuchi declared. The 5 IWA shinobi nodded. Earth style. Ultra-lightweight rock technique. 5 instances of the ultra-lightweight rock technique enveloped Kuratsuchi, who began to form seals herself. This was a ninjutsu developed by the second Tsuchikage. Allow me to demonstrate. Ignoring gravity, Kuratsuchi soared into the air. She retrieved a scroll, adorned with sealing techniques. "Apologies, but I shall claim all these sun catchers." Kuratsuchi slammed her palm down, preparing to activate the sealing technique to seize all the sun catchers. "Wait, these are marital assets." Lee Rock, unbeknownst to him, had also ascended into the air, grasping Kuratsuchi's hand just before it could cover the scroll. Chapter 49. The official match begins. Lee Rock felt the softness of her palm. It is often said that a girl's hand is cool, smooth, and delicate. Regrettably, I have only ever touched them in dreams. Lee Rock jested, yet his actions showed no sign of hesitation. He too possessed a scroll, the time-space scroll of Tintin. Bang! The scroll activated, and the sun catchers began to fall into it. Kuratsuchi threw a punch. Unfortunately, Lee Rock activated the mystic arts and unlocked 5 gates, rendering him invincible for a brief span of 5 minutes. Do not resist. I must express my gratitude for imparting the technique of ultra-lightweight rock manipulation to me. Lee Rock possessed a system that allowed him to witness the black earth brazenly forming seals at the cave's entrance. He memorized the hand signs, simplifying them. And with the enhancement of the mystic arts, he soared into the air, defying gravity. The black earth gazed as the sun catchers fell into Lee Rock's scroll. Spitting out lime before employing a water-style technique, lime transformation, melting technique. The black earth activated her bloodline limit. Alas, it proved futile against Lee Rock in his current state. Wind release. Gale dance. This ninjutsu inflicted minimal damage, yet with the augmentation of the mystic arts, the gale's expansive reach dispersed the lime expelled by the black earth. In mere moments, the sun catchers in the air were swept away by Lee Rock. He counted roughly 20 in total. "Let us depart," with a flick of his wrist. A tremendous force emanated from his palm, impacting the black earth. The black earth felt her body weaken, almost plummeting from the sky, but Lee Rock, quick as a flash, caught her in his embrace. The scene transformed in the eyes of the onlookers below. To them, it appeared as though Lee Rock and the black earth had clasped hands, with the latter leaning into his embrace as he lifted her from above. While Niji and the Leaf Village members remained unfazed, the 5 rock ninjas were left in shock. This is absurd. How could anyone be enamored with the young lady? Lee Rock descended to the ground and entered the cave, gently setting the black earth down. Her cheeks flushed as Lee Rock's hands proved too powerful for her to resist. Boom. As the rainbow in the sky dissipated, gravity vanished from the ground. The individuals within the cave emerged, some tending to injured companions, while others began to forge connections. Indeed, it was not long before Ino approached Lee Rock. "Little Lee, could you grant me another sun catcher?" she inquired directly. She already possessed one. A gift from Lee Rock, meant for each Leaf Village member. "Are you inquiring on behalf of the Sand Ninjas?" Indeed. Ino recognized that she could not deceive Lee Rock and candidly admitted it. Lee Rock pondered for a moment. "I can provide it, but it will come at a cost, 500,000 Ryo each." Agreed. Ino produced 10 100,000 Ryo bills and handed them to Lee Rock. This unexpected turn of events took Lee Rock by surprise. Rather than consulting the Sand Ninjas, Ino had chosen to purchase it outright. Such a close relationship. "Will you cover an advance of 10 million Ryo?" Lee Rock handed 2 solar catchers to Ino and couldn't help but exclaim how affluent the scions of noble families were, treating 1 million Ryo as mere pocket change. Before long, Kuratsuchi approached him, sent by the people of the Mist Village to inquire. With her wife's voice urging, she declared there was no need for payment. They would give it all to him, allowing him to decide how to distribute it. Lee Rock relinquished the remaining solar catchers to Kuratsuchi, whose temples throbbed with tension. Accepting meant she would be regarded as a wife. Refusing would lead to the elimination of those from the Mist Village, some of whom had close ties to her. "Very well, wait and see. I shall give my all in the upcoming official matches." Kuratsuchi reassured herself as she tucked away the solar catchers and strode off into the distance. Giving her all? Perfect. I too wish to test my new art, Li Locke mused inwardly. Once everyone had acquired their respective items, they proceeded towards the Tsuchikige's building. Along the way, Tamari and Kankura learned that the Mist Village had obtained solar catchers without payment, causing them immense distress. 50 million Rio. Kankura lamented. No worries, we have plenty of money. Advancing to Chunin is what truly matters, Tamari consoled him. At the Tsuchikige's office, Anoki observed the footage with a grim expression. He had witnessed Li Locke's recent actions in their entirety. That insolent brat. Anoki seethed internally. Ouch. My back. Anoki exclaimed in pain, patting his back as he turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, what is the identity of that boy? Anoki inquired. The one with the black attire and thick eyebrows. The one called Li Locke. What is his background? Kakashi lifted his gaze upon hearing the Tsuchikige's question. The black-clad, thick-browed lad is merely a commoner. Upon hearing this, Anoki's expression soured further. A mere commoner, daring to flirt with the granddaughter of the Tsuchikige. Even a toad wouldn't he presume to indulge in the delights of a swan. With a cold demeanor, Anoki exited the surveillance room, giving Deidara a knowing glance. Deidara followed Anoki out. In the upcoming official match, all of Li Locke's opponents will be arranged from the Leaf Village. The first will be that Niji. Aren't they friends? I shall see how he handles it. Anoki stated coldly. Deidara nodded in agreement. Outside the building, the lower ninjas from various villages who had retrieved the solar catchers had already arrived. Anoki straightened his back and addressed them below. Congratulations on passing the first test. The next phase is the official matches, which will take place in the arena. After Anoki's announcement, Noki led the group towards the arena. Inside the arena, Deidara awaited at the center. Anoki approached him. Deidara, it is time to announce the exam rules. I know, Deidara replied nonchalantly. Hey, you brat, take this seriously. Do you understand everything I just said? Anoki barked. He sighed inwardly. Deidara's talent and intelligence were beyond reproach. He was originally the designated successor to the position of Tsuchikige in Naka's heart. Unfortunately, Deidara's overwhelming obsession with art, coupled with the dark stain of his association with the Akatsuki, rendered him unfit for the role. Nonetheless, Noki still held Deidara in high regard. He recognized that Kuratsuchi would need to keep him in check, lest this young man find himself in trouble. Noki observed Deidara, who was announcing the exam rules not far away, deep in thought. In the distance, Deidara had just finished declaring the rules for the official matches. He and Noki then made their way to the waiting room. The official matches were about to commence, and the electronic banner began to rotate. The first match, Hyuga Niji versus Uzumaki Naruto. Inside the waiting room, Naka's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Deidara. Have you completely disregarded what I just said? Deidara looked at Noki with a hint of embarrassment. I apologize, old man. Lee promised me that if I altered the match order, he would show me his new art, so I completely forgot your words. Chapter 50, The Clash of Will and Ideals in the Arena. The confrontation between Naruto and Niji was undoubtedly one of the highlights of the entire event. The genius of the Hyuga clan faced the young Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan. I have heard that both have seemingly mastered some form of sage arts. The duel between the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans is something I eagerly anticipate. The Iwagakure ninjas appeared quite familiar with the name Uzumaki, as several older ninjas recounted tales of how formidable the former Whirlpool village had been. In those days, the Uzumaki clan's powerful sealing techniques instilled fear across the entire ninja world. The family crest on Naruto's attire reminded them of the legendary Uzumaki clan. Hinata was deeply worried. After much hesitation, she ultimately sought out Rock Lee, who was engaged in a conversation filled with sweet nothings with Kuratsuchi. Although Kuratsuchi found it somewhat bothersome, she did not dislike Lee. In terms of strength, emotional intelligence, intellect, combat experience, and overall perspective, Kuratsuchi had witnessed Lee's exceptional qualities during the first test of the Chunin exams. Your little admirer has come to see you, Kuratsuchi remarked, pointing at Hinata. Hinata's face flushed with color. Why do you blush at everyone? Lee immediately waved his hand, gesturing towards Naruto in the arena. This guy is Naruto's wife. At that moment, Hinata fainted. For some reason, Kuratsuchi let out a sigh of relief as she supported Hinata. Are you all right? She gently inquired. I'm fine. Lee. Do you think Naruto can defeat Niji and II? Hinata looked at Lee with concern. He can't win, Lee replied with certainty. But you need not worry too much. Your brother-in-law won't go too hard on him, so rest assured. Upon hearing terms such as uncle and brother-in-law, Hinata's face flushed crimson, causing her to faint once more. In the arena, Sage Mode. Shadows emerged at the corners of Naruto's eyes. It appeared That was the sage technique of Konoha. The chakra and the overwhelming presence were nearly on par with the esteemed Tsuchikage. Remarkably, he possessed the strength of a shadow. That young Hyuga must also be adept in sage techniques, thought Niji as shadows danced at the edges of his vision. Both had mastered the perfect sage mode. During their training at Miyaboka Mountain, only Rock Lee, Naruto, and Niji had achieved a flawless state, mastering the use of natural energy. Moreover, Naruto's training speed far surpassed that of Niji. In terms of sage techniques, Naruto's abundant chakra undoubtedly provided him an advantage. Yet Niji had his own method. He harmonized the natural energy within him with his physical energy, perfectly unlocking sage mode. Fate is unbreakable, a belief I hold steadfastly, Niji stated calmly. His philosophy contrasted starkly with Naruto's. Their discord was irreconcilable, leaving no room for compromise. Naruto's verbal jutsu faltered. If that is the case, then it is I who shall shatter fate. Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. The two shadow clones continuously gathered chakra in their hands. The technique Naruto wielded was complete, a shuriken of highly condensed chakra that astonished all. Sage art. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken. With a swift motion, Naruto hurled the spiraling shuriken from his right hand. The wind-formed shuriken spun through the air at high velocity, emitting a piercing shriek. Naruto refrained from employing any means to hinder Niji or utilizing illusions, for he knew Niji would not evade. Niji would confront him head-on. Both were compelled to shatter each other directly to embody their respective nindo. This clash was not merely a contest of ninjutsu versus taijutsu, but rather a collision of wills and ideologies. Niji gazed at the rapidly approaching spiraling shuriken. He inhaled deeply. Rock Lee's arrival had, to some extent, altered the trajectory of his predetermined fate. Yet Niji still believed that fate was immutable. From the moment of birth, each individual's future was already inscribed. The son of a feudal lord would inevitably become a feudal lord, the son of a general would become a general, and the son of the Hokage would remain Hokage. However, the singular difference this time was that the branch family's son would no longer perish in the defense of the main family's heiress. Fate, like the Taiji, cycles endlessly and cannot be broken. Yet Niji retrieved a scroll. I shall rise above fate and seize control of it entirely. With a resounding thud, the scroll unfurled. A pitch-black bow materialized in Niji's grasp. He concentrated his chakra, gently grasping the arrow, closing his eyes to sense the subtle fluctuations of chakra within him. Suddenly, Niji's eyes snapped open, radiating an intense glow as his chakra condensed into arrows, transforming into a roaring silver-white dragon. Twang! The bowstring vibrated. Sage art. 8 trigrams dragon's roar arrow. With the release of the arrow, a dragon's roar echoed, and the 8 trigrams symbols flickered into existence. The chakra-infused arrow, carrying the might of a dragon, tore through the air, shaking the heavens and earth, fully displaying the combined power of the 8 trigrams and the dragon's force. Boom! The dragon's roar arrow collided with the raisin shuriken. Within the arena, a deafening screech pierced the air, the ground trembled violently. And chaotic chakra currents swirled as the two forces clashed, neither yielding an inch. Under the impact of these two terrifying chakra surges, the surrounding space itself began to distort, as if time itself had frozen. Finally, with an earth-shattering explosion, both forces dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only devastation and lingering shockwaves that reverberated through every spectator present. As the dust settled, Niji and Naruto both gasped for breath, their bodies pushed to the limit. They understood each other's condition perfectly. You can't fire a second dragon's roar arrow now, can you? Naruto grinned. Niji, too, felt the exhaustion weighing on him. Same goes for you. The two stood in the center of the arena, silent, gathering what little strength remained. Spectator stance. Naruto's luck is really terrible this time. Shikamaru lazily observed the scene below. Kakashi closed Ika Paradise, his Sharingan now active as he focused intently on the battle. Not necessarily. Kakashi's gaze lingered on Naruto, his student. After mastering Sage Mode, there was only one technique left that Kakashi could teach him, to commune with the Nine Tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki. For this reason, Kakashi had personally sought out Tsunade and arranged for Yamato to be temporarily reassigned from the Umbu. I just hope he doesn't lose control. Kakashi watched Naruto cautiously. Shikamaru, however, shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, I know Naruto's special, which is exactly why I said that. But you're forgetting something. Shikamaru's intellect had earned him recognition from the higher-ups, granting him access to classified intelligence, secrets most were unaware of. Oh, Kakashi blinked, momentarily puzzled. Look over there. With him present. How could Naruto possibly win? Shikamaru gestured to the right. Dressed in black, Rock Lee stood not with the Konoha team, but among the Iwagakure shinobi, seemingly indifferent to the fate of his own comrades. Kakashi's pupils constricted. I completely forgot about that. Arena, damn fox, pay up. Naruto borrowed a sliver of the Nine-Tails chakra. He hadn't given up yet. This was his ninja way. His right arm throbbed in agony, rendering him unable to wield the Raisin Shuriken again. Similarly, Neji couldn't replicate his sage art, 8 trigrams Dragon's Roar Arrow. But Naruto still had far more chakra than Neji. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals, and thousands of shadow clones manifested in the arena. How about that, Neji? You've lost. The echoes of thousands of Naruto's voices reverberated throughout the Colosseum as they surged forward. To the onlookers, it seemed as though the myriad of sage-level Naruto clones could easily overwhelm Neji. Shadow clones. Neji mused, gazing at the advancing Naruto. Activating his Byakugan, he assessed the situation. Unfortunately, he shook his head. The Taijutsu segment is my domain. 8 gates. 5th gate, open. Chapter 51, Neji's Ultimate Taijutsu Secret. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted once more. Heavenly Spin. No matter how many shadow clones there were, all would crumble against the might of the Sage Chakra's Heavenly Spin. Bang, 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 bang. As the Heavenly Spin concluded, Neji transformed into a mere phantom within the arena, moving with such swiftness that his form was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. All that could be seen were Naruto's vanishing clones. Who could have imagined he could open the 5th gate? Truly, Gai's disciples are Taijutsu prodigies. In the spectators' area, Kakashi stared in astonishment at Neji below. The 8 gates combined with sage techniques leave even me feeling somewhat powerless. Perhaps after the exam, I should inquire with Lee about how to reach Myaboku Mountain. Kakashi mused inwardly, his envy for sage techniques igniting within him. Previously, he had abandoned the pursuit of sage training due to his insufficient chakra. However, seeing Neji master sage techniques rekindled a flicker of hope in his heart. In the Colosseum, Naruto's shadow clones were ultimately vanquished. Gradually, a 3rd Crimson Chakra tail appeared behind him. That guy is a Jinchuriki. Is it the 3 tails? It doesn't seem so. This sense of malice, it's the 9 tails. This spectacle left everyone in awe, prompting some watching ninjas to prepare for a hasty retreat. Having heard tales of the terror unleashed by the 9 tails, yet Naruto maintained his composure. Once more, he created tens of thousands of shadow clones. Sage Art. Super Giant Rasengan. Each clone held a massive Rasengan in hand. Neji. Naruto charged forward again. Faced with the Rasengan, Neji refrained from using Heavenly Spin this time. He had never encountered the Super Giant Rasengan before. However, during their training sessions, Rock Lee had demonstrated the standard Rasengan, and after being bested by it, Neji had devised a counter technique. With his hands naturally hanging by his sides, the Bagua field unfolded around him. A mysterious aura enveloped him, imbued with profound principles that felt vast and deep, akin to a Taiji diagram shrouded in morning mist, where yin and yang intertwined in unpredictable transformations. This was the ultimate secret of Taijutsu that Neji had comprehended. Sage Art. Ultimate Taijutsu Secret. Infinite. Neji struck forth with a palm. In the center of his palm, it seemed as though the Tai Chi revolved, interweaving black and white, reminiscent of the universe's inception, where the birth and demise of all things lay within his grasp. This technique was originally intended for Little Lee. Boom. The limitless and the colossal-tailed beast bomb collided. The 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Neji's hands danced, each strike emanating the essence of Tai Chi, continuously obliterating Naruto's countless shadow clones and their colossal-tailed beast bombs. Ultimately, only one Naruto remained in the arena. All the shadow clones had been vanquished by Neji. How could this be possible? Naruto was incredulous. Tens of thousands of shadow clones and a colossal-tailed beast bomb were utterly defeated. Impossible. A flicker of doubt crept into Naruto. The seal within him loosened slightly. The seductive voice of the 9 tails echoed. Destiny can be shattered. Come forth, Naruto. Tear off the seal, and I shall aid you in conquering him. Naruto's gaze became unfocused. A 4th tail emerged behind him. A colossal and terrifying chakra storm erupted. Everyone felt a wave of pressure. This is bad. Kakashi produced a talisman from his hand. It was specifically designed to seal the chakra of the 9 tails. Just as he prepared to act, Neji's figure moved faster than Kakashi. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Neji, having opened the 5th gate, reached Naruto in the blink of an eye. For symbol seal, Niji's palm pressed against Naruto's abdomen, conjuring a barrier. That detestable Hyuga brat. Next time I will definitely. The seal on the Nine Tails was reinforced once more. Stripped of the Nine Tails' power, Naruto fell into utter exhaustion and lost consciousness. In the distance, the members of the Hyuga clan were utterly astonished by the spectacle. What sort of technique is this? That boy is indeed a genius. He has comprehended an entirely new technique that the Hyuga clan has never possessed. The essence of taijutsu. We are no match for him. We must hastily report to the clan head. The three vanished. Inoki cast a glance. The Hyuga members have departed? As the Tsuchikage. He was acutely aware of the situation near Iwagakure. He deliberately chose not to intervene, intending to observe the unfolding drama. In the end, the main family members fled. It seems the branch family has surpassed the main family. Inoki's gaze shifted to Niji and Naruto in the arena. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, mingled with a hint of envy. Those two young ninjas from Konoha possess such power. I dare not claim I could withstand that tailed beast bomb. And Niji's mastery of taijutsu. Inoki narrowed his eyes. This bout lasted barely 5 minutes. The two lower ninjas from Konoha unleashed techniques and taijutsu of shadow-level caliber. He was familiar with the tailed beast bomb. It was the technique of the fourth Hokage, renowned throughout the ninja world during the Third Great Ninja War, where the yellow flash and blue-tailed beast bomb garnered immense fame. What truly astounded Inoki was Niji's technique, the self-created body techniques. Alongside the immensely powerful advanced body techniques in the Byakugan, have endowed Niji Hyuga with the demeanor and depth of a shadow, even without resorting to sage arts. On that note, Inoki reminisced about Niji's manifestation of the infinite in the 8 trigrams, Dragon Roar Arrow. The Dragon Roar Arrow bears resemblance to the Rasengan. Inoki was not astonished by Niji's ability to develop such a technique, as it is akin to standing on the shoulders of giants. What truly garnered Naka's admiration was the profound essence of the body technique, the infinite. This mastery transcended his comprehension, evoking a sense of similarity with his dust release. Could it be a body technique version of dust release? Inoki had never conceived that someone could evoke the effects of dust release through body techniques. This realization struck him with the weight of history. The 2 generations of the Rock Village were outmatched by a mere child from Konoha. Contemplating this, he could not help but glance at the jovial figure of Rock Lee beside Karatsuchi. It is said that the youngsters from the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans are not the strongest. Rather, it is Lee who stands as the mightiest among Konoha's younger generation. To what heights might his strength ascend? Inoki sighed inwardly. Konoha continuously produces exceptional talents. When will IWA be able to stand tall, reclaiming its title as the foremost village in the ninja world? In his heart, he mused that the current generation of IWA ninjas, even without considering the yet-to-show their strength Lee, would find themselves outmatched by Naruto and Niji, each capable of overwhelming the entire youthful generation of IWA. The youth of IWA are not merely dwindling. They have never truly emerged. Deidara is regarded as the strongest among Iwa's younger generation, yet following this battle, Inoki harbored doubts about Deidara's ability to triumph over Niji or Naruto. Unbeknownst to Deidara, Naka's thoughts were distant from him. He cared only for his art. The next match pits Shikamaru against Tenten from Konoha. Deidara yearned for the swift conclusion of all battles, his mind consumed by the new art conceived by Lee. In the spectators' area, Shikamaru swiftly entered the arena. She gazed upwards at Tenten, and upon hearing Deidara utter the name Konoha, a wave of panic washed over her. Shikamaru fervently wished that it would not be Lee from Konoha. When Tenten's name was finally announced, she breathed a sigh of relief. She privately rejoiced, for Tenten was the weakest among Konoha's ranks. During the last CH9 exams, she had simply chosen to forfeit. Forfeit? My wind release is perfectly suited to counter yours. There is no need for you to sustain injuries. Shikamaru's thoughts were interrupted as Tenten's figure materialized in the arena. Though slightly impolite, she felt compelled to speak. Tenten raised her head, locking eyes with Shikamaru. Forfeit. Your wind release is perfectly countered by mine. There is no need for you to put yourself in harm's way. What? Shikamaru was taken aback by these words, unable to respond. Once a feeble adversary who surrendered without resistance, now dares to speak with audacity. Indeed, you heard correctly. I harbor no desire to inflict harm upon you. Tion hurled a kunai towards Shoju, signaling the commencement of their confrontation. Chapter 52. A clapping of hands, futile. Shoju tilted her head slightly, effortlessly evading the thrown kunai, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Such trivialities, no matter how many times you cast them, are utterly ineffective. Very well, then I shall throw it 1,000 times. Tian unfurled a scroll in her hands. Double Rising Dragon. The scroll transformed into two streams of silver light that intertwined in the air, resembling two colossal dragons entwined in a harmonious ascent. Bang! Countless shinobi tools erupted from the scroll, glimmering ominously as they danced through the air. A flicker of anger crossed Choju's face. I have already stated. Such things are useless, even if thrown 1,000 times. Do you not comprehend? She swiftly unfurled her 3-star fan. Wind release. Great side weasel. In an instant, piercing gusts of frigid wind surged forth, morphing into terrifying blades of wind that surged toward Tian. Each razor of wind was unfathomably precise, seemingly endowed with a life of its own, weaving an impenetrable net of tempestuous gales in the air. The entire arena transformed into a hunting ground of fury. With Tian as the prey, the myriad shinobi tools summoned by her double rising dragon were rendered mere toys, scattered and cast aside in the wind-ravaged realm conjured by the great side weasel. In the spectators' area, hey, Niji, aren't you going to intervene? Shikamaru inquired. Tian was evidently no match for the sand ninja. Niji, having just concluded his own battle, leaned against the wall, eyes closed in a moment of respite. Upon hearing Shikamaru's question, he did not open his eyes. Tian is formidable. I have faith in her, just as she believes I will prevail. If you are concerned for that sand ninja, you may halt the match. However, the outcome of this contest was determined from the very beginning. Noting the rigidity in Niji's tone, Shikamaru remained unperturbed. He understood Niji's nature, and his strength indeed warranted such an attitude. Shikamaru's gaze shifted back to the arena, where he began to discern the underlying truth. Within the arena, amidst the tempestuous domain of Shoju's great side weasel, Tian stood resolute, not yielding an inch, showing not even a hint of retreat. So that is it, Shikamaru thought, a glimmer of realization illuminating his eyes. He comprehended the essence of Niji's words. The match had concluded before it had even begun. In the arena, is even 1,000 attempts futile? Tian stood amidst the howling winds. The blades pierced the edges of her garments, revealing faint traces of blood upon her exposed skin. A hint of resignation flickered in her eyes. Alas, it appears that the limitations of ordinary shinobi tools are insufficient. With a sigh, she lamented her predicament. Shoju, catching the sound of Tian's sigh, directed her gaze towards her. Give up. Do not embarrass yourself. Shoju shouted. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. In an instant, Tian had vanished from sight. Shamyuri felt a chill at her neck. Behind her, Tintin's eyes glimmered with a hint of orange eyeshadow. The kunai in her hand pressed against Shamuri's throat. So it was. Out of the corner of her eye, Shamyuri caught sight of the kunai that had initially been thrown to the ground. It was inscribed with intricate symbols. Is this ninjutsu? Shamyuri struggled to articulate. No. This is the time-space ninjutsu of Konoha, Tintin replied. Surrender, do not embarrass yourself further, for you are no match for me. Tintin reiterated her previous assertion to Shamyuri. Shamyuri relaxed her body. I concede, Shamyuri declared decisively. Without even employing ninjutsu, Tintin could defeat her. Should she unleash her full strength, Shamyuri stood no chance. Tintin glanced at Shikamaru, who was anxiously observing from the stands, before retracting her kunai. Before the match, Rock Lee had mentioned that Shikamaru seemed to harbor feelings for Shamyuri, advising her to go easy, lest it cause him embarrassment. In a swift motion, Tintin moved to the stands, taking her place beside Niji. Niji opened his eyes. You were a bit slower than I anticipated, he remarked softly. I wanted to see if I could win without using the Flying Thunder God technique or ninjutsu, but it seems that was futile. The two exchanged whispers. Shikamaru, meanwhile, let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly invoked his authority to call for a halt. Tintin understood the intricacies of human relations better than Niji. It seemed that in future dealings with Niji, one must first consult Tintin, Shikamaru mused. At that moment, in the arena, other matches were underway. Konoha's 12 ninja were taking turns to compete, generally achieving more victories than defeats. It is worth mentioning that the Sand Ninja appeared to be having a streak of bad luck, as Kankuro faced Konoha's undefeated war deity, Shino Aburame. The battle lasted merely 10 minutes, culminating in Kankuro's defeat. On Konoha's side, the two losses were incurred by Shikamaru's teammates. Choji fell to the Cloud Ninja, Durui, while Ino was bested by Omoi. The strength of the Cloud Ninja cannot be underestimated. After witnessing this, Inoki's heart sank further. In this Chunin exam, hosted by the Rock Ninja, not a single participant had succeeded thus far, all becoming mere stepping stones for the other 4 great ninja villages. How infuriating. Inoki seethed with rage as he turned his gaze to the last remaining Rock Ninja, Karatsuchi, his very granddaughter. Why must the matchups be arranged in such a manner? Inoki struck his lower back with frustration. In this final bout of the Chunin exam, Kuratsuchi was set to take the stage, undoubtedly the most unfortunate of them all. For her opponent was none other than the strongest of Konoha's younger generation, Rock Lee. In the arena, Rock Lee stood poised, gazing up at Kuratsuchi still positioned above. Dear, come down and face the consequences. As Lee Rock uttered these words, the entire arena nearly erupted with laughter. Wait, is Konoha truly considering an alliance with the Rock Village? How come we in the Cloud Village have not received any news regarding such a significant event? Did you not notice how they held hands during the last trial? What more is there to say? In the observation seats, Kuratsuchi listened to the murmurs around her, veins throbbing at her temples. Fine. Before Deidara could announce the combatants, Kuratsuchi propelled herself into the air with a leap. Water style, water trumpet technique. Kuratsuchi maintained her distance from Lee Rock, utilizing the super light heavy rock technique to float cautiously in the air. She dared not engage in physical combat with him. The memory of his terrifying punch from that fateful night still haunted her. Lava style, lime congealing technique. Kuratsuchi expelled lime from her mouth, combining it with her water technique to create cement, intending to ensnare Lee Rock. Lee Rock stood still, allowing Kuratsuchi's jutsu to confine him. Water and lava style, is it? Lee Rock glanced at the panel. Water style, 100, 001, 0000, perfect completion. He clapped his hands. Water style, water surge. Upon achieving perfect mastery of the water style, Lee Rock attained a level where he could summon jutsu effortlessly. In an instant, a column of water erupted from thin air, swirling like a tornado, before suddenly dispersing into a vast river, affecting even the spectators in the stands. To execute such a formidable water style in the arid land of Earth is truly astonishing. Kakashi marveled at this feat. This is beyond mere water style. Kakashi formed hand signs and unleashed the Earth style, Earth barrier, to block Lee Rock's water surge. This resembles the second Hokage's sea technique. Kakashi gazed at Lee Rock in the arena, not overly surprised, for he was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. So a bit of sea technique was understandable. However, what followed shattered the understanding of all present. Lee Rock scooped up a handful of lime from the ground and tossed it into the air. Kuratsuchi, perplexed by his actions, remained cautious, distancing herself further from him. As long as she kept her distance, even such an exaggerated water style could not pose a threat to her. Just as Kuratsuchi finished her thought, a cold voice echoed in her ears. Lee Rock clapped his hands again. Earth style. Rockfall. Chapter 53. The ultimate physical technique of Lee Rock. Lee Rock gazed at the panel. Earth style. 100, 001, 0000, perfect completion. With perfect mastery of Earth style, he too could summon jutsu effortlessly. Lee Rock clapped his hands. Earth style. Rockfall. In the arena, no stones descended from above. Everyone was left bewildered. Kuratsuchi hurriedly employed the Earth prison technique to defend against Lee Rock's rockfall. However, after a while, the scene remained unchanged. She noticed that Rock Lee's Earth release did not seem as terrifying as his water release. It appeared that his proficiency in Earth release was inferior to that of water release. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, intently observing the arena. A surge of envy welled up within him as he beheld Rock Lee's remarkable technique of clapping his hands together. It seemed that the execution of ninjutsu through such a method was rather unstable. Gradually, Kakashi's excitement subsided. Fortunately, it seemed the technique had failed. Haida glanced down at Rock Lee through the confines of her earthen prison and let out a sigh of relief. Thus far, she had not conceived of any effective strategy to overcome Rock Lee. Surrendering outright would be too humiliating. After all, this was the home ground of the Rock Shinobi, and she was the last of her kind. She had to give it her all. At that moment, a panicked roar erupted from Noki. Haitu, surrender. Naka's face was a mask of shock as he gazed upward. Is that Earth release? He was left speechless. The magnitude of this Earth release was indeed extraordinary. Having served as the Tsuchikage for a lifetime, he had never witnessed such an exaggerated display of Earth release. Slowly, Kakashi too sensed something amiss. His Sharingan trained on the sky. Lee, are you out of your mind? At that instant, everyone looked up. Boom. The roof of the arena suddenly shattered. A boulder, the size of a meteorite, plummeted downward, gradually tearing through the sky. Each second of its descent struck fear into the hearts of the onlookers, crushing their hopes one by one. Among the crowd, despair and shock spread like a tidal wave, their eyes reflecting an unprecedented emptiness and helplessness. As if the apocalypse had arrived, with no one able to escape. Surely, this is not a technique that a mere human can wield. Is that Konoha ninja planning to annihilate us all? This is madness. Does Konoha wish to instigate a war among the ninja world? The catastrophic scene finally compelled Noki to act. Everyone, flee the arena at once. Upon hearing Naka's command, the crowd snapped back to reality and began to flee in a frenzy. Just as Noki prepared to intervene, Haida's figure appeared in the sky. Do not underestimate me. Haida formed hand seals. Rock fist technique. Super lightweight rock technique. Her fists relentlessly struck at the colossal boulder above. Simultaneously, she employed the super lightweight rock technique on the rock. Boom. The enormous boulder shattered, half of it crashing down toward the audience, while the other half descended into the arena. Haida smashed the portion that was headed toward the arena once more, while the half aimed at the audience was caught by Noki, who, despite his age, could not afford to smash the rock as brutally as Haito. Noki couldn't help but reflect on the joys of youth. With both hands supporting the half boulder, he soared toward the open ground outside the arena. Within the arena, countless scattered boulders came crashing down as dust and debris filled the air, throwing the entire arena into chaos. Kuratsuchi fixed her intense gaze upon Rock Lee. Is this all you've got? She panted, her words laced with bravado. In truth, she could no longer sustain her lightweight boulder technique and was forced to land on the ground. Rock Lee remained unperturbed. With a slight tremor of his feet, he freed himself from the concrete. To withstand my earth release technique, I acknowledge you. You are a worthy opponent, he declared, stretching his limbs casually. Now then, as a sign of respect, I shall unveil my ultimate taijutsu secret, my true art. His eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield. Most of the ordinary shinobi had already fled. Yet amidst the swirling dust, several figures remained, their eyes locked onto Rock Lee. These were the elite warriors of the hidden villages Kakashi, Niji, Tenten, Baki, Darui, Kankor, CHJR, AO, and others. They had intended to leave, but upon hearing Lee's proclamation of an ultimate taijutsu secret, they halted. They remembered Niji's display in the first match, the peerless taijutsu secret that had erased all resistance, a technique so breathtaking it had inspired many. Now, the strongest of Konoha's younger generation, the taijutsu specialist Rock Lee, was about to reveal his own. His ninjutsu is already terrifying, but I must witness his taijutsu. Perhaps I can gain insight, some murmured. Deara, in particular, burned with excitement. I've waited so long for this. Lee's art. Come on, show me your ultimate creation. In the center of the arena, dark markings spread beneath Rock Lee's eyes. 8 gates formation. 5th gate. Open. With Sage Mode, the 8 gates. In the chakra of a tailed beast, Lee stood motionless, his aura already manifesting as a fearsome battle armor. You still have time to surrender, he said softly. You're too weak to be a shinobi. A life of domesticity, tending to a husband, raising children, that is your destiny. Kuratsuchi had been on the verge of yielding. The sheer pressure of his chakra made it difficult to stand, let alone resist. But Lee's dismissive words ignited a fire within her. That life is not for me. She spat, straightening her back. As the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, I will never surrender, not even in death. Come at me. Her hands flew through seals. Earth release, hardening technique. Earth release, earth spear. A layer of hardened armor encased her body before she spat out a mass of clay. Earth release, golem technique. A colossal clay giant erupted into existence. Kuratsuchi glared at Rock Lee, defiance blazing in her eyes. This is her most formidable defensive ninjutsu to date. She wishes to test the extent of the gap between herself and the foremost ninja of Konoha. Come forth, Haida bellowed. Rock Lee nodded in agreement. Is this how it is? Lee reached into his pocket and retrieved an explosive tag, rolling it up. Next, he produced 2 flash bombs. Bang, bang. The 2 flash bombs were thrown, catching some individuals off guard, as their world turned a brilliant yellow. Yellow flash? Is that the flying thunder god combined with the Rasengan? Kakashi was the first to realize. He was more familiar with this yellow flash bomb than anyone else. It was a signature technique of his mentor, Minato Namikaze. In the arena, Lee's voice resonated. Now, brace yourselves. No one can withstand this move. Whoosh. Lee's figure vanished before everyone's eyes. He formed the Tiger Hand Seal. Konoha's secret taijutsu. Ultimate technique. The 1,000 years of pain. Lee's finger made contact with an unspeakable part of the clay giant. What followed was an advanced version. The explosive tag on Lee's finger suddenly ignited. I shall name this the Mutual Explosive Finger. Chapter 54. You have defiled the rock ninja's boom. Boom. The sound of explosions erupted. In the spectator seats of the arena, Kakashi promptly retreated. He couldn't bear to watch any longer, fearing that this technique might be associated with the Hatake clan. Shikamaru, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Kakashi vanished. internally chastising Lee for his audacity to steal techniques and use them recklessly. Kakashi was uncertain about Lee's fate following this Chunin exam, but he, Kakashi Hitaki, had undoubtedly made it onto the Rock Village's blacklist. This technique had once caused trepidation during the Second Shinobi World War. Many from the Rock Village had survived since that time, and now there was an advanced version. Despite his scolding, Kakashi couldn't help but acknowledge that Lee was a genius. That advanced version could indeed be termed an ultimate art. Accompanied by the yellow flash bomb, everyone could only perceive the moment when Lee extended his finger, which indeed resembled a golden finger. Coupled with the power of the mutual explosive tag, Kakashi felt a stirring of interest, though it was somewhat taxing on the fingers. Bang! Kakashi's figure vanished before Shikamaru's eyes. Shikamaru scratched his head. This is no longer a mere hassle. This is a declaration of war, isn't it? Niji, Tenten, Maki, Darui, Kankuro, CHG, and the other shinobi from the 5 great ninja villages all felt a shiver run down their spines. Who was that person in the arena? Niji asked seriously, glaring with his Byakugan. Tenten responded earnestly to Niji's inquiry. Unbeknownst to them, they were not members of Konoha. Niji, let us depart, one of them said. The two exited the arena, feigning ignorance of Lee Rock's identity. The remaining shinobi from the 4 great villages were left in a state of bewildered amusement, and they too chose to leave the arena. Even Deidara could not resist withdrawing. Young Lee's newly conceived art indeed possessed a formidable presence, yet its expression was excessively abstract. In the entire arena, only Anoki, who had just dealt with a massive boulder, remained in the spectator's seat. His countenance was darkened with displeasure, as the explosion's smoke dissipated. The fishnet armor on Kuratsuchi's legs lay tattered, revealing large patches of pale skin, subtly showcasing a pair of long, fair legs. Meanwhile, Lee Rock's fingers rested between Kuratsuchi's thighs. At a most indecorous location, the atmosphere felt as though time had come to a standstill. Kuratsuchi's face flushed crimson. Why you? Her mind went blank, her body frozen in place. After a prolonged silence, she covered her face and fled the arena. Such is the essence of art, Lee Rock exclaimed, relishing the warmth at his fingertips, still entranced by the sight of those partially revealed legs. At that moment, an aged voice resonated from the spectator's stand. Just release. Technique of world severance. Anoki gathered chakra in his hands and, with a thrust, conjured a transparent cubic barrier that seemed to harbor tremendous destructive power. You've a little taijutsu practitioner of Konoha. Your martial prowess has tainted the Rock Village. I shall sever you, the source of contamination, Anoki declared, launching the barrier towards Lee Rock. With a swift motion, the cubic barrier enveloped Lee Rock. You little rascal of Konoha, your strength is impressive, yet you are foolish. You should not have provided me with a legitimate reason to eliminate you, Anoki remarked coldly, observing Lee Rock ensnared within the barrier. He surmised that in Konoha, Lee Rock had undoubtedly been nurtured in the shadows, either as a leader or as an aide to one. His prowess was unparalleled among the current generation of Konoha shinobi. Indeed, within the ranks of the Rock Village, or even across the entire shinobi world, few could rival Lee Rock's exceptional talent. This terrifying gap in combat potential evoked memories of a certain existence from Konoha's early years. If he were to continue his unimpeded growth, he might one day become a figure akin to Uchiha Madara, devoid of the Sharingan. Anoki pressed his palms together, and Lee Rock's figure vanished within the cubic barrier. Fortunately, you have insulted the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. This is a diplomatic affront, providing me with ample justification to eliminate you. Even Konoha cannot contest this, Anoki proclaimed as he turned to leave the arena, inwardly lamenting the necessity of extinguishing such promising talent. Alas, you are not one of the Rock Shinobi, are you? The figure of Lee Rock appeared behind Anoki. He gently placed his hand on Anoki's shoulder. Nanny! Anoki trembled. Is it the Flying Thunder God technique? When was the jutsu inscribed? Suddenly, he recalled the sun catcher that Kuratsuchi had gifted him. That was a present following the conclusion of the first trial. A moment when all the sun catchers had passed through Lee Rock's hands. You little brat. You began your scheme back then. Anoki gazed at Lee Rock in astonishment. Indeed. Lee Rock replied solemnly. He had entered sage mode and opened all 8 gates, feeling somewhat weakened at this moment. Little brat, have you exhausted your means? Anoki remarked coolly, not turning back. Not necessarily. Upon hearing Anoki's words, Lee Rock's left hand reached for the long blade at his waist. A sudden chill crept into Anoki's bones, as if a tempestuous sea were concealed behind him. Any slight movement could result in cataclysmic upheaval. This left Anoki deeply alarmed, rendering him hesitant to act. Swordsmanship? Inoki finally turned around, casting a sidelong glance at Lilac. Lilac stood quietly, his eyes as profound as the night. The oppressive aura emanating from him instilled fear in Inoki's heart, as if he were confronting not Lilac, but an unparalleled divine sword capable of reshaping the world. The intensity of this presence caused Inoki's expression to change. "Little brat, I acknowledge your strength." Inoki turned fully towards him. He refrained from making another move, instead slowly walking towards the arena's exit. "However, you have insulted the Rock Village, and you must provide me with an explanation." Inoki halted his steps at the entrance of the arena. "If you lack an answer, I can offer you one. You may choose to become a rock ninja, and the Rock Village will spare no effort in protecting you henceforth." Inoki's voice resonated. Lilac fell silent. This was an impossibility. The notion of becoming a rock ninja sounded appealing, but in truth, it meant becoming a dependent, a son-in-law. Should he acquiesce, Inoki would assign individuals to surveil him closely, forbidding any further ties with Konohagakure. Meanwhile, Konohagakure would never permit the strongest of the younger generation to ally with another ninja village. Even if Tsunade sought peace and refrained from provoking the rock ninja, she would undoubtedly send assassins after Lilac in secret. Only one option could be chosen between the rock ninja and Konohagakure. This posed a dilemma that Inoki had laid before Lilac. Kakashi, outside the door, also overheard these words. He refrained from intervening, recognizing that this dilemma required Lilac to make a choice. Once he selected a side, the other would need to devise a countermeasure. Soon, Lilac conceived a perfect solution to this quandary, a choice between becoming a rock ninja, a dependent, or Inoki using diplomatic insult as leverage to demand an apology from Konohagakure. Lilac did not wish to choose either side. Identity issues? Lilac smiled lightly. In truth, he possessed an extraordinarily esteemed identity. Chapter 55, The Past of the Feudal Lord and the Shinobi Village. Several days passed before news of the feudal lord of the Land of Rice's visit reached them. The feudal lord of the Land of Earth personally engaged in cordial dialogue with his counterpart from the Land of Rice. In the Rock Village, Inoki gazed at the orders issued by the feudal lord, rendered speechless. He picked up the intelligence regarding the feudal lord of the Land of Rice and scrutinized it carefully. After a while, he raised his gaze towards Lilac in the office. With a resounding thud, Inoki forcefully slammed the intelligence report onto the desk. "You are the elder brother of the feudal lord of the Land of Rice." Inoki straightened in his seat, staring at the image of the feudal lord, Tatsu, whose head was wrapped in bandages, and then glanced back at Lilac. "Are you truly brothers? Speak the truth." Inoki was beside himself with frustration. He presented Lilac with a dilemma, yet in the end, Lilac chose neither option. Instead, he wielded the identity of the feudal lord's family from the Land of Rice to intimidate the Tsuchikage. This identity was so formidable that even a Tsuchikage alone, let alone the 5 Kages together, would be diminished in stature. The feudal lord overshadowed the Kages. Lilac had previously found this curious. But after Tatsu ascended to the position of feudal lord, he acquired a wealth of intelligence about the feudal lord. The existence of the feudal lord was steeped in antiquity, having persisted since ancient times, deeply rooted and recognized by the hearts of the people across generations. When the shinobi villages were first established, there was one individual capable of altering this dynamic, the first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. He devoted himself to peace and was not skilled in political machinations. His brother, Tobarama, excelled in such matters, yet regrettably, neither brother was adept in economics. At this juncture, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire recognized the terrifying military power of the Senju brothers and subsequently extended an invitation. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire would assist in managing the economy of the shinobi village, while Konoha would provide military strength for the expansion of the Land of Fire. The two sides reached a harmonious agreement. Initially, the relationship between the shinobi village and the feudal lord was one of collaboration, even when the feudal lord later gained complete control over all economic lifelines. The cooperative relationship with the shinobi village was maintained, unlike the current situation where the shinobi village is suppressed. However, all of this stemmed from the feudal lord's wariness of Hashirama. Hashirama perceived this situation as well. Though he was not adept in political intrigue, it did not mean he was oblivious. He simply detested the subtlety of scheming. Hashirama recognized that the increasingly inflated power of the feudal lord posed a latent threat. Yet, he found himself powerless. If the shinobi remained preoccupied with reclaiming the feudal lord's authority and managing the economy, they would inevitably become ensnared in a vortex of power struggles. The strength of the shinobi would stagnate. In the impending conflict, the Hidden Leaf Village is destined to vanish from this world. Hashirama has finally witnessed the shinobi villages stabilize. Yet Uchiha Madara has returned to wreak havoc once more. Following the Great Valley of the End battle, Hashirama finds himself devoid of the energy to address the issues posed by the feudal lords. Consequently, he can only watch as the lords grow increasingly powerful. By the time of Tobirama, the second Hokage, he is swamped with numerous responsibilities, researching jutsu, balancing the Uchiha's influence, establishing a ninja academy, and forming the Umbu, among various other duties. However, there is one matter he neglects entirely, the containment of the feudal lords. He regards them with disdain. Believing only the malevolent Uchiha to be a significant threat, the rest he deems inconsequential. During this period, the feudal lords have thoroughly consolidated and integrated their economic grip, establishing a comprehensive economic system. By the third Hokage's reign, his strength pales in comparison to that of the previous two generations. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's time, the lords have already ascended to a position of dominance over the shinobi villages. The third Hokage finds himself powerless to effect change and lacks the strength to do so. Ultimately, the shinobi villages devolve into mere military resources under the lord's authority. It is not until the Fourth Great Ninja War that an individual emerges capable of altering this dynamic. Unfortunately, the seventh Hokage, Naruto, is a proponent of peace, disinterested in political machinations and unskilled in economic affairs. Indeed, I can have my brothers come over. That is certain, Lee Rock stated expressionlessly. The land of rice fields belongs entirely to him. It is merely that he lacks the time to assume the role of a feudal lord. Upon finishing his statement, Inoki slumped helplessly in his chair. I truly am getting old, he sighed, waving his hand. You may leave. Do not return to Awagakure, or I shall dispatch everyone to hunt you down relentlessly. Day and night. Nearby, Akatsuchi was also taken aback, astonished by Lee Rock's connections and influence. Realizing he could engage with the feudal lord of the land of rice fields to such an extent that even his normally obstinate grandfather would concede, Lee Rock exited the office, not returning to Konoha with Kakashi, Shikamaru, and the others. Within the tower, you want me to become the Minister of Finance? Deidara asked incredulously. The Minister of Finance is tasked with managing the economy. While he excels at handling explosives, managing an economy would surely lead to its collapse in no time. Indeed, Lee Rock affirmed. I require someone with your capability to dismantle the economy of the land of Earth. The feudal Lord Tsu has already sent word. He bribed the feudal lord of the land of Earth to secure a position as a financial advisor. Boring, Deidara replied, uninterested in the proposition. Lee Rock anticipated this reaction, casting a mysterious glance at Deidara. If you can collapse the economy of the land of Earth without leaving a trace, I shall teach you the art of explosive tags. The words stirred a profound excitement within Deidara. The ultimate art that had previously leveled an entire forest had indeed left a lasting impression on him. Very well, Deidara acquiesced. It was then that Rock Lee departed from the Rock Village. This marked his first foray into conflict against a major nation. The economic condition of the Earth country could not be deemed poor, yet it was hardly exceptional. Among the 5 great nations, its economy ranked at a moderate level. Were it not for the constraints imposed by its geography, its economic standing might have flourished even further. This indirectly indicated that the feudal lord of the Earth country was not inept, as there were individuals genuinely managing the economy. Let's take a shot at it. Regardless of the outcome, was Lee's mindset. He did not believe that a lunatic like Deidara could destabilize the economy of the Earth country. It was quite possible that Deidara would not even be able to approach the power center of the feudal lord. However, given that Kakuzu was preoccupied with capturing the tailed beasts and Lee had little manpower at his disposal, he could only send Deidara ahead to hold the fort for a while. Days passed. Just as Lee was about to leave the Earth country, he received a message from Jiraiya. Thank you for sending me the intelligence on pain. I have verified its accuracy. However, my current mission is to persuade Nagato to return. This is my calling. Written on the back of the letter was Jiraiya's final sentiment. You and Naruto will ultimately be the ones to change the ninja world. I have always believed this. Lee let out a sigh. Even after having forewarned Jiraiya about pain, he still chose to confront his former disciple. Glancing at the map, he noted that the Rain country lay nestled between the Earth and Fire countries. Since it was on his way, he decided to pay a visit. Lee tucked away the map. Jiraiya was a source of regret. Since their paths had crossed, he felt compelled to offer assistance if possible. Although Lee's current strength was insufficient to contend with pain, he believed an escape was feasible. He hoped it was not too late. Lee set forth towards the Rain country. Half a day later, he crossed the borders of the Earth country. Just 2 kilometers ahead lay the rain country. Pain, perhaps? At that moment, the rain country was enveloped in a continual drizzle. Li was acutely aware that this was Pain's rain tiger freedom technique. As soon as he stepped into the territory of the rain country, he would undoubtedly be detected by Pain. I must leave a mark here, just in case, Li declared. Pulling out a kunai, he thrust it forcefully into the trunk of a nearby tree. Once he confirmed that it was secure, he entered the rain country. Chapter 56. The Rescue of Jiraiya. The rain country, an expanse of forgotten ruins, perpetually shrouded in a curtain of rain, which could not wash away the scars and gloom that lingered here. Li crossed into the borders of the rain country. In the distance, a village emerged faintly through the rain. Could it be Amigakure? Li donned a straw hat and began to wander slowly through the village. He acutely sensed the unusual atmosphere of rain-hidden village. This place diverged from his recollections of the village, which had once been ravaged by internal strife. He remembered that the village suffered immensely under the misrule of Hanzo, leaving its inhabitants in dire poverty. Yet, the current rain-hidden village did not exude that sense of desolation. Rather, it subtly radiated an air of prosperity. Something felt amiss. Li Lok surveyed the shops and passers-by lining the streets. The villagers moved with expressionless faces, hastily walking with their heads down, scarcely lingering before the storefronts. A flicker of fear and submission glimmered in their eyes. Beneath the drizzling rain, he felt as if the entire village was shrouded in an oppressive gloom. The fine droplets seemingly burdened with an immense weight, silently proclaiming the looming threat of rain's tyranny. The murmurs of the villagers were drowned out by the rain, leaving only the sound of footsteps and the occasional distant, somber commands composing a unique melody for this village. As Li Lok traversed the rain-soaked streets, he blended in with the locals, clad in a conical hat and cloak, hastening through the storm. He gathered a few snippets of information, and as the rain intermingled around him, he discerned the source of this oppression. Here, only one voice was permitted, praise for Pain. Was this the will of a god? Li Lok gazed up at the overcast sky. The rain tiger's freedom technique could manipulate the weather. What immense power that entailed. He could not help but marvel. He knew he had been detected, yet he did not retreat. He had come this far, and moreover, Pain had no time to consider a 17-year-old unknown. Jiraiya was the true adversary worthy of his attention. He raised his eyes ahead to a bar named Intimate Paradise. Upon entering, he was greeted by a server. Hello. What would you like to drink? The server's inquiry belied the true nature of the menu, which displayed images of various women. After surveying the options, he pointed to a strikingly voluptuous woman. Tsunade, she is the one. Very well, please wait a moment, the server replied. Soon, Tsunade approached him. Her figure impressive and indeed reminiscent of the legendary Sannin. Young man, you're quite young to be here, she remarked, surprised. This was her first time attending to such a youthful customer. Is that a problem? Li Lok arched an eyebrow. Of course not. I'm just concerned you might not be able to handle it. Haha, Tsunade replied with a forced smile. It was less about his ability to handle himself and more about his financial means. How much do you earn in a day? Li Lok suddenly inquired. Tsunade lifted a glass of liquor. Depending on customer orders and tips, I can earn up to 100,000 Ryo on a busy day, though it can be as little as 3,000 Ryo on a slower one. Shugong reverently offered a glass of red wine to Li Luoka, who did not partake. Instead, he retrieved 10 stacks of 100,000 taels from his wallet. Today, I have secured your services, Li Luoka declared, placing the money upon Shugong's thigh. Her heart raced at the sight of the 1,000,000 taels resting on her leg. She had encountered a significant patron. Ah, my lord, how do you wish to proceed? Shugong's enthusiasm surged as she embraced Li Luoka's arm and began to nuzzle against him. I enjoy playing the role of the bull-headed man. Beneath the rain, Li Luoka and Shugong donned raincoats as they approached a private residence. Upon entering, Shugong shed her raincoat. Welcome to my home. That wretched man has yet to return from his mission. As Shugong's garments gradually diminished, Li Luoka felt a slight discomfort, yet his expression remained unchanged. Wait. Li Luoka interrupted her. What is it? Shugong questioned, taken aback by the calm demeanor of this youth. This lacks excitement. I wish to wait for that wretch to return before we indulge in such antics for greater thrill. Li Luoka settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes in contemplation. Upon hearing his words, Shugong's countenance soured. Are you not concerned that my husband might discover this? It complicates matters for me. Her tone grew increasingly irate. With a swift motion, Li Luoka flung a handful of money at her face. She hurriedly gathered the scattered bills, noting another 100,000 taels among them. Oh, my lord. How do you wish to proceed? I shall comply with your desires, even before my husband, It is not out of the question. Now, put on your clothes and send a message to your husband, stating there is an urgent matter at home, Li Luoka instructed, gazing out the window, where the rain had ceased. This signified that Jiraiya had begun his confrontation with Pain. Understood, my lord, please wait a moment. Soon, Shu Gong dispatched the message. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man entered the residence. Shu Gong, I nearly could not return. Fortunately, the angel lord detained that ninja. Who is he? The man inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Before Li Luoka could respond, Shu Gong fell into his embrace. This is my new master, she whispered warmly in Li Luoka's ear. With a swift motion, Li Luoka delivered a sharp slap to Shu Gong. Leave. He instantly positioned himself behind the middle-aged man. Take me to the location where the angel lord just engaged. Otherwise, you shall perish. Li Luoka threatened, his knife poised at the man's throat. I shall not lead you there, the man retorted. With a swift kick, Li Luoka crushed the middle-aged man's toe. You have 9 more chances to answer. After that, there will be no escape for you. The middle-aged man, not particularly resilient, ceased to struggle upon witnessing Li Luoka's ruthless methods. He resigned himself to guiding Li Luoka away from the residence. At the moment before closing the door, Li Rock glanced back at the terrified hand gang. The money was given to you, but I am, after all, the pure love warrior. In the rain-hidden village at the edge of a pond, Jiraiya uncovered Pain's true identity. How unexpected. Boom. Beneath the water, a Juropath suddenly seized Jiraiya by the throat. Unfortunately, you discovered this too late. In the air, the 6 paths of Pain launched their assault, their black rods aimed directly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya had lost an arm, and his sage mode had expired, leaving him powerless. Is this the end? Memories flooded Jiraiya's mind. Naruto, the future of the ninja world rests upon your shoulders. Boom. Jiraiya's body crashed heavily to the ground, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. Jiraiya-sensei, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. The Deva Path of Pain regarded the gravely injured Jiraiya, thrusting his black rod downward. Crack. What? The Deva Path stared at the broken rod in his hand. Who is it? A figure cloaked in black stood before Pain. Konoha, Li Rock. Both Jiraiya and Shinsaku felt a jolt of surprise. He intended to relay information to Li Rock upon seeing him, but his throat was rendered useless, and no words could escape. Observing this, Shinsaku immediately turned to Li Rock. Little Li, these pains are, I know. I possess a wealth of information. Is that so? Shinsaku fell silent upon hearing this. Li Rock looked at the unconscious Jiraiya, sighing heavily. Even though our interactions were limited, I still hold great respect for your deeds. Chapter 57. The first encounter with Pain. Li Rock gazed upon the comatose Jiraiya. Jiraiya, a true hero. As the guide for the child of prophecy, he relinquished the power and status of Hokage to embark on the path of seeking the prophesied child, quietly contributing immensely to Konoha and Tsunade. In Li Rock's heart, he did not agree with Jiraiya's sacrificial approach to facilitate Naruto's growth, yet this did not hinder his admiration for Jiraiya. Li Rock turned to Shinsaku. Sage Shinsaku, I entrust Jiraiya-sama to you. Shinsaku nodded, dispelling the summoning technique. Subsequently, the unconscious Jiraiya vanished from the sight of Li Rock and Pain. Pain did not intervene, his expression cold. Li Rock, you say? Pain's Rinnegan, adorned with rippling patterns, fixated on Li Rock. Just that one glance sent a tremor through Li Rock's entire being. The beautiful eyes truly represent the second strongest enhancement in the ninja world. The pressure emanating from the Deva Path's Rinnegan was overwhelming. A sensation Li Rock had not felt since mastering sage arts. I remember you. It seems that Kaku has mentioned you, the leader of the banking organization. To my surprise, you are also the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Pain of the 6 Paths had no intention of engaging in combat, as he temporarily required financial resources. The bank established by Rock Lee still held value for the Akatsuki. However, upon noticing the tailed beast within Rock Lee, he realized that Lee's purpose was solely to rescue Jiraiya, without any desire to confront him. Recognizing Pain's ability to converse, Rock Lee intended to test his skills in verbal persuasion. In truth, I wholeheartedly agree with your philosophy of peace. Just as Lee finished his sentence, a swift motion ensued. The black rods and projectiles launched simultaneously. You may comprehend suffering, yet Pain of the 6 Paths extended his right hand. My anguish surpasses yours. Universal pull. In an instant, Rock Lee was drawn toward Pain. Meanwhile, the other Pains began to take action. This is utterly insane. Instead of resisting the universal pull, Rock Lee allowed Pain to draw him closer. As he approached within a yard of Pain, Rock Lee angled his narrow blade. Sage mode. He relaxed his entire being, relinquishing his fear of death. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, unleashing a brilliant flash of light. The murderous intent surged forth like a tumultuous wave from the blade's glow. With the blade's intent, life and death were severed. Payne's gaze flickered with realization. Did he discover something? It was canned food. After 4 days, he finally found sustenance. How delightful! On a rainy night, as Konoha ninjas invaded. Memories of that fateful night when he lost his parents flooded back. Payne's pupils trembled as he once again felt the agonizing loss of his loved ones. Having lost his parents and wandering alone, Nagato had not eaten for quite some time. On the brink of starvation, he encountered Konan and Yahiko. No. Pain of the Six Paths bore a visage of torment. Once more, it was a gloomy rainy day. To save Konan, Yahiko voluntarily chose to perish beneath his friend's kunai. Collapsing in Nagato's embrace. The dreams of a beautiful future he had described could never be realized or witnessed by him. An immeasurable anguish overwhelmed Nagato like a relentless tide. Tears streaming from his eyes. Pain of the Six Paths was similarly affected. In a flash, the blade light sliced past Pain of the Six Paths. He had no time to invoke the almighty push before being cleaved in two. This was the rudimentary blade intent that Rock Lee comprehended upon entering Sage Mode. Where the blade's intent reached, the past was severed. A heart-wrenching roar escaped from Pain of the Six Paths. Upon witnessing Rock Lee's blade sever Yahiko's corpse, Nagato clapped his hands together. Earth. Explosion. Star. Pain uttered with conviction. Unforgivable. This time, Nagato truly harbored murderous intent. Jiraiya's fate was of little concern to Nagato, for he believed that submission to the divine was inevitable. Thus, he did not hinder Shin's execution of the reverse summoning technique. However, the situation was quite different for Rock Lee. The desecration of Yahiko's remains was an unforgivable sin, an act of divine retribution. A highly concentrated black sphere of chakra materialized in the sky, while an overwhelming gravitational force emanated from the ground. The other 5 Pain bodies simultaneously unleashed their most formidable techniques. Nagato vowed to obliterate Rock Lee in one swift blow. He had intended to engage in a meaningful dialogue. But alas, Rock Lee ascended further into the heavens. With a sigh, he lamented his current inadequacy compared to Pain. Perhaps we shall meet again, Nagato. In an instant, Rock Lee vanished. Where is he? Nagato's furious roar echoed within a tower. He gazed at Konan, seemingly deranged. Konan, find him. Help me locate him. Nagato had lost his sanity. In a soft tone, Konan sought to soothe him. She had already sensed the entirety of Amigate Cure, and there was no trace of Rock Lee. He must have utilized some form of space-time ninjutsu to escape the village. With continuous reassurances, Konan gradually helped Nagato regain his composure. He dispelled the Shinra Tensei and gasped for breath. We must convene. The pace of capturing the tailed beasts must accelerate. Furthermore, Konan, prepare a location for me. I will personally pay a visit to Konoha. Nagato's gaze fell upon the severed body of Yahiko. Summon Kakuzu back. He wished for Kakuzu to reassemble Yahiko's remains. Understood. With a flick of her finger, Konan transformed a piece of white paper into a small bird, which soared into the distance. Outside Amigate Cure, Rock Lee panted heavily, a kunai at his feet inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. This was his contingency for a hasty retreat. This maneuver had completely drained his sage chakra. Rock Lee dared not linger. 8 gates release. Second gate, open. He activated the second gate and sped toward the borders of the Land of Rain. 2 days later, Rock Lee had finally exited the territory of the Land of Rain and let out a sigh of relief. He stepped into the Land of Fire, gradually making his way toward Konoha. Jiraiya should have been returned to Konoha by the Mayaboka Mountain, he speculated. With the 3-tailed beast now within him, he would inevitably find himself at odds with the Akatsuki. According to Kakuzu's intelligence, the organization had successfully sealed the 4-tailed, 5-tailed, 6-tailed, and 7-tailed beasts. Thus, their next target would likely be the village hidden in the clouds. The overall strength of the Cloud Village was significantly inferior to that of Konoha. The Akatsuki would undoubtedly eliminate the weaker foes before turning their attention to Konoha. Time was running short for Rock Lee. Currently, the only means he had to contend with pain was through the 8 gates. Rock Lee murmured to himself. The essence of the sword is merely at a rudimentary level, and this maneuver can only catch one off guard. Should it be employed again in a direct confrontation, Pain would undoubtedly be on guard, and Shinra Tensei could effectively counter this strike. Lee Rock finds himself with but one path, to diligently cultivate his sword intent, only by honing it to an intermediate level, or even to perfection. Before Pain's incursion into Konoha, can he truly hope to vanquish the 6 paths of Pain? A few days later, Lee Rock returned to Konoha, making his way to the dilapidated wooden house, where he reclined upon his bed. Rarely allowing himself a moment of respite, he chose to rest for an entire day. Niji and Tintin, after the conclusion of the Chunin exams, had not returned to Konoha but instead ventured to the land of rice. Currently, within Konoha, Lee Rock had only two familiar faces, Guy and Kakashi, along with what seemed to be another acquaintance. The following day, Lee Rock visited the Konoha hospital to pay a visit to Jiraiya. Chapter 58. Hashirama's cells at the hospital. Jiraiya had yet to awaken from his coma. According to Tsunade's diagnosis, he had escaped danger, and it was merely a matter of time before he regained consciousness. Naruto sat beside the hospital bed, feeling a deep sense of confusion and despondency. His defeat in the Chunin exams at the hands of Niji had shaken the foundations of his ninja way for the first time. Just as he grappled with uncertainty about his future, he was struck with the devastating news of Jiraiya's severe injuries. Looking at Jiraiya, whom he held in great esteem, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. Jiraiya had not only taught him ninjutsu, but also accompanied him on his journey of growth, fostering a bond that transcended mere mentorship. To Naruto, Jiraiya was more like a father than a teacher, providing him with a familial companionship that was both paternal and instructive. As Naruto gazed at Jiraiya's vacant left sleeve, his eyes welled with sorrow. The last time he faced the loss of a revered mentor was when the third Hokage perished in battle, revealing to him the harsh realities of the ninja world. This time, however, it felt profoundly different. Memories of the past 3 years of training flowed through Naruto's mind like a poignant film reel. The seemingly frivolous and lecherous mentor bore the weight of immense burdens. He fought back tears, nearly losing this fatherly figure. With a creak, the hospital door swung open, and Lee Rock entered, carrying flowers and fruit. "How is he? I heard he is out of danger," Lee Rock spoke softly. Upon seeing Lee Rock, Naruto stood and bowed slightly. "Thank you for saving Master Jiraiya. It's nothing. A hero of his caliber should indeed witness the moment you become Hokage," Lee Rock remarked casually. The mention of Hokage caused Naruto's eyes to widen in shock, followed by a wave of uncertainty. Observing Naruto's reaction, Lee Rock suggested, "Shall we step outside for a moment?" He placed the flowers and fruit by the bedside and turned to leave. Naruto hesitated briefly, unsure of why, but found himself following Lee Rock outside. On the hospital rooftop, the setting sun cascaded across the horizon like molten gold, painting the sky in gentle hues of orange and red. Under the sun's warm embrace, the edges of the leaves glimmered with a delicate golden trim, exuding vibrant life. A soft breeze wafted through, carrying with it a refreshing coolness mingled with the earthy scent of soil. Lee Rock gazed at this enchanting scene, his heart swelling with appreciation for the beauty of time. Is fate truly unbreakable? Behind him, Naruto's voice resonated, imbued with uncertainty about the past and confusion regarding the future. "Yes," Lee Rock affirmed with conviction. "Really? Indeed, truly," he reiterated. "Provided one possesses sufficient strength." Naruto approached Lee Rock, following his gaze to behold a dreamlike tapestry of scenery. The two stood in serene silence, savoring the unique tranquility and comfort of dusk. At that moment, everything on the rooftop appeared harmonious and beautiful, as if time had slowed its pace, allowing them to forget the daily worries and clamor. Gradually, Naruto's inner turmoil and anxiety began to dissipate. "How wonderful it would be if it could always be like this," he murmured. Lee Rock shook his head. "Peace is fleeting. War is eternal. I will ensure that the ninja world remains at peace." Naruto's wavering resolve in the ninja way solidified once more. "How will you do that?" "I will find a way." "What is the specific plan?" "I will accomplish it." Although Naruto was uncertain of the steps to take, he believed in his ability to succeed. This is the essence of Naruto. Lee Rock opened his mouth to speak, yet words eluded him, ultimately transforming into a sigh. Such sincerity and innocence are truly rare. This single-mindedness can be admirable at times. "I have faith in you. When you become Hokage, remember to treat me to ramen." With that, Lee Rock's figure vanished from the rooftop. A smile crept across Naruto's face. "All right, Ichiraka ramen, here I come." Brimming with confidence, he descended from the rooftop. Upon returning to his modest home, Lee Rock had a simple dinner. He did not contest Naruto's aspirations. There was no point in arguing with someone so resolute. Only reality serves as the greatest teacher. Becoming Hokage is a goal too trivial. Lee Rock's fondness for Naruto had deepened. Naruto was practically destined to be the future Hokage. While Lee Rock's identity rendered him incapable of contending with the children of nobility, yet his ambitions extended far beyond mere Hokage. The ninja world is vast. The world itself is immense. Utilizing the resources and connections at his disposal, he aimed to consolidate all power and achieve unification. This is Li Loc's true aspiration. Currently, the land of rice and the land of iron had entirely fallen under his influence, while the land of earth was in the midst of conquest. The existence of Sand Ninja has become merely nominal, and the natural environment is exceedingly harsh. Li Loc currently has no intention of taking action. First, he aims to thoroughly conquer the land of earth, leveraging the prestige of a great nation to completely engulf the surrounding smaller states, and then turn his attention to the land of wind and the land of thunder. As for Konoha and the land of fire, that formidable challenge will be the final target. A few days later, Li Loc returned to the hospital to visit Jiraiya, who had awakened and was gazing intently at a nurse. "Excuse me, Miss Nurse, are you free lately? I would like your company outside." "That's not possible. Your body requires 6 months of rest, per Tsunade's orders." With that, the nurse left the room, her expression grim. "Honestly, the nurses in Konoha lack warmth," Jiraiya muttered. "This is a hospital, not a training academy. The nurses naturally won't be overly friendly," Li Loc remarked as he entered the room. Jiraiya acknowledged him with a nod. "You speak the truth. Just thinking about having to wait another 6 months before I can venture out for materials makes me feel awful." "You could send a shadow clone out for a stroll," Li Loc suggested. Jiraiya sighed. "That won't do. Tsunade insists on transplanting first Hokage cells into my arm, and I cannot use ninjutsu for half a year." He gestured to his empty left sleeve. Li Loc felt a stir within. This was the reason he had repeatedly sought out Jiraiya. He surmised that Tsunade would not idly stand by while Jiraiya remained armless, and would indeed resort to using Hashirama's cells. Cells of Lord Hashirama? Li Loc hesitated to speak, realizing that even the higher-ups of Konoha were unqualified to handle such matters. These cells belonged to the Senju clan, and without their consent, none could procure them. Of course, the unscrupulous Orochimaru could acquire them, given his unique relationship with Tsunade, coupled with his connections to Danzo and the third Hokage, allowing him to conduct research without objection. However, Li Loc was not in such a position. He lacked even the knowledge of where to obtain them. Jiraiya's expression darkened. "Do you desire them as well?" His sharp mind and methods were formidable. Noticing Li Loc's repeated visits and his interest in Hashirama's cells, Jiraiya quickly deduced his thoughts. "Haha, do you think I would admit to wanting them?" Li Loc retorted. "Indeed." "I do not believe you," Jiraiya replied, taking a bite from an apple. "I am curious about what you intend to do with Hashirama's cells." He remained grateful for Li Loc's life-saving assistance. However, he could not shake the feeling that Li Loc bore an uncanny resemblance to a long-lost acquaintance, Orochimaru, the rogue ninja. Chapter 59, Journey to the Land of Crafts. Jiraiya's bottom line is Konoha. Anyone posing a threat to Konoha can be eliminated, even if it is his beloved Tsunade, his dear friend Orochimaru, or even Naruto. Konoha is the absolute bottom line. He also wanted to ascertain Rock Lee's intentions and whether they posed a threat to the village. "I have 2 objectives," Rock Lee mused for a moment. "First, to counter the imminent threat of the Akatsuki. As the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, they will undoubtedly come for me. I must seize any means to strengthen myself. Second, I wish to obtain a sample of Lord Hashirama's cells for my dear friend Niji, to see if it can break the caged bird seal." Rock Lee did not lie. Before a man of Jiraiya's caliber, deception would crumble under scrutiny. "Is that so?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, studying Rock Lee. After a long pause, he sighed. "Very well. I'll speak to Tsunade about it. Whether she agrees or not is beyond my control." "Thank you." Rock Lee stood and bowed. "Don't thank me yet," Jiraiya warned sternly. "If you ever bring harm to Konoha, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Rock Lee turned and left the room. "Rest assured, I am not like Orochimaru. I have my principles." Jiraiya watched him go, deep in thought. Upon hearing Rock Lee's first request, he had been inclined to refuse. But the caged bird seal, this boy still held loyalty in his heart. It was Rock Lee's second plea, for Niji's sake, that swayed Jiraiya's decision. It seems the High-GA clan will soon face upheaval. Days later, Tsunade visited Jiraiya in the hospital. "Too busy. You should be the Hokage. This workload is killing me," she complained the moment she entered, shedding her usual authoritative demeanor in his presence. But the sight that greeted her was Jiraiya flirting shamelessly with a nurse. "Ah, Tsunade. You could be knocked," he stammered awkwardly. The nurse, flustered, bowed hastily and fled. Tsunade's eye twitched violently as she struggled to contain her temper. "This temper of mine, listen. There is something important I need to discuss with you. Save it for the Pure Land. We'll talk after I've killed you." "Wait, this is a hospital. If you punch me, the other patients, BM." In the end, Tsunade restrained herself. instead of a full-force strike. She delivered a light tap to Jiraiya's head, though it still left a visible lump. "Be grateful I spared you today, out of consideration for the other patients." She hissed coldly, taking a seat beside his bed. "Many thanks for your mercy, Lady Tsunade," Jiraiya chuckled. The two exchanged idle chatter for a while. Tsunade venting about the unbearable burdens of the Hokage position, while Jiraiya offered words of encouragement. After all, if she quit, the mantle would fall to him. Jiraiya harbored a greater apprehension towards the myriad responsibilities of the Hokage than Tsunade did. "By the way, how is Lord Hashirama's cell faring? It will require some more time. Do you have an urgent matter?" Tsunade inquired with curiosity. She had received intelligence indicating that the Akatsuki organization appeared to be capturing tailed beasts in the hidden cloud village. Raikage had always been a hardliner. He did not seek assistance, and Tsunade was unable to provide support. Thus, she sent an advance notice, urging Raikage to remain vigilant. As it stood, the 2 tails and 8 tails were still safe. During this period, there had been no significant events in Konoha. "I am not in a hurry." A few days prior, Rock Lee visited and inquired about Hashirama's cells. Jiraiya hesitated briefly before divulging the details of Lee's inquiry. "Oh, he desires my grandfather's cells? Indeed, I merely wish to inform you. Your consent is necessary. It's not an issue, just a bit troublesome. I lack the time to seek him out. When he next visits you, simply tell him to wait," Tsunade stated calmly. Jiraiya was taken aback. Hashirama's cells were exceptionally precious. Moreover, these were Tsunade's grandfather's cells. It would be one thing to grant them to a longtime friend, especially considering the subtle warmth developing in their relationship over the years. But Rock Lee was an outsider, a rather enigmatic one at that. "What are your thoughts on Rock Lee?" Jiraiya asked. "I find him inscrutable," Tsunade replied. "However, I can ascertain one thing." Tsunade examined Jiraiya's condition and put away her stethoscope. "He is not a second Orochimaru. He has many people who care for him. Guy, Neji, Kakashi, Naruto, and others hold him in high regard, and that is sufficient." "Haha. Indeed, you speak the truth." The conversation turned nostalgic as they reminisced about Orochimaru. Sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, casting a warm glow upon the immaculate hospital room. Tsunade picked up the book on the bedside table, Heroes Without Words, and engaged in conversation with Jiraiya, her gaze occasionally tenderly brushing over his face. They exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts communicating in the silence that enveloped them. In that room, aside from the occasional soft hum of medical equipment, their gentle dialogue and laughter wove a sweet and heartwarming melody. The following day, within the dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee received Jiraiya's message. His heart soared with delight, for he had not anticipated Tsunade's prompt acquiescence. The Hashirama cells were secured. Though he remained uncertain if they could be simplified, Lee held little hope, knowing that the system could only simplify ninjutsu and taijutsu. Cells were a physical augmentation, and the system might not be effective in this regard. Lee prepared a simple dinner. After dining, he gently opened the door. 8 gates. 99489148100000000. 7th gate. In half a year, he would be able to unlock the 8th gate. Time flew by. A month has passed. Rock Lee sat before the wooden cabin, gently polishing his narrow blade, which bore an array of minute nicks along its edge. This knife had withstood the relentless assaults of the Black Rods, enduring alongside Lee in numerous battles without succumbing entirely. Indeed, it was a fine weapon. Regrettably, it had reached its limits. Lee lightly swung the blade. His swordsmanship had encountered an unprecedented bottleneck, as if it had brushed against an invisible barrier, making further progress arduous. Yet, this step could not be rushed. He could only contemplate the cells of the Senju. The power of sage techniques allowed Lee to momentarily grasp the essence of his blade. Perhaps the Senju cells could enhance his physical attributes in various aspects. "Is something the matter?" Lee inquired softly. Up ahead, Shikamaru and Hinata emerged from the depths of the dense forest. "There's a mission from the Hokage that requires your assistance. Will you join us?" This task was selected by Shikamaru himself. As the de facto leader, he lacked considerable combat prowess and needed a sensory type for the team. Initially, he had considered Neji, but Neji and Tintin had not returned to the village post-Chunin exams. As a second option, he sought Hinata. The rest of the team was already set, but Shikamaru, seeking assurance, required a dependable companion of formidable strength. Lee was the first person to come to mind. "What is the mission?" Lee asked. "Spies from the land of crafts have infiltrated Konoha and seem to be searching for tailed beasts. The Hokage has tasked me with investigating," Shikamaru explained. "The land of crafts?" Lee recalled that it was a small nation known for producing ninja tools. He happened to be in need of a sturdy blade. Let us go. Chapter 60, Performance Konoha. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Lee made their way towards the village gates. Along the way, Hinata glanced at Lee. My father has sent someone to search for Niji's whereabouts, she said, looking towards Lee. I intend to check on Naruto. I fear he may act recklessly if left unattended, Shikamaru remarked, quickening his pace and soon distancing himself from Hinata and Lee. Shikamaru preferred to avoid such clandestine matters. He had no desire to become embroiled in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. Lee chuckled softly as he observed Shikamaru's departure. As a comrade, Shikamaru was trustworthy, albeit with a notable flaw, a fear of trouble. Rest assured, Niji is quite safe, Lee reassured her. Is that so? Hinata expressed her concern, though she refrained from elaborating further. Before long, Hinata and Lee arrived at the gates of Konoha. There, they found Inuzuka Kiba, Choji, Naruto, Sakura, Ino, and Shino gathered. To Lee's surprise, the duo from Sunagakure was also present. Gaara has been captured. It seems the higher-ups, for reasons unknown, intend to release him, which is why they notified the Sand Shinobi this time, Shikamaru elucidated. Lee remained non-committal regarding this revelation. The strength of the two Sand Shinobi has fallen far behind his own, posing no threat whatsoever, and thus, Lee Rock remains indifferent. Instead, he finds himself intrigued by Shikamaru's mention of returning Gaara. What is Danzo up to? Ever since Tsunade ascended to the position of Hokage, the upper echelons of Konoha have been entirely under Danzo's control, becoming a dictatorship. The suggestion to return Gaara to the Sand Shinobi undoubtedly originates from Danzo. Moreover, the strength of the four celestial symbols is indeed formidable among small nations. However, within the ranks of Konoha, teaming with elite ninjas, these individuals are merely mediocre. It is rather astonishing that they managed to abduct Gaara. The Umbu must be truly lax in their duties. Lee Rock finds it perplexing what scheme Danzo is concocting once more. The two Sand Shinobi, sensing no malice from Lee Rock, breathe a sigh of relief. Shikamaru exhales, expressing his frustration. It is indeed troublesome. None among this group seem reliable. Yet, he must rely on these individuals to fulfill their mission. So be it. As long as the task is accomplished, the rest is of no concern to him. With this thought, Shikamaru surveys the group. Their current mission involves retrieving Gaara and investigating the intentions of the four celestial symbols. Should they pose a threat to Konoha, eradication will be necessary. Shikamaru glances at Sakura. You are the sole medical ninja in the team. Should anyone sustain injuries, your assistance will be required. No problem. Well then, does anyone have any questions? If not, let us depart. The group rushes towards the village exit. Lee Rock studies the map. The four celestial symbols have left the land of fire and are headed towards the land of rivers. Their strength is not particularly formidable. Reflecting on the situation in the land of crafts, Lee Rock recalls that the four celestial symbols intend to utilize Gaara, the Jinchuriki, to resurrect the ancestor of the land of crafts, Saimai. Resurrection of the ancestor of the land of crafts? Lee Rock places his right hand on his waist, gently rubbing the hilt of his narrow blade. He does not intend to hinder the four celestial symbols. In fact, he contemplates occasionally impeding his teammates to prevent them from catching up to the four celestial symbols and disrupting Saimai's resurrection. Lee Rock gazes ahead. Since Saimai is the ancestor of the land of crafts, his techniques for forging ninja tools must be unparalleled. It is time for my narrow blade to undergo an upgrade. In the land of rivers, within a forest, the four celestial symbols are advancing swiftly. We will reach our destination within half a day at most, says the tortoise. He glances back at the unconscious Gaara, contemplating whether their operation has been too smooth. It feels somewhat abnormal. They have infiltrated the Umbu of Konoha, the foremost of the five great nations, and successfully abducted a Jinchuriki while retreating safely. Everything seems too effortless. The five great nations have long since declined. If even Konoha's Umbu are so easily overwhelmed, one can only imagine the weakness of the other four ninja villages. In the realm of my skilled nation, a great resurgence is upon us. Little do they know the formidable power of our ninjutsu. Fear not, for as long as we can resurrect our ancestral figure, Saimai, the five great nations shall inevitably fall. Upon hearing this, the tortoise nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, the Jinchuriki behind him, Gaara, is indeed genuine. With the addition of Saimai, what could the five hidden villages possibly do? Konoha pursuers are approaching. The four celestial beasts hasten their pace, catching sight of the Konoha ninjas behind them. I will intercept them, declared Ryugen. Water Tiger, accompany Ryugen, Tortoise instructed, turning his gaze towards Water Tiger. Understood. Meanwhile, at the rear, Rock Lee noticed that two among the four celestial beasts had remained to block their path, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. After all, this is the team of the 12 little titans alongside the Sand siblings. The two lesser foes ahead would likely not last even 5 minutes. Naruto, can you handle this? Shikamaru inquired, well aware of Naruto's strength after he had unlocked Sage Mode. The terrifying Raisin Shuriken during the Chunin exams had left a lasting impression on him. Although that technique could no longer be used, dealing with them should pose no issue. Leave it to me. Naruto charged forward. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Hinata, Ino, support Naruto. The rest of you continue the pursuit. Yes, Hinata and Ino affirmed, remaining behind to assist Naruto in confronting the adversaries. Rock Lee, blending into the group, felt a sense of urgency. It was not concern for his comrade's safety, but rather fear of not holding out until Saimai's resurrection. A strategy must be devised. He thought to himself, this situation cannot persist. An hour passed. Ahead, among the four celestial beasts, the peacock halted, intending to obstruct the advance of the Konoha ninjas. Suddenly, Lee let out a heart-wrenching scream as he tumbled from a tree to the ground. Boom. His body crashed heavily onto the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. This scene left Shikamaru in utter shock. Flee, everyone. Immediately retreat and abandon the mission. Shikamaru commanded decisively. Confusion spread among the group. Hey Shikamaru, what's wrong? What happened? Was it an enemy technique? They all paused, looking toward Shikamaru. No time for questions. Just run, split up, and regroup at the borders of the Land of Fire. Though puzzled, they obeyed their cautious leader and scattered to escape. Shikamaru cautiously eyed the peacock not far ahead as he rushed to Lee's side. A bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Is the enemy truly this powerful? Even Lee has fallen in an instant. In Shikamaru's mind, Lee was undeniably the strongest among the younger generation. He believed Lee could single-handedly take on their entire group. Now, to see even the mightiest Lee brought down so swiftly was beyond his comprehension. If the enemy truly strikes, can these people hold their ground? What's wrong? Shikamaru urgently inquired. Rock Lee merely clutched his neck, his face contorted in agony as he gritted his teeth. An illusion? Shikamaru recalled that Lee had never trained in genjutsu. With a swift motion of his fingers, he commanded, release. Yet Rock Lee's condition showed no sign of improvement. His neck. Realization dawned upon Shikamaru. This was no enemy attack. The situation just became far more troublesome. Chapter 61. Severely wounded amidst the forest, Kajaku stared ahead. Why are the Konoha shinobi fleeing? Her twin blades gripped firmly. She stood bewildered. After a prolonged observation, she concluded their retreat did not seem faint. Deciding to test them, she formed hand seals. Wind release. Spiral gale. A violent whirlwind erupted from the ground, surging toward Rock Lee and Shikamaru. Whoosh. In an instant. The two were swept away, their bodies now adorned with fresh wounds. Kajaku erupted into laughter at the sight. Truly, this is the caliber of Konoha? Haki actually worried over such weaklings. It seems the 5 great shinobi villages have fallen to such pitiful depths. Her laughter echoed as she crossed her blades. Wind release. Gale slash. A tempestuous gust, infused with razor-sharp wind chakra, surged toward the two. In the distance, Rock Lee lay unconscious. Shikamaru's expression darkened, not out of fear for Kajaku, but for the lurking presence of Orochimaru. That must be the curse seal. It matches the intel on Sasuke's condition. This was his gravest concern. According to the reports he had reviewed, Sasuke and Orochimaru's movements had always been shrouded in secrecy. No one knew their whereabouts, nor their true objectives. It's not Orochimaru. Rock Lee stirred slightly, managing a weak whisper. Lee, are you all right? Damn it. Before Shikamaru could press further, Lee collapsed once more. Whoosh. The gale struck. The wind slash carved into Shikamaru's flesh, blood erupting in thin lines. Pain seared through his body. Wind release. I should have asked her to stay. Both wield wind techniques. Wonder who's stronger. As the thought crossed his mind, another slash tore toward him. Damn it. Shikamaru kicked the unconscious Lee behind a massive boulder, then pressed forward, inching closer to Kajaku. Futile efforts, Konoha trash. Blame your misfortune for being born in the wrong village. Kajaku unleashed a barrage of wind slashes. Trapped, Shikamaru had nowhere left to evade. Shadow imitation. The range isn't enough. A cold dread settled in his chest. Whoosh. A fierce gale surged from behind him, countering the peacock's wind slash. You are quite weak, aren't you? Temari remarked with a smile. Her 3-star fan poised in hand as she glanced at Shikamaru. Wind release is truly my nemesis, Shikamaru sighed. Realizing that the opponent had discerned the range of his shadow imitation technique, persistently employing long-distance wind attacks. Upon hearing the term wind release, Temari's interest was piqued. "What brings you back?" Shikamaru inquired. A bug flitted past Temari's fan. "It's that bug guy from your side. He mentioned you were in danger. Is it Shino?" Shikamaru couldn't help but recall Shino's demeanor. That fellow was surprisingly perceptive. "What? Have you begun to exchange sweet nothings? It seems you two are quite oblivious to the situation." The peacock remarked coldly. This statement made Temari feel somewhat uncomfortable. She did indeed harbor some affection for Shikamaru. As for Shikamaru, he remained indifferent, merely sensing that Temari was less troublesome than he had anticipated. "Silence. What exactly is your objective?" Temari retorted sharply. "As for our objective, I wouldn't mind sharing it with you." The peacock chuckled softly. "We aim to resurrect the founder of the land of crafts, Saimai. He shall forge powerful ninja tools and bring an end to the reign of the 5 great countries." The peacock laughed heartily. "Now I see. It seems we must take this more seriously." Shikamaru mused, his gaze fixed on the waterfall behind the peacock. He approached Temari and whispered into her ear. "Can you increase the flow of that waterfall?" Temari felt a warmth brush against her ear, stirring something within her, yet that feeling quickly extinguished in her heart. As the princess of the sand, she had been subjected to rigorous training from a young age. As a ninja, emotions were a liability. In the tumultuous world of ninjas, even those fortunate enough to forge bonds may not find a favorable outcome in the end. Often, couples from opposing factions, driven by their differing allegiances, would mercilessly thrust their kunai at one another. Such is the brutal reality of the ninja realm. Temari had long been burdened with 2 troublesome younger brothers, and she had always held herself to high standards. For her, emotions were a grave taboo. "Can you do it?" Shikamaru's words snapped Temari back to the present. "I can," she affirmed with a nod, her response straightforward. "Wind release. Wind cutter." A blade of air shot towards the peacock. The peacock scoffed. "Wind release? Huh. Allow me to demonstrate the power of ninja tools." With a swift stroke of his sword, the peacock struck the wind blade. Whoosh! The wind release rebounded, targeting Temari instead. It can actually reflect wind release. Temari's face revealed her alarm. In a panic, she wielded her 3-star fan, unleashing a flurry of wind blades in a chaotic barrage. At least, from the peacock's perspective, the wind blades appeared to be wildly erratic. "Have you already lost your composure?" The peacock laughed, its form flickering as it evaded several blades of wind. "Fear not, for after your demise, I shall ensure you are interred together. Do you have any final words?" However, the peacock soon discovered that its body had suddenly become immobile. Shikamaru let out a sigh of relief. The shadow imitation technique had succeeded. Observing this, Temari bit her finger and brushed it against her fan. Her heart was unsettled, and she dared not allow the peacock to utter any more words of affection or burial. Summoning, Dance of the Scythe, she conjured a weasel wielding a large sickle. The weasel swung the sickle with ferocious might, its attack range vast. As trees and boulders ahead were uprooted and shattered, the peacock was also struck down, plunging into the lake. Only then did Temari and Shikamaru take a moment to rest upon a tree. A bug fluttered from the treetops into the distance. After a while, everyone gathered once more by Shikamaru's side. "Hey, Shikamaru, what just happened?" Kiba complained. Shikamaru, with a sense of resignation, pointed to the still unconscious Rock Lee and offered a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their inquiries. Shikamaru's decision to remain behind, allowing them to escape, was rooted in concern for their safety. "My bug is still following them," Shino remarked, looking ahead. They seemed to have halted at the valley's entrance. After Shino spoke, everyone turned their gaze to Shikamaru. "Sakura, Lee is in your care. Shino, leave a bug behind. Should anything unexpected occur, Sakura, make sure the bug alerts us immediately. The rest will continue the pursuit." "Understood." With that, the group departed. In the ravaged forest, only Sakura and Lee remained. Sakura approached to tend to Lee's wounds. She released chakra from her hands. Healing technique. Sakura placed her hands on Lee's chest, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Why, you're not injured?" she queried, perplexed. Lee opened his eyes, his pupils as deep as the night, as if the gates of an abyss had swung wide, exuding an aura of boundless terror and lethality. "I am gravely wounded. I apologize for the trouble." Lee's calm tone added an air of indescribable authority. Sakura couldn't help but recall Lee's frenzied demeanor in the Forest of Death and the rumors circulating among the rock ninjas. A shiver ran down her spine. "I understand. You are gravely wounded. Please lie still." Chapter 62. I shall scatter explosive tags into your eyes within the valley. The tortoise wielded a glowing sword. Summoning the peacock's dual swords, the dragon's fang, and the infinite steel armor from afar. Beside him stood a semicircular iron cage, sealed tight. Within the cage, Gaara writhed in agony. It is futile. Struggling is in vain. Quickly, transform into Shikaku. The tortoise laughed heartily. He sensed that the gathered chakra was nearly sufficient. Boom. A surge of chakra erupted from within the iron cage, shattering the mountain rocks. From the depths of the rocky terrain, an iron coffin emerged, its lid flung open, revealing a decayed corpse of a figure named Qingming. What ensued was a moment poised to witness the miraculous. In the shadows, the thought of resurrecting the dead seemed utterly implausible. Shikamaru, concealed in darkness, did not rush to act. The chakra within the tortoise had grown alarmingly formidable as it surged. The winds around them roared, rendering them unable to approach. Such chakra was nearly on par with Lee's when he opened the fifth gate, wasn't it? Naruto gazed in astonishment towards the tortoise, while Temari and Kankuro remained indifferent to whether Qingming would truly return. Their focus was fixed on the iron cage beside the tortoise. Hey, Shikamaru, if that monster inside Gaara were to emerge, Shikamaru formed hand seals. Shadow imitation jutsu. A black shadow transformed into a slender thread, racing from beneath Shikamaru's feet towards the tortoise. Heh, can't resist, can you? A rat from Konoha. The tortoise shifted, leaping backward. I've heard of Konoha's shadow techniques. The tortoise formed hand seals. Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate ninja tool crafted by our founder, Lord Qiming. He laughed heartily. Lord Qiming, manifest through me. Arise, Lord Qiming. The tortoise's form dissipated into bubbles, replaced by the rapidly materializing corpse of Qingming within the iron coffin. This technique to resurrect the dead was a spectacle none had ever witnessed before. They were all awestruck by Qingming's emergence. I am Qiming, having traversed a century. I now appear in the ninja world as the ultimate tool of the craft ninja village. A blinding light flashed, clad in an infinite steel armor, bearing the dragon's eye blade and the dark knife on his back, with a luminous sword rising from his abdomen and dual peacock swords in his hands. An even more bizarre and powerful chakra surged forth. My long-held aspiration has finally come to fruition. The era of the 5 great ninja nations ruling the world is about to end. From this moment forth, our craft ninja village shall reign supreme. Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja realm, Qiming laughed heartily, feeling an overwhelming power within him. You are but mere ants. I, as a god, will, suddenly. A cold voice resonated from behind Qiming. Are you proficient in forging ninja tools? Rock Lee had awaited Qiming's resurrection, a ruse he had orchestrated to buy time. What? Qiming was taken aback. His chakra had become exceedingly dense, almost materializing, yet someone was able to approach him under such circumstances. Who are you? I shall grant you. Lee grasped Qingming's neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Silence, clown. Might Guy's disciple, Lee Rock, refrained from utilizing any celestial techniques or the 8 gates. Merely relying on the formidable power of the 3 tails within him was sufficient to overpower the progenitor of the craft ninja village. With a gentle flick of his left hand, the ninja tools adorning Qingming shattered instantaneously. How is this possible? Qingming's pupils widened in shock. This was his ultimate ninja tool, and yet it crumbled so effortlessly. Thus, I declare you a jester, lost in your own delusions while claiming to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, utterly unaware of your own limitations. Lee Rock released his grip on Qiming, who fell disoriented to the ground. Nearby, the iron cage restraining Gaara disintegrated. Gaara had already undergone partial tailed beast transformation, half of his form morphing into Shikaku. Yet a fragment of his consciousness remained lucid. Lee Rock, you shall perish. Gaara still harbored resentment for the events that transpired during the CH9 exams. A tempest surged, destabilizing those present. You all may retreat. I shall take over from here, Lee Rock commanded Shikamaru and the others. It must be done. Everyone, aside from Naruto, fall back. The power of a tailed beast is far too terrifying for you. Shikamaru led the others in retreat, while Naruto approached Lee Rock. Lee, how should we deal with this guy? Let him remain. I have use for him, Lee Rock replied, casting a glance at Qingming. Do you understand? An obsolete relic of the past. If you wish to avoid being consigned to your grave once more, forge me a superior blade. Lee Rock unsheathed his narrow sword and tossed it to Qiming. Aren't you skilled in crafting ninja tools? Get to work. The ferocity emanating from Lee Rock instilled fear in Qingming. Monster, you are a monster, Qingming exclaimed in terror. Indeed, you are correct, Lee Rock smirked. 3 tails. Reveal your might to him. With a resounding crash, a terrifyingly enormous turtle materialized before Qi Ming, causing him to stagger backward in fright. Li Rock relinquished the tailed beast transformation and approached Qi Ming. Do not squander my time any further. If you fail to forge a ninja blade that pleases me today, I shall sever your limbs and hang you at the entrance of the craft ninja village. Li Rock's voice was cold and unforgiving. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming capitulated entirely. As the founder of the craft ninja village, the thought of being hanged at its gates was a humiliation too great to bear. Meanwhile, Gaara succumbed completely to the illusionary slumber technique, his tailed beast fully revealed, its wind techniques and sealing jutsu still posing a headache for Naruto. Haha, I am finally free. Shikaku roared, the sound reverberating in the air as the fierce winds whipped about. What is happening? To emerge only to confront the 3 tails and the 9 tails. What ill fortune. Shikaku lamented incessantly. I share your sentiment. Allow me to send you back, Li Rock declared, clapping his hands together. He entered Sage mode. Sage Art. Lightning Release. Thunder Judgment. The sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds, and countless bolts of lightning crashed down. Lightning was particularly effective against sand, causing immense pain to Shikaku as it struck him. Shikaku cried out repeatedly, Ah, is that how the 3 tails rises and falls? He began to comprehend why Rock Lee possessed the 3 tails. With a firm resolve, he summoned sand, which coalesced around him to form an impenetrable spherical shield, shielding him from the thunderous onslaught. Die. Wind Release. Sand Scatterbomb. Shikaku roared. Naruto, standing nearby, felt utterly helpless. In that moment, he realized the vast chasm that separated him from Rock Lee, despite both wielding sage techniques. Take Qi Ming and go. I will handle this. Rock Lee instructed Naruto. Understood. Naruto seized the narrow blade that Qi Ming had been studying and dashed away into the distance. 8 gates released, 2nd gate, open. Rock Lee's speed surged once more. After evading the sand scatter bombs, he hurled a kunai, which struck the sand shield protecting Shikaku's head. In an instant, Rock Lee vanished, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing atop Shikaku. Now, it's time to sprinkle a few explosive tags into your eyes. Chapter 63. My favor is not easily repaid. Boom. Shikaku roared in fury. Sensing the imminent threat, Rock Lee clapped his hands together, summoning a colossal sealing barrier in the air. This is a sealing technique, Shikaku exclaimed in astonishment. The seal within Gaara is weak, bound by sand ninjutsu, and it always had a chance to escape. But this sealing barrier from Rock Lee is different. As a fellow master of sealing, Shikaku could feel the formidable strength of Rock Lee's technique. Don't. Shikaku attempted to protest, but a detonating tag floated out from Rock Lee's long sleeves, landing on the corner of his eye. Boom. The explosive tag detonated, sending Shikaku rolling in agony on the ground. 8 trigram sealing technique. Seal. The immense sealing barrier enveloped Shikaku, instantly sealing him within Gaara's body. Rock Lee swiftly picked up the unconscious Gaara and departed. In the distance, onlookers witnessed the colossal figure of Shikaku vanish and knew it was Rock Lee's doing. Just how powerful has he become? Shikamaru murmured. I don't know. That enormous sealing barrier was unlike anything I've seen before. Even Kakashi-sensei might struggle with such a technique to seal a tailed beast. Perhaps, upon unlocking sage techniques, he already possesses the strength of a Kaga-level ninja. Coupled with that terrifying sealing skill, the crowd fell silent, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength. While Naruto had also learned sage techniques, he still operated within a comprehensible range. However, Rock Lee was on an entirely different level of ninja prowess, an incomprehensible kind of power. Beside him, Qi Ming listened intently to the conversations around him, realizing just how absurdly mistaken he had been. His face flushed crimson. His earlier proclamations about ending the era of the 5 great nations and standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world were nothing short of a farce. According to those around him, there were still a dozen or so individuals of Li Rock's caliber among the 5 great nations. Qi Ming dared not ponder further. He could only feel grateful that Li Rock shattered his imperial dreams. Otherwise, if he were to don that ultimate ninja gear and challenge the 5 great nations, he would have been utterly defeated. In a flash, Li Rock's figure appeared. Gaara. Temari's gaze shifted as she noticed Li Rock carrying the unconscious Gaara on his shoulder. She hesitated to demand Gaara's return. With no other option, Temari turned to Shikamaru. He sighed, Little Li, the Hokage's orders do not concern me. Li Rock responded firmly. Just moments ago, he attempted to take my life. I adhere to a principle. Once someone strikes at me, I will crush them mercilessly, to the extent of annihilating their entire clan. I care not for the Hokage's orders, nor for the daimyos. His calm demeanor belied the lethal intent behind his words. He possessed the strength to justify such declarations. Temari fell silent, intimidated. "What a bother," Shikamaru remarked, raising his hands in surrender. "Consider it a favor owed to you. That's the right attitude. You are a wise man. Your goodwill outweighs the importance of tailed beasts." This was Lee Rock's intention. He had no concern for Gaara's fate, but controlling Gaara equated to controlling Temari. Their sibling bond made this the optimal opportunity for her to reclaim Gaara. If she missed it, there might never be another chance. As long as Lee Rock remained resolute, Temari would have no choice but to plead with Shikamaru. Lee Rock anticipated this. Shikamaru was astute enough to grasp his implications. "I entrust him to you." With a slight shake of his shoulder, the unconscious Gaara was propelled toward Temari. She caught him and expressed her gratitude profusely. "I must take my leave now. Thank you all for your assistance." Temari glanced at Shikamaru before hurriedly departing with Kankuro and the unconscious Gaara, fearing that Lee Rock might suddenly renege on their agreement. "Wait." Both Temari and Kankuro trembled at his voice. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to remind you that I have reinforced his seal. Henceforth, without Gaara's consent, Shikaka shall not be released. Remember to remain vigilant against the Akatsuki. Thank you for the warning." Temari and Kankuro dared not look back and fled. Lee Rock watched as the sand ninjas disappeared from view before turning to Chi-Ming. Chi-Ming shuddered. He understood. Among these individuals, Shikamaru was the nominal leader. But Lee Rock was the true decision-maker. "So, have you contemplated how to forge this blade?" Lee Rock inquired calmly. Yet the calmer he appeared, the more fear gripped him. In his heart, Lee Rock was a capricious monster, prone to violence at the slightest provocation. "Think it through. I assure you it will satisfy," he muttered, collapsing to the ground and stealing a glance at Lee Rock, his words stumbling forth. "Speak your mind. Delay, and you shall never find the chance again. I need time, 3 months. In that time, I shall forge the perfect blade that resides within me." Qingming hastily declared. "Very well, return to the Forge Ninja Village. I shall send someone to oversee your progress." "Thank you for sparing my life," Qingming replied hurriedly as he fled towards the land of crafts. Upon hearing Lee Rock's words, he raced off, already contemplating the creation of a means of escape should he face such a situation again. Lee Rock and the others proceeded towards Konoha. "Lee, I will not take responsibility for this. You must speak with Lord Hokage yourself. It's too much trouble," Shikamaru remarked casually as he walked ahead. Qingming harbored intentions to attack Konoha and the 5 great nations, despite lacking the strength to pose any genuine threat. Merely entertaining such thoughts was a grave offense. The proper procedure dictated that Qingming should be returned to Konoha for judgment by the Hokage. Lee Rock, however, acted beyond his authority, which could incite the Hokage's ire. Shikamaru had no desire to bear the consequences. "Rest assured, I shall explain to the Hokage. This matter does not concern you." Lee Rock chuckled lightly. This fellow truly wished to avoid any entanglements. Shikamaru's pace gradually slackened, separating him from the group. "Was that intentional?" he asked, a sudden thought striking him. Lee Rock remained silent. "You deliberately used the curse mark on your neck to delay me, intending to resurrect Qingming, didn't you? Haha. I see it now. Truly, it is just like you," he joked. Shikamaru fell silent, his brow furrowed, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This man had anticipated both his psychology and his responses. Shikamaru felt a profound sense of unease regarding Lee Rock. It was not merely his strength. Lee Rock possessed formidable intellect as well. Shikamaru recalled the incident when Lee Rock's curse mark had activated, and initially, there had been no cause for suspicion. However, he then remembered Lee Rock's words during Shikamaru's panic. "It's not Orochimaru." Lee Rock had intentionally spoken thus. He had deduced that once the curse mark activated, Shikamaru would certainly distance the others, and at the moment Shikamaru was embroiled in a fierce battle, wary of the potential threat that Orochimaru posed. Lee Rock had promptly reminded him not to be overly cautious. He had even anticipated my thoughts. What remarkable cunning! Shikamaru was astounded. He had only witnessed such insight in his father, Shikaku, and the third Hokage. It was as if all his secrets had been laid bare, with nothing left to conceal. "I have taken note of your favor, and you must understand that my own debts of gratitude are not easily settled," Lee Rock remarked with a smile. "If you require assistance, though I doubt I can be of any help." This was the source of Shikamaru's frustration. In terms of strength and cunning, Lee Rock surpassed him. As far as connections were concerned, Shikamaru knew that Kakashi, Naruto, Jiraiya, and even the Hokage maintained good relations with Lee Rock. There was no area where he could extend assistance. Yet, it was precisely for this favor that Lee Rock had schemed against him. Such a nuisance. Chapter 64. On the road in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade examined the task manual submitted by Shikamaru. Clear details? In the task manual, Shikamaru provided explicit intelligence. In the strength assessment section, there were merely 8 words. Ninjutsu acceptable, but the individual is too weak. Tsunade turned to Shizune. Send someone to take over the Craftsman Ninja Village. Tsunade-sama, Craftsman Ninja Village has always been a neutral village. Breaking this unwritten rule might incite discontent among other ninja villages. Shizune expressed her concerns. The office chair turned slightly. Tsunade gazed out the window. Now is the opportune moment. The rock ninja are too distant to intervene. The mist ninja Mizukichi has just assumed power and is unstable, unable to attend to surrounding influences, and the sand ninja are too weak to contest us. As for the cloud ninja, Tsunade had received insider information. The cloud ninja are fully preoccupied with protecting their Jinchuriki against the Akatsuki. The Raikage is unlikely to concern himself with a place like Craftsman Ninja Village. Understood. Shizune felt a sense of relief after Tsunade's words and exited the office. The world seemed to be undergoing some peculiar transformation, a situation unseen for centuries. Tsunade harbored some apprehensions about the future. With this thought, she too departed the office. In a dim chamber within Konoha Hospital, a tall cabinet of culture dishes housed samples of Hashirama-S cells suspended in nutrient solution. The cabinet was connected to a smart temperature control system via pipes, ensuring optimal conditions for cellular growth. Tsunade entered the dim room and surveyed the walls adorned with scrolls and charts, all meticulously recorded from her research. It will be completed within a month at most. Tsunade mused as she glanced at the experimental log. Within the cabinet, one arm had begun to take shape. All data feedback appeared satisfactory, permitting transplantation. However, the other 2 would require additional time. Tsunade severed the pipes surrounding the first culture dish cabinet and retrieved the initial arm. Summon Jiraiya to this location. Yes. 2 Umbu members swiftly vanished from the door. After a moment, Jiraiya entered the dim room. Is there a need to be in such a hurry? Jiraiya smiled and remarked. There have been developments in the Takumi village. This presents an opportune moment for Konoha to take control. I require your assistance. It is essential to possess formidable combat strength to govern a ninja village. Presently, those capable of independently overseeing a ninja village can be counted on one hand. Takumi village? Jiraiya nodded. To fully assume control of Takumi village, it truly must be you. In other ninja villages, it suffices to deploy Chunin and Jonin to maintain order. However, Takumi village is different. The 5 great ninja villages are eager to lay claim to it, as it can continuously supply ninjutsu tools, significantly enhancing the strength of lower-tier ninjas. Without a skilled and revered master at the helm, the other 4 great villages will undoubtedly cause turmoil. Currently, the only individual possessing such power, who is also trusted by Tsunade, is none other than myself. Then let us commence. Jiraiya ascended the operating table as Tsunade, and 2 nurses began the procedure. Half a day later, Jiraiya emerged from the dim chamber, stretching his arms. It appeared he could swiftly enter Sage mode, and his other ninjutsu had also gained potency. He recalled Rock Lee and understood why that lad coveted the cells of the first Hokage. As Jiraiya made his way toward the village, the sun dipped low on the horizon. At the entrance of Konoha, Rock Lee sat on a bench. Oh? Jiraiya noticed Lee waiting not far off and raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? Approaching the bench, Jiraiya listened as Lee nodded. I am also heading to Takumi village. The 2 set off together toward Takumi village. Along the way, Jiraiya could not help but inquire, how do you acquire such extensive intelligence? His curiosity about Lee grew. As a commoner with previously modest abilities, Lee had managed to gather detailed information about pain, and later, the cells of Hashirama. Such means of intelligence gathering left Jiraiya in awe. I am not affiliated with Danzo. So do not worry, Lee replied, sidestepping the question of his sources but providing Jiraiya with reassurance. Jiraiya was probing for information, typically. A 17 or 18-year-old might have revealed too much. Is that so? What are your thoughts on Danzo? Danzo? Lee was puzzled as to why Jiraiya posed such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, he possesses immense strength, surpassing even the 3rd Hokage, and could contend with the shadows. Yet, his ambition is lofty while his character is thin. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent. Lee's assessment was astutely accurate, mirroring Jiraiya's own impressions of Danzo. You must have a specific purpose for your visit to Takumi village, correct? Jiraiya casually remarked. I require a blade, one that can accompany me through endless battles and carnage. Saimai of the Hidden Craftsman village happens to excel in forging ninja tools, which is precisely why I resurrected him, Rock Lee explained. He surmised that Shikamaru must have reported every detail to Tsunade regarding Saimai's revival, as Shikamaru would never conceal such matters. Rock Lee feigning the onset of a cursed seal to delay everyone, thereby facilitating Saimai's resurrection. This too would undoubtedly be documented in Shikamaru's mission report. Jiraiya's inquiry likely stemmed from Tsunade mentioning the incident. Thus, Rock Lee admitted candidly, Lord Jiraiya, speaking with you always feels somewhat exhausting. While our relationship isn't particularly close, it's certainly far better than that of strangers. If you have questions, ask directly instead of dancing around them, Rock Lee said with a wry smile. Jiraiya had been subtly probing, his methods reminiscent of elite intelligence operatives from a past life, seemingly casual inquiries about trivial matters, yet always extracting the answers he sought from one's responses. You overthink things, unlike a typical youth. Naruto, for instance, is nothing like you, Jiraiya laughed heartily. Truthfully, there isn't much left to ask. Though, I've heard the High clan has been restless lately. Before Jiraiya could finish, Rock Lee sighed. Spare the effort. I don't know Niji's whereabouts, and even if I did, I wouldn't disclose them. Not to you, nor to Tsunade, Rock Lee stated firmly. His gaze fixed on Jiraiya's back. In my heart, Niji, Tenten, and Master Guy are my mentors and dear friends. Their importance surpasses even that of Konoha. Jiraiya didn't turn around. He continued walking slowly ahead before pausing. Is that so? He murmured, tilting his head slightly to cast a sidelong glance at Rock Lee. If an irreconcilable conflict were to arise between the High main and branch families, and Konoha sided with the main house, what would you do? Rock Lee halted as well, standing motionless in the shadows, his eyes sharp as blades. An aura of chilling menace and intangible bloodlust radiated from him, silencing even the forest's birds and insects. If Konoha is your bottom line, then Niji, Tenten, and Master Guy are mine. His words left no room for ambiguity. This was Rock Lee's unyielding resolve. I see. It seems Tsunade and Dans will have to make a choice, Jiraiya mused inwardly. Chapter 65, The Terrifying Black Blade Hidden Craftsman Village. Jiraiya and Rock Lee arrived before the village gates. Lord Jiraiya, two Chunin wearing Konoha forehead protectors stood guard at the entrance, bowing respectfully upon his arrival. Anything noteworthy lately? Jiraiya inquired. Nothing significant. The hidden mist sent in voice. But after learning Konoha had taken over the village, they withdrew without further action. I see. Jiraiya nodded. It is quite customary for the Mist Ninja to send emissaries, given their proximity, as they must always be on the lookout for opportunities. Regrettably, their intelligence was delayed. Tsunade had already dispatched personnel to secure the craftsman village, and the village leader, Kiyomi, expressed no objections to this decision. Observing that there were no openings to exploit, the Mist Ninja retreated. A Chunin stationed at the gate escorted Jiraiya and Rock Lee. Lord Jiraiya, this is where Kiyomi usually resides, the Chunin announced. Very well. You may return to your post, Jiraiya replied. Yes, sir. The Chunin departed. Jiraiya turned to Rock Lee. I have heard that the blade Kiyomi is forging for you is nearing completion. Jiraiya walked toward the residence, with Rock Lee following closely behind. I am quite eager to see that sword as well, Rock Lee responded. The two gently knocked on the door of the dwelling. Konoha, Jiraiya, and Rock Lee have come to pay their respects, Jiraiya declared. Although Konoha was the de facto ruler of the craftsman village at present, it was essential to observe the proper courtesies to avoid inciting Kiyomi's displeasure. They waited for a while, yet no sound emanated from within. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. They had adhered to the formalities, but Kiyomi's lack of response was discourteous. He could not be blamed for that. He glanced at Rock Lee, who nodded in understanding. Body flicker technique. Rock Lee's figure became translucent, allowing him to pass through the door and enter the interior. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying aura of malice erupted. What is happening? Jiraiya exclaimed, alarmed. The intensity of this malevolence was overwhelming. Even a mere wisp seeping through the crack of the door sent shivers through him. Orochimaru? Pain? With a powerful strike, Jiraiya shattered the door. What met his gaze was Rock Lee, his eyes aflame with crimson fury, and before him lay a jet-black dagger. Boom. Jiraiya merely glanced at it, and an endless wave of bloodlust surged forth. The world before him transformed instantly. On the battlefield, the sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, obscuring the sun, with only the occasional flash of lightning slicing through the oppressive gloom like the scythe of death, cleaving the unending darkness. The earth was drenched in blood, surging like a river, reeking of iron and the mournful cries of the dying. In the distance, Mountains of corpses loomed, piled high like a forest, their white bones glimmering eerily in the dim light. Severed limbs and remnants lay scattered, mingling with weapons and blood, forming a ghastly tableau of hellish horror. A wailing wind carried whispers of despair, and the air was thick with the heavy scent of death, intertwined with the lingering fluctuations of chakra. What a terrifying battlefield this was. Jiraiya had experienced the Second Shinobi World War, and in his recollection, that conflict paled in comparison to the horror unfolding before him now. The horrors and despair that this battlefield harbored were indelibly etched into Jiraiya's heart, like a brand. He instinctively took a small step back. Suddenly, the world before Jiraiya transformed once more. Inside a residence, a black blade lay dormant, its cold light repressed, yet it could not conceal the overwhelming murderous aura it exuded. The blade quivered gently, the surrounding air seemingly distorted by an invisible force, forming dark whirlpools that devoured the faintest glimmers of light. The murderous intent, thick as ink, coiled around the blade, emanating a chilling malevolence and madness that gnawed at the soul, awakening the primal urge for slaughter within. Jiraiya promptly shut his eyes, daring not to gaze directly at the blade's ominous radiance. He grasped the deeply ensnared Rock Lee and extricated them from the dwelling. Upon exiting, the crimson hue in Rock Lee's eyes gradually receded. What was that? Lee trembled, cold sweat drenching his back. It was the murderous intent emanating from that blade. Jiraiya took a deep breath. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying weapon. In comparison, the 7 ninja swords were mere toys. Jiraiya marveled. Rock Lee had just been ensnared in an endless battlefield. Unlike Jiraiya, he had become a member of the allied shinobi forces. Opposite them stood a ninja clad in black. His features obscured, Lee caught but a fleeting glance, only to feel a sharp sting in his eyes. The black-clad ninja wielded a bloody dagger. With each step he took, another would fall beneath him, his blade ruthlessly reaping all in its path. In an instant, the battlefield had transformed into a hell on earth. The blood of the allied shinobi forces converged into rivers, flowing endlessly. The crimson tide surged. Countless souls struggled within, ultimately becoming just another part of the sea of blood. With every ounce of strength, Rock Lee unleashed every technique at his disposal, even resorting to the forbidden technique known as the corpse demon sealing, a last-ditch effort. Yet, with a single swing, the blade's edge could make even the Grim Reaper shy away. The black-clad ninja's eyes held no trace of mercy. Only the chilling intent to kill and an insatiable thirst for power. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the aura of death. And Rock Lee felt despair wash over him. Ultimately, as he too fell beneath the blade, the entire battlefield fell silent. I am quite satisfied, Rock Lee gasped, laughing heartily. This was the weapon he had longed for, a peerless instrument of slaughter. Such a blade is beyond your mastery, Jiraiya cautioned. Rock Lee fell silent. Jiraiya was indeed correct. No one knew how clearly it had been forged, encapsulating such terrifying murderous intent. It was a force Rock Lee could not hope to control. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. You have arrived earlier than expected. The intel indicated you wouldn't reach until tomorrow, the figure remarked calmly. However, his words caused Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Lee Locke also sensed something amiss. The gatekeeper, a Chunin, was not quite right. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. In an instant, he dashed towards the gate of the craftsman village. Lee Locke chose not to accompany Jiraiya. He believed it was sufficient for Jiraiya to handle such matters. Qi Ming, was that blade within the house forged by you? Lee Locke inquired. Qi Ming nodded in affirmation. How did you manage to enter and exit this residence? Lee Locke asked. Puzzled. Qi Ming's abilities were below that of a Konoha Chunin, and Lee Locke doubted Qi Ming could withstand the murderous intent emanating from the blade. Oh, I wear this each time I come and go, Qi Ming replied, producing a palm-sized jade stone from his bosom. I plan to carve this stone, inscribed with a spell, into the hilt of the blade to suppress its lethal aura. Recently, a small meteorite fell into the sea south of the Land of Crafts, leaving behind a chilling chakra. I discovered this jade near the meteorite. Oh, by the way, there was also an eye beside the jade, which seems to be related to Konoha. Qi Ming then pulled out a wooden box. Upon opening it, a Byakugan appeared before Lee Locke's eyes. Chapter 66. The plan to implant the Byakugan, the Byakugan? Lee Locke exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled Qi Ming's earlier mention of the extraterrestrial meteorite and the inscribed jade stone. The Tsutsuki clan from the moon? Lee Locke pondered. Noticing Lee Locke's intense gaze fixed on the Byakugan within the box, Qi Ming offered it to him. Take it. The Byakugan of Konoha is a hot potato. Qi Ming chuckled. Having just defected to Konoha, He understood that if anyone discovered he possessed the eye of the clan's strongest lineage, it would provide Konoha an opportunity to eliminate him. All right, I will inform Lord Jiraiya, Lee Locke said as he accepted the Byakugan. This artifact was likely a remnant of the Tsutsuki clan's branch family from the moon. I appreciate your assistance. I will devote myself entirely to forging that ninja blade. For the next 7 days, I shall remain undisturbed within this room, Chi-Ming stated. The crafting of advanced ninja tools requires utmost focus. Even the slightest misstep could drastically diminish the weapon's power. Chi-Ming explained his rationale to Lee Locke, who nodded in understanding. During this time, I will guard the front of the residence. Good, Chi-Ming replied, before retreating inside the house. The door closed behind him. Lee Locke took a few steps before sitting down on the ground, vigilantly watching over the residence. He tucked the wooden box into his cloak and awaited patiently. After a while, Jiraiya's figure emerged from the distance. What news? Lee Locke asked. It was a mist ninja Chunin. I have just used the toad mouth binding technique to capture the gatekeeper and obtain valuable information from him, Jiraiya responded. The Hidden Mist Village appears resolute in its intentions regarding the Hidden Artisan Village. More precisely, it is the acquisition of the Byakugan that they're unwilling to relinquish. This is intricately connected to the meteorite that descended upon the ocean a few days prior, Jiraiya stated slowly, seated beside Rock Lee. I am quite curious as to why a celestial meteorite would bear the Byakugan, he mused aloud, though his peripheral gaze remained fixed upon Lee. Rock Lee remained silent, hesitating briefly before ultimately reaching into his garment to retrieve the wooden box containing the Byakugan. This is the Byakugan brought by the meteorite, which was entrusted to me by Chi-Ming upon its arrival. The Byakugan is intrinsically linked to the Hyuga clan of Konohagakure, a widely acknowledged fact. Thus, the resources acquired by the leader of the Hidden Artisan Village should rightfully belong to Konoha. Rock Lee ought to present the Byakugan to Jiraiya. However, he merely opened the wooden box for Jiraiya to glimpse before promptly closing it again and placing it back into his garment with great audacity. For Rock Lee understood that relinquishing this treasure would lead to it being delivered to the Hyuga clan, never to return to him. Oh, Jiraiya seemed indifferent to this development. The Byakugan is of little consequence. My ties with the Hyuga clan are not particularly strong. I am merely curious whether there are other Byakugan clans elsewhere. This was the crux of Jiraiya's interest. He harbored a strong intuition that Rock Lee possessed considerable knowledge regarding the origin of this Byakugan. I cannot say for certain, but I can assert with confidence that there exists only one Hyuga clan in the shinobi world, and this Byakugan has no connection to them. Rock Lee refrained from divulging information regarding the Tsutsuki clan on the moon. Should he reveal this, Jiraiya would undoubtedly grow suspicious. While the intelligence of the shinobi world could be overlooked, the fact that Lee was well-versed in lunar matters would raise many questions. I see. What do you plan to do with this Byakugan? Jiraiya inquired. I intend to implant it, Rock Lee replied, gazing into the distance, having made up his mind. The ocular power would significantly enhance his strength, and combined with Hashirama cells, he might even aspire to awaken the Rinnegan in the future. This could serve as a substantial safeguard for survival in the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. Once the Rinnegan is awakened, he might indeed dance upon the battlefield of the Fourth War. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, and he inhaled sharply. This youth possesses remarkable audacity. To implant the Byakugan would be tantamount to openly declaring war upon the Hyuga clan. Though they may not voice their objections publicly, they would undoubtedly exert every effort to assassinate Rock Lee in secret, ensuring that the Byakugan does not leak out. Moreover, the higher-ups in Konoha would not only refrain from intervening, but would also encourage such actions to gain favor with the Hyuga clan. Even Tsunade and I, Jiraiya, would be compelled to publicly condemn Rock Lee's actions. Jiraiya questioned his own heart. At the tender age of 18, he dared not openly stand against the entirety of Konoha. The implications of this, you understand well, don't you? Jiraiya sought confirmation once more. I understand perfectly, Rock Lee affirmed with unwavering resolve. Very well. Regarding the transplantation of the Byakugan, you must find someone to perform the procedure yourself. Neither Tsunade nor I will assist you in this matter. That much should be clear. Understood. I will arrange for it, Rock Lee murmured softly. Within his heart, he already knew whom to turn to for this task. A heavy silence settled between them. After a pause, Jiraiya's voice broke through once more. If you find yourself with nowhere to go, you may return to Konoha. Tsunade and I can grant you a position within the Umbu. That is the extent of our authority. Faced with the choice between Rock Lee and the High-Ga clan, both Tsunade and the higher-ups would inevitably side with the latter. The most Jiraiya could offer was an Umbu identity, a means of concealment should Lee ever be driven to the brink of persecution. My gratitude, Lord Jiraiya. Rock Lee expressed his thanks. Such an offer was, in itself, a form of acknowledgement. The Umbu. Yet Rock Lee had no intention of accepting. The world was vast. Where could he not go? He refused to follow in Kakashi's footsteps, wasting precious years hidden away in the shadows of the Umbu, only to be recalled a decade later once the third had firmly secured his position. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable to him. Moreover, Rock Lee believed that after acquiring the Byakugan, it was time, alongside Niji, to settle matters with the High Ga clan once and for all. By the way, Lord Jiraiya, is that Kirinine still within the Toad's grasp? Rock Lee inquired abruptly. Jiraiya stiffened in surprise. To think you're even aware of my secret techniques. What are you planning? With a clap of his hands, the surroundings transformed into the stomach walls of the Toad stomach technique. There, pinned against the fleshy interior, a middle-aged shinobi bearing Kiri's forehead protector struggled futilely. Give it up. Escape is impossible, Jiraiya remarked dismissively. The 5 great nations are bound by treaty. Do you not fear condemnation from the Daime for this? The Kirinine roared, though his defiance rang hollow. Alliances were little more than scraps of paper. Once captured, a corpse dumped into the sea could be easily denied. Even the water Daime himself would be powerless to intervene. Yet, to Jiraiya's astonishment, Rock Lee appeared genuinely alarmed. This is unacceptable, Lord Jiraiya. Though relations between Konoha and Kiri may not be perfect, they are far from hostile. Our villages have long maintained peaceful ties. Such actions are unjust. His voice rang with righteous conviction, his chest thumping emphatically. Jiraiya's expression darkened with fury. What? You dare defy my orders? Here, my word is law. Humph. Foolish brat. A cold snort escaped him. The walls of the Toad's stomach surged forth, ensnaring Rock Lee as well. Humph. You, a mere commoner, truly believe yourself to be of consequence? Were it not for the Hyuga clan's intercession, I would never have brought you to this craftsman's trial. A cold indifference washed over Jiraiya's face. You shall remain here to reflect with this spy while I attend to numerous matters awaiting resolution in the craftsman village. How vexing it is to squander time on you. With that, Jiraiya formed a series of hand seals and vanished before Lee. Chapter 67. The scheme of the Mist Village. Are you all right? The Mist Ninja inquired. Unable to restrain himself after Jiraiya's departure, Rock Lee shook his head. I'm fine. I apologize. Our 2 great ninja villages should be collaborating. I will certainly persuade Lord Jiraiya. Lee declared earnestly. Coupled with his youthful and sincere visage, the Mist Ninja's lingering doubts began to dissipate gradually. By the way, I am Rock Lee, a Chunin from Konoha. May I know your name? Lee asked. I am Mitani Inari, a Chunin from the Mist Village. The Mist Ninja replied softly. Rest assured, Mitani-san, I will ensure your safe return. Lee asserted confidently. Mitani Inari doubted Lee's ability to convince Jiraiya. Having witnessed firsthand the prowess of one of the legendary Sannin, I've heard that the Land of Water boasts breathtaking scenery over the sea, Lee said, his eyes gleaming with longing. Mitani nodded in agreement. Indeed, many people travel to the Land of Water after soaking in hot springs in the Land of Hot Water. The views are splendid. How wonderful. Once we are free, Mitani-san must take me to explore the Land of Water. The 2 conversed animatedly, unknowingly avoiding any mention of the ninja villages. Within the Toad's stomach walls, time passed unnoticed. I'm no match for your youthful energy. I am feeling somewhat weary. I shall rest for a moment, Mitani said, fatigue evident in his voice. Lee smiled and nodded, gradually drifting off to sleep himself. Time slipped by, and eventually, Jiraiya reappeared within the Toad's stomach walls. Let this serve as a lesson. Will you dare to defy me again? He bellowed. I won tea. I was wrong. It was the Mist Ninja who first invaded our territory. It was my fault, Lee hastily admitted. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and led Lee away from the stomach walls. Only Mitani Inari remained, filled with disappointment. It seems I shall not return, he murmured, having gone without food for an extended period, his vision blurring. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, the aroma of food wafted through the air. As his sight cleared, he beheld Rock Lee standing before him, holding food. Only this bread. Mitsuya decided to make do with it. Starved and desperate, Mitsuya Yori hardly cared about the food before him, as long as it wasn't gravel. He could consume it. After a few bites of the bread, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, Mitsuya, I will certainly rescue you. I am looking forward to you taking me on a tour of the water country, Lee Rock declared. Mitsuya nodded in response, though deep down, he harbored no hopes. I have come here today at the behest of Lord Jiraiya to interrogate you. Do you possess any trivial information? It would help me fulfill my duty. Lee Rock stated swiftly. Upon hearing this, Mitsuya's heart sank. It turned out that everything was merely a means to extract information. Trivial information, you say? I do have something, Mitsuya contemplated quietly. Lord Ao places high importance on that Byakugan. Very well, thank you, Mitsuya. Rest assured, I will definitely rescue you. Lee Rock exclaimed, raising his thumb and sporting a spirited smile akin to that of a passionate teacher. Mitsuya chose not to respond this time. He no longer held any hope of escaping alive. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Lee Rock appeared once more within the stomach wall of the toad. Mitsuya was utterly famished, lacking even the strength to lift his head. Lee Rock managed to feed him a bit of food. Mitsuya, the opportunity has arrived. Lord Jiraiya is currently engaged in battle with the Mist Ninjas. Lee Rock formed hand seals, albeit clumsily and slowly. Yet, Mitsuya distinctly felt his body gradually detach from the stomach wall. Let us go. Lee Rock lifted the weakened Mitsuya, vanishing into the depths of the stomach wall. The scenery before Mitsuya transformed. The sea breeze enveloped him, caressing his cheeks with its slightly salty and liberating essence. While the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore fell upon his ears like the most exquisite melody in the world. Mitsuya, you are free, Lee Rock exclaimed joyfully, as if it were he who had been liberated. This smile, coupled with the surrounding scene, stirred emotions within Mitsuya, and tears welled in his eyes. Little Lee. Just days ago, I thought you were merely using me to extract information. I am truly sorry. Mitsuya bowed in apology. Lee Rock helped Mitsuya to his feet. It's all right. Mitsuya, trust is fundamental between people. I hope that in the future, Konoha and the Mist Ninjas can share a bond akin to ours, like brothers. Lee Rock proclaimed passionately, growing increasingly animated. Suddenly, he stumbled over a branch at his feet, causing the wooden box in his arms to tumble out. The box shattered, revealing the Byakugan within. This Byakugan, Mitsuya's heart stirred. His mission to infiltrate the craftsman village had been to ascertain the location of the Byakugan. Unexpectedly, in pursuit of something elusive, one may stumble upon it effortlessly. Coughing lightly, Lee Rock quickly concealed the wooden box. Brother, you must guard this item closely, should it fall into the hands of others. Ill intentions may arise. Admonished Mitani. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Mitani. I shall keep it close and ensure it remains hidden from prying eyes. As for you, you are no outsider, Lee Rock replied earnestly, nodding repeatedly as he tightly clutched the abdominal belt. Mitani was about to speak further when distant shouts echoed, retreat. It is the legendary three ninjas. We stand no chance. Once we reach the waters of the Land of Water, even the three ninjas would not dare to attack us Mist Ninjas openly. A desperate cry rang out, help me. The sounds of fierce combat erupted nearby, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of chakra. Brother Mitani, you must flee quickly. If Lord Jiraiya catches you, I cannot save you. Lee Rock's face reflected urgency. Understood. Without time for contemplation, Mitani thanked Lee Rock once more and plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. Safe travels, Brother Mitani. Lee Rock waved fervently. After a moment, Lee Rock's smile faded. He swiftly returned to the village of craftsmen. The past few days of acting have exhausted me, he sighed. Was this not your own idea? Jiraiya laughed heartily beside him. The entire charade had been a ploy, with a singular goal, to reveal the Byakugan in Lee Rock's possession to Mitani. Are you certain that Mist Ninja will take the bait? Jiraiya inquired. Rest assured, that individual from the Mist possesses a Byakugan. He understands its capabilities better than anyone. While he would not dare invade Konoha in peacetime now, a wild Byakugan is laid before him, Lee Rock replied with a confident smile. I do not believe he can resist. In the Land of Water, within the Mist Ninja village, a tower stood. Ao observed the returning Mitani. Are you certain the Byakugan is with the Nin named Lee Rock? Ao fixed his gaze intensely on Mitani. Nodding fervently, Mitani affirmed, Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. That boy appears to be a hot-headed fool. Not only freeing me but inadvertently revealing his Byakugan. Very well, you may leave, Ao instructed. With a furrowed brow, he recognized the ruse for what it was, a baiting tactic. Is this Jiraiya's cunning? The Byakugan is indeed a rare prize. It seems I must pay a visit. Ao did not perceive himself as a match for Jiraiya. Thus, a thought struck him. The Akatsuki organization had long sought the tailed beasts. He wondered what their stance on the three tails might be. Chapter 68. Kisame and the Seven Appear. Village of Craftsmen. Lee Rock stood guard in front of the residential house, while Jiraiya busied himself with the affairs of the craftsman village. However, he was utterly inept at handling such political matters, leaving him overwhelmed in recent days. In a state of desperation, Konoha dispatched Shikamaru to assist Jiraiya with daily responsibilities. Currently, the internal situation in the craftsman village had stabilized. The villagers, inherently averse to conflict, initially harbored fears regarding Konoha's complete takeover. However, witnessing Jiraiya's moderate demeanor and the fact that their former leader, Saimai, faced no persecution, the villagers gradually resumed their daily lives and work. What a hassle! From afar, Lee Rock could hear Shikamaru's complaints. On the lawn, bathed in sunlight, Lee Rock reclined peacefully, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, with the gentle sea breeze and melodious birdsong, he harmonized with nature, relishing this tranquil time. Shikamaru approached and lay down beside him. I truly envy you, he sighed. I wish I could lie here, gazing at the clouds, doing nothing all day. What a beautiful thought. Shikamaru squinted at the drifting clouds above. In terms of political affairs, isn't Lord Jiraiya essentially akin to that fool Naruto? Lee Rock chuckled. You better not say such things. Shikamaru, hailing from the Nara clan, knew their family had long been pivotal in Konoha's medical system, and with Tsunade's rise, their status had only elevated. There was a subtle trend of them standing shoulder to shoulder with the Hyuga clan. As a scion of a prominent family, Shikamaru dared not speak ill of Jiraiya, even if he thought so in his heart. While Jiraiya was indeed more competent than Naruto in political handling, his prowess was marginal, quite limited. To ascend to greater heights, one must bear the associated responsibilities, Lee Rock remarked casually. The burden you will bear in the future will be far heavier. If you wish to lie flat, you must first surpass everyone else. Shikamaru pondered Lee Rock's words. It seemed there were movements from the Mist Village. He placed an intelligence scroll beside Lee Rock. They were not just visited by Ao from the Mist, but also by the Mizukage, Terumi-mei. Terumi-mei? Lee Rock opened the scroll and gave it a cursory glance. Upon hearing that the Fire Country, Konoha, had taken control of the Craftsman Village, the feudal lord of the Water Country dispatched the Mizukage to offer congratulations. Accompanied by Ao and Chjr as escorts, Jiraiya will likely be detained by the Mizukage. This is a case of beauty as strategy, Shikamaru stated. Casting a sidelong glance at Lee Rock appeared unfazed by the matter. Ao is formidable, possessing the Byakugan, and according to Lord Jiraiya's intelligence, it seems the Mist Village has hired someone from the Akatsuki. Shikamaru rose. His leisurely moments were over, as he had a heap of tasks to assist Jiraiya with in the afternoon. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, it appears that intelligence is being conveyed to the Akatsuki organization. As the Jinchuriki, you have just departed the village, and already members of the Akatsuki have accepted employment from the Mist Village. Do not consider using this information to settle your debts with me. I possess knowledge that surpasses your own. The individuals arriving are none other than one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, along with an old acquaintance from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. Rock Lee, with his eyes closed, maintained an air of nonchalance. He had already received intelligence from Kakuju regarding this mission involving the Akatsuki's Kisame and Itachi. Although the Akatsuki seems to be rigorously managed, each member operates with their own network, sharing intelligence internally and selling it externally, as exemplified by Kakuzu. On the banking side, there are numerous formidable ninjas handling affairs for Kakuzu, all part of his original entourage. The same applies to Sasori and Kisame. When they defected from their respective villages, they did so with their own subordinates. This is precisely why the defection of a high-ranking ninja can inflict substantial damage upon a village. Itachi also possesses unique sources of intelligence, which Rock Lee speculated are likely linked to the higher-ups of Konoha. Pain, Konan, and Obito form another faction. The Akatsuki organization is, in fact, a complex coalition of various factions, and the organization does not oppose personal power development. Only the 2 madmen, Deidara and Haiden, have joined the Akatsuki in solitary fashion. What a troublesome situation. Shikamaru, realizing that Rock Lee was already privy to more detailed information, understood that his attempt to repay a favor was futile, and thus hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Rock Lee gazed ahead at the residential buildings, patiently awaiting the moment when that black blade would be completed. Among the ninja swords, whose is superior? Rock Lee murmured, his voice carried away by the sea breeze. However, the Mist Village's operatives arrived sooner than anticipated. That evening, Mizukage Terumi-mei, accompanied by her entourage, arrived in the land of crafts, where Jiraiya and Shikamaru personally welcomed her. To their surprise, the Mizukage was remarkably youthful, her stature rivaling that of Tsunade. Cough. Shikamaru, noticing Jiraiya's true demeanor, hurriedly cleared his throat. Jiraiya then offered a somewhat awkward smile. It is an honor to be compared to Princess Tsunade. Terumi May beamed, though inwardly she wished to unleash a boiling technique upon Jiraiya. Please, have a seat. Jiraiya gestured invitingly. I have heard that Konoha has taken over the craftsman's village. Will the subsequent sale of ninja tools to the other 4 great ninja villages be priced higher? Terumi May inquired directly. If it were that old man, but Tsuchikage, I would undoubtedly increase the price tenfold. However, for you, Mizukage, I can offer a 20% discount. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Shikamaru, feeling helpless, reflected on the reality that money does not materialize from thin air. The Fire Country's economy operates under the same principles. Each month, the funds submitted to the daimyo cannot be lessened. Offering an 8% discount on the Water Shadow will undoubtedly necessitate a 20% increase for other villages. How utterly grateful I am to Lord Jiraiya. I feel an instant camaraderie with you. As the evening descends, perhaps we should find a place to converse intimately. The collar of Terumi May's attire appears to droop even lower, which only serves to heighten Jiraiya's excitement as he nods repeatedly. Excellent, splendid, just to my liking. He entirely disregards Shikamaru's warnings and escorts Terumi May to his residence. This is truly becoming more troublesome. Shikamaru glances towards the office where AO and CHJ are present. My apologies, may I offer you both a tour of the Tool Ninja Village? Shikamaru proposed. I am somewhat fatigued, CHJR. Why don't you accompany Shikamaru on the tour? It would be advantageous for you to experience this for the first time. AO suggested, looking at CHJR. Why yes. CHJR responded, somewhat awkwardly. Noticing his discomfort, Shikamaru initiated conversation, gradually engaging CHJR as they explored the factory where ninja tools are crafted in the Tool Ninja Village. AO returned to his room, awaiting in silence. After a brief moment, a bird appeared at the window. AO retrieved the intelligence from the bird's leg. It was dispatched by Mitachi Wainari. Lord AO. Lee Rock is currently alone in front of the residence of the Tool Ninja leader, Kiyomi. AO incinerated the intelligence, clearing his throat. 2 Nin guards entered the room. Now is the opportune moment, AO remarked, eyeing the two. With a bang, the two dispelled their transformation technique. Kisame and Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. We each have our needs. The Byakugan will be yours, while the Jinchuriki will belong to us, Kisame reaffirmed. Not a problem. The Mist Village has no interest in the Jinchuriki, Itachi replied. Let's go, Kisame. It is time to capture the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. With a flash, the two vanished into the night. Chapter 69. Acquiring the second Byakugan under the cloak of night, Lee Rock stepped out of his tent. So it is you, Brother Mitachi. Lee Rock exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Haha, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Little Lee, Mitachi Wainari replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. His mission was to stall Lee Rock until the assassination was executed. Upon the successful completion of this task, he would ascend to the rank of Special J-Nin. An enticing prospect for him. After this visit, Brother Mitachi, take me on a tour of the Land of Water, Lee Rock suggested with a grin. Certainly. In a few days, I will show you the 8 lakes of Ninj. The scenery there is quite splendid, Mitachi Wainari replied. Thank you so much. Lee Rock exclaimed. No need for thanks. After all, you were destined to die, Mitachi Wainari remarked ominously. What? Brother Mitachi, what do you mean? Before Lee Rock could finish, Kisame's figure emerged from the ground, swiftly severing Lee Rock's head with a single strike. I heard he is the brother of the daimyo of the Land of Rice and the son-in-law of the Tsuchikage. Yet this is all he can muster? Kisame was somewhat taken aback. The success had come far too easily. Setting aside the identities involved, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki should not have been so effortlessly slain. Kisame remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the decapitated body of Rock Lee transformed into a cloud of smoke, dissipating without a trace. What? A shadow clone. Kisame immediately surveyed the area. The anticipated attack never materialized. Mr. Itachi, can you discern where that fellow is? Kisame inquired. There is no sign of Rock Lee here. But within that house, it seems there exists something profoundly terrifying, something even my Sharingan cannot penetrate. Uchiha cast his gaze towards the residence of the crafting ninja leader, Saimai. An overwhelming, chaotic aura of murderous intent filled the space, nearly palpable, and even a mere glance left him shaken. It must be some sort of ninja tool, however. That is of no concern to us. Capturing the Three-Tails is our foremost priority. Uchiha Itachi swiftly subdued Yatsukami Kanari. Upon seeing those Sharingan, Yatsukami Kanari's eyes instantly glazed over in confusion. Moments later, his eyes turned white, and his body lay limp on the grass, silent. What is the status? Kisame asked. According to his intelligence, this mist ninja was unaware that Rock Lee here was a shadow clone. Therefore, if my assumptions are correct, the real Rock Lee should be with Ao right now. Uchiha Itachi gazed into the distance. It seems we have been outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, within Ao's dwelling, he lay on his bed, resting, though his slightly trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. The Byakugan, another Byakugan. Ao's heart raced with excitement. It was precisely due to this Byakugan that he had grown so powerful, catching the eye of the upper echelons, successfully elevating himself from a mere commoner to the ranks of the elite in Kirigakure. With 2 Byakugan, I shall become the leader of the Hinata clan in Kirigakure. Ao envisioned the glorious future that awaited him upon obtaining the Byakugan. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from a distance. Unable to contain himself, Ao rose to look outside. It appeared that the Akatsuki had made their move. The explosion originated from the location where Rock Lee was reported to be. Moments later, Kisame's figure materialized within the room. What news? Have you found him? Ao asked, trembling with suppressed excitement. Kisame nodded, tossing a wooden box to Ao before vanishing. As Kisame disappeared, Ao eagerly opened the box. A Byakugan lay within, gleaming ominously. Haha, excellent. My long-held ambition. Suddenly, a shadowy figure sliced through Ao's neck, leaving a trail of blood. His pupils dilated in shock. In his final moment, he noticed a minuscule sealing technique inscribed at the bottom of the box. Flying Thunder God. Ao's consciousness faded away. Rock Lee reached out, prepared to extract the Byakugan from Ao's right eye. However, the seals hanging from his ears instantaneously obstructed Rock Lee's fingers. Humph! With a swift motion, Rock Lee severed the ears of Ao. Subsequently, he removed the white eye and vanished from the room. After a while, Kisame and Itachi Uchiha materialized within Ao's chamber. It appears his objective was to procure the white eye. Where might he be now? Kisame inquired. Itachi Uchiha shook his head. Having acquired the white eye, he would likely seek refuge next. Itachi casually glanced toward a corner of the room, then remarked with an impassive expression, "It seems our mission has failed. Let us depart." Capturing the Jinchuriki from Konoha is a daunting task, and if we delay further, Jiraiya will arrive, and he is quite a handful. Slowly, Itachi's figure dissipated. Next time, Pain himself shall venture to Konoha to capture it. Let us go, Kisame. Kisame's form also gradually faded away. An hour later, Rock Lee emerged from the corner of the room. He had been present all along, having prepared his Flying Thunder God mark in other locations. Alas, the Black Blade was not yet forged. Otherwise, he might have had the opportunity to keep them here today. Kisame might be oblivious to Rock Lee's presence, but Itachi Uchiha, possessing the Sharingan, was acutely aware. However, Itachi chose to remain discreet, instead conveying certain information to Rock Lee. This revelation confirmed a suspicion for Rock Lee. Itachi Uchiha was a double agent, but his communication line had been severed, leaving him to divulge information to Rock Lee here. It appeared that the third Hokage served as Itachi's intelligence liaison, and their communication was singularly connected. Rock Lee did not vacate Ao's chamber. He clapped his hands together. Transformation technique. Rock Lee transformed into Kisame's likeness, shouldering Samahata as he boldly approached Jiraiya's room. Inside the room, Jiraiya was exhibiting a rather lecherous demeanor, engaging in frivolous banter with Tsunade. They had transitioned from discussing an 8% discount on ninja tools to a 50% discount. Suddenly, both Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions shifted. Who goes there? Boom. Water release. Who repaired the dam? A torrent of water surged forth, obliterating Jiraiya's room. Jiraiya and Tsunade found themselves hovering above the water's surface. Members of the Akatsuki? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. You have come here seeking to capture the Three Tails Jinchuriki, have you not? The Three Tails Jinchuriki? No, you misunderstand. The Three Tails Jinchuriki belongs to Pain. We have other intentions. Kisame replied, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Great shark bullet technique. A colossal shark-shaped water projectile surged toward Jiraiya and Tsunade. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Tsunade unleashed her ninjutsu to counter Kisame's massive shark bullet technique. She glanced at Jiraiya. The individual from the Akatsuki organization was once a member of our hidden mist. Leave this to me, Jiraiya. You go protect the Three Tails. Jiraiya paused, then nodded gently before vanishing from sight. Kisame, witnessing this, continuously unleashed his water release techniques to strike Terumi Mei from a distance. Is this the extent of your progress over the years? Terumi Mei exclaimed. She clapped her hands together. releasing a vast quantity of sticky and highly corrosive acid that ensnared Kisame. Truly worthy of the Mizukichi. However, my mission is complete. Itachi should have succeeded. And it is time for me to bid farewell to my dear Mizukichi. Wait. Bang. Kisame's figure instantly vanished, leaving only Terumi-me, perplexed, in his wake. If he is not the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, then what was his true objective? Terumi-me fell into contemplation. In the distance, a cry interrupted her thoughts. Mizukichi-sama, Aoi-sama. After completing their visit, Chuji and Shikamaru returned to their room. As they passed Aoi's quarters, they caught a whiff of blood and upon entering, discovered that Aoi was already dead. The Byakugan was also nowhere to be found. Aoi. Was Kisame's mission to seize the Byakugan? Terumi-me swiftly made her way to Aoi's room. Chapter 70. Fate within the tower. Upon witnessing Aoi's lifeless body, a trace of sorrow flickered in Terumi-me's eyes. Although she was not intimately acquainted with Aoi, she recognized the significant effort he had invested to secure his position as Mizukichi. The Akatsuki. Anger radiated from Chuji and the bodyguards behind her. Please accept my condolences. Jiraiya approached, his previous levity replaced with a somber demeanor. This was our oversight. A failure in defense. Henceforth, all ninja tools from the Hidden Mist will be sold at a 40% discount. Jiraiya spoke in a grave tone, providing some solace to Terumi-me. After a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze to Jiraiya. Not enough. A 30% discount will suffice. Very well, he replied. Terumi-me clenched her fists tightly, instructing the bodyguards to handle Aoi's remains. She exchanged greetings with Jiraiya and departed from the artisan ninja village that very night. Their visit had been swift, and their departure just as hasty. Once the Hidden Mist personnel had left, Rock Lee and Shikamaru emerged. Did you obtain it? Jiraiya inquired. Yes. Rock Lee replied, opening a wooden box that contained 2 Byakugan. Jiraiya nodded, having previously doubted that a feigned injury could deceive the Hidden Mist. However, Rock Lee was certain that Aoi would indeed come to the artisan ninja village. It seems that Mizukichi Terumi-me is unaware of the Akatsuki's dealings. It is possible that Aoi had clandestinely collaborated with them, or perhaps Terumi-me is intentionally feigning ignorance, Rock Lee remarked. He transformed into Kisame to engage Terumi-me in battle. Kira-me appeared to be unaware of the existence of Akatsuki. That woman is not as simple as she seems. She must have comprehended the intricacies involved, Jiraiya remarked. At this moment, upon the vast expanse of the sea, a grand vessel sailed eastward. Bang! Kira-me struck the mast with her fist. Lord Mizukichi, shall we issue a bounty on the members of Akatsuki? Chuji inquired. There is no need, Kira-me replied. Taking a deep breath, her expression remained composed, though a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Konoha has also been involved in this matter. Konoha? Chuji was taken aback. Kira-me strode towards the deck, gazing out at the endless ocean, silent. The sea breeze tousled her hair. With the Byakugan, a member of the Hyuga clan, the night was dark and tumultuous, the waters a deep and unfathomable black. Innocent men suffer for possessing treasures. Let this matter conclude here. Henceforth, it shall not be discussed. The current Mist Village cannot afford enmity with either Akatsuki or Konoha. Kira-me's eyelid twitched slightly. But remember, Konoha and Akatsuki will inevitably show signs of weakness. The life of Ao must be avenged. Indeed, the great ship sailed toward the east, gradually vanishing into the night. The next day, in the Takumi Ninja Village, Rock Lee stood vigilantly in front of a residence. Jiraiya and Shikamaru approached. It must be today, Jiraiya inquired. Indeed, Rock Lee nodded. 7 days had passed. The Black Blade would be successfully forged today. I am eager to discover just how powerful this ninja sword will become. Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically as the ground trembled violently. Boom. A chilling, piercing aura erupted from within the residence, instantly depleting the natural energy within a 100-mile radius. Jiraiya, Rock Lee, and Shikamaru could not help but glance toward the dwelling. A domain as dark as ink enveloped the house, seemingly impervious to light. After a moment, whoosh, the entire dark domain dissipated in an instant. Qiming emerged from the residence, wielding a slender black blade. The task is complete. Qiming was drenched in sweat. Yet satisfied with the black blade, Rock Lee took the blade, channeling his chakra into it. Buzz! A terrifying aura of murder was unleashed. The murderous intent surged like a tangible force, rippling around the blade, warping the very fabric of space, while the chakra infused by Rock Lee intertwined with the killing intent, forming a dark domain that instilled fear. A fine blade. Rock Lee gazed at the black sword, which floated serenely before him. The chakra, resembling black mist, intertwined with radiance, as if a king had descended, awaiting its master to inscribe future legends. Rock Lee stepped forward and extended his right hand, grasping the slender black blade. Its name is Destiny. Buzz. The black blade trembled. Lee Locke swung his blade towards Jiraiya. Haha, well done. Jiraiya clapped his hands, instantly activating his sage art. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 5 layers of the resurrection gate. Boom. 5 colossal gates materialized out of thin air, each adorned with fierce beasts and twisted specters, emanating an unsettling aura of terror akin to a portal to the underworld. Come, let us see the true power of your strike. Jiraiya smiled at the advancing Lee Locke. Nearby, Shikamaru was utterly astonished by such a display. The magnitude of the 5 resurrection gates made him acutely aware of his own insignificance, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Literally, Shikamaru glanced at Lee Locke, who showed no sign of fear or trepidation. Sage art. Activate. An orange gleam appeared at the corner of Lee Locke's eye. His gaze resolute, radiating confidence. With a swift motion, he unleashed a slash. The dark blade swept through the air, leaving a trail of profound darkness, reminiscent of an emperor in swift flight or a deity descending, exuding an unstoppable, overwhelming momentum as he struck forward. Swipe. Boom. 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 The blade cleaved through 4 of the resurrection gates, finally halting at the 5th. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was the original defensive ninjutsu. He had only recently managed to master it after transplanting Hashirama's cells. What a terrifying blade. This was merely a standard strike. The blade formed from Sage Chakra had shattered 4 layers of the resurrection gate. If he activated the 8 gates, he could likely break through the 5th. Jiraiya contemplated this. What is he doing? Shikamaru observed Lee Locke standing before the 5th resurrection gate, motionless, still holding the pose of his strike. It seemed he was contemplating his technique. Jiraiya did not lower the gates. Suddenly, the sky darkened, clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled relentlessly. Jiraiya looked up in astonishment. The heavens seemed to be filled with boundless wrath. Lightning intertwined, gales howled, stirring up endless dust. Lee Locke positioned the blade across his chest. The entire world appeared to freeze in that moment. Is this the essence of the intermediate blade technique? Lee Locke sensed a dense green mist forming above Jiraiya and Shikamaru. A beam of light that alternately dispersed like clouds and coalesced into a green pillar. He could not discern it clearly. The mist seemed both real and illusory. Lee Locke then gazed at the 5th resurrection gate before him. Upon the gate, a brilliant crimson blood column shone, entwined with malevolent spirits and blood mist. This strike of mine can sever causality, Lee Locke murmured. From the blade of fate, a surge of chakra surged forth. The crimson blood column shattered. Boom. The 5th resurrection gate disintegrated into ash, scattering through the air. Beside them, Jiraiya and Shikamaru stood in stunned silence. Jiraiya hadn't even seen Rock Lee draw his blade before the 5th gate of Rashomon crumbled to dust like ashes. What did you just do? Jiraiya demanded as Rock Lee sheathed his sword. I've attained a deeper understanding of blade intent, Rock Lee replied calmly. That strike just now was the manifestation of my will with the blade. I see. Jiraiya had previously regarded Rock Lee as nothing more than a junior, someone he could confidently defeat even if the boy activated Sage Mode and the 8 gates. But now, having witnessed the sheer depth of that single slash, his evaluation of Rock Lee could only be summed up in 4 words: unfathomably profound. Such strength could no longer be dismissed as that of a mere youth. Next, I'd like to ask for your assistance, Lord Jiraiya, Rock Lee said, sheathing the blade of destiny. Your requests are always troublesome, Jiraiya sighed. Chapter 71. The transplantation of the Byakugan in a room near the coast of the land of craftsmen. Medical equipment of all kinds filled the space, all smuggled from Konoha by Tsunade. Rock Lee gently traced the cursed seal on his neck with his left hand. Revive. Orochimaru. First, he inscribed the sealing technique, evil sealing method, upon himself. Once the seal was complete, Rock Lee raised his left hand once more. Release technique, evil sealing method. Reversing the hand signs, a sharp pain lanced through his neck. Rock Lee inhaled deeply, enduring the agony as he waited for the cursed seal to react. Within moments, the seal began to twist. Slowly, Orochimaru's form emerged from the mark, his body forcing its way out. The sight left Jiraiya, standing guard nearby, utterly stunned. His expression darkened with complex emotions. Orochimaru, the man who had murdered their teacher, committed unforgivable sins, and repeatedly sought Konoha's destruction. Yet, he was also once his comrade. Someone who had stood beside him through countless life and death battles. That bond, buried deep within his heart, was impossible to forget. Faced with the resurrection of this old acquaintance, Jiraiya could neither call it joy nor rage. Jiraiya, we meet again. Orochimaru's voice slithered forth, dripping with malice. Jiraiya remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. You really are hard to kill, he muttered with a sigh. He had come to terms with it. This reunion was one of both enmity and nostalgia. What followed would likely be Orochimaru attempting to destroy Konoha once more, with him and Tsunade stepping in to stop him. This time, it's the kid who needs something from you, Jiraiya said coolly. Our business can wait. Only then did Orochimaru turn his gaze toward the weakened Rock Lee. How unexpected. I assumed Sasuke would be the one to revive me, Orochimaru mused, his tongue flickering out to wet his lips. Don't get your hopes up for Sasuke. He's on his own path of vengeance now, Rock Lee panted. By the time he's done, you won't stand a chance against him. The pain in his neck was unbearable. He gently stroked the area with his left hand, and the curse mark vanished. I need your assistance to transplant the Byakugan. Lee Rock retrieved a wooden box from his bosom. Oh, the Byakugan? Orochimaru opened the box, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. This has its limitations. It pales in comparison to the Sharingan. How about this? The three of us will join forces. Jiraiya and I will take on 7 opponents, while you eliminate Sasuke. Once the task is accomplished, I shall assist you with the transplant. You won't escape today, so save your strength and proceed with the transplant. Lee Rock formed a hand seal, enveloping the entire room in a formidable barrier. He reclined upon the operating table. The 4-symbol seal, is it? Orochimaru had long sensed the presence of the sealing technique. I never expected you to master forbidden techniques. It seems you have changed, Jiraiya. He chuckled, refraining from further comment as he accepted the Byakugan and began the transplant for Lee Rock. Days later, Lee Rock opened his eyes. Before him lay a clear view of Orochimaru's chakra network and flow. He lifted his head and gazed out the window. In the distance, within a kilometer, every detail was vividly apparent. The patterns on the wings of insects were discernible among the foliage. So this is the Byakugan? Lee Rock rose. Thank you, he said, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Orochimaru. Aren't you afraid I might tamper with the procedure and kill you? Orochimaru suddenly inquired, looking at Lee Rock on the operating table. Only science is sacred and untainted. You are not the protagonist. It is easy to topple everything. Anyone can do it, be it you, Tsunade, or Pain. However, after the fall, whether one can devise an effective means of reconstruction is of utmost importance. Lee Rock stood and made his way outside. Pausing at the door, he offered Orochimaru one final piece of advice. Rather than riding the winds, it is wiser to sit back and observe their rise. Orochimaru fell silent. The notion of science being untainted held little weight for him. He was indifferent to all worldly matters. Yet, Lee Rock's words, rather than riding the winds, it is wiser to sit back and observe their rise, stirred something deep within him. Orochimaru possessed his own pride. Having witnessed the darkness and decay within the higher echelons of Konoha, he was determined to instigate change, to alter the course of destiny. One must dismantle everything and start anew. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the very order of the shinobi world. Yet, every step Orochimaru took proved successful. Thus, he believed that the world was filled with the mediocre, unable to perceive their fate, futilely struggling until they ultimately became dust in the annals of history. Only he, Orochimaru, was the true fated one, destined to transform the shinobi world. Until, of course, he was ultimately slain by Sasuke. Orochimaru finally came to the realization that he was merely one among the countless mundane souls in this world. The young ninjas of Konoha had matured. With a detached gaze, Orochimaru observed the departing figure of Rock Lee. Well then, I would like to witness your techniques. As Rock Lee exited the room, the barrier of the 4-symbol seal dissipated. It seems it is time for a reunion, Jiraiya. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the room, followed by the appearance of thousands of snakes and Fukusaku. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. The manner of their reunion was rather unconventional. Rock Lee lay on the lawn, keenly watching the spectacle unfold. Giant Rasengan, Triple Rashomon, Ninja Art, Needle Jizo, Serpent's Formation, Sage Art, 8-Headed Serpent. Their battle raged from daybreak until dusk. Ultimately, Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, barely managing to gain the upper hand over Orochimaru. Are you convinced? Jiraiya tightened his grip around Orochimaru's neck, relishing this moment of dominance. I concede, Orochimaru admitted with a hint of resignation. Do you still wish to annihilate Konoha? Indeed, Orochimaru was a man of honesty. With a thunderous clash, their battle reignited. Feeling somewhat famished, Rock Lee departed from the seaside, returning to the hidden artisan village. Shikamaru was diligently attending to administrative matters. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up. It seems we've made significant progress. The administrative affairs of the artisan village are finally on track. By the way, I just received some intelligence regarding Niji. Shikamaru glanced at Rock Lee's recently transplanted Byakugan, letting out a soft sigh. Oh? Rock Lee raised an eyebrow. Is it possible that Niji has been branded a rogue ninja by the higher-ups while training in the Land of Rice? Not quite. Shikamaru replied as he rummaged through a thick stack of administrative documents on his desk. Ah, here it is. Take a look for yourself. He handed the intelligence dossier to Rock Lee. As Rock Lee perused the document, he discovered that the Hyuga clan had undergone turmoil. Niji had killed a branch family member, leading the main family to declare him a traitor and request a bounty from Konoha. However, Lady Tsunade had dismissed this request. The intelligence was rather lengthy, prompting Rock Lee to continue reading. The central content detailed Niji's repeated confrontations with the main family. Rock Lee noted that Niji had consistently injured the assassins sent from the main family, with only one instance resulting in a fatality. This occurrence was provoked by an injury inflicted upon Tenten. Isn't this courting death? Rock Lee mused, feeling that Niji's actions regarding the slain branch family member were entirely justified. He continued to examine the dossier, finding the final page detailing Niji's whereabouts. Tenten had been ambushed and abducted by the main family, and Niji was currently in pursuit from the Land of Rice, though he had now fallen into the hands of the main family. Chapter 72. The Contradictions of the Hyuga Clan Konoha. Hyuga Estate. Within the main residence, Hinata Hizashi gently lifted the steaming tea from the table and gazed at Niji before him. Niji, alas, I am unable to alter the traditions of the Hyuga clan. Once a bird is caged, it cannot be freed. For this, I sincerely apologize. His demeanor softened, his tone grew tender, resembling that of a venerable elder imparting wisdom to a younger kin. You shall remain here, treated as my own son. We, the Hyuga clan, must not allow outsiders to mock us. Niji remained silent, his lips sealed, confined within the dungeons of the Hyuga household, guarded at all times. He dared not utter a word of defiance. Does your silence indicate lingering anger? Hizashi's voice retained its gentle quality. He recognized Niji's comprehension of the profound essence of martial arts, which is why he had refrained from executing the caged bird. This matter had become widely known throughout Konoha, with all eyes eagerly awaiting their downfall. Now was the moment to set aside past grievances and reconcile, showcasing the might of the Hyuga clan to those who would deride them. Eventually, Niji let out a resigned sigh. Yes, head of the clan. Haha, splendid. As for the girl named Tenten, you need not worry. Hinata has already taken her away from the dungeon, and they are currently residing together. Hizashi waved his hand, signaling for all hidden sentinels to withdraw. He believed that rather than keeping watch over Niji, it would be wiser to monitor Tenten, as long as she was under control. Niji, a mere branch family member, was inconsequential. From now on, you shall remain at home and be responsible for instructing Hinata in martial arts until she comprehends its profound essence. Niji inhaled deeply and nodded. Understood. Excellent. Furthermore, you may participate in the family meetings henceforth. Only then did Hizashi place the cup of tea upon the table. He cared little for whether Niji genuinely submitted. Even Niji's life or death was of no concern to him. What mattered most was Niji's mastery of martial arts. With a light chuckle, Hizashi exited the room, envisioning the future glory of the Hyuga clan. Once he departed, Niji trembled, his fists clenched tightly. After a moment, he managed to suppress the fury within him. Outside the door, Hinata's voice called, Niji and I. He rose and stepped out of the room. Lady Hinata, he spoke, his tone frigid as ice, sending a chill through her, preventing her from meeting his gaze. Father sent me to find you to learn martial arts. Niji and I apologize. I had no idea he would take such actions. Tenten is in my room. You may go and see her. Hinata had only just heard about the past from other clan members, leaving her heart heavy with guilt. Yet she remained at a loss for how to express it. There is no need for that. I shall first teach the young lady the martial arts. Niji was well aware that Tenten was undoubtedly surrounded by watchers. He could not see her at all. With a swift movement, Niji began to demonstrate the art of Tai Chi. He elaborated on the intricacies of the techniques and the nuances of power generation. Once he completed his demonstration, Hinata remained motionless, standing there in silence. Niji assumed she had not grasped it. He performed the demonstration once more. If there is anything you do not understand about Tai Chi, please feel free to ask me, he said respectfully, standing beside her. Hinata glanced around, confirming the absence of any observers before approaching Niji. Brother Niji, tonight, take Tintin away from the back mountain. I will assist you. My lady, you misunderstand. I do not intend to leave the clan, Niji replied, stepping back to distance himself from Hinata. She stood there, momentarily stunned and at a loss. My lady, is there anything about Tai Chi that remains unclear? Niji inquired again. I understand, Hinata said, unsure of how to assist Niji, so she continued practicing Tai Chi. As night fell, Niji returned to his room, the light illuminating the space. With a single punch, he shattered the wooden table before him. How infuriating. He gazed into the mirror, where the mark of the caged bird was glaringly evident. I have been overly optimistic, Niji lamented, since joining the third class. He had enjoyed a carefree existence. The mark of the caged bird on his forehead gradually faded from his mind. During this period in the land of rice, he had even forgotten the existence of the caged bird, until the day the clan's assassins came knocking, seizing Tintin in his absence. As night deepened, a figure appeared before Niji's door. The clan leader has a task for you to complete, the person outside announced. Understood. Please leave the mission scroll at the door. Niji replied, donning a loose robe and once again fastening his forehead protector to conceal the caged bird mark. The person outside did not depart. You must personally receive the mission scroll, the voice called out again. Niji looked toward the door, noticing the individual activating their Byakugan, peering into his room. Niji's expression darkened. He did not expect that the members of the Hyuga clan would regard him with such disdain, daring to scrutinize his private space with their Byakugan. Such behavior was strictly forbidden within the clan, yet this individual showed no signs of restraint. Niji suppressed his anger. Do you enjoy observing my room's arrangement? Come in then. Since the other party was so keen on inspecting his quarters, he would let them do so thoroughly. With a rustle, the shoji door opened, and a middle-aged man entered. His Byakugan activated. He gently closed the door behind him. Here is the mission scroll. Please review it, he said as Niji accepted the scroll. He observed that the other party remained unmoving, and a surge of anger erupted within him. Enough. Do you truly believe my temper is boundless? Niji fixated his gaze upon the individual. Leave. The person stood there, expressionless. Unfurl the scroll and take a look. I see you. Just as Niji was about to utter a profane remark, the scroll in his hand suddenly opened. Inscribed upon it was a character of the man. Summoning technique? Bang. Tintin, battered and bruised, emerged from the scroll. Tintin? Niji hastily examined her injuries. I'm fine, Niji, Tintin replied weakly, leaning against Niji for a semblance of comfort. What happened? Who are you? Niji turned his attention to the middle-aged man. It's Lee, Tintin whispered. Lee? That's impossible, Niji reiterated, verifying over and over. The man was one of his kin. Those Byakugan eyes could indeed see through everything. It's truly me. Or who else would take such a perilous risk to rescue someone from the Hyuga estate? Rock Lee dispelled his transformation technique, reverting to his original appearance. Why has your demeanor deteriorated so? Lee intended to jest with Niji, yet Niji's temper seemed to have flared. Reluctantly, he unfurled the scroll to summon Tintin. My temperament is not improving. Niji sighed, casting a glance at Lee's Byakugan. Where did you acquire those Byakugan? Niji was acutely aware that Lee's Byakugan did not originate from the Hyuga clan. For the Hyuga clan, once a branch family member perished, the caged bird would be immediately destroyed to prevent any leakage. As for the main family's Byakugan, while there are instances of external leakage, the Hyuga clan holds significant sway in Konoha. Should a member of the main family fall into enemy hands, Konoha would exert pressure to ensure the return of the Byakugan without the need for the Hyuga clan to intervene. Naturally, there exists the possibility that the individual may refuse to return the Byakugan. In such a case, Konoha would publicly declare an unending pursuit against that person. One eye fell from the moon, and the other eye acquired from Ao of the Mist Village. Lee did not conceal the truth. The news of Ao's demise and the events in the artisan village would be duly reported by Shikamaru and Jiraiya. The intelligence dossier had already been prepared, albeit still withheld from dissemination. This was a request made by Lee. He wished to wait until he assisted Niji in resolving the caged bird issue before releasing the information. This way, Lee would find it considerably easier. I have come to assist you in dealing with the caged bird, Lee declared. Chapter 73. The blade strikes the caged bird in the dead of night. At the Hyuga estate, Niji's pupils quivered. His heart raced uncontrollably. The caged bird had always been a source of torment for him, an affliction with no remedy. With Tintin being abducted, he had initially intended to unleash a wrathful rampage. Yet, the caged bird upon his forehead would not permit such actions. As long as he was in Konoha, only members of the main house can activate the caged bird seal. The sole reason they haven't killed him yet is to covet his secret taijutsu techniques. Once Hinata masters the ultimate technique, Niji's death will be imminent. Even now, while holding Tintin in his arms, Niji dares not attempt escape directly. The Hyuga compound is saturated with Byakugan eyes. The moment any intention to flee is detected, the main house can instantly execute him through the curse mark. Are you certain you can help me remove the cage bird? Niji's voice trembled with suppressed emotion as he undid his forehead protector, revealing the cursed seal. Rock Lee contemplated for a moment before responding, I cannot guarantee success. This is merely an attempt. There is a chance of failure, and it may inflict unforeseen harm upon you. I must ask once more. Are you absolutely certain you wish me to proceed? Absolutely. Niji answered without hesitation. He knew Rock Lee well. Lee was a man of caution. During missions, he often prefaced his statements with possibly, which implied a 50% likelihood. If Lee uttered confident, the odds rose to 80%. And if he simply said can, it meant absolute certainty. Niji inhaled deeply. No matter the consequences, I hold you blameless. Proceed with all your might. He carefully laid Tintin upon the bed before turning back to Lee. We must act swiftly. The main house will have noticed Tintin's absence by now. Lee nodded. Retrieving 4 scrolls, he sent them flying to the 4 corners of the room, preparations made before their arrival. For violet flames formation, for pillars of violet light surged upward, encasing the dwelling in a barrier. Outside, Hyuga clansmen gathered in alarm. What is that? The 4 violet flames formation. Were we informed of this? No. Report to the head of the family. Intruders. Deep within the Hyuga estate, in a secluded courtyard, bang. Hyuga Hayashi's expression darkened. A living person vanished inside the Hyuga compound. A clansman rushed in with a report. Tintin is missing. Hayashi understood immediately. Tintin had been taken long before, and the delayed alert could only mean Hinata had concealed it. Were she not his own flesh and blood, he would have struck her down already. Useless. Incompetent in training, only capable of causing trouble. Before he could dispatch search parties. Another disturbance erupted within the estate. The 4 violet flames formation. Who dares? Hayashi's gaze sharpened toward the barrier's origin. Niji. So it was him who took Tintin. But how does that outsider possess the Byakugan? Murderous intent flared in Hayashi's eyes as he formed a single-handed seal. Die. He activated the caged bird seal. Yet, nothing. The caged bird technique has failed. Humph, a sealing jutsu? Hyuga Hayashi's mind stirred. Spread the order. Hyuga Niji has betrayed the clan, conspired with outsiders, murdered fellow clansmen, and gifted the Byakugan to enemies. All Hyuga members shall surround the 4 violet flames formation. When the barrier dissipates, execute everyone inside without mercy. Yes. Watching his clansmen relay the commands, Hayashi donned his Jonin armor. Those Byakugan eyes didn't belong to the Hyuga, yet they provided the perfect pretext to eliminate Niji. Hayashi had long considered Niji too powerful, a growing threat to the main family's authority. Were the next clan had someone as decisive as himself, it might be manageable. But the heir was Hinata, his gentle daughter who lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Should Niji harbor rebellious intentions, the main family could suffer devastating losses. Especially with Rock Lee's unpredictable nature. The memory of Uchiha Itachi's massacre remained fresh. Yet arbitrarily executing Niji risked inciting branch family rebellion. Now, he possessed flawless justification. Hyuga Hizashi, forgive me. This is your son's destiny. Fully armored, Hayashi arrived before Niji's quarters. Father, the person inside seems formidable. Though young, Hanabi's prowess surpassed even Hinata's in certain aspects. Nodding, Hayashi activated his Byakugan, the room's contents laid bare. What exactly was Niji planning? Boom. A surge of tremendous chakra obliterated the structure, revealing Rock Lee and Niji before the assembled Hyuga. Sage mode, activate. As natural energy flooded his body, Lee's right hand moved to his waist. Swish. The heavens mandate black blade, unsheathed with a chilling whisper. The killing intent permeating the barrier became palpable. My blades will consever causality itself. Activating his newly acquired Byakugan. Lee gazed at Niji. 2 massive threads of fate extended from Niji's crown into the firmament, one crimson, one emerald. With the Byakugan, these karmic bonds manifested with crystalline clarity. The crimson thread dominated half the barrier's space. Screech. Sensing the blade's threat, the red thread instantly morphed into a colossal raptor. Its beak descending to drag Lee back into the cage. The caged bird seal, without doubt. Lee caressed his blade, feeling the weight of this profound causality. 8 gates released formation. 7th gate, open. The terrifying chakra solidified, saturating the entire formation and mingling with the intent to kill, thus creating a dreadful domain of dark slaughter. The colossal avian embodiment of causality was halted outside this domain, emitting continuous wails. Lee Rock looked up. Cut the causality. With a swift motion, chakra erupted from the destiny blade, transforming into an invisible blade that struck towards the giant avian. The creature let out a mournful cry. Crack! The crimson thread of causality above Niji's head was utterly severed. It seemed as though something had vanished. Niji could no longer perceive the causality line. Yet he gently reached towards his forehead. It was gone. The mark of the caged bird gradually faded from above his head. Suddenly, outside the four purple yang formation, all members of the Hyuga clan witnessed the dissipating mark of the caged bird on Niji's forehead, including those from the branch family. They stared blankly at the four purple yang formation. The caged bird was an inescapable curse seal, a deeply ingrained concept within their very bones. Now, it had been shattered. Am I not mistaken? The caged bird has vanished. What did that man in black do? It seems it was that blade. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They could not see the causality line or the invisible blade formed from the intent of the sword. They merely observed as Lee Rock drew his blade and, in the blink of an eye, returned it without delivering a single strike. The mark of the caged bird above Niji's had simply dissipated. In contrast to the shock experienced by his clan, Hayashi Hyuga felt the most profound astonishment. He could hardly believe it. The caged bird has disappeared. Hayashi's face turned pale. He had lost the means to control Niji's life and death. Within the four purple yang formation, Niji took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Hayashi among the crowd. Chapter 74. Danzo emerges at the Hyuga residence. The four purple yang formation was dispelled. Niji, Lee, and Tenten found themselves surrounded by hundreds of individuals. Among these were not only members of the Hyuga clan, but also other affiliated families. Yet, the three showed no sign of anxiety. Lee Rock sat atop the ruins, gently rubbing the destiny blade. Niji, do you need my assistance? No, Lee. Just help me look after Tenten. All right. Niji nodded, with no further concerns. He stood atop the ruins, calmly gazing down at the hundreds below. Among them were many familiar faces and elders, from both the main and branch families. Ladies and gentlemen, today is my personal grievance. It has no bearing on you, Niji declared, stepping forward slowly towards Hayashi, his aura steadily rising. Niji Hyuga, you traitor! Kill him! Hayashi shouted loudly. Niji halted his steps, a murderous intent radiating from him. Should anyone dare to act, he would not hold back. However, to his surprise, within the crowd, the members of the Hyuga clan parted ways for Niji, creating a path that led directly to Hyuga Hizashi. You dare to defy me? Hizashi's expression darkened. Your methods are formidable. The discord between the main and branch families has been suppressed for decades, and during this time, the Hyuga clan has flourished. Yet, such discord cannot be stifled forever. Niji steadily approached Hizashi, his pace quickening. No one wished to become the next member of the branch family. With a thunderous rush, Niji appeared before Hizashi in an instant, his speed astonishing. The 8 trigrams field unfolded. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Niji unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating a curtain of palm shadows that sealed off all retreat routes for Hizashi. The wind from his palms howled, imbued with an extraordinary blend of searing heat and chilling cold, magnifying the power of his gentle fist technique tenfold. Each strike sent ripples through the air, exuding an impressive aura. By merging the opposing chakra elements of water and fire into his 8 trigrams technique, the explosive nature of their conflict further enhanced the potency of his gentle fist. Hizashi's eye twitched. His nephew's strength had surpassed that of the main family, even subtly overshadowing him. This boy truly lived up to his title of genius. Heavenly spin. Hizashi recognized that his mastery of the gentle fist could not contend with Niji's. With his escape route severed, he resolved to employ his strongest defensive technique. Niji narrowed his eyes, standing firm against the heavenly spin. No progress at all, at this level. It's time for you to step aside. Niji's palms suddenly halted, transforming into a fist as he rapidly concentrated all his chakra at the tip of his fist. The way of Tai Chi, a harmonious balance of hardness and softness. The chakra on Niji's fist turned black, appearing still while in reality, it spun incessantly, amplifying the force of his strike exponentially. This is a technique I learned from that fool Naruto. With a powerful punch, Niji struck down. Steel fist. Boom. The so-called strongest defensive technique, heavenly spin, was immediately breached by a massive opening. Niji moved swiftly to stand before Hizashi. What? Hizashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Niji's strength had reached such a level. This was without even activating Sage Mode. Yet he could already shatter the Heavenly Spin and develop a technique that fused the opposing properties of water and fire. Heavenly Spin. Niji activated his own Heavenly Spin, but its range was limited, accommodating only 2 individuals. Hizashi found himself ensnared within Niji's Heavenly Spin, unable to escape. Your time has come. Niji swiftly formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, aiming for Hizashi's heart. Young man, do not be overly ambitious. Just as Niji's fingers were about to pierce Hizashi's heart, a figure effortlessly shattered Niji's Heavenly Spin. With his right eye and hand bandaged, he grasped Niji's sword-like fingers solely with his left hand. This was from afar, amidst the ruins. With eyes closed, Rock Lee opened them to gaze upon the figure before him. Danzo. In a flash, he appeared beside Niji. Danzo's prowess was not to be underestimated, and Lee felt a twinge of concern. Oh, Danzo's left eye was slitted, and he regarded Rock Lee with a relaxed gaze. Are you planning to bully an elderly man of 69? A commotion arose from the crowd as members of the Leaf Village's upper echelon, as well as Root and Umbu operatives, began to gather around the Hyuga estate. This ends here. Mito Gate Inn and T-Rune Koharu emerged from the throng. They looked towards Lee and Niji. Have you had your fun? This is the Leaf Village, not a playground for your antics. Disperse. Koharu's words floated lightly, igniting further ire in Niji's eyes. Antics? Since the age of 3, he had been a caged bird, while the Leaf had turned a blind eye. Now, with Hyuga Hayashi on the brink of death, the upper echelon of the Leaf had appeared. Sigh. The greater picture is at stake. The Akatsuki organization is capturing Jinchuriki, and other major ninja villages are keeping a watchful eye on the Leaf. We cannot afford internal strife at this moment. Mito Gate inside softly, casting a glance at the surrounding Umbu and Root members. The meaning was clear. Should Niji and Rock Lee choose to engage, they would be branded as rogue ninjas, and the Leaf would spare no effort in eliminating them to quell the disturbance. Niji, no matter what you decide, I stand by your side, Rock Lee declared, his blade held defiantly. Tion also appeared beside Niji. Niji, I'm here too. You need not worry. My strength is sufficient to handle ordinary Umbu. Niji felt a surge of gratitude. Having such friends in this life was a blessing beyond measure. Then today, I shall take action. Just as Niji's murderous intent began to solidify, he caught sight of Hinata in the distance, her face contorted in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ultimately, Niji sighed deeply, retracting his hand and standing still. Hyuga Hayashi collapsed, weakly sitting before Niji. You have a wonderful daughter, Niji remarked before turning to leave. Rock Lee and Tion followed closely behind, departing the Hyuga estate without obstruction from Danzo or the Leaf's upper echelon. The youth shows promise, understanding the situation. Mito Gaten began to commend, but was swiftly cut off by Rock Lee's retort. Silence, old dog. Speak again. And I shall wait at your doorstep tonight to slay your son and grandson. Mito Gaten, taken aback, feigned indifference, yet a sense of dread lingered in his heart. Rock Lee was unlike Niji. No matter the circumstance, Niji would never harm the weak or innocent. However, Mito had seen Lee's dossier. He was a man devoid of restraint. Morality? Benevolence? All rendered moot. Offending him could lead to any manner of wrath. Mito Gaten genuinely feared that Rock Lee might come to exact vengeance upon his family. He was even prepared to dispatch the Umbu to reinforce the guards around his residence upon returning. All right, everyone, attend to your duties. Regarding today's events, anyone who spreads word beyond Konoha shall be branded a traitor. The High GA estate gradually returned to normalcy. Yet, Dan's remained fixated on the departing figures of Rock Lee and Niji, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Perhaps I should acquire a Byakugan for this arm. Chapter 75. Niji invites the clan head to his death Konoha. Rock Lee, Niji, and Tintin prepared to leave the village. Once they departed, there would be no return. Tintin hesitated, a trace of nostalgia lingering in her heart. Should we wait for Might Guy to return and bid him farewell? She asked. From Hinata. She had learned that Guy would return that very day. No, Rock Lee shook his head, though the three were now considered defectors in name. Without an official order from the Hokage, no one would openly label them as such, nor would they face pursuit. Might Guy is loyal to Konoha. If his own students were to defect, it would place him in an impossible position. Lee is right. Let us go, Niji sighed. The three departed the village. Night fell. Konoha's forces caught up to them. Umbu and the High GA clan. Niji's Byakugan saw farther than Rock Lee's. 2 kilometers away, a joint squad of dozens of Umbu and High GA clansmen raced toward them through the darkness. Rock Lee frowned. Isn't this excessive? A terrifying killing intent erupted. His figure blurred as he charged backward. Niji did not stop him. He was not Itachi. His lingering sense of kinship with the High-Ga clan made it impossible for him to slaughter his own kin. But Rock Lee had no such reservations. Moments later, boom. The forest trembled. Every Umbu and High-Ga clansman lay dead. Only one High-Ga remained. His face twisted in terror as he stared at Rock Lee. Please don't kill me. It was the clan head's order. The man stammered. I see, Rock Lee replied calmly. Then, with a single motion, he snapped the man's neck. Rejoining Niji and Tintin, his voice was firm. We're not leaving. We return to Konoha. If they fled now, they would be hunted endlessly. A glint of dark amusement flickered in Rock Lee's eyes. This pursuit had not been orchestrated by the High-Ga alone. Umbu were involved. High-Ga Hayashi had no authority to command the Umbu. If Hayashi and Dans wished to play this game, then he would oblige them. As for methods, who didn't he know how to play dirty? Days later, the daimyo of the Land of Water issued a bounty. The High-Ga clan of Konoha, in blatant disregard for the peace of the shinobi world, has murdered the Miss Jonin Ao and stolen his Byakugan. Henceforth, any member of the High-Ga clan is to be hunted with a bounty of 1 million RY. And that was merely the official decree. After transforming, Rock Lee deliberately visited the underground bounty exchange to investigate. The bounty on Hayashi Hyuga had soared to a staggering 50 million ryo, surpassing even Kakashi's and placing him on par with Asuma Sarutobi. Even Kakuzu couldn't resist sending congratulations to inquire. Rock Lee intervened to stop Kakuzu. For Niji's name also appeared on the bounty list with a formidable 40 million ryo, second only to the Hyuga clan leader. Hey, I merely dispatched someone to inform Mei Terumi of a method to avenge Ao, and she eagerly seized the opportunity, mistaking Konoha and Akatsuki as collaborators in Ao's demise. When my messenger suggested pitting Konoha against Akatsuki in mutual destruction, Mei unhesitatingly sought the Earth Daimyo's support and issued a proclamation. Simultaneously, the Earth Daimyo seized the moment, condemning the Hyuga clan's actions in a scathing decree. Neighboring nations, rice, iron, tea, and snow quickly rallied behind the Earth country, issuing joint declarations. Sensing an opening, the Cloud Village of Lightning Country allied with Earth to pressure Konoha further. Only the Wind Country remained silent. This sudden coalition left the Fire Daimyo unprepared. The mounting pressure overwhelming. A single misstep could ignite the Fourth Shinobi World War, with Fire Country standing alone against three great nations and their minor allies. Hokage's office bastards. What have you done? The Fire Daimyo stormed into Konoha overnight, berating the village's conduct. Unlike her grandfather, Tsunade lacked the resolve to defy him. My apologies. I will resolve this matter. Grant me 3 days. 1. The daimyo cut her off. You have 1 day. Fail, and Konoha's funding ceases. With that, he departed, leaving Tsunade to shatter her desk with a furious strike. Rock Lee, what a mess you've made. Reports from Shikamaru and Jiraiya confirmed her suspicions. The Byakugan incident was entirely Rock Lee's doing. Yet now, rumors spread that the Hyuga clan had stolen Ao's eyes. Tsunade instantly recognized Lee's machinations. That little brat. With multiple nations united in condemnation, even if the Hyuga were innocent, Konoha had no choice but to concede. The Byakugan was no longer the issue. This was a pretext for war, should Konoha falter. A masterstroke of political warfare. And what infuriated Tsunade most? Akatsuki, despite being uninvolved, seized the narrative. While busy capturing tailed beasts in Cloud, they publicly claimed responsibility and implicated Konoha in the scheme. This left Konoha with no opportunity for rebuttal. The Akatsuki organization decisively quashed the matter. The Village of Mist also provided comprehensive evidence. Ching had indeed perished in the hands of Konoha after taking over the Craft Ninja Village. The three great nations expressed their discontent, in part due to Konoha's acquisition of the Craft Ninja Village, fearing Konoha's expansion. Tsunade felt a tingling in her hands, her eyes glinting with determination. The current situation presented a dichotomy. Choosing the Hyuga clan would entail making the information public and pushing Rock Lee forward to plead for forgiveness, thereby marking him as an enemy of the entire ninja world. Conversely, opting for Rock Lee meant taking the relevant information to the grave, leaving the Hyuga clan to deal with it independently. This was a coercive gamble, forcing Tsunade into a high-stakes decision. A bold wager, indeed. This was Tsunade's characteristic style. She had faith in Jiraiya and believed that Rock Lee could ultimately transform the entire ninja realm. Tsunade approached the fractured desk, retrieving the intelligence Shikamaru had sent regarding the Byakugan. With a decisive flick, she ignited a lighter and incinerated the documents. This time, I place my bet on you. Young one. After confirming the destruction of the intelligence, Tsunade made her way to the higher echelons of Konoha to discuss the matter. Within merely 2 hours, an agreement was reached between Tsunade and Konoha's leadership. This issue necessitated the Hyuga clan's emergence. As evening descended, dark clouds loomed overhead and thunder rumbled ominously. At the Hyuga estate, Hayashi faced a formidable choice. Before him stood Hinata and Hanabi. Konoha demanded the Hyuga clan surrender the perpetrator. The term perpetrator was notably ambiguous. Konoha merely indicated the existence of a culprit without specifying who it was, compelling Hayashi to make a choice. A member of the branch family would certainly not suffice, as that would not quell the grievances of the 3 great nations. The perpetrator must be a figure of significant importance within the Hyuga clan. Hinata and Hanabi were present in the room. Hanabi, being still quite young, remained oblivious to the impending events. However, Hinata sensed her father's intentions. Father, I am truly sorry for you. But Hanabi possesses exceptional talent. She is more suited to inherit the Hyuga legacy than you. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, brightening the entire room. Hinata's complexion drained of color as tremors coursed through her body. This was her first encounter with the harsh realities of noble families, where even a biological daughter could be sacrificed for the sake of familial interests. Hayashi took Hanabi and departed the room, leaving Hinata in a state of shock. Father. Hinata sat dazed within the confines of the estate. Upon returning to his chamber, Hayashi was engulfed in sorrow. He sighed, I'm sorry, but I have no choice. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. No, you still have one choice. With a resounding boom, thunder echoed, and torrential rain began to pour, cascading like a waterfall. Niji stood outside the door, allowing the torrential rain to drench him. His expression remained tranquil. Niji urged the clan leader to meet his demise. Chapter 76. The new head of the Hyuga clan in the Hyuga estate. Within the family assembly hall, Hyuga Hayashi sat at the head of the table. Below him, to his left was a venerable elder of the clan, while to his right stood the pillars of the younger generation. Clan leader, we might as well defect from Konoha. If we cannot even protect the prominent families within the village, why should we exert ourselves? You are still too young. Defection is not a trivial matter. We have received a joint warning from the 3 great nations. Should we betray Konoha at this moment? There will no longer be a place for the Hyuga clan in the ninja world. What shall we do then? Hyuga Hayashi surveyed the clamorous assembly of clan members below. He sighed inwardly. They were arguing vehemently, yet not one person stood forth to sacrifice themselves for the clan. The younger pillars of strength were understandable, but even the elder members of the main family were gripped by the fear of death. Enough, Hyuga Hayashi admonished softly. Instantly, the raucous noise subsided, and all eyes turned toward him, understanding that he had reached a resolution. I shall be the one to bear the responsibility for this matter. Gasps of shock erupted from the assembly. Clan leader, allow me to go. An elderly member of the main family stepped forward. You are still young. I have lived long enough. Let me seize this opportunity. Very well. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. At this, the elderly member stood frozen in embarrassment. Not everyone possesses the courage to face death. Are you not going? The elderly member asked awkwardly. Knowing that I am going, you may sit back down. Anyone who dares to speak out again will be thrust forward to atone. The elderly member reluctantly returned to his seat. Silence fell over the gathering. Next, we must decide who shall inherit the position of clan leader. Who do you believe is suitable? Hyuga Hayashi inquired. I believe Lady Hinata is appropriate, said the elderly members on the left, nodding in agreement. This was one faction. They preferred to elevate the eldest over the younger. On the right, I believe Lady Hanabi is more suitable. The younger pillars of strength, having fought for the Hyuga clan, favored the more talented and combative Hanabi. The 2 factions exchanged glances, ceasing discussion, awaiting Hyuga Hayashi's decision. At the head of the table, Hyuga Hayashi gazed upon the many clan members, absorbing their expressions. Greed flickered in the eyes of most. The allure of power irresistible. His 2 daughters, Hinata timid and Hanabi still young, would be left vulnerable should he perish. This clan undoubtedly seeks to usurp the rightful heir, and they are likely to employ even more nefarious tactics to seize the position of clan leader. Beyond those families that adhere to the tradition of a single line of succession, most clans harbor such dark secrets to a greater or lesser extent. Hyuga Hizashi sighed softly. I shall now announce the individual who will succeed me as the new clan leader. Hyuga Hizashi clapped his hands. Outside, Niji entered clad in white. The next clan leader is Hyuga Niji, proclaimed Hyuga Hizashi. Below, the assembly on either side reached a rare consensus in their dissent. This is unacceptable. This individual is audacious and disrespects his elders. How can such a person be worthy of becoming the clan leader? This young boy is far too inexperienced to bear such a great responsibility. Under his leadership, the Hyuga clan will surely descend into chaos. Indeed, this boy is unqualified. I see the seeds of rebellion in him. The crowd erupted in scornful denunciations. Niji remained unfazed. He approached Hyuga Hizashi and took his seat slowly. In terms of strength, is there anyone present who surpasses me? Niji directed his gaze towards a cluster of young stalwarts from the Hyuga clan to his right. The assembly fell silent. Just days prior, Niji's formidable combat prowess had left them in awe. Niji then turned to his left. Esteemed elders, regarding experience and status, I have recently been appointed as an elite genin by the Hokage. Is this not sufficient? Niji produced the appointment letter and cast it onto the face of the elder who had been the loudest in his condemnation. The elder trembled visibly. A hint of disdain flickered in Niji's eyes as he rose to address the assembly. Now, I am the clan leader. Who is in favor and who is against? Silence enveloped the room. Niji's strength was sufficient to render the entire clan unable to raise their heads, especially with the endorsement of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Who would dare to oppose him? Hyuga Hizashi observed the scene with a complex expression. Among these clansmen, only Niji could maintain control. If it were Hinata or Hanabi, it would be of no use. The previous night, Niji's words at the door, inviting the clan head to his demise, had profoundly shaken Hyuga Hizashi's heart. He recalled the moment when his brother, Hyuga Hayashi, had willingly taken his place in death for him. Now it is my turn. Hyuga Hizashi rose. The Hyuga clan is entrusted to you. I am at peace. Step by step, Hyuga Hizashi walked towards the door. With Niji at the helm, the clan would at least not fare worse than under his leadership. Moreover, his two daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, shared a good rapport with Niji. As Hyuga Hizashi reached the threshold, the setting sun cast a golden glow upon him. Dressed in flowing robes, he bore a smile, his eyes devoid of fear or sorrow. After my death, there shall be no more distinctions between the main and branch families. With a swift motion, Hyuga Hizashi drew a kunai. A line of blood splattered upon the doors of the assembly hall. His body fell heavily. Clan leader! The crowd cried in despair. Niji gazed at the fallen Hyuga Hizashi and sighed softly. All grievances dissipated with the demise of Hyuga Hizashi. We, the Hyuga clan, have provided an explanation to the ninja world regarding the handling of our clan leader S remains, as commanded by Niji. Immediately, individuals outside commenced the solemn task of laying Hizashi to rest. In the distance, Rock Lee and Tintin observed this somber scene, accompanied by the heart-wrenching sobs of Hinata and Hanabi. Despite the near sacrifice of Hinata as a scapegoat, witnessing her father's death left her profoundly sorrowful, a testament to the indelible bond of family. In the vast continuum of time, countless pioneers have transformed into a multitude of stars, illuminating the path for future generations. Rock Lee offered words of comfort, and upon hearing them, Hinata and Hanabi found a modicum of solace. At the very least, their father had perished a hero. Lee cast a glance at Tintin, signaling her to look after Hinata and Hanabi, to which she nodded. He then strode away. In the assembly hall, Niji proclaimed, "From this day forth, the Hyuga clan will no longer adhere to the traditions of the main and branch families. I shall sever the bonds of the caged birds." Outside, the branch family members were visibly stirred, yearning to break free from the constraints that had bound them for generations. Rock Lee began to sever the threads of fate for each individual, and as the caged birds gradually faded, expressions of gratitude blossomed among the crowd. Lee merely chuckled, attributing the initiative to Niji, which only deepened the branch family's gratitude towards him. Niji surveyed the assembly of branch family members and announced his first decree as clan leader. In the future, there shall be significant changes. The capable shall rise, while the inept shall fall. Only those endowed with talent shall ascend to prominent positions within our clan. He detailed the criteria for merit and reallocated responsibilities based on the various skills of the clan members. In a mere day, the Hyuga clan, bereft of its leader, found stability, drawing the attention of the higher echelons of Konoha and other prominent families. Niji had not anticipated that a mere child could wield such influence, nor the formidable presence of Rock Lee by his side, who posed a potential threat to the remnants of his power. Within a nearby dwelling, Danzo narrowed his left eye. Sensing the perilous nature of the Hyuga clan, he disseminated rumors that Rock Lee had acquired the Byakugan from Mist Ching. In the Hyuga residence, Rock Lee had recently savored the experience of being a scion of a prestigious family, where every need was met with ease and any discontent swiftly addressed. What a true indulgence. He marveled. However, such leisurely days were not destined to last, as troubling news began to circulate throughout the ninja world. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Lee Rock, the elder brother of the daimyo of the Land of Rice, possesses the Byakugan. The source of this information remains unknown. Yet it has stirred greater ripples than the previous tremors caused by the Hyuga clan. In the Land of Water, the esteemed Mei Terumi even issued a formal announcement, personally traveling to the Leaf to verify the claims. Other nations have once again joined forces to issue a communique. Have you heard the news? Niji is currently engaged in family matters, and, upon receiving intelligence, hastened to find Lee Rock. Lee Rock appeared unperturbed, nodding slightly. Why the fuss over such a trivial matter? He remarked. What? Niji found himself momentarily at a loss. You are the head of the Hyuga clan. Assist me by issuing a statement to the three great nations, declaring that my Byakugan was transplanted from the Hyuga clan, and they will fall silent, Lee Rock suggested with ease. He harbored some suspicions regarding the source of the leaked information. Niji slapped his forehead. He, now the head of the Hyuga clan, held significant authority within the family. How foolish of me to overlook such an explanation, he chuckled. After a brief exchange with Lee Rock, he returned to his quarters. A while later, news emerged from the Leaf. Lee Rock's Byakugan was confirmed by the clan leader of the Hyuga family. With this revelation, the three great nations ceased to voice any dissent. The next day, Kakashi and Guy arrived at the Hyuga estate. Niji instructed his servants to prepare a feast. It has been quite some time, hasn't it, Guy? Niji and Tintin momentarily set aside their family affairs to join Lee Rock, Guy, and Kakashi in gathering. You have all grown so much, Niji. You are now the head of the Hyuga clan, Guy remarked, observing the steady stream of dishes being served. Fortune has favored us. Niji recounted the events of the past few days, omitting the details of Lee Rock's involvement, only mentioning the incident with the caged bird. This was at Lee Rock's request. As some matters are destined to remain concealed, I never expected you to become so strong, Lee. Do you now feel the exhilarating fire of youth? Guy inquired. Indeed. Lee Rock replied with a hint of fatigue. He turned to Kakashi. Sensei, weren't you on a mission in the Cloud Village? 2 weeks prior. The Cloud had been exceptionally formidable. The Eight-Tails, Killer Bee, had slain the Akatsuki Sasori, while Haiden managed to escape. Enraged, the Akatsuki, with the exception of Pain, dispatched all members to the Cloud Village. Consequently, the Eight-Tails was captured. The Akatsuki is now seeking the two Jinchuriki from the Hidden Leaf. Presently, the location of the two Jinchuriki has been discovered, and the Akatsuki has launched a collective assault against them, leaving the Raikage injured. The Cloud Village, unable to withstand the onslaught, has requested assistance from the Leaf. Kakashi, along with Naruto and Sakura, was among the first to head out for support. We're switching teams, Kakashi declared lazily. It seems to be an order from higher-ups. In a few days, the task confirmation document should be issued. Upon hearing this, not only Rock Lee, Niji, and Tintin were astonished, but even Guy wore a look of surprise. Hey Kakashi, why wasn't I informed about this? Guy, as an elite jonin and the leader of the mission, felt it was quite unreasonable to be left in the dark. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings. Once he confirmed their privacy, he turned to the group with an air of mystery. This matter is not yet settled. It appears there has been some contention among the higher-ups. However, I suspect that the final outcome will likely see your team replacing us in the Land of Clouds. As a former Umbu member, Kakashi possessed more intelligence than Guy, who was merely a civilian. He took a couple of bites of the salt-grilled mackerel before grimacing slightly. The dish was subpar. It had been marinated for too long and grilled insufficiently, leaving much to be desired. Right, Kakashi continued, you all can discuss this matter amongst yourselves. But what about my manuscript? He extended his hand toward Rock Lee. What? Lee looked perplexed. The manuscript? Did you not just return from the Land of Crafts? What about the draft of Jiraiya-sensei's sequel to Ica Paradise? Kakashi sat up straight, his gaze intensifying on Lee. Oh no, I completely forgot. Lee's heart sank. His hand, which had been reaching for food, paused momentarily. You hesitated just now, didn't you? Kakashi pressed. Huh. No, I didn't. I mean, it's not that I forgot. Jiraiya-sensei forbade me from taking the manuscript. He said to wait until, suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. Kakashi activated his Raikiri. You little rascal. During the Chunin exams in Iwagakure, I taught you so many ninjutsu, exhausting my chakra for the sake of that manuscript, and you dare to forget? Unforgivable. Rock Lee's excuse was evidently flimsy, and Kakashi was on the brink of losing his composure. Hey Kakashi, there's no need to be so serious. Lee might die. Guy attempted to intervene, but Kakashi remained unmoved. Niji also offered a token attempt at persuasion, but directed it toward Lee. Lee, you should run away for now. Tintin nodded earnestly at Lee. If not, just use the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Lee felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had completely overlooked this matter. He had initially used the manuscript of the sequel to deceive Kakashi into teaching him the 5 elemental jutsu. Yet, after spending so much time with Jiraiya in the Land of Crafts, he had forgotten all about it. I'm so sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I'll go look for Jiraiya-sensei right away. I promise to bring it to you next time. This is a pact between men. Lee Rock spoke earnestly. In response, Kakashi sheathed his Raikiri, acknowledging that their agreement would pertain to their next encounter. However, this time, he expected compensation. Kakashi picked up his chopsticks and sampled the miso eggplant once more. This time, he was quite pleased, as the sauce had thoroughly permeated the eggplant, yielding a delightful flavor. I wish to endeavor in the mastery of sage techniques, Kakashi declared. He had long been aware of the location of Myobokuzen from Naruto. Yet, Jiraiya had previously cautioned Kakashi that one with insufficient chakra could not engage in sage training. Thus, Kakashi contemplated Lee Rock, who, lacking a tail beast, possessed minimal chakra. Much like Niji and Tintin. Nevertheless, they had all successfully learned sage techniques. Kakashi believed there must be a hidden secret behind this. Kakashi-sensei, Lee Rock hesitated for a moment. Your chakra is too scant to learn sage techniques. You must first comprehend Tai Chi-o? Tai Chi? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. Lee Rock turned to Niji. Indeed, it is this martial art, Kakashi-sensei. Niji rose and demonstrated the techniques before Kakashi. Hesitant, Niji had specialized solely in Tai Chi, and at present, his proficiency in this domain surpassed that of Lee Rock. I have noted it. Thank you. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, swiftly memorizing the Tai Chi maneuvers. This was precisely his purpose for coming here. Mastering the essence of this martial art is the prerequisite for acquiring sage techniques. Once you grasp the principles, Kakashi-sensei, you may proceed to Myobokuzen and use my name for your entry. Lee Rock took a piece of paper and a pen, sketching a map of Myobokuzen, which he then handed to Kakashi. Chapter 78. Enhancing Tsunade's strength in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade, Danzo, Mito Gate Kurenai, and Tazuna Shuko sat across from one another. The third squad is to assist the Hidden Cloud. Tsunade sat alone on the left side of the sofa, while Danzo, Mito Gate Kurenai, and Tazuna Shuko occupied the right side. Clearly, the odds were 3-1. They had come to inform Tsunade of this matter. Indeed, the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud is currently in grave danger. With a loud crash, Tsunade stood abruptly, flipping the sofa. The Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud is in peril. Yet my Jinchuriki in Konoha is not. With her immense strength, she stomped down, shattering the sofa. The sound of splintering would cause Mito Gate Kurenai and Tazuna Shuko to widen their eyes in shock. They had not supported this course of action, but Danzo had too much leverage over them, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, this situation posed little threat to the village. Moreover, since Niji ascended to the position of clan head, the Hyuga clan had almost entirely aligned with Hokage Tsunade, significantly diminishing Danzo's influence within the village. This arrangement appeared mutually beneficial. After some contemplation, Mito Gate Kurenai and Tazuna Shuko acquiesced to Danzo's proposal. However, they did not anticipate what was to follow. Tsunade unexpectedly flipped the sofa, asserting her authority as Hokage. Princess Tsunade regarded Lee Rock, the host of the Three Tails, as unstable, and given the creature's limited power, she found Naruto far easier to manage. Mito Gate's voice trembled as he spoke, reminiscing about the days when the fourth Hokage was in power. The foundation of Minato Namikaze was shallow, and his lowly status meant he had to heed the words of Tsunade and Konohamaru as if they were imperial decrees. Even if he wished to refuse, he was obligated to provide a reasonable explanation. However, the current situation was starkly different. Tsunade's position was exceedingly esteemed. Being both Hokage and the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, there was no one in all of Konoha who could rival her dignity. He and Konohamaru stood diminished in her presence. This matter was settled. As long as she remained in the Hokage position, that command would never be issued. Tsunade was resolute. She gazed outside. Shizune, relay my orders. The support for the Cloud Village shall not be withdrawn. Kakashi will continue as captain, executing the support mission. Understood. Outside, Shizune's footsteps gradually faded away. Danzo sighed deeply. He finally rose. In that case, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. Tsunade replied coolly. Danzo chuckled. leaning on his cane as he slowly exited the Hokage's office. As he walked, Midogate and Konohamaru did not follow him out. "Ah, the Hokage title is quite splendid," he mused. Suddenly, with a crack, Danzo's cane shattered into splinters. His expression darkened. "Then let it be me who assumes that role." Returning to the root organization's stronghold, he waved his hand, summoning F into the room. "Contact the daimyo and inform him that the Hokage is intertwined with the rogue ninja Orochimaru. They are collaborating with Jiraiya in the Hidden Craft Village, engaging in clandestine activities." "Yes." F vanished from sight. Danzo then summoned Karui. "I need you to accomplish a task." His tone was grave. Karui knelt on one knee. "Please give the command, and I will do whatever it takes to fulfill it," she declared resolutely. "Very well." Danzo nodded. His voice softened unexpectedly. "I need you to transform into Orochimaru and assassinate the daimyo." Upon hearing this, Karui's eyes widened in shock, her face pale with disbelief. This is too insane. It has not occurred in centuries." "What? Are you faltering?" "It seems you have lost the will of root." Danzo's voice pierced through the tension. He formed a hand seal with his left hand. A jolt of pain surged through Karui's mind, causing her to shudder. "Yes, I understand. When do we act?" she asked, lowering her head. "Tomorrow night." "Understood." Without a hint of emotion, Karui exited the room. Tuanzong sat in his chair, sunlight streaming through the aged wooden window into the room. He gazed at the light, his pupils filled with an insatiable yearning for power. The title of Hokage. "It is high time for me," Shimura Tuanzong. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the sunlight, plunging the room into shadows, leaving only the sound of Tuanzang's maniacal laughter echoing in the darkness. Outside the village of Konoha, in a decrepit wooden shack, Rock Lee reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. Beside him, the expressionless Shino Aburame was engaged in capturing mosquitoes, with the sweltering heat of summer upon them. Lee had been mercilessly tormented by the pests since returning from the Hugo estate. By chance, Shino had encountered Lee during his solitary training, prompting Lee's eyes to brighten with an idea. He called out to Shino, requesting his assistance in capturing the mosquitoes. "Do you think my training direction is misguided?" Shino pondered as he directed the insects in their pursuit. "Indeed," Lee replied, fanning himself with a feather fan, a gentle breeze wafting through, providing him with a modicum of relief. "In my earlier years, I had an encounter with a female ninja from the Miao region, who wielded insect techniques with unparalleled mastery. I nearly fell victim to her traps, unable to rise from my bed," Lee reminisced, his tone tinged with nostalgia as he recounted the fierce battle. Who would have thought there existed a master of insects even more formidable than the Aburame clan? Understanding Lee's prowess, Shino recognized him as the strongest among the current generation, undoubtedly the foremost ninja among the 5 great villages. Captivated by Lee's tales of the past, Shino found himself lost in the vivid imagery of their epic confrontations. Miao region? Shino recalled Lee mentioning that name multiple times. What was that expert's name? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Alas, that master has passed away. In her lifetime. She did not take on disciples, only mounts, Lee replied, shaking his head, disappointment flickering across Shino's face. Buzzing filled the air as mosquitoes resumed their assault on Lee. This is intolerable. He isn't even trying to catch them anymore. Observing the situation, Lee cleared his throat. However, I possess her techniques for controlling insects. Lee spoke truthfully. In his previous life, he had ventured into the Miao region, fearlessly infiltrating their village, unmatched in combat. Ultimately, the village chief intervened, and after a clash of equal prowess, they recognized each other's heroism. The chief, unwilling to employ deadly curses against Lee, shared a bond of mutual respect and camaraderie over drinks. During their gathering, the insect master had confided that her days were numbered and entrusted her knowledge to Lee, requesting that he take on disciples in her stead. Lee had agreed, having previously studied insect techniques, though he had made little progress before abandoning the endeavor. However, before he could fulfill the chief's request to take on students, he was unexpectedly transported to this other world. It is said that there exist 3 of the most formidable cursed insects: the celestial dragon goo, the Qilin goo, and the divine silkworm goo. As Lee Locke observed oilwoman Shizai diligently swatting mosquitoes, he began to speak slowly. On the hottest day of midsummer, at noon, one must place the world's 9 most venomous insects into a coffin, bury it in the earth, and allow them to devour one another until only one venomous insect remains. This solitary creature must then be nurtured with inner energy and chakra for 49 days, transforming it into the celestial dragon goo. After finishing his explanation, Lee Locke took a sip of water, essentially providing Shizai with a significant enhancement. It is crucial that these insects possess neither legs nor wings. And what about the Chilingu and the divine silkworm goo? A rare excitement appeared on Oil Woman Shizai's face. Merely hearing of such methods assured him of the immense power that these cursed insects must possess. Lilac continued. The preparation methods for the other two cursed insects are quite similar. However, the Chilingu requires 9-legged, wingless venomous insects, while the divine silkworm goo demands winged, legless creatures. He stated casually. The first two, the celestial dragon goo and the Chilingu, are relatively easy to obtain. But the divine silkworm goo has long been extinct in the realm of Great Xia. Such winged, legless insects simply do not exist in this world. However, we are currently in the ninja world, Lilac noted. As far as I know, there are several winged, legless insects in the forest of death. Hey, remember what you need to do, and don't stop swatting those mosquitoes. Lilac urged, sensing that more mosquitoes were closing in around them. Oil Woman Shizai hurriedly resumed her efforts. Once the celestial dragon goo is formed, it resembles a celestial dragon, soaring and twisting in the air. In combat, a mere flick of a finger could allow chakra to pierce through, and once it enters an enemy's body, their life or death rests solely in your hands. The Chilingu, when unleashed, can devour an enemy's chakra to sustain itself, akin to the effects of the shark-skin great blade. As for the divine silkworm goo, this insect has never been witnessed, even by the most adept practitioners in the art of goo. Lilac spoke softly, according to the texts. The divine silkworm goo is the most ferocious, resembling a silkworm and delighting in mulberry leaves, thus earning its name. He continued, this goo is formless and intangible, capable of transforming into anything. Every 3 years, it must consume a human. Failure to satiate its hunger will result in it turning against its master. Its powers are exceedingly formidable. Once the divine silkworm goo bites an enemy, it can invoke a curse from afar, disregarding distance. The methods to counteract these 3 cursed insects are also meticulously documented in the texts, and Lilac was already well versed in them, planning to prepare countermeasures in due time. The capabilities of these cursed insects are insidiously treacherous. A moment's negligence could lead to an untimely demise. One must always remain vigilant against potential threats. In truth, Lilac had yet to disclose one particular cursed insect to Shizai. The texts also spoke of an even more powerful 3-corpse goo. Due to its overwhelming strength and the absence of any countermeasure, coupled with its malevolent preparation method, Lilac chose to remain silent on the matter. Thank you. From now on, feel free to seek me out whenever you need assistance. Oil Woman Shizai responded with an air of dignity. He is not one for many words. Yet his achievements are indeed remarkable. Both in strength and intellect, he possesses exceptional qualities. Rock Lee deems him a valuable asset and intends to recruit him to confront the Akatsuki organization in the subsequent 4th Great Ninja War. There is no need for formality. We are all comrades of Konohagakure. Rock Lee Byakugan activated, and he gazed into the distance where a ninja with eyes concealed by a mask was rushing towards them. The figure bore a resemblance to Shino. Do you have an older brother? What? Shino Aburame remained engrossed in the power of his insects, caught off guard. There is someone approaching who bears a resemblance to you. Rock Lee recalled the individual Torian Aburame from the Root organization. What could he want? Rock Lee was uncertain whether Torian was coming for him or for Shino. As they spoke, Torian's form gradually became discernible, and he appeared somewhat anxious. Brother? Shino furrowed his brow. He had learned from his father that Torian had joined the Root organization, and his father had cautioned him to be wary of Torian. Upon seeing Shino and Rock Lee, Torian slowed his pace to signal a lack of hostility. Shino, I cannot enter the Aburame clan's estate. I heard you were out, so I came to find you. A hint of concern shadowed Torian's brow as he looked at Rock Lee. And this is? Noticing the rapport between his brother and Rock Lee, Torian inquired further. A companion, Shino succinctly replied. Ah, I see. Torian understood his brother well, typically taciturn. Shino had few friends, only his insects. Thus, anyone he deemed a companion must be someone he trusted immensely. I wish to speak with you privately, Torian stated. Apologies, but I just remembered I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave. Rock Lee, being perceptive, recognized that he was somewhat extraneous to their conversation. Thank you. Torian felt a sense of appreciation towards Rock Lee for his thoughtful departure. After a brief moment, Torian exited the forest and made his way towards the gates of Konohagakure. Along the way, he offered a slight nod to Rock Lee, who responded with a smile and a nod of acknowledgement as they passed each other. Torian journeyed north, crossing the barrier of Konohagakure and headed towards the residence of the Fire Country's daimyo. As night fell, he paused briefly, igniting a campfire. He consumed a modest portion of provisions, preparing to rest. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying killing intent surged forth. This was the technique of Naruto. Torian remained unperturbed, his fingers intertwining as he declared, "Release." The aura of menace did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified, enveloping him in a terrifying grip that nearly rendered his legs immobile. What? This is not an illusion. It is pure malice. Oil Woman Torian felt a jolt of alarm within. Such a dreadful intent he had only witnessed emanating from Danzo and the third Hokage. "Do not move, or you shall perish." A voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed from behind Oil Woman Torian. A kunai pressed against his throat, and he felt his entire body stiffen. Any movement would indeed lead to his demise. "What does that scoundrel Danzo want you to do?" A long tongue slid down, licking the forehead protector of Oil Woman Shizen. Orochimaru. Thoughts raced through Oil Woman Shizen's mind, and he momentarily suspected that his brother Shizen had leaked information. The mission to assassinate the daimyo while transforming into Orochimaru was known only to Shizen. "Go ahead and kill me," Oil Woman Torian spoke calmly. He would never betray his secrets. "Ah, I remember now. That scoundrel Danzo had once planted this cursed mark of tongue calamity on me." Orochimaru clapped his hands. For symbol seal. A complex sealing technique surged from Oil Woman Torian's body, gradually penetrating his mouth. Ultimately, the technique formed a barrier, encapsulating the mark of tongue calamity. "Speak. For my patience is finite," Orochimaru hissed ominously. Yet, Oil Woman Torian remained unresponsive. "Since you are Orochimaru, it is evident I shall not survive this night. You should know that I have allied with Jiraiya. I am a killer, but I would never slay a leaf ninja, for that foolish Jiraiya is far too earnest." Upon hearing this, Oil Woman Torian felt a slight relief. "Danzo intends for me to transform into your likeness to assassinate the daimyo." Upon finishing his sentence, he felt his tongue tremble. "Concentrate." Orochimaru clapped his hands again, applying another force symbol seal to the root of Oil Woman Torian's tongue. Seeing that the mark of tongue calamity did not erupt, he finally relaxed. He sensed the terrifying malice behind him had dissipated. Orochimaru sheathed his kunai and approached Oil Woman Torian. "Is this so?" After pondering briefly, Orochimaru continued, "You may proceed with your mission, however, this time I require you to assume Danzo's appearance." Orochimaru regarded Oil Woman Torian with utter disdain, leisurely settling by the campfire and casually tossing in a few twigs. "Should you refuse? Danzo has his own means of handling the matter with me and the Hokage. If you do not comply, I shall spare your life. But I will return to Konoha and eliminate your brother. Did you not promise Lord Jiraiya? I am merely deceiving you." Oil Woman Torian was aware that Orochimaru had once been part of the Root organization and had come across various descriptions of him. Erratic in nature, such was Danzo's assessment of Orochimaru. Now it seemed all too evident. YNYU Toragain found the assessment to be quite accurate. He inhaled deeply. "I may go, but how can I trust you?" YNYU Toragain chose to exchange his own life for that of his brother. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's form slowly blended into the ground. "I have already planted another jutsu beneath your tongue. Whenever I desire, you will reveal Danzo's orders." Orochimaru vanished before YNYU Toragain. Choose between the lives of the entire YNYU clan and your own. Chapter 80. The Death of the Daime the following day, in the Land of Fire. At the Daime's residence, the entire estate, nestled beside mountains and waters, boasted a picturesque view. The exterior walls were fortified with towering stone ramparts, adorned with exquisite carvings depicting the emblem of the daime, symbolizing the glory of the Land of Fire. The black lacquered wooden doors loomed tall, with the flag of the daime gently fluttering in the breeze. A man with long black hair and golden, elongated pupils arrived at the daime's estate. YNYU Toragain disregarded Orochimaru's suggestion. "Lord Danzo, I shall never betray the root within Konoha." Years of cultivation and indoctrination had rendered YNYU Toragain incapable of betraying Danzo. "There is a barrier ahead." He refrained from rashly entering the daime's residence. The towering stone ramparts were imbued with barriers, while hidden sentinels lurked in the vicinity. If discovered, not only would he fail his mission, but he would also meet a grim fate. At that moment, a retainer approached the main residence. The guards at the gate did not impede him, nor did the barrier trigger. The retainer hastily entered the main house. After a while, the retainer emerged. YNYU Toragain employed the Earth Dragon concealment technique, burying himself beneath the ground to follow the retainer. As night fell, the retainer returned once more. The guards remained unchallenged. It appeared that this retainer of the daime held considerable esteem, frequently entering and exiting the estate. The retainer entered the main house. Boom! The immense barrier suddenly expanded. Who goes there? In an instant, countless hidden presences turned their attention to the retainer who had triggered the barrier. Transformation techniques could not deceive the barrier. Any deployment of ninjutsu would activate the alarm barrier. This retainer was, in fact, YNYU Torrigain in disguise. Have I been discovered? Never mind. YNYU Torrigain transformed into Orochimaru's likeness. That fellow seems to be a ninja from Konoha. I feel I have seen him somewhere before. In the distance, the daimyo, Shi, had already been roused. He was surrounded by 5 powerful ninjas, all appearing exceedingly formidable. Daimyo, that individual is a rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru. A rogue ninja from Konoha? Shi's countenance darkened. Recently, Konoha had been plagued by troubles. Now, a rogue ninja had infiltrated his estate. Is Konoha incapable of eliminating rogue ninjas? Shi murmured. He gazed upon the transformation of the oil woman into Orochimaru. The samurai stood no chance against this formidable Orochimaru. The onlookers could only watch as Orochimaru discarded the body of his fallen retainer and fled from the main residence. Do not pursue. Prioritize the protection of the Lord. Yes, as the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Enshi was just approaching the lifeless form of his retainer, Kurosada Kazuhito. Fury surged in Enshi's eyes. The rogue ninja from Konoha had brazenly invaded the daimyo's estate and taken the life of his retainer. Send word. The Land of Fire is to issue a bounty on before Enshi could finish his command. A sealing technique suddenly manifested above the corpse, expanding ominously as if it were about to explode. This is bad. It's poison. The guardian ninja beside Enshi swiftly formed hand seals. Seal. A sealing technique enveloped the corpse, halting the impending explosion. Evacuate the daimyo at once. Enshi was escorted away from the entrance by the surrounding guardian ninjas. However, they had scarcely moved when an unusual stir arose from the shadow of the retainer's body. A figure surged forth from the shadows. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. A tempest swept through, disrupting the formation of the guardian ninjas. One of them stood protectively before Daimyo Enshi, his gaze fixed warily on the emerging figure. You are Shimura Danzo of Konoha. The guardian ninja's pupils widened in shock. Danzo laughed heartily, casting his gaze upon the daimyo. The Orochimaru you just encountered was also my transformation. I must admit, you possess a modicum of skill. Henceforth, I shall usurp the title of daimyo. My name, Shimura Danzo, will resound throughout the Land of Fire. Rock Lee had been trailing the oil woman, his unease palpable. Indeed, the oil woman ultimately obeyed Danzo's orders, transforming into Orochimaru to assassinate the daimyo. Lee concealed himself within the shadow of the retainer. After the oil woman fled, he would take on the guise of Shimura Danzo to assume responsibility for the chaos. It's a rebellion. It's a rebellion. Konoha has turned against us. Enshi's wrath boiled over. Before he could issue further commands, a kunai was launched. Clang! A guardian ninja intercepted it, just as the kunai was about to veer off course. Flying Thunder God. Lee's form materialized beside the guardian ninja. He gently touched the bodies of the guardian and daimyo Enshi. A surge of dark energy coursed through. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Lee vanished once more, distancing himself from the daimyo's estate. Enshi, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, slumped to the ground, utterly weakened. His gaze remained fixed on the spot where Lee had disappeared. Shimura Danzo in his final moments. Enshi grasped the truth. The real Shimura Danzo would never personally execute an assassination. Such an act would be far too foolish. Yet the surrounding warriors and guardian ninjas witnessed this scene. They were all aware of Shimura Danzo's identity, making it highly improbable for him to commit such an act. However, the true culprit remained unknown, and no one was inclined to investigate further. It would be a thankless endeavor. At this moment, all that was required was to present a scapegoat to appease the various factions. It was Shimura Danzo of the Leaf Village who killed the daimyo, shouted one of the guardian ninjas. In an instant, consensus was reached among all present. Shimura Danzo was the murderer of the daimyo. In a forest within the Land of Fire, Rock Lee sprinted swiftly. He needed to return to the Leaf Village as quickly as possible. With the death of the daimyo, it was likely that all ninjas in the Land of Fire would be prohibited from acting. If he could not return to the Leaf Village at this juncture, he would undoubtedly become collateral damage. The vassals and warriors, desperate for an outlet for their pent-up emotions, would capture all ninjas outside. Rock Lee had no desire to hide. Such evasion would be a waste of precious time. What remained to be seen was how the Leaf Village would handle the situation. As dawn broke, Rock Lee returned to the Leaf Village. At the entrance, he encountered Aburame Shino. Good morning. Rock Lee greeted him enthusiastically. Aburame Shino was even faster than Rock Lee. He was unaware of the events that had transpired. Out exercising this early? No wonder your strength surpasses that of my brother, Aburame Shino replied, though his mind was preoccupied with other matters. Since that night, when Orochimaru had threatened him, he had not seen the man again. Moreover, Orochimaru had not killed him. Instead, he continued assigning him tasks. No matter how Aburame Shino pondered, he felt that this behavior did not align with Orochimaru's usual modus operandi. Don't mention it. I almost didn't get to train before I encountered Orochimaru. Luckily, I managed to hide. He hurriedly left the Leaf Village, muttering something about the daimyo. Rock Lee casually remarked, "The daimyo?" Upon hearing this, Aburame Shino's heart tightened. He halted momentarily and turned to Rock Lee. "Did you hear him say anything in particular?" he asked in a hushed tone. "I didn't catch it all, but I vaguely heard Orochimaru mumbling something about the daimyo being dead. I transformed into Danzo, so I shouldn't be discovered. Per Danzo is in for it now." Rock Lee feigned contemplation. "Danzo? Who is that? I've never heard of him," Rock Lee said, pretending to be oblivious. Aburame Shino's complexion changed dramatically, and cold sweat broke out on his back. "It's not Danzo. It's Danzo. This is bad." Chapter 81. Danzo's defection. The news of the daimyo's death spread swiftly throughout the Land of Fire. All 5 great nations soon heard of the event. In an instant, the world was shaken. In the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, Tsunade's face was filled with fury. "Have you found any trace of Danzo?" With a single, forceful blow, she shattered the office desk. This marked the 81st desk she had demolished. The news of the daimyo's death had just reached her, leaving her utterly astounded. When she sought out Danzo, he had already absconded from the village. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade realized that Danzo had been falsely accused. Yet the situation mirrored the previous incident involving the Hyuga clan. There was no room for argument. The daimyo was indeed deceased, and Konoha must provide an explanation. Currently, the daimyo's residence was embroiled in a struggle for the position of daimyo, and it was imperative to deliver a statement before the new daimyo was established. An announcement must be made. Shimura Danzo has defected. Upon encountering him, he is to be executed on the spot. Tsunade commanded. On the sofa, Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu exchanged hesitant glances. They had always sided with Danzo, and now they found themselves in a precarious situation. Aside from this matter, they needed to secure sufficient funds, as the daimyo had severed Konoha's economic resources. Mito Gate bravely spoke up. He and Tsurugi Koharu served as advisors to Konoha, responsible not only for making critical decisions but also for managing the funds from the daimyo's residence and reporting on Konoha's financial status. This effectively meant they held a significant portion of Konoha's economic lifeline, which was why Tsunade had tolerated them thus far. However, the circumstances had changed. With Danzo's flight, they were likely to face shared repercussions, contingent upon whether Tsunade chose to pursue accountability. A financial crisis. Tsunade pondered for a moment. "I have a solution. From now on, the financial matters of Konoha will be overseen by Shizune and Shikamaru. Ensure a smooth transition." Tsunade turned her gaze toward the window. The situation with Danzo had already spiraled out of control. If Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu faced penalties now and made further missteps, her own reputation would undoubtedly suffer. At this juncture, what Konoha needed most was development. Tsunade spoke softly. Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu exhaled in relief upon hearing her words. Tsunade had merely stripped them of their financial authority without imposing any tangible punishment or public declarations. This allowed them to enjoy their twilight years in peace. "Thank you, Lord Hokage," they both expressed, bowing respectfully. "It's nothing. You may leave now." "Yes." The two exited the office. At that moment, Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu felt the weight of their advancing age. They arrived at the front of the office building just as Rock Lee approached from a distance. "Good afternoon, esteemed advisors," Lee greeted them. "Good afternoon. We have resigned. The current advisors in the village are Shikamaru and Shizun," Tsurugi Koharu replied with a smile. "Oh, I see. Well, take care." Then, Lee said as he entered the office building. He had been summoned there by Tsunade. Upon entering her office, he found Tsunade already waiting. Currently, the Hidden Leaf Village finds itself ensnared in a financial crisis. "I have heard that the daimyo of the Land of Rice has a favorable relationship with the banking organization. I would like to inquire if you could introduce me to the leader of the banking organization," Tsunade inquired. "Certainly. Who will accompany me?" "Shizun and Shikamaru." Lee Rock nodded. "Very well. However, I must clarify that the daimyo of the Land of Rice cannot compel the bank. After all, the bank is a profit-driven entity. Once they accept their funds, they shall expect a greater return in the future," Lee Rock stated slowly. In truth, the bank operates solely at his discretion. It is inconceivable that they would offer monetary gifts to the Hidden Leaf. He intends to seize this opportunity to monopolize the economic resources of the village, severing its ties with the daimyo, thereby facilitating future control over the Hidden Leaf. No worries, I comprehend this. As long as the interest does not become exorbitant, Tsunade remarked. She frequently frequents casinos and is well acquainted with the intricacies of such dealings. Her threshold lies in ensuring that the interest remains below that of customary bribes. Very well. I shall take Shikamaru and Shizen to negotiate in the Land of Rice, Lee Rock declared. Go ahead, Tsunade responded, feeling reassured. With Lee Rock's connections, this endeavor is bound to succeed. It merely hinges on the final interest rate. Lee Rock departed the office and sought out Shikamaru, who was lounging on the rooftop, observing the clouds drift lazily across the sky, seemingly at peace. What a hassle, the moment Lee Rock appeared on the rooftop. Shikamaru began to voice his complaints before the task details were even revealed. Hey, focus. Shizen, clad in combat attire, shouted. What is the nature of this task? Shikamaru begrudgingly straightened his posture, turning his attention to Lee Rock and Shizen. We are headed to the Land of Rice to resolve the financial crisis of the Hidden Leaf. Lee Rock explained. Let us go. It seems this time there is no need for combat, which is not too troublesome, Shikamaru remarked, finding little preparation necessary. The trio departed from the Hidden Leaf together. Along the way, Lee Rock gleaned insights into the Oil Girl clan from Shikamaru. It was rumored that a notable member of the Root organization had returned to the Oil Girl clan, which appeared to have divisions regarding this member's status. Oh? Lee Rock leaped from branch to branch, pressing forward. How was that ultimately resolved? Given that Shikamaru's family is currently among the most prominent in the Hidden Leaf, information among the noble families circulates rapidly. That member decided to stay, persuaded by Shino to convince the clan elders, Shikamaru replied. I see, Lee Rock remarked indifferently. He was the one who urged the Oil Girl to retrieve Root back to their clan. The Oil Girl brothers owe him a debt of gratitude. At present, among the great clans of the Hidden Leaf, the Uchiha clan has been entirely ostracized due to Danzo's machinations, with no family acknowledging their status. And many clan members have scattered. The Hyuga clan largely stands in support of Lee Rock. The Oil Woman clan, having received guidance from Rock Lee, will undoubtedly stand by his side in the future, alongside the Nara clan, which supports Shikamaru. The major clans of Konohagakure have mostly been subdued. What remains is for that sorrowful figure, who finds it difficult to conceal his tears, to emerge and shatter this ninja world. Lee mused inwardly. At that time, reconstruction would be considerably easier. 3 days later, Rock Lee, Shikamaru, and Ino arrived in the Land of Rice. Upon crossing the border, the landscape of the Land of Rice appeared drastically different from Lee's previous visit. Even in the small border villages, the residents were either cultivating their fields or fetching water from the streams, their faces adorned with smiles, while children frolicked at the village's edge, laughter echoing across the fields. Unlike the previous desolation, it seemed that Tosu's governance was commendable, Lee thought to himself. On the following day, the trio arrived at Fuhua City, where the feudal lord of the Land of Rice, Tosu, personally welcomed them. He escorted Lee, Shikamaru, and Ino to the bank. Inside the bank, Kakuzu was absent, and a middle-aged man was currently in charge. He evidently understood that Lee was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. The two parties discussed the loan agreement. After feigning a negotiation, the middle-aged man, seeing that Lee had ceased to speak, ultimately agreed to a contract with an annual interest rate of 20%. Shikamaru and Ino wandered off to enjoy a brief excursion in the Land of Rice. At that moment, the middle-aged bank manager discreetly approached Lee. Chief, he said respectfully, I have just received intelligence from Lord Kakuzu regarding Danzo. Lee took the scroll containing the information. As he unfurled it, he read the intelligence sent by Kaku. Danzo had appeared in the Land of Lightning and had joined the Akatsuki organization. Lee was taken aback by Danzo's swift actions. He had already devised an escape route. It seemed a trip to Kumogakure was in order. Chapter 82, Confrontation with Danzo in the Land of Lightning. Lee departed from the Land of Rice without returning to Konohagakure, heading northeast instead. Upon entering the territory of the Land of Lightning, Lee slowed his pace. This country was nestled among towering mountains, making the paths arduous. According to the intelligence, Danzo had not yet left the Land of Lightning. Lee, moving swiftly, traversed the mountain trails, yet countless peaks loomed ahead. The intelligence indicated that the Eight Tails had been captured by Sasuke. While the Raikage was fiercely attempting to intervene, but was besieged by the Akatsuki members who had rushed in to assist. The lack of intelligence on the Akatsuki had nearly cost the Raikage his life. 2 wood ninjas had also been captured by Haydn. The Akatsuki had retreated entirely. It appeared that Killer Bee had resorted to severing his tail to survive. After scaling 5 towering mountains, Lee finally halted, severely depleted of stamina. Forget it. I initially intended to train my physical strength, yet this is merely a tenth of the journey. Lilac clapped his hands together. Earth release. Super light heavy rock technique. His form levitated, soaring into the sky as he flew towards the location provided by Kaku. Nightfall. The land of lightning, in the city of Inazuma. Danzo trudged through the narrow streets, bearing the weight of a wooden figure alongside Haydn. Hey, old man, don't overexert yourself. Let me carry it for a while. Haydn exclaimed, trailing behind Danzo. The expression on Danzo's face darkened. Here he was, a prominent figure of Konoha, reduced to serving the Akatsuki, all the while enduring the incessant ramblings of that fanatic. I underestimated the Oil Woman clan. Danzo suspected that Tsunade had conspired with the Oil Woman clan, covertly assassinating the daimyo, and then forcefully attributing the blame to him. Fortunately, he had other sources of intelligence and received news of the daimyo's death in advance, allowing him to flee early. He had escaped, indeed. Yet, in this vast world, no nation or hidden village would harbor a ninja who dared to assassinate a daimyo. Thus, Danzo had no choice but to join the Akatsuki, biding his time for a change in circumstance. Old man, at your age, why not retire in Konoha? Isn't the pension enough for a living? Haydn inquired again. Danzo's cultivation was tenfold that of Kakuzu's, and he dismissed Haydn's prattle as mere nonsense. Old man, I heard you killed the daimyo. What gave you the audacity? Haydn continued to pester Danzo with questions. Noticing Danzo's unwavering composure, he soon lost interest. You are far inferior to that Kakuzu fellow. This is dull. Haydn ceased his chatter, silently trailing behind Danzo. In the main street of the city, amidst the flickering lights, the tension and hostility in the air were palpable. The moonlight bathed the cobblestone path, casting a slender shadow. Danzo halted, gazing towards the foot of the mountain. Is that Konoha's people? Danzo slowly approached the dark-clad figure. Haydn, brandishing his scythe, charged forward. Care to join the cult of the evil god? Haydn laughed heartily. Bang! A flash of blade light sliced through the air. Haydn was taken aback, as if thousands of blades were slashing towards him. This scene felt eerily familiar. It's you. Haydn's form flickered as he dodged the blade's glow, which narrowly missed his neck. Is that all you've got? Kakuzu overestimated you. What? The final blade arc slashed diagonally, cutting through the night sky. The blade moved slowly, so much so that Haydn felt no inclination to evade. He stood there, lost in thought as memories flooded back. The land of water. He was still but a child, surrounded by companions who mocked him as a fool. Unable to restrain himself, Haydn rushed forward, engaging in a quarrel. Alas, he was powerless against the multitude. Ultimately, he was vanquished by those so-called companions, reduced to a mere jest for all. The teacher from the hidden village not only refrained from punishing the students who had physically assaulted and insulted him, but instead advised Phaeton to embrace peace and avoid conflict. This counsel struck a heavy blow to Phaeton's tender heart. From that moment on, he harbored an intense loathing for peace. Must he eliminate everyone around him? Phaeton laughed heartily. How splendid. The cult of the evil god seemed tailor-made for him. I shall join the cult. Phaeton was filled with exuberance. Yet, this period of joy was fleeting. He was deceived by the cultists and became mere fodder for their experiments. His disdain for peace deepened. Such notions of peace were mere fabrications. It was this conviction that enabled him to survive the experiments and acquire the power of curses. Join the cult of the evil god. Phaeton bellowed. Meanwhile, Danzo perceived a flash of steel hurtling towards Phaeton. Rather than evading, Phaeton displayed an expression of remarkable delight. Until that final shout, Phaeton was cleaved by the blade, his head rolling upon the ground. How painful. The scene before Phaeton faded. He turned to see Rock Lee approaching, his eyes ablaze with fury. We are at least old acquaintances. Why must you greet me with a blade? What are you doing? Rock Lee gently placed his right foot upon Phaeton's severed head, pressing his face into the ground. I can't see. Hurry and call Kakuzu. Help me stitch my head back on. Phaeton muttered in frustration. No need for that. Rock Lee replied, glancing at Danzo. I see no brain there. It's all the same. This remark shattered Phaeton's composure. His headless body lunged at Rock Lee wielding a scythe. With a swift kick, Rock Lee sent Phaeton's headless form crashing into the city wall. Is this an illusion? No. My Sharingan detects no Genjutsu. Danzo, never one to underestimate an opponent, understood the necessity of full effort even against the weakest adversaries after the Great Ninja War. You little brat, even back in Konoha, I sensed your danger. Danzo slowly unwrapped the bandages from his right hand. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Danzo inhaled deeply and expelled a tempest, which coalesced into a projectile aimed at Rock Lee. Step by step, Rock Lee advanced. With a gentle swing of his blade, he sliced through. Swish. The vacuum Great Sphere was instantly cleaved in two, soaring past him on either side. Boom. Phaeton's headless body, just emerging from struggle, was once again sent crashing into the wall by the vacuum Great Sphere. What is your objective? Danzo continued to retreat. He had reviewed Lee's intelligence. Lee excelled in taijutsu, and the 8 gates were unparalleled in physical combat, his swordsmanship a marvel. Conversely, he seldom resorted to ninjutsu. Tobarama Senju unleashed a relentless barrage of wind release attacks upon Rock Lee. My purpose is to safeguard the will of fire, Lee declared casually as he maneuvered with astonishing speed, evading several gusts of wind. Naturally, Tobarama remained skeptical of Lee's words, having heard of the will of fire throughout his life and never truly believing in it. In that case, once I capture you, I shall interrogate you thoroughly. With a swift motion, Rock Lee executed a brilliant slash. Tobarama deftly turned to evade the strike. Had he miscalculated? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced back at the blade's glimmer. What? There was no blade at all behind him. On the main road, Tobarama Senju pressed his fingers to the ground, sensing the imminent threat. Surrounding him were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazuki, Narashikaku, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Choza, all gathered together. We need someone to hold them off. Who will stay back to hinder the enemy? Boom. Tobarama's mind was suddenly flooded with memories long buried. The essence of blades. The past was cleaved once more. Chapter 83. Securing Tobarama's right arm, 20 enemies. Tobarama observed as he utilized his sensory technique to assess the situation. It's the elite forces of the Golden and Silver Horns. Mito Kazuki scanned their surroundings. In this scenario, we need someone to act as bait to draw the pursuers away, thereby increasing the survival chances of the rest. Bait. Drawing the pursuers will certainly lead to death. So who shall it be? This question echoed in everyone's ears. Tobarama felt a surge of fervor. As a ninja, this was the moment to sacrifice oneself for the protection of those dear. Step forward. Why can't I move? Tobarama's hands trembled. Blood surged within him. Hiruzen. You must wish to step forward now. Then I cannot fall behind. Step forward. Move for me. Why can't I voice it? I will hold them off. Sarutobi Hiruzen volunteered to be the bait. For reasons unknown, upon hearing those words, Tobarama felt a faint sense of relief. Why had the tremors ceased? Just moments ago, Tobarama had perceived his hesitation. He rose to face Hiruzen. Hiruzen, starting tomorrow, you shall be the new Hokage. Boom. Tobarama shuddered. Hesitation leads to defeat. His aspiration to become Hokage was shattered in that instant. I have always been inferior to you. The bitterness in Tobarama's gaze ran deep, until news of his old friend, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, reached him. Strangely, Tobarama felt a flicker of ease within. There was no time to mourn for his departed friend. What lay ahead was the monumental moment for Shimura Danzo to ascend as Hokage. Alas, the moment Tsunade stepped forward, his long-cherished ambition once again slipped away. Why does the heavens not favor me? The anger within Danzo surged uncontrollably. He resolved to employ any means necessary to ascend to the position of Hokage. This very thought led him to be scorned by the 5 great nations, forcing him to serve the Akatsuki. In an instant, a blade flashed before Danzo's eyes. His memories, along with his life, came to an abrupt end. What a terrifying technique. Even my Sharingan cannot perceive it. Itachi's Genjutsu may not surpass yours. However, to think you could slay me with such a strike, how could that be? Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Rock Lee sheathed his blade. You wish to inquire why Izanagi did not activate, do you not? The shadows danced at the corners of Lee's eyes as he activated Sage Mode, swiftly appearing beside Danzo, gently patting his shoulder. Above Danzo, a colossal red thread of fate had just been severed. This is my second layer of sword intent, which has severed the ties between you and the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan upon your right arm was not innate, but rather usurped. With the severance of fate, your defeat is inevitable. Lee forcefully tore off Danzo's right arm. Boom. A scroll materialized, sealing Danzo's arm within it. This is a prized possession I have long coveted. You vile wretch. For the sake of the ninja world, for the sake of peace, This cannot be. Danzo howled in fury. He struggled for one last breath, attempting to activate the seal of the four symbols. However, incantations and seals emerged upon his body. This is the 8 trigram seal. Danzo looked at Li with a mix of shock and rage. For peace? Li turned away. Spare me your nonsense. You have always acted for yourself. The tragedies you have caused are now spreading in another form. Had you possessed even a shred of the will to protect the fire, you would not have descended to this level of infamy. Li picked up Haiden's head, sealing his mouth, then hoisted the 2 injured wooden men upon his shoulders. Do you wish to know my evaluation of you? At Li's words, Danzo strained to lift his head. Though his vision was blurred, he fixed his gaze upon Li. To aspire for great deeds while fearing for oneself, to pursue petty gains while forsaking righteousness, you are neither a hero nor a tyrant. Li's figure gradually faded into the night. It matters not if you cannot be a paragon like the 3rd Hokage. Every individual has their selfish motives, myself included. However, you do not even succeed at being thoroughly villainous, such a failure you are. Bang! Danzo's body fell heavily to the ground. If only I could return to that time. I would. The last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguished completely. At the city gate, Li held Haiden's severed head in one hand and his body in the other, with the 2 wooden men slung over his shoulder. He gazed ahead as 2 figures clad in red cloud cloaks approached him. Is that you, Sasuke? It has been a long time. Li-Lok greeted with a smile. How annoying. Just get lost. Sasuke retorted disdainfully, barely recognizing who Li-Lok was. He had come here in pursuit of Danzo. You bear the 2 wooden figures on your back. So where is Danzo? Sasuke inquired coldly. In the city. Li-Lok gestured behind him. Sasuke peered through the city gates, discovering Danzo lying in a pool of blood, evidently deceased. You. That guy was my opponent. With a swift motion, Sasuke activated his Manjiki Sharingan. His eyes, akin to twin moons within an abyss, glimmered with a chilling light, a unique allure of the Sharingan. In that moment, it seemed as though Sasuke could perceive the very essence of existence and the secrets buried deep within the souls of all beings. Meanwhile, Obito soared to a higher vantage point. This is going to be interesting, he mused, having long heard of Li-Lok's name. The land of rice, it appeared, was under his control. Li-Lok's actions were both righteous and nefarious. He established banks to liberate the residents of the land of rice from suffering, yet swiftly instigated wars that plunged them back into chaos. He provided unlimited funds to the Akatsuki while simultaneously aiding Konoha on several occasions, such as rescuing Jiraiya and eliminating Danzo, which indirectly supported Konoha. Obito remained uncertain of Li-Lok's true intentions and his strength. It was time to discern his capabilities. Boom. Sasuke unleashed his Susanoo. A burst of purple light erupted around him, tearing the night sky asunder. The intertwining violet radiance enveloped him, forming a divine entity. This godlike figure, reminiscent of a samurai, donned impenetrable armor, with purple lightning coursing through it, embodying the majesty of a celestial being, utterly commanding. The Susanoo, the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, was unveiled to Li-Lok in all its awe-inspiring glory. Indeed, the spectacle of the Susanoo was enough to leave one breathless. Li-Lok felt the unparalleled pressure emanating from Sasuke at close range. In terms of sheer presence, Sasuke's aura now surpassed that of both Jiraiya and Orochimaru by several folds. This is not the right moment. I have no desire to engage with you. Relay your words to that fool Naruto, Li-Lok remarked, noticing Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai rushing toward them from a kilometer away. I know Itachi's whereabouts. If you wish to learn more, distance yourself from that masked man and await my news. In an instant, Li-Lok vanished before Obito and Sasuke. That was the flying thunder god technique of my teacher. Chapter 84. Tsunade's speculation in Konoha, within the Hokage's office. Shikamaru reported on the village's recent financial status. Tsunade sighed in relief upon hearing the update. The selection of the daimyo from the Land of Fire had been finalized. Yet there had been no mention of funding for Konoha's military expenses. She had recently assumed the position of Hokage, previously constrained by Danzo and the higher-ups. This time, an unknown individual has audaciously implicated Danzo in the assassination of the daimyo. Tsunade, taken aback by the boldness of the assassin, simultaneously feels a sense of elation. The accusation against Danzo has been firmly established, presenting Tsunade with the opportune moment to reclaim all authority. Along with this, the rights of Midogate and the familial connections of Konohamaru have also been revoked. In the current state of Konoha, it is Tsunade who stands as the true Hokage. However, every advantage carries its own disadvantages. The assassination of the daimyo has also brought severe repercussions upon Konoha. With military funding being cut off, an almost fatal predicament as the Akatsuki organization draws near. Thankfully, due to Rock Lee's connections, the interest is merely 20%. As long as we can repel the Akatsuki, the daimyo's estate will undoubtedly restore financial support to Konoha, making the repayment of this loan unproblematic. Shikamaru assessed. Any updates on Lee from the Land of Lightning? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. In terms of both finances and combat prowess, Rock Lee's contributions to Konoha are of strategic significance. No, Shikamaru shook his head. That guy has always been a lone wolf. There's no need to worry too much. Given Lee's strength and combat experience, unless the three Sannin or the Akatsuki collectively join forces, he can effortlessly escape any situation. Compared to Tsunade, Shikamaru evidently possesses a deeper understanding of Rock Lee, having completed several missions alongside him. Shikamaru has witnessed Lee serve as a stabilizing force. Whenever Lee intervenes, Shikamaru feels a sense of assurance, requiring no elaborate strategies. He simply relies on brute strength, alleviating much of the burden. Shikamaru has analyzed Lee's capabilities and compared them to his teacher, Asuma, ultimately concluding that Lee could take on 3 Asumas. Lee possesses an abundance of hidden cards, each crucial in decisive moments. As long as he plays his trump cards, even in the worst case, he can escape with ease. It seems you know him quite well, Tsunade remarked, her anxiety somewhat eased by Shikamaru's insights. Shikamaru's analytical skills have always been exceptional. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried knock echoed through the room. Hokage-sama, the latest intelligence from the Land of Lightning. Ino, her face a mask of urgency, placed the information on Tsunade's desk. Intelligence? Tsunade gazed at the latest report delivered by Kakashi, her astonishment palpable. Danzo is dead. As she meticulously perused the report, she noted that Danzo had lost his right eye, unable to determine whether it was a Sharingan or a Byakugan. Most likely a Sharingan, Tsunade concluded. Reflecting on the current ascendance of the Hyuga clan, a premier family within the shinobi world, where no one dared to brazenly plunder Byakugan. The situation of the Uchiha clan, however, was markedly different. After the night of their extermination, the Uchiha clan has completely lost its influence. Without the nominal protector of Konoha, the accumulated hatred over decades, coupled with the insatiable greed for the Sharingan, surged forth. The scattered Sharingan were difficult to tally. However, this ocular power had only ever circulated within Konoha. The village would never permit rogue ninjas from other villages to interfere. Within the prominent clans of Konoha, several Sharingan were concealed for the purpose of studying ocular techniques. The individuals who orchestrated the Uchiha massacre were none other than Danzo and the higher-ups. Thus, to whom did Danzo's Sharingan originally belong? Tsunade resolved to inquire with the former advisors. Soon, Mito Gate-in and Tenzin Koharu arrived at her office, there to hand over financial matters to Shikamaru. By the way, please take a look at this intelligence report. Tsunade revealed the information without reservation. Although Mito Gate-in and Tenzin Koharu imposed certain constraints, their loyalty to Konoha was undeniably trustworthy. Mito Gate-in exchanged a glance with Tenzin Koharu, and they both nodded slightly. Tsunade's actions clearly conveyed her intent to reassure them, indicating she would not act against them. Correspondingly, Tsunade sought to exchange information with them. We cannot ascertain definitively, but it is highly likely that it is Shirsue's eyes. As we know that Danzo had transplanted the Sharingan, an event that transpired on the eve of the massacre. I see, Tsunade promptly issued a command, instructing Kakashi to dispatch someone to continue tracking the whereabouts of the Two-Tails. It was probable that the individual who abducted the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was the same person who took Shirsue's eyes. Understood, Shikamaru replied as he exited the office. Meanwhile, Mito Gate-in and Tenzin Koharu proceeded to hand over the previous financial reports to Shikamaru, also imparting to him certain tips on managing finances. Tsunade lowered her gaze, continuing to peruse the intelligence report. The subsequent details outlined information concerning Danzo. It appeared that Danzo's right arm was suspected to be composed of Hashirama's cells, which had been brutally severed and vanished without a trace. Tsunade could surmise without doubt that it was the result of Orochimaru's experiments. Previously, Orochimaru had been engaged in clandestine activities within the Root organization, and it was through this opportunity that he had come into contact with Hashirama's cells. Speaking of her grandfather's cells, the 2 petri dishes were nearing completion. She tucked away the intelligence report. Besides the Akatsuki organization, who else might be fixated on the Jinchuriki? Tsunade turned to Shikamaru. I will be away for a few days, at most a week. During this time, you are responsible for all matters within the village. Should you find yourself unable to make a decision, feel free to seek me out at the Konoha hospital, Tsunade commanded. What a bother, Shikamaru grumbled, gazing at the thick stack of documents on the desk with a sigh. This was likely the accumulation of a month's worth of administrative duties. Tsunade clearly found the management of affairs troublesome and had resorted to a tactical retreat. The Hokage possesses remarkable skills, albeit with a hint of laziness, often resorting to all-or-nothing gambles. Shikamaru was aware of the recent upheaval within the Hyuga clan. Tsunade had also dispatched someone to seek Shikamaru's counsel. However, his father, Shikaku, forbade him from intervening, as this matter involved the daimyo's estate and the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha, seemingly manipulated by unseen forces. A misstep could plunge the Nara clan into ceaseless turmoil. Reluctantly, Shikamaru feigned illness to avoid involvement, leaving Tsunade with little choice but to proceed. This revelation opened Shikamaru's eyes. Tsunade's governing style starkly contrasted with that of the third Hokage. Within the underground chamber of Konoha Hospital, a labyrinth of pipes connected two enormous incubation chambers, where nutrient solutions flowed incessantly. Let us first proceed with the transplant for Hyuga Niji. We shall reserve the remaining specimen for when Lee returns. Tsunade instructed the Umbu stationed outside. After a brief interval, Niji entered the dimly lit room. Hokage-sama, he acknowledged, following his assumption of leadership over the Hyuga clan. Niji had made his allegiance clear. The Hyuga would forever remain loyal to Konoha and its Hokage. This assurance greatly relieved Tsunade, sparing her from the burdens of the clan's turmoil. Are you prepared? She inquired. Indeed, he replied. 3 days later, Niji expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It is nothing. Strengthening Konoha against the Akatsuki is a commendable contribution, she replied. It is the duty of the Hyuga clan to support Konoha. With that, Niji exited the chamber, feeling a renewed surge of strength. Yet, during this period, he found himself haunted by recurring dreams of an unfamiliar scene. A grand temple housing a colossal statue of a sage. Behind the statue, a pair of amber eyes flickered in and out of view. Each time Niji endeavored to discern the eyes, he awoke abruptly. The statue seemed vaguely familiar. And the temple was certainly not a location within the ninja world. Niji chose not to mention this to Tsunade, believing it to be a secret belonging to the Hyuga clan. He resolved to investigate further in their ancient texts. As Niji departed the hospital, Tsunade instructed the nurses to maintain the operating table and instruments for future use. She returned to her office, where the once mountainous stack of documents had vanished. Shikamaru sat in the chair, his demeanor utterly drained, as if he had been hollowed out. Tsunade-sama, your return is quite timely, he managed weakly. I can no longer endure this. I must take 3 days off, and I implore that no one disturb me during this period. Ignoring Tsunade's potential objections, he wearily exited the office. Tsunade remained expressionless in her chair, awaiting his departure. Splendid. The accumulated government affairs have been efficiently resolved by Shikamaru. If more tasks pile up next month, I shall declare that Jiraiya is in peril, and I will intervene, allowing Shikamaru to handle the situation, Tsunade mused inwardly. At that moment, Shizune entered the office. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi has returned, she announced. Oh. Tsunade glanced toward the entrance. Kakashi stood there, clutching an intelligence scroll. Regarding the Land of Lightning, well, regardless of the circumstances, the mission can be deemed accomplished. Kakashi remarked with a light chuckle as he entered the office and handed the scroll to Tsunade. Tsunade unfurled the scroll, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Is it true that Lee has slain Danzo? She inquired incredulously. The previous reports indicated a confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke, and she had speculated that Danzo's demise was likely orchestrated by the Akatsuki or Sasuke himself. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, reclaiming the Sharingan would be justifiable. However, now, the information personally delivered by Kakashi could not be erroneous. This information was sent to me by Lee, who is currently in the Land of Rice. He will return in a few days, Kakashi explained. After encountering Sasuke in the Land of Lightning, Naruto briefly battled him before Sasuke departed. Subsequently, a ninja from the Land of Rice's feudal lord delivered the information, prompting my swift return to Konoha. And what of the 2 Jinchuriki? Tsunade inquired further. This matter was not mentioned in the intelligence. I am uncertain, but I suspect that Lee may have taken the 2 Tails Jinchuriki away. However, he did not disclose this in his report. Conversely, the stance from the Hidden Cloud appears rather ambiguous, as they have abandoned support for Konoha, Kakashi speculated. Very well, we shall await Lee's return for further clarification. Upon his arrival, he may well be promoted to Jonin, perhaps even to elite Jonin, Tsunade contemplated. At this moment, Rock Lee was in the land of rice, receiving a report from Tor's. Within the walls of Windflower City, in the feudal lord's residence, Lee listened intently to Tor's briefing. The current economic status of the land of rice ranks second only to the land of lightning. Has the land of lightning emulated us in establishing banks? Lee inquired. Tor's nodded. Indeed, among the 5 great nations, all but the land of lightning and the land of fire have banks established. As for the land of fire, preparations for their establishment in Konoha are underway, yet the land of lightning and the hidden clouds seem to harbor some reservations. During this time, he has continuously attended various banquets in the capacity of the feudal lord, allowing the surrounding smaller nations' lords to become acquainted with Kakuzu. This has facilitated the comprehensive expansion of the banking system. The recent economic appeal from Konoha also enabled the banks to establish connections, and it is only a matter of time before the land of fire successfully establishes itself as well. We will return the 2 tails to the land of lightning and release news that the 8 tails Jinchuriki has severed his tail in a bid for survival. While he secretly remains hidden within the hidden cloud, Lilac remarked softly, the Akatsuki's recent operation to capture the 8 tails has not resulted in catastrophic destruction. It barely qualifies as a mere inconvenience. It seems we can no longer return the 2 tails Jinchuriki. After a moment of hesitation, TOS spoke up. Huh. Lilac turned his gaze towards TOS, who instantly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Those wide eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul. My lord, you misunderstand. It is about Kakuzu. I am at a loss for words regarding this absurd situation. TOS struggled to find the right words. Kakuzu? Lilac's eyes narrowed slightly. Just days prior, he had entrusted Haiden and the 2 tails Jinchuriki to Kakuzu for handling. As the head of the financial operations, Kakuzu's reliability was paramount. Should there be any issues, Lilac would not hesitate to eliminate him. Feeling the weight of Lilac's menacing aura, TOS trembled. My lord, please, you misunderstand. It appears that Kakuzu and the 2 tails Jinchuriki are not quite right, TOS hurriedly explained. What exactly transpired? Lilac furrowed his brow. Could it be that Kakuzu killed the 2 tails Jinchuriki? Be clear. Lilac commanded. TOS cleared his throat. It seems they have become involved with each other. Which is why I said the 2 tails Jinchuriki cannot be returned. After his statement, TOS stood quietly to the side. What? Lilac's eyes widened in disbelief. He had considered various scenarios of Kakuzu's maneuvering between the Akatsuki and the financial realm, even the possibility of Kakuzu killing the 2 tails Jinchuriki for a bounty, or perhaps even aspiring to rule independently. Yet, this particular development had never crossed his mind. How could this old bull have gotten himself into such a situation? Lilac chuckled in exasperation. In the commercial district, Kakuzu and the 2 Waimori were leisurely strolling about. He himself was uncertain how he ended up in their company. Just a few days prior, he had hurriedly stitched Haiden's head back on and sent him on his way. Kakuzu found loquacious individuals particularly bothersome. Yet the very act of reattaching Haiden's head had garnered admiration from the 2 Waimori. Flipping through the bounty ledger, he noted that the 2 Waimori were not listed as targets, presenting a unique opportunity for engagement. The 3 of them became entangled together. In front of a shop selling pet cats, one of the Waimori softly exclaimed, that ragdoll cat is so adorable. Kakuzu glanced at the cat, which was priced at 10 million ryo, an amount nearing that of a Jonin's bounty. In that moment, Kakuzu finally grasped the source of his earlier sentiments. He had accumulated so much wealth that he had grown numb to it, gradually losing his passion for money. However, witnessing the 2 Waimori spending money with reckless abandon rekindled his understanding of the value of earning. Buy it. Kakuzu spoke decisively, pulling out the money without hesitation. The bank behind him, boasting connections with the 3 great nations and over 10 smaller ones, bolstered his confidence. I did not intend to buy that cat. The expressions of the 2 wooden figures immediately turned cold. She cast a few more glances at the plush cat within the shop. If you must buy it, I shall reluctantly accept. Kakuzu withdrew his money, his face devoid of emotion. Buy it. Chapter 86, Transplanting Hashirama's Cells and Shursue's Eyes in the Land of the Leaves. Before a dilapidated wooden house, Rock Lee returned to Konoha yesterday. He met with Kakuzu and the 2 wooden figures. He found it difficult to comment on their age-defying romance. Yet he discerned a vulnerability in Kakuzu. He had become an adversary of the Akatsuki, which reassured Rock Lee considerably. In contrast, the situation in the Land of Lightning felt less urgent. The news of the 8 tails severed tail in a desperate bid for survival had already spread. Now it was merely a matter of how Pain would respond. Rock Lee awaited news in silence. This significantly hampered Pain's progress. Next, I should attend to this treasure. Rock Lee retrieved 2 scrolls. One contained the sealed Sharingan of Shursui, while the other housed Danzo's right arm. It was uncertain how many of Hashirama's cells Tsunade had cultivated. If he could replace his entire body with Hashirama's cells, could he unlock the Sage Mode? Rock Lee shook his head. He had leveraged Jiraiya's favor to secure Tsunade's agreement on this matter. Tsunade would likely not provide an abundance of Hashirama's cells. With Danzo's right arm, I could utilize Izanagi. Rock Lee felt a surge of excitement within. He glanced at the panel. 8 gates. 1000000000010000000. 8th gate. Rock Lee had now maximized the 8 gates technique. Possessing Izanagi would allow him to open the 8 gates 9 times. Such a trump card was undeniably powerful. Faced with the impending arrival of pain, Rock Lee finally felt a sense of relief. A fleeting thought of mastering the impure world reincarnation crossed his mind. He remained uncertain whether Izanagi could negate the effects of the impure world reincarnation. Rock Lee hesitated. He did not dare to gamble. If Izanagi failed to counteract the impure world reincarnation, he would be rendered a fool. With a sigh, he stored the scrolls away. Ahead, Kakashi approached slowly. Hokage-sama requests your presence, Kakashi said, looking at Rock Lee. I have nearly mastered the essence of Tai Chi, Kakashi continued, delivering a punch toward a nearby tree. Bang! The tree did not even tremble. Yet, Rock Lee, possessing the Byakugan, observed the tree closely. The exterior remained intact, but the interior had been utterly destroyed by Kakashi's hidden strength, resembling mere splinters. Kakashi's talent surpassed even Niji's. Rock Lee could not help but think. Niji had taken half a year to successfully cultivate his hidden strength, with Rock Lee's guidance playing a part in his progress. In merely 3 months, Kakashi, without any guidance and continuously assigned tasks, astonishingly cultivated his dark energy. In response, Rock Lee could only remark that while effort can surpass genius, it can never outdo a genius who is diligent. How? Kakashi inquired. The potential of a Hokage, Rock Lee jested. Becoming a Hokage is far too troublesome. Kakashi, who shared a somewhat similar disposition with Shikamaru, turned to leave. I am heading to Myobokuzen to attempt my training in Sage Technique. Rock Lee gazed at Kakashi's departing figure, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Didn't T-Guy-sensei, Niji, and Tenten mention anything to Kakashi? Rock Lee recalled the insect feast that Guy, Niji, and Tenten had experienced at Myobokuzen. They had endured the rain themselves and were not inclined to offer an umbrella to their teacher, Kakashi. Rock Lee proceeded towards the Hokage building, his heart already beginning to mourn for Kakashi. The following day, news from Tsunade arrived. Rock Lee, bearing a scroll, made his way to the Konoha hospital. In the underground chamber, Tsunade donned surgical attire, accompanied by a massive cabinet filled with culture dishes, where cells of Hashirama floated in nutrient solution. For the next 7 days, you must rest here until the rejection reaction completely subsides. Tsunade was not in haste to perform surgery on Rock Lee. She extended her hand towards him. You have Danzo's right arm and Shursue's eyes, don't you? Bring them forth, and I shall assist in your transplantation. A smile graced Rock Lee's face. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. He handed her 2 scrolls. Upon hearing the term sister, Tsunade chuckled lightly. Don't imitate Jiraiya. She formed a hand seal. With a resounding bang, from the 2 scrolls emerged a Sharingan and a right arm brimming with Sharingan. Tsunade gazed at the right arm. This fellow Danzo has indeed acquired quite a number of grandfather's cells. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, now, these cells combined will sufficiently fill much of your body with grandfather's cells, and you may find it challenging to control, potentially leading to being overwhelmed. I shall not. Rock Lee calmly approached the surgical table, reclining upon it. Are you certain? Tsunade inquired once more. Absolutely. Proceed with the complete transplantation. My chakra and physical resilience are adequate to manage these cells, Rock Lee affirmed. This was his prime opportunity to obtain Hashirama's cells. Should he miss this chance, Tsunade would not transplant for him again. Rock Lee was confident in his ability to master the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells entirely. Seeing Rock Lee so resolute, Tsunade ceased her persuasion. The surgery will take some time, so prepare yourself. I appreciate your assistance, Rock Lee replied, closing his eyes. In the underground chamber, time slipped away unmeasured. Eventually, Rock Lee opened his eyes. He felt a powerful force coursing through his entire being. In a normal state, he was not any weaker than in Sage Mode. Rock Lee closed his right eye. His left eye had already been transplanted with Shursue's Sharingan. However, From the perspective of insight, the Sharingan was inferior to the Byakugan. Lee clapped his hands together. Genjutsu. Kageyama technique. Beside him, standing guard by the bedside. Tintin furrowed her brow. Release. Tintin swiftly disconnected Lee's oxygen tube. Instantly, he felt excruciating pain in the left side of his body, a reaction to the transplant. What are you doing using Genjutsu on me? Tintin said coldly. She was well aware that this Genjutsu was not particularly strong. Lee was merely toying with her. If you dare to experiment with the power of Genjutsu on me again, it won't be as simple as disconnecting an oxygen tube. Tintin reinserted the oxygen tube and carefully checked Lee's condition, jotting down a brief diagnostic report before leaving the dark chamber. Lee let out a bitter smile. He had thought Tintin would have a lower resistance to Genjutsu and casually inquired about the whereabouts of more Hashirama cells. However, Tintin had effortlessly dispelled the Genjutsu in an instant. This was also due to Lee's recent mastery of the Sharingan, which made his use of Genjutsu somewhat clumsy. But it was of no concern. He still had the system. Detected host is casting Genjutsu. Simplify? Simplify. Simplification successful. Genjutsu, glaring eye. This left Lee momentarily stunned. Glaring at someone could certainly invite trouble. The Hashirama cells were still insufficient. He had to find a way to persuade Tsunade to yield a bit of them. He currently possessed a substantial amount of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan. Yet he had not awakened the Rinnegan. This indicated a deficiency in some aspect. Lee quietly sensed the power within him. It was precisely that small amount of Hashirama cells that he lacked. To request even half a body's worth of Hashirama cells was no easy task. Having exhausted his favors with Jiraiya and Tsunade, Lee found himself unable to speak up again. Even if he did, Jiraiya and Tsunade might not grant his request. Thus, he turned his thoughts toward Orochimaru. Chapter 87. Discharge. Half a month later, in the underground chamber of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade and Tintin entered the dim room. The rejection reaction had subsided. Tsunade was examining Lee's physical condition. Lee shot a glare at Tsunade. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, thinking that perhaps she had inadvertently caused Lee pain during the examination. However, Lee then turned and shot another glare at Tintin. After glaring at Tintin, he even shot glares at the two accompanying nurses. You see, Lady Tsunade, I told you something was amiss, didn't I? Tintin remarked from the side. Throughout the past half-month, she had frequently monitored Lee's post-operative condition, only to be met with hostile glares each time. Initially, Silence believed that her recent overexertion with the oxygen tube was the cause of her discomfort. However, after several days, she began to sense something amiss and promptly summoned Tsunade. Tsunade furrowed her brow, perplexed. This should not be the case. She had performed the surgery herself. The transplantation of cells was a task she could execute with ease. And she felt confident that, even with more interstitial cells than this instance, she could achieve a flawless transplant. Yet, it appeared that something had gone awry. Do you feel any pain or abnormalities? Tsunade inquired, turning her gaze to Rock Lee. Lee shook his head. On the panel before him, the words illusion, 201,000, beginner, flickered. This is too slow. There are too few people here. I must be discharged as soon as possible, he thought to himself. Mastery of illusions would allow him to wield the technique of distant god, which was a crucial strategy for his future. He needed to elevate his skills to perfection without delay. Tsunade conducted another round of examinations, then stowed away her stethoscope and fell into deep contemplation. What could possibly be the issue? Tsunade was at a loss. Perhaps it was an adverse reaction to the Sharingan. She noticed that when Lee glared, his Sharingan appeared somewhat peculiar, and his chakra was fluctuating. Indeed, days passed, and during this time, both Tsunade and Silence returned multiple times to check on him. This time, Lee had only glared at Tsunade and Silence once in the past few days, after which he ceased. He was eager to be discharged. There are no more issues. The rejection reaction has subsided, and he no longer glares at us. Discharge approved, Tsunade declared with a wave of her hand, inscribing the authorization on the final page of the discharge document. She and Silence exited the underground chamber, leaving the remaining procedures to the nurses. Finally, he was free. Lee inhaled the long-awaited fresh air as he approached the Hugo estate. Inside, Niji set aside his tasks and turned his attention to Lee. Little Lee, during your surgery, did you repeatedly have any peculiar dreams? Niji had perused extensive family records, searching ancient texts for information on the single-scaled armor. Yet he could not piece together a complete picture. He recalled that Lee also possessed the Byakugan and had undergone the transplantation of interstitial cells, prompting his inquiry. Dreams? Lee shook his head. His sleep had been undisturbed, and for over half a month, He had not experienced a single dream. What dreams? He pondered inwardly, sensing an inkling of suspicion. In the starry sky, there exists a temple, within which stands a statue. I cannot discern its features, but through my Byakugan, I can see a yellowish-red eye behind the statue. That eye pulsates continuously, yet every time I attempt to examine it closely, I awaken from the dream, Niji recounted. Indeed, Lee felt a shiver run through him. After Niji underwent the transplantation of the Hashirama cells, it seemed he was on the verge of awakening the Tsutsuki bloodline. This matter is intertwined with the legends of the progenitor of chakra. Lee Rock gradually recounted to Niji the events of ancient times. That statue is likely the statue of Yumura, and the yellow eye behind it is most probably the Rinnegan. Lee Rock picked up a piece of pastry and placed it in his mouth. Let go of such thoughts. Our current strength does not permit us to traverse space. Even if we were to reach the moon, breaking the sealing jutsu would still be beyond our capabilities. Niji nodded in agreement. He gazed at the Hashirama cells within his chest. Once Sage Mode is activated, Niji could utilize would release, significantly enhancing his vitality. You mentioned that if there were more first-generation cells, it might be possible to awaken the Rinnegan? A flicker of excitement surged within Niji. This temptation was difficult to resist. The term Rinnegan echoed incessantly in his mind. However, possessing merely first-generation cells would not suffice. He also required cells from the Uchiha clan, such as those for the Sharingan. Lee Rock pointed at his left eye, contemplating. Yet, the Uchiha clan is now but a handful, each one formidable and blessed with fortune, making them difficult to eliminate. You might consider another path, collecting the Byakugan from the deceased members of the Hyuga clan to forge the Rinnegan. This route may be more suitable for you. Niji nodded once again. Before he became the clan head, Hisashi Hyuga had already handed over dozens of Byakugan. Hisashi had served as clan head for over a decade. Yet he did not understand the purpose of collecting these Byakugan, only knowing it was a tradition passed down from their ancestors. Niji sealed those Byakugan within a scroll, preserving them carefully. Additionally, he would require the clan's symbol stone of the Tsutsuki. Lee Rock produced a jade stone the size of an eyeball from his bosom. This is a remnant from the creation of the Destiny Blade by Kiyomi. The patterns on this incomplete jade, I surmise, represent the Tsutsuki clan's insignia. How many Byakugan are needed? Niji could not help but inquire. Uncertain, the more, the better. I would recommend you aim for 1,000 Byakugan before attempting, Lee Rock suggested. Niji fell into silence. He possessed only over 700 Byakugan, which had been passed down since the Warring States period. The Hyuga clan suffered severe losses during that era, resulting in the survival of such a number. However, this is a time of peace. Where would one find so many Byakugan? Do not act rashly. If you were to follow a path akin to the Night of Annihilation, the consequences would be dire, Lee Rock urged, sensing Niji's fluctuating emotions. He feared that Niji might impulsively unleash the Rinnegan in a fit of rage, rendering him untrustworthy. You misunderstand. I would not go that far, Niji replied, lifting his gaze. A fleeting glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. I was merely contemplating whether to exhume graves. What? Lee Rock exclaimed in shock. Is the entire family of colored contact lenses truly so eccentric? One slaughtering their entire clan, another desecrating ancestral graves. Merely jesting, Niji chuckled. The ancestors within the grave have long since rolled their eyes at me. I was contemplating whether to urge for marriage. In this lifetime, I may never awaken the Rinnegan. But if the members of my family exert themselves, perhaps the next generation might achieve it. This indeed is a method you could conceive, Lee Rock sighed in relief. He believed his actions were sufficiently without boundaries. However, Niji's recent remark about digging up ancestral graves was far more audacious, an act he would not expect from Niji. It frightened him. Lee Rock had great trust in Niji, yet if Niji were to become someone who would stop at nothing to acquire power, he feared he could not entrust more significant matters to him in the future. Please, no more urging. It's quite bothersome. Lee Rock leaned against the shoji door, gazing at the fish in the pond outside. In my previous life, I was pushed too hard and, in a fit of anxiety, abandoned my studies to engage in underground fighting. If you continue to press, who knows, we might end up with a few rogue ninjas within the clan. Indeed, that is the case. Pressing too hard is not beneficial. Niji ultimately could no longer contain himself. He slammed the intelligence manual onto the table. I was just about to ask, why have you been glaring at me all this time?